In a distant and mysterious world, demons are rampant and ravaging the earth. And I crossed over to this world and opened by selling my kidney. While all the people laughed at me for being a fool, they didn't realize that I was behind all this to raise enough money to attend a mysterious transfer ceremony. If I could successfully change jobs, I would be able to gain the power to have a foothold in a world infested with demons. On the day of the transfer, the sky was dark and cloudy, and the atmosphere was so depressing that people couldn't breathe. It was with trepidation and excitement that I stepped into the hallowed halls of transmigration. When the light flashed through, I was shocked to find that I had been transferred to an A-ranked forbidden spellcaster. However, although A-ranked forbidden spellcasters were incredibly powerful, releasing their skills took up their lifespan, which made them usually extremely short-lived. In order to gain more power, I have to upgrade to SSS level or higher. But in the eyes of others, this seemingly powerful but actually cursed profession is undoubtedly self-defeating. Only I know that I possess a secret weapon that no one else can imagine: immortality. With a single movement of my mind, no matter how badly my body has been injured, it can recover within minutes and lost organs and limbs can grow back. In front of me, who possessed an immortal body, the fatal flaws of the forbidden spellcaster's profession weren't even a concern. And even the money for transferring and upgrading wasn't a problem. A powerful skill that other forbidden spellcasters can only use with caution is a regular attack level conventional weapon for me. This will be a great opportunity for me to make a big splash when faced with another onslaught of demons. The legendary journey of this world has just begun. The suffocating smell that permeates the place is that of a place that specializes in the sale of human organs. Although I knew this path was full of risks, I chose to sell my kidney again in order to move up to a better career as a forbidden spellcaster. Putting on a mask to cover half of my face, I stepped into a dimly lit hut. Inside sat a black-hearted boss, his eyes full of greed. "Boss, sell a kidney," I said calmly. "Sell the corneas too, by the way." A complex look flashed across the boss's face, and he couldn't help but remind me, "Young man, you've already sold a kidney, a spleen, a pair of testicles, and quite a few intestines in these 6 months. If you sell another kidney, you really won't have many days to live." These words mean nothing to me, and only I know that the missing organs will soon be as good as new. In order not to arouse suspicion, I made up a story. I have a very sick sister, and I would give anything to save her. The black-hearted boss quickly struck a deal. Without any anesthesia, my last kidney and cornea were removed, and the intense pain almost made me lose consciousness. But the thought that I had scraped together the money for the transfer ceremony filled my heart with hope. I stumbled out of the black market and hid into the night. After taking a short rest, I mentally moved my mind, and all the organs that had been removed were instantly reborn, and even my eyes regained their sight. The next day, I arrived at school early, paid my fee for the transfer ceremony, and silently stood at the end of the line. The homeroom teacher saw me and asked suspiciously, "Yilin, why are you here? You didn't go and take out a transfer loan, did you?" I nodded, acquiescing to the excuse as the class cast pitying glances. Taking out a loan to attend the transfer ceremony was tantamount to a big gamble, and if the transfer failed, the interest on the loan would leave you with a heavy debt for the rest of your life. The homeroom teacher sighed. "Cheer up." The transfer ceremony was in full swing, with the principal himself presiding over the altar. He looked at the results of each student's transfer, but could not hide his disappointment that only a few of the students in this class had transferred to better professions. Just as the atmosphere was getting dull, it was my turn to go on stage. The moment I stood on the transfer altar, the entire altar suddenly shook violently, and a fiery red phoenix rose up from the altar, bringing with it a rolling wave of heat. The surrounding students stared in disbelief and backed away, while the principal rounded his eyes in disbelief. "This is a SSS-level occupation." The entire venue was instantly thrown into a boiling frenzy as the principal's breath caught in his throat, staring in shock at the transmogrifier on the altar. Because we all know about SSS-Rank professions. Regardless of the type of profession, a qualitative leap occurs once you reach the SSS rank. Everyone's eyes in Qingqing High School were tightly focused on the altar. Standing there was a tall girl. A huge fire phoenix hovered above her head, its blazing flames almost burning through the entire sky. "Zhuge Ni, combat class profession, SSS rank fire mage." The principal's voice was filled with excitement and thrill. An SSS rank combat class occupation was enough to make Qingqing High School famous. Even if the remaining students awakened all F-rank professions, he wouldn't mind. The students under the stage cast envious gazes. Not only did Juga and I have an outstanding appearance, but now she had also awakened an SSS-ranked fire mage. Combat class professions were already powerful, and coupled with her SSS-ranked talent, her future was undoubtedly incomparably brilliant. Student Juga, come with me. I have something to talk to you about. The principal was all smiles and couldn't wait to pull Juga and I away. He even gave the task of hosting the transfer ceremony to the teacher next to him, Mr. Wang, and the other students already seemed insignificant in his eyes. Next, Yi Lin. Teacher Wang looked at the list and read out my name. As his voice rang out, all eyes turned to me. I felt the contempt and pity in their eyes. To them, I, a poor student who relied on a loan to come to the transfer ceremony, was not worth mentioning at all, and even just awakening an A or S-rank occupation would only be a joke in front of the Juga and I just now. I ignored their gazes and walked up to the transfer altar in silence. I was curious as to what kind of profession I would awaken. After all, the secret immortality I possessed had long since made me realize that I was destined to be different. With the altar activated, I felt a strange energy flow into my body. Suddenly, the originally clear sky became pitch black, with dark clouds and lightning, as if the end of the world had come. The students on the stage stared in horror, and some were even so scared that their legs went weak. Another apparition. Teacher Wang was so shocked that he could barely speak. 2 consecutive SSS-ranked career changers? He couldn't believe his eyes. I noticed that the principal came back immediately after hearing the commotion, his gaze hotly fixed on me, as if he had seen a second Juga and I. At this moment, even the principal was expecting that the profession I awakened must be extraordinary. Find out what Yi Lin's occupation is. The principal eagerly urged Mr. Wang. Teacher Wang hurriedly went up to check the results. Then he froze and muttered, Yi Lin, combat class occupation, SSS grade. Forbidden spell master? The air seemed to freeze. The principal had just been full of anticipation, but at this moment, his face became extremely ugly, as if he had been instantly poured a pot of cold water. The principal regretfully said, Forbidden spellcaster? Although it's an SSS-rank profession, the profession of a forbidden spellcaster is just too special. Because forbidden spellcasters possess great power and could easily destroy everything. But every time they unleashed their skills, they had to pay a huge price, the caster's lifespan, organs, and even his entire life. As a result, the power of a spellcaster is accompanied by self-destruction, which is why the profession is known as the self-destruct truck. No spellcaster lives past the age of 25. The principal originally thought that what I had awakened would be a profession worth cultivating, but when he heard the words forbidden spellcaster, all his expectations were instantly dashed. He looked at me and shook his head, losing all interest. Juga and I also withdrew her gaze from looking at me. Originally, she had some curiosity about my SSS-rank profession, but once she heard about the forbidden spellcaster, her interest instantly dissipated. She wouldn't be interested in someone who was destined for a short life. The students under the stage were originally dissatisfied with my awakening of the SSS-rank profession, but at this moment they all showed expressions of pleasure and whispered. Listening to the murmurs around me, I put on an outward appearance of disorientation, and with my head bowed, I walked down to the altar, my footsteps faltering as if crushed by a great blow. However, only I knew that I kept my head down just so they wouldn't see the smirk on my face. A forbidden spellcaster's skill depletes life and body. That might be a nightmare for others, but for me, someone with an immortal body, it's simply a joke. There is no price that can bind me to the mighty power of a forbidden spellcaster. As long as I don't die, I'll be able to maximize the power of the forbidden spellcaster. Who else in this world can stop me? I silently opened my attribute panel, wanting to see what power I possessed as a forbidden spellcaster. When I saw this series of data, my heart was on fire. Destructive Mad Thunder. This was a legendary forbidden spell. Chaos Divine Thunder was even more of an emperor amongst the thunderbolts. As long as I wanted to, I could summon endless thunderbolts and turn all the enemies that stood in my way into ashes. Forbidden spellmasters were indeed invincible at the same rank, as rumor had it. As long as one was willing to pay the price, the power of a forbidden spell was almost unstoppable. But the point is, I am immortal. Others might have to sacrifice their lives, organs, or limbs when releasing a forbidden spell. But unlike me, I don't need to worry about these costs at all. I can use unlimited spells with no worries. A spellcaster may be a self-destructing truck to others, but to me, It's an invincible profession. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but be overwhelmed. The formidable power of the forbidden spellcaster, combined with my undead body, was simply unimaginable. As long as I continue to level up, I will be unrivaled in the future. However, now is not the time to get carried away. I have to bury this excitement inside. The current me was still far from capable of displaying the full power of a forbidden spellcaster. Thus, I forced myself to hold back my inner ecstasy and began to act. I clenched my fists, my body trembled violently. I panted like a cow, my eyes were red, and I pretended to look stricken and resigned. The people around me showed complicated looks when they saw my reaction. The principal sighed, a look of regret on his face. Yilin, don't get too excited. Although forbidden spellcasters have short lives, they are not without hope. It's better than a lifetime of doing nothing, right? The principal consoled me. Obviously, he didn't want to discourage me, but he couldn't deny the cost of a forbidden spellcaster either. I lifted my head, my voice hoarse as hell. Headmaster, is it true that forbidden spellcasters don't live past the age of 25? The principal froze for a moment, but eventually nodded. He didn't want to lie to me. As powerful as the forbidden spellcaster was, its cost was too great, and even he couldn't hide that. However, soon the principal's eyes lit up again. I could see him calculating something. He has realized that although the forbidden spellcaster's life is short, in the next high school trial, I, a forbidden spellcaster of SSS-Rank profession, together with Zhuge and I, a SSS-Rank fire mage, will simply be like a tiger with wings. Even if it's just during exams, my ability to ban spells will give the school a huge advantage. Yilin, come follow me. The principal suddenly became unusually agitated and immediately pulled Zhuge and I towards the office. His attitude towards me had obviously changed because in his eyes, I had become a powerful combatant capable of fighting for the school in the high school entrance exam trials. Student Yilin, student Zhuge and I, you should understand the reason why I called you here alone. The principal's eyes gleamed. The two of you are the hope of my Qingqing High School for this college entrance examination trial. The principal continued, so, tomorrow's novice secret is crucial for you. I want you two to level up as much as possible in the secret realm, at least to level 10 or above. I won't be arranging for any other supporting professions tomorrow, so you guys can go solo and make sure you maximize your upgrade speed. Zhuge and I frowned, seemingly hesitant. She glanced at me and said, Headmaster, letting Yilin go solo alone? Forbidden spellcasters drain themselves by putting out skills, in case he can't hold out. I laughed in my heart when I heard her words. Zhuge and I obviously didn't understand the secret of my immortal body. She was worried about me blowing myself up in the secret world, but in reality, I was the one who didn't have to worry about any cost. Headmaster, I'd rather go solo. I'm more used to soloing. I scratched my head and said in a silly manner, teaming up with Zhuge and I? That would be too troublesome, and I didn't want to expose my secrets in front of her, much less tie my hands. Well, let's go solo then. The principal didn't object to my decision. He only cared about the result. As long as we could get good grades in the entrance exam trial, he didn't care about the process. The principal then took out 2 rings and handed them to me and Zhuge and I respectively. Ring of Heavenly Wisdom, rank, uninitiated, attribute, spiritual power plus 10. I took the ring, and my mind became even more determined. Novice Secret Realm? I silently accepted the ordinary ring. Although the attribute seemed mediocre, adding 10 points of mental strength was at least somewhat useful. This kind of ring is ordinary, but if you go to the market to buy it, it will cost at least $5,000 to $8,000, which is almost equal to the price I sell 1/3 of my kidney. It's no wonder people say that becoming a transmogrifier is costly. Equipment alone, the most basic ones would cost quite a bit of money. A common ring like this was already expensive, and rare, epic, or even legendary level equipment was even more sky high. I can't afford to spend that much in my financial situation. This is my personal grant to you from my own pocket. The principal looked at Zhuge and I with anticipation. Do your best and strive to improve to SSS level or above. Thank you, principal. I'll definitely try my best. I nodded my thanks towards the principal before getting up and leaving the office. The transfer ceremony was over, and the campus was filled with faces of mixed joy and loss. And as I walked out the front door, people passing by cast pitying glances. Yeah, no matter what profession they switch to, successful or not, at least they're still alive. I, on the other hand, switched to a forbidden spellcaster, a profession destined to be short-lived, and in their eyes, I was on the countdown to death. Just as I was about to go home, a shout came from behind me. Yelling. I looked back and found Zhuge and I walking towards me with her slender legs, standing on the steps and looking down at me with a condescending indifference in her eyes. I advise you to think it over. The more often a forbidden spellcaster fights, the faster he dies. I don't mean any harm, I just don't want to see you die too early. Her tone was filled with pity, as if she was looking at a loser destined for destruction. I calmly replied back, "Thanks for the concern, but let's forget about the group." Her face turned ice cold, and she looked at me angrily. "You." She didn't expect me to be so stubborn. She was trying to help me out of sympathy and kindness, but she didn't realize that I didn't appreciate it. Subsequently, Zhuge and I had decided to give up trying to persuade me, and she secretly grunted in her heart, "That's just it. Let him go to hell on his own." Just then, a mocking voice came from the side. "Yo, isn't this our SSS-Rank profession owner, Yi Lin?" I looked up and saw Ji Lingyu with a group of juniors blocking us. He is the young master of the Qingxing Ji group, and with his prominent family, he has been running roughshod over the school, even blatantly pursuing Zhuge and I. This kid was obviously upset that I spoke to Zhuge and I, as if I had stepped on his turf. "Going home? Is it back to your slum?" Ji Lingyu sneered. He scowled at me disdainfully. "You're also an SSS rank professional now. How about this? If you beg me, I can let you work as a security guard for our group, with food and accommodation. At least you won't have to live in that dirty place anymore." The minions behind him chimed in with mocking voices. "Yi Lin, you're really lucky. You even have the chance to work as a bodyguard for the G group. Why don't you kowtow and thank young G?" I listened to the jeers and clenched my fists, trying to look insulted and resentful. "Don't bully yourselves too much." Ji Lingyu was startled by my sudden roar, but he quickly revealed a smug smile. "Bullying? I'm trying to help you. And you actually dare to talk back? You're a forbidden spellcaster, aren't you? You have to fight for your life just to release a skill. What can you do about it?" he said, reaching out and slapping my face with an insult. I laughed coldly in my heart, knowing that if I didn't fight back now, Ji Lingyu would intensify his bullying. Thus, a fierce light flashed in my eyes, and I lowered my voice to roar. "Ji Lingyu, you bullied me too much. This is what you forced me to do." I raised my hand violently. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed madly in the clouds. Forbidden spell extinction mad thunder. I hissed, and the sky exploded as a thigh-thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, connecting with my palm, the dazzling light illuminating the entire venue. The crowd was stunned by this scene. The surrounding students were so frightened that they backed away, and no one dared to approach. This kind of power, even if it was only a level 1 forbidden spellcaster, was too terrifying. As my hand slammed down, the thunder crashed down on Ji Lingyu's feet, and the loud sound of the thunder shook him back and forth, and the ground was blown out into a large crater. "Yi Lin, you're crazy." Ji Lingyu was so shocked that his face turned pale, and he almost collapsed on the ground. If that strike just now had been a little more accurate, he would have been a charred corpse by now. I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and raised my hand once again. Forbidden spell extinction mad thunder. Ji Lingyu completely collapsed and shouted in horror. "Crazy! Yi Lin, you're crazy! Quickly save me! Help!" He struggled to get up, but his legs had long been too weak with fear to move. Those of his lapdogs had long ago scattered and fled for their lives, and no one paid any attention to him at all. Thunder once again descended from the sky, shaking Ji Lingyu's heart and guts. Just when he thought he was about to go up in smoke, my palm stopped in midair and slowly retracted, a cold smile hanging at the corner of my mouth. "Remember, don't mess with me again." I looked at him coldly before turning away, leaving a shocked crowd behind. Ji Lingyu sat paralyzed on the ground, his pant legs wet, and it was clear that he was incontinent with fear. Ji Lingyu struggled to get up from the ground, his face full of horror. His throat felt like it was being tightly pinched by invisible fear. He no longer had his old arrogance. At the moment, he only had one thought in his head, asterisk, asterisk, crazy. In Ji Lingyu's opinion, this guy of mine is simply a madman, only being humiliated by him twice. He even released 3 forbidden spells in a row. What is this not a madman? Now he regretted his bowels and secretly swore in his heart that if he could leave here alive, he would automatically roll 800 meters away when he saw Yi Lin, and would never dare to mess with this life-threatening madman again. A forbidden spellcaster wasn't scary, but a forbidden spellcaster who didn't care about his life and was ready to fight for his life at any time was definitely the most terrifying existence in the world. Just then, an anxious voice came from not far away. "Yi Lin, stop!" The principal rushed out from the office as if he had the wind at his feet, his face full of tension. Hearing the principal's voice, My eyes flashed, and I pretended to hesitate for a moment before slowly putting away the forbidden spell. Of course I won't kill Ji Lingyu in front of so many people. There are priorities, and I know that. Headmaster, I clenched my fists and put on a forced look on my face as if I had been wronged by the heavens. At the same time, my face intentionally acted pale, as if I had suffered a severe backlash from the continuous release of forbidden spells. When the principal saw me in this state, he was instantly distressed and did not hesitate to take my side. Don't worry. You don't have to explain. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. The principal angrily turned to Ji Lingyu, his face ironic. Ji Lingyu, stand up for me. Now, immediately apologize to student Yi Lin. The principal had thought that with Ji Lingyu's arrogant and domineering nature, he definitely wouldn't apologize easily, and he was even prepared to loudly reprimand Ji Lingyu when he refused to apologize. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left my mouth, Ji Lingyu flopped down and knelt in front of me. Yi Lin, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'm sorry. Zhuge and I will be yours in the future. I won't fight with you anymore. Ji Lingyu had completely put down his so-called dignity at this moment. Life is more important than face, and he knows that if he doesn't sincerely apologize, my crazy ass might actually kill him. Seeing this scene, not only did the principal freeze, even I was a bit surprised. Ji Lingyu was usually arrogant and domineering, but he didn't expect to kneel so quickly and with such a sincere attitude at this moment. So it seemed that the deterrent power of the forbidden spell was really extraordinary. The principal was also clearly startled by Ji Lingyu's reaction, and the words he was originally going to reprimand were all stuck in his throat before he finally turned his head to look at me. Yi Lin, do you think this is okay? I took a deep breath and held back the laughter in my heart. But on the surface, I still maintained a cold expression. Headmaster, I accept his apology. However, Ji Lingyu, remember, sure could be killed, but not humiliated. Ji Lingyu nodded his head repeatedly, his face full of panic. Yes, 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 I won't dare to do it again. I definitely won't humiliate others casually anymore. I bowed slightly to the principal and said, I'll be going back then. The principal nodded in return, clearly not intending to pursue the matter any further. I realized that even though the drama had ended today, I had successfully established my crazy persona. In a short period of time, no one in Qingqing High School, or even the entire Qingqing, should dare to mess with me easily anymore. Zhuge and I stood not far away with a very complicated expression. She looked at my departing back and slowly shook her head, muttering to herself, completely reckless, slightly humiliated by 2 sentences to fight for his life. This kind of person is not destined to go far even if he is not a forbidden spellcaster. She had obviously completely given up any interest in me. As a proud daughter of heaven, Zhuge and I pursues both strength and wisdom. While I only have brute strength and impulsiveness in her eyes, such a person is destined to not be able to stand firm in this world. I pushed open the door to my home and returned to my small house in the slums. It's sewage-ridden and filthy, but for me, it's the best place to hide. The secret of my immortality had to be well hidden, and the slums were the least noticeable place. Sacrificing a duodenum can summon ordinary thunder. Sacrificing a bladder can summon the sunflower water in thunder. Sacrificing a heart can summon the birth extinction purple thunder. I recall the sensation I felt when I released the forbidden spell just now while calculating the effects of different sacrifices. According to my speculation, if one were to summon the supreme, chaos divine thunder, one would probably need to sacrifice the entire person. No wonder this spell is called a forbidden spell. The more powerful it is, the heavier the cost. However, this doesn't matter to me. After all, I am immortal. Even though I'm only SSS ranked right now, if I were to cast the destructive wild thunder with all my might, it's estimated that none of the transmutations below SSS ranked would survive at all. This power gives me immense satisfaction, and those so-called costs are worth nothing to me. With a thought, the organ I had just sacrificed grew back, and my body was restored to its original state. With that satisfaction, I fell back to sleep, peaceful as a corpse. Unlike me, Ji Lingyu was destined to have a sleepless night. He returned home, full of resentment, crying about what happened today, intending to get his father to step in and help him take revenge. Dad, you must help me take revenge. That Yi Lin made me kneel down and apologize in front of the whole school. I've lost face. You must send someone to get him killed. Ji's father listened quietly, a cigar in his mouth, the rising smoke making his face appear blurred. When Ji Lingyu finished crying, Ji father said in a deep voice, Lingyu, you're my only son. I've taught you since you were a child that businessmen shouldn't get carried away by their emotions, and that you should learn to weigh the pros and cons of everything. If I send someone to kill Yi Lin and succeed, what benefits will we get? Father Ji asked calmly. Ji Lingyu froze. Killing Yi Lin really didn't seem to have any real benefit. It was just to take a breath. Father Ji flicked the ashes of his cigarette, his tone unchanged. Then what if it fails? Have you ever thought about the fact that we will have completely offended an SSS class forbidden spellcaster? Even if he doesn't have long to live, he can completely drag our G group down to hell before he dies. Ji Lingyu's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Ji's father continued. This matter of killing Yi Lin is extremely risky with zero gain. The ones you messed with in the past were ordinary people, so there's no harm in killing them, but Yi Lin is different, understand? Ji Lingyu nodded. Dad, I understand. I will definitely go around Yi Lin in the future. No! Father Ji laughed coldly. A glint flashed in his eyes. You shouldn't stay away from Yi Lin. Quite the contrary. You should follow him, become his follower, and look up to him. Ji Lingyu was shocked. Dad, what do you mean by that? Ji Father's gaze is sharp. Yi Lin is a brainless, good-faced person. The fact that you, the young master of the G group, are willing to be his follower will greatly satisfy his vanity. Moreover, as long as you follow him, he is your umbrella. Whoever dares to bully Yi Lin's follower, isn't that just slapping his face? You only need to put down a bit of face in exchange for the shelter of an SSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster. The last thing our G family lacks is money, so why not trade a bit of face for such a powerful fighter? The more Ji Lingyu listened, the more he understood, and his eyes gradually brightened as he realized, Dad, I get it. Ji's father nodded and said meaningfully, Remember, Yi Lin is both good-looking and an impoverished student. Make good use of these traits, and you'll find that he's an excellent free bodyguard. Early the next morning, when I appeared at the entrance of the school, as soon as a number of students saw me, they immediately pulled away from me like they saw the plague. Apparently, yesterday's incident of me going crazy and releasing 3 forbidden spells in a row had already spread throughout the school. I'm happy with this. Killing Ji Lingyu as a chicken to show the other monkeys was for this effect. The less contact I have with people, the deeper I can hide the secret of my immortal body. Just as I was in a comfortable mood waiting for the school to organize our trip to the secret realm of the novices, I suddenly heard a familiar voice behind me, Yi Lin. I turned my head to see that it was unexpectedly Ji Lingyu. A hint of coldness flashed in the bottom of my eyes. Could it be that this second-generation ancestor hadn't been scared enough yesterday? If he insists on continuing to pester me, I don't mind creating a little accident in the newbie realm to give him a ride. However, to my surprise, Ji Lingyu was full of smiles and holding a fine lunchbox and a bottle of milk in his hand, carefully walking to me. Yi Lin, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? This is what I brought for you. I frowned and gave him a wary look. You want to poison me? Ji Lingyu hastily shook his head and opened the lunchbox with a sincere face, revealing the tantalizing sandwich inside. He tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, then opened the milk and poured a mouthful, proving to me that there was no problem. Yi Lin, look, I really didn't poison it. I stared at him for a few seconds. The sandwich did look normal and the smell of beef hit my nose. A meal delivered to my door. It was a waste of time not to eat it. I took the lunchbox and took a big bite. After all, for someone like me, who even had to sell a kidney to get the money for the transfer ceremony together, where was the sense in refusing a free meal? Seeing that I took his breakfast, Ji Lingyu was relieved and revealed a satisfied smile. He obviously thought that he had succeeded in drawing closer to me, and began to gabble. Yi Lin, Ji Lingyu, have been living a muddled life for so long, and it was your appearance that woke me up like a heavenly thunderbolt. I corrected myself as I ate my sandwich. It's not like it's that lightning did strike from heaven. Just come right out and say what you're going to do. Ji Lingyu. He froze for a moment, then said stiffly, that I want to recognize you as my big brother. When I heard that, I almost choked on my sandwich, coughed a few times, and looked at him suspiciously. You're going to recognize me as your big brother? That's right. Ji Lingyu had a firm face. After I was taught a lesson by you yesterday, I reflected deeply and felt that I should follow your example in order to become stronger. I can't help but sneer in my heart. Yesterday, I was scared to pee. Today, I actually want to come to recognize me as a big brother. Is it a masochist? I rubbed my chin and said casually, since we're going to learn something, it makes sense to pay some tuition, right? Ji Lingyu slapped his chest. Of course it's reasonable. Big brother, what's your card number? I'll call you now. Saying this, he actually did pull out a portable card swiping machine. I glanced at it and skillfully quoted the card number. Let's start with $20 million. Well, wait a moment. $20 million? Ji Lingyu's hand trembled, almost dropped the card swiper to the ground. His face suddenly changed. I roll my eyes. Forget it if you don't have any money. My words were like a thorn dug hard into Ji Lingyu's heart. He was the youngest master of the Ji group, but he was actually treated like a pauper by me? This was a heavier blow to his self-esteem than yesterday's scared piss. His face turned red, and he said angrily, "Just wait, I'll have Dad call for the money." After saying that, he furiously walked aside to make a phone call. Seeing that he was being sidetracked, I turned around and stepped onto the bus to the secret realm of the novices, not intending to tangle with him for too long. After all, if I stayed with him for too long, I was afraid that my IQ would be pulled down as well. With the roar of the bus, I arrived at the entrance to the novice secret. At this moment, several long lines had already formed at the entrance, all of which were transferees from other schools in Qingqing. Qingqing only has such a secret place for newbies, and with the close proximity of the college entrance exams, it's no surprise that it's overcrowded. Zhuge and I, as two SSS-Rank professionals, were at the front of the Qingqing high school team. She was aloof and unblinking, clearly not intending to pay me any attention, and I was happy to leave her alone, not wanting to have anything to do with her. I crossed over her and stepped directly into the secret realm of novices. Zhuge and I shook her head behind her and muttered to herself, "Arrogant and arrogant. Since you're looking for death yourself, no one can stop you." With a flash of white light, the scene in front of me changed instantly, and what appeared in front of me was a dense forest. Sunlight poured down through the gaps in the leaves and fell on me. Random teleportation? I stretched and said to myself, "Good, so I don't have to bother trying to distance myself from the others." Afterward, I began my journey of brushing the monsters. I didn't have to go far before I came across a round creature covered in pink fluff, the kind of creature that looks like it could probably make a lot of girls instantly adorable. A level 1 pink leopard cat? I muttered to myself bashfully, not being mesmerized by its appearance. Although it looked cute, it was actually a demonic creature that could easily bite the throats of adults. The pink leopard cat lay on the ground and rolled around, letting out soft, purring noises in an attempt to attract me close enough to unleash a fatal blow. But I didn't hesitate and directly extended my right hand. I cast a forbidden spell, and as heavenly thunder rolled down, the pink leopard cat let out a mournful scream of terror. It probably didn't expect at all that it would have to suffer such thunderous wrath when it had only come out to forage for food. Unfortunately, it didn't even have a chance to escape and was instantly split into charcoal by the thunder. I frowned, then sneered. Since my skills are all forbidden spells, I might as well go deeper into the forest and challenge stronger demons. Without hesitation, I turned around and went deeper into this forest. I swept my way through. Whether it was a level 1, level 2, or level 5 demonic creature, all of them were instantly reduced to ashes by my thunder power. The forest echoed with the roar of heavenly thunder, as if the whole world was bowing down for me. My mastery of Extinction Frenzy Thunder was becoming more and more skillful, and I could even do it instantly, without any skill pre-shake. With such efficient brushing, I quickly upgraded in just an hour's time. When I think about the speed, if the other transmigrants knew about it, I'm afraid their jaws would drop in shock. After the upgrade, I also unlocked a new forbidden spell. With a thought, I shouted, "Forbidden Spell Burning Reincarnation." In an instant, blood-colored flames flared up around me. It was my life force burning. Even my blood was evaporated into blood flames. This forbidden spell is truly terrifying. In this state, I'm afraid that even if a level 10 demonic creature came, it wouldn't be able to take a hit, right? I was immersed in this raging power and felt incomparably excited. What I didn't realize, however, was that in just 5 minutes, my body was rapidly aging, my hair was graying, my skin was sagging, and even my vision was beginning to blur. By the time I realized this, I had gone from a teenager to a gray-haired old man. I looked down at my palms, which were like dead wood, and muttered, "5 minutes and you've aged like this? Looks like I can only turn it on for a minute at most in order not to be exposed." Instead of turning off the burning chakra, I let the life force continue to burn despite my aging body. Over time, I was surprised to find that my body started to grow in reverse and slowly rejuvenate itself. The immortal me has no fear of these so-called life force drains. The flaws of a forbidden spellcaster, coupled with my undead body, is a match made in heaven. The forbidden spells are all over the place, and that's the real terror. With the increase of burning reincarnation, I opened a new round of carnage. With 120 points of mental power, along with the apocalypse ring given by the principal, my mental power was directly raised to 130 points. Even if I summoned the most ordinary thunder, its power was like that of the thunder of extinction. As I gradually went deeper and deeper into the forest, the level of the demons grew higher and higher, but in front of me, they appeared as fragile as paper mache. With a wave of my hand, thunder descended from the sky, turning them all into charcoal. Even the air was filled with a faint smell of meat, the smell of demonic creatures being cooked by the high temperature of the lightning. The novice secret realm is indeed full of crises. It's really a sound experience, I had to exclaim. I roared, and a purplish-red flame emerged from my hands, like a demonic lotus blooming. This flame was incomparably hot, and then landed on a pile of dry firewood, igniting it instantly. Lighting a fire with a forbidden spell, if anyone else saw that, their eyes would probably glaze over. It's as ridiculous as lighting a cigarette with a nuclear bomb. But to me, forbidden spells are nothing more than tools that come in handy. A full day of carnage, and I had successfully leveled up to level 3. As I leveled up, I unlocked the new forbidden spell, Karma Fire Burning the Sky, which, like destructive thunder, can summon the fire of hell and burn everything just by sacrificing myself. But I've realized that the later the upgrade goes, the harder it gets. Level 1 to level 2 only requires 1,000 experience points, while going from level 2 to level 3 requires 2,000 points, and then level 4 is 3,000 points. Although the upgrade speed had slowed down a bit, in my opinion, getting to level 3 in a single day was already quite good. It was estimated that the others hadn't even gotten to level 2, and I had no problem at all getting to level 10. After eating the three-eyed devil pork, I once again extinguished the bonfire, and even used the traditional method, directly peed on the bonfire, to ensure that the flame is completely extinguished. Setting fire to the mountain and sitting in jail, this belief has always been engraved in my heart. Just as I had my fill of food and drink and was about to continue brushing the monsters, Zhuge and I in the distance suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes looking at the direction I was in with suspicion. As a fire mage, Zhuge and I was extremely sensitive to the fire element. She obviously sensed the fluctuations of the karma fire, and her heart was filled with curiosity. Qingqing doesn't have any other SSS-ranked fire professions other than me, so how could there be such strong fluctuations of the fire element? Could it be some sort of fire-type treasure that has come out? A trace of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she then rushed in the direction I was in. She had completely failed to anticipate that the person releasing the karmic fire was actually me. However, when she arrived, all that was left on the ground was a smoldering bonfire, and I was long gone. It's actually a human who made the commotion. The fluctuation of the fire element is actually not below me. Zhuge Ni's face was full of astonishment as she crouched down, grabbed the firewood that was not completely burned out, sniffed it, and immediately frowned. This is indeed the legendary karma fire. But why is there still a strange smell? Zhuge and I was puzzled, but she didn't look deeper into it. Instead, she stood up excitedly. Qingqing really is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Just wait, I will definitely find you out. She was clearly interested in this nameless genius who had mastered karma fire and thought that this was an expert worth befriending. At the same time, I continued to slaughter like crazy in the depths of the forest. Every time I struck, I used to use the world-destroying thunderbolt because it was a simple and brutal skill, and when the thunder struck, the demonic creature was instantly killed without any pain. In contrast, although Karma Fire Burning Sky was powerful, the demon still had to burn for a few seconds before they died, which was too cruel. I couldn't help but smile at the thought of being so kind. Even though I've been casting forbidden spells every day, I think I still have a bottom line. Just as I was about to continue brushing monsters, there was a sudden movement behind me. I stopped my burning reincarnation alertly and instantly withdrew the blood flames from my body. The first thing that caught my eye was a pair of long, slender, white legs, and then I saw a familiar face, Zhuge and I. Her long hair shimmered in the moonlight, flowing like a waterfall. How did this woman appear here? It's a coincidence that the novice secret realm is so big. Yilin, how could it be you? Zhuge Ni's face instantly turned cold, her original good mood instantly disappearing. She thought she would meet the genius who released the karma fire, but instead she saw me. She obviously misunderstood and thought I had come to see her specifically. She said coldly, I told you a long time ago that although the profession of forbidden spellcaster is powerful, it is not suitable for soloing at all. Now you regret it? Want to team up with me? It's too late. Her tone was full of contempt and disdain, assuming that I had come back to ask for her help because I couldn't solo. I froze for a moment, then looked at her speechlessly. I didn't come to find you, but you followed me here, right? But Juga and I didn't listen to the explanation at all and continued to talk about her robber logic. You're in my way. I have things to do. I'm not teaming up with you. And don't stalk me. I'm so stupefied by her brain circuits. Which one of this woman's tendons is wrong? Markedly, she was the one who caught up with me. But now, she's accusing me instead. I looked at her with a helpless face, which made me completely understand. Juga and I is not only sick in the head, she's practically lacking a root. Be my guest, take your time. I sidestepped, not bothering to continue pestering Juga and I. One important trick to living a happy life is not to argue with fools, much less try to communicate with them. I always keep this in mind. Juga and I glanced at me, and seeing that I cooperated to make way, he didn't say anything more and left with a big stride. Just when I thought I had finally sent this trouble away, Juga and I suddenly stopped and turned her head to ask, by the way, let me ask you, have you seen anyone else pass by here? That person is very good at the fire element and most likely has mastered karma fire. I laughed bitterly in my heart. So it turned out that she had mistakenly thought that there was someone else because I had just used the karma fire burning heaven to light up the bonfire. It seems that the strong man she was looking for was myself. I smiled slightly and pointed my finger in a random direction. See, it's a very handsome man. He went in that direction. Juga and I revealed a hint of anticipation, said thank you, and walked in the direction I pointed. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that in the future, karma fire burns the sky. This forbidden spell cannot be used. Do not use, so as not to attract trouble. Not long after, Juga and I walked deeper into the woods, and just as she was moving forward, 2 more moons suddenly appeared in the sky, hanging in the night sky, looking eerie. Her face suddenly went white. Where was the moon? It was the eyes of some giant beast. Immediately afterward, a terrifying, beastly roar resounded through the sky, and a huge, sharp claw lunged towards her. Jugani's figure flickered and managed to avoid it, turning back to look at the giant beast, which was clearly a level 8 dragon-blood beast. How could a level 8 demonic creature appear here? Jugani's face turned pale. Her level had only just broken through level 3, and she was barely able to fight back against a level 8 dragon-blood beast. At this moment, her mind was in a panic, subconsciously thinking of me just now. If I joined forces with Yilin, there might still be a possibility of retreating in one piece. However, when she turned around, there was no sign of me anywhere. I had long since disappeared into the depths of the woods. That coward! She clenched her teeth. Anger and disappointment intertwined, and the little bit of goodwill in her heart that had instantly changed her opinion of me quickly dissipated. She decided that I had fled the first moment I saw the dragon blood beast. The dragon blood beast attacked once again, its huge body like a moving mountain with a terrifying aura. Juga and I dodged while casting the skill, Explosive Phoenix Fire. Several hot fireballs coalesced and smashed into the body of the dragon blood beast, instantly bursting into flames and scorching several pieces of flesh. However, this bit of damage did not pose a substantial threat to the behemoth, but instead completely enraged it. Those moon-like eyes turned blood red as the giant beast let out an earth-shattering roar and its sharp claws slammed down once again. Jugani's heart was beating like a drum as he dodged the blow and immediately released more fireballs. However, the dragon blood beast opened its bloody mouth and let out a dragon-like roar, and the terrifying sound wave bounced back all of her attacks. The fireball she had cast unexpectedly exploded in midair and rebounded towards herself. How is it possible? Juga and I was shocked as the fireball hit her solidly, scorching a large portion of her clothing and revealing her snow-white skin. She was already unclothed and watched in horror as the dragon blood beast approached step by step, an intense despair growing in her heart. I will die here, was all that remained in Jugani's mind. She closed her eyes and waited for death to come. But the expected severe pain did not come. Instead, a low and magnetic voice came from the side. Karma fire burns the sky. A fiery wave of air whistled past her, and Jugani's eyes snapped open. The sight in front of her made her speechless with shock. That powerful dragon blood beast was actually engulfed by a stream of purplish-red flames in a matter of moments, turning into a pile of flying ash without even uttering a scream. And in front of her stood a man, his back to her, his body shrouded in blood-red flames. Juga and I stared blankly at the figure, her heart beating faster and her face flushed. She knew that this man was the nameless genius who had mastered karma fire that she had been searching for. Stepping forward at this critical moment and killing the dragon blood beast in seconds was in stark contrast to my earlier behavior of turning around and running away. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The gap between humans is simply greater than the gap between humans and demons. Zhuge and I walked forward, her voice so gentle that it gave people goosebumps. Thank you for saving my classmate's life. May I ask what your name is? I almost didn't disgust myself when I sniffed. This woman's attitude changes back and forth pretty fast. She took another step forward, trying to get a better look at my appearance. But unfortunately, I had long ago covered my face with a black cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. I pondered for a moment and casually replied, "Call me Ling Night. Ling as in early morning, night as in night." Upon hearing this name, a trace of fascination flashed through Zhuge Ni's eyes, as if the name itself was filled with some sort of mysterious attraction. Zhuge and I murmured the name softly, a strong curiosity and stirring welling up in her heart. She had never felt such strong emotions for a person of the opposite sex before, and this mysterious Ling Night seemed to have been deeply imprinted in her heart. She could even clearly hear her heart beating faster. "Classmate Ling Night, which school are you from? You saved me. I haven't had a chance to properly thank you yet." Zhuge and I hurriedly asked after me when she saw that I seemed to be leaving. However, I wasn't even going to continue to bother with her. I just waved my hand and headed deeper into the forest. She hurriedly chased after her 2 steps. However, at this time, I suddenly stopped and coldly said, "Asterisk, asterisk, don't follow me. There are more powerful magical beasts in front of us. It's not a place where your current strength can cope with. And I suggest you organize your clothes first." Zhuge and I looked down, and her face instantly blushed. It turned out that her clothes had been burned to tatters in the battle just now, and a large portion of her skin was exposed. She scrambled into a crouch, covering what was left of the fabric, her cheeks flushed red. And at that very moment, my figure had long since disappeared into the darkness ahead. She, who had originally boasted of being a proud daughter of heaven, suddenly felt a strong sense of frustration. In terms of talent, she herself couldn't even defeat a dragon blood beast, while Ling Nai was able to easily kill it in seconds. In terms of looks and figure, her clothes were burned like this. Yet the man who had taken the name of Ling Nai didn't even look at her more than once, as if she didn't have any attraction at all. Confident in her appearance, Zhuge and I has been pursued by countless boys, and she always coldly refuses. But this time, she took the initiative, but Ling Nai's indifference caused a huge sense of frustration within her. This is the first time she's moved on a man. My indifferent attitude completely stirred the pride in her heart. She secretly vowed in her heart that the next time she saw Ling Nai, she would make sure to impress him with her. She would no longer be treated as an incompetent drag, whether in terms of strength or otherwise. Zhuge and I quickly changed into her new clothes and firmly set off on her journey to brush up on the monsters. At this moment, Ling Nai's figure had become her heart's obsession and goal to catch up with, and it had also turned into a motivation for her to keep getting stronger. She wanted to break through level 10 before the closure of the Novice Secret Realm, so that Ling Nai could see her true strength. Deep in the forest, I let out a soft sigh of relief and removed the disguise from my face. After this play, Zhuge Ni's attention must have been focused on the fictional character of Ling Nai. As for me, the coward who ran away from the battlefield, I guess I will never enter her eyes again. Phew, that should stop that stupid chick from pestering me. I smiled, thinking that I had really acted out this time. However, in the future, in front of her, I won't be able to easily use the 2 forbidden spells Karma Fire Burning Heaven and Burning Reincarnation. It didn't matter. The Dragonblood Behemoth I just killed had already allowed me to successfully upgrade to level 4 and unlock a new forbidden spell. I couldn't wait to check my attribute panel, and when I saw the last forbidden spell, Immortality, my face instantly turned green. I was incredibly depressed. I already have an immortal body, so what's the point of giving me a life-consuming immortality? Isn't this a pure waste skill? But in the next second, my footsteps suddenly lurched and an aura flashed in my eyes. Though this immortality skill may seem like a trivial skill on the surface, it can be used as a cover for my immortality. Imagine if I were to be stabbed through the heart or have my head chopped off in the middle of a battle, but I still survived. Wouldn't that reveal my secret of having an immortal body? At that time, there would be big trouble. But with this immortality skill, it makes sense that I'm not dead, even though I'm mortally wounded. I can tell people that I was immune to lethal damage by sacrificing my lifespan. That sounds perfectly reasonable. Thinking about this, My mood brightened, and a smile appeared on my face. Immortality is really a wonderful cover skill. Chapter 11. Zhuge and I, who broke the highest record. The time is like a teenager who goes to wash his feet for the first time, and the youthful and shy years are always fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Today will be the last day of the Novice Secret Realm. Everyone can only enter the Novice Secret Realm once, and can only stay in the Novice Secret Realm for 7 days. Once the 7 days are up, the Novice Secret Realm will teleport the people inside out. The principals and teachers of the major high schools had gathered at the exit of the Secret Realm early, and some parents had also arrived, waiting for their children to come out of the Secret Realm. Gee, old brothers, good morning. It's been a long time. I missed you guys. Ha! Heard it before he heard it. The principal of Qingqing High School hadn't even arrived yet, and his excited voice had already traveled far. The moment the principals of several other high schools heard the voice of the principal of Qingqing High School, their faces instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. In the past few days, the principal of Qingqing High School had to pull them out to eat and drink tea when he had something to do, and then as soon as he sat down, he bragged to them about the fact that Qingqing High School had appeared with 2 SSS-level career students, and they had heard it so much that their ears were almost calloused. It's useless not to go out, and if you don't, the principal of Castle High School will pull a group to show off with them, which is annoying as hell. Now they're annoyed as hell at the sight of the old boy. Don't come and get involved. I don't know you well. I just met you a few days ago. What's all this talk about long time no see? A high school principal couldn't help but open his mouth in anger. This is not a good thing to say. As the old saying goes, 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns, so we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. The principal of Qingqing High School smiled and came over as he rubbed his hands together and asked mysteriously, "By the way, how do you guys know that our Qingqing High School has 2 SSS-Rank career changers this time?" Other principals. So what if there are 2 SSS-Rank transmuters? Don't forget that rank can sometimes be more important than occupation rank. And with rank pressure of 3 or more, it's not impossible for even an A-rank transmuter to defeat an SSS-Rank transmuter. One of the principals spoke up sourly, and the words instantly resonated. Exactly. If we only look at the occupation level, wouldn't other people who don't have SSS-ranked occupations simply run headlong into the ground? Throughout the years, it's not like there haven't been things where SSS-ranked transmutants have been suppressed by other ranked transmutants when they came out of the Novice Secret Realm. That's right, my Qingqing's highest record is level 11, which was set by an S-ranked transmigrant, and has yet to be broken. Principal Su, I remember that student. He's from your Yutsai High School, right? The gazes of the several principals all looked toward the majestic-faced Principal Su. Not bad. Principal Su smiled faintly. Talent is important, but acquired effort is equally indispensable. That child is now a level 65 transmuter. The several principals nodded their heads in deep thought as they heard this, while there was also a hint of envy in the bottom of their eyes. A level 65 transmogrifier that was already in existence capable of reigning supreme and placed in Qingqing, there would be no more than a handful of people capable of defeating him. To be able to train such a student, it would be a great honor to die. I wonder if the record will be broken this year. It's been tied many times before, but it seems like it's never been broken. I believe my students can. The principal of Castle High School's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Old Gao, you're not the only one in Qingqing High School who has an SSS-ranked transmigrator. Principal Su spoke faintly. Wait and see. Old Gao, the principal of Qingqing High School, said with a terse neck. He was already good at saving face, so it was naturally impossible for him to bow down. Just then, a silhouette silently arrived next to the several principals. Several principals are really elegant. I wonder if you can let me join in the fun? Oh! Several principals twisted their heads in some surprise. It was unbelievable that the visitor was able to appear beside them silently. The visitor was cloaked in a trench coat, elegant, with a gold-rimmed spectacle and a harmless, gentle smile on his face. So it's Mr. Zhuge. Please sit down, quickly sit down. Several principals hurriedly sidestepped to make a place for Zhuge Qingqing, with hidden respect in their eyes. Qingqing was a small place without any big names, but Zhuge Qingqing was definitely considered an exception. His profession was that of an SSS-class astrologer. Stargazing statues could tell the events of the world, and it was rumored that Zhuge Qingqing could even calculate the major events that would happen 100 years from now if he exerted himself at full strength. There were quite a few big shots who came all the way to Qingqing just to ask Zhuge Qingqing to divine a fortune. It was not an exaggeration to say that Zhuge Qingqing was the most honorable person in the entire Qingqing. A few principals are too polite. I just came to see my family Nini. Zhuge Qinxing smiled gently. It should be. What kind of father doesn't miss his daughter? Mr. Zhuge really loves his daughter. Old Gao, the principal of Qingqing High School, said with a smile. Principal Gao is joking. And she didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Zhuge Qinxing asked. No, no. She is the pride of our Qingqing High School. Principal Gao's face was flushed and extremely excited. At first, I don't know why, Zhuge's grades can obviously enroll in the better Yucai High School, but Zhuge Qinxing insisted on letting Zhuge and I enroll in Qingqing High School. Some people say that it is because Zhuge Qinxing counted on something. But these were unimportant. What mattered was that Zhuge and I was a student of his high principal. Someone's coming out. There was a sudden flash of light at the exit, which meant that someone had stepped out of the secret realm. That's not right. Even the first student to enter the secret realm should have waited until noon to come out. How could someone show up now? Can it be that they are injured? Every year, there would be students who quit early due to injuries, and it wasn't uncommon for some unlucky people to challenge overranked demons on their own, or even to be buried in the mouths of demons. A tall figure appeared in the white light door. Zhuge and I stepped out with a light breeze. Her face was flushed and she couldn't look half injured. Dad! Seeing Zhuge Qinxing, Zhuge and I was very happy and immediately jumped into Zhuge Qinxing's arms. Zhuge Qinxing dotingly rubbed Zhuge's head. Isn't it time yet? Why did you come out so quickly? It's too boring inside, so I came out early. Zhuge and I said in a petulant manner. Too bored to come out? The moment Zhuge and I said this, not only Zhuge Qinxing, but even Principal Gao, Principal Su, and those few principals of theirs were petrified. Newbie's secret realm, but everyone can only enter once in a lifetime chance. Inside the monster more low strength upgrade fast, and Zhuge and I actually said he came out early because he was too bored. How many levels are you? Zhuge Qinxing pushed up his glasses. Hey, 12. Zhuge and I smiled wryly and took the initiative to reveal her rank. A transmigrator would not be able to see the exact rank if they deliberately hid it from others. Zhuge and I, Fire Mage, level 12. Several principals instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. Qingqing's highest record was only level 11. Zhuge and I directly reached level 12, breaking the highest record. And she still came out early, which was simply appalling. Several other principals looked at Qingqing High School's Principal Gao with a sly grudge, really letting him pick up the treasure. Hey, 好，诸葛倪同学，你做得好. Principal Gao was red with excitement. However, upon seeing the expressionless Zhuge Qinxing, Principal Gao wisely shut his mouth. And I, if you stay until the time is up and then come out again, you might even be able to make an impact on level 13. Why did you come out early? Zhuge Qinxing calmly opened his mouth and asked. Told you it's so boring. Zhuge and I was a bit vain. Is it really like this? Zhuge Qinxing had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, but it made Zhuge's heart weak. Dad, how could I lie to you? Zhuge and I hugged Zhuge Qinxing's hand and pouted. Of course, she wouldn't tell Zhuge Qinxing that she came out early in order to block the guy called Ling Knight. That guy was able to kill the Dragon Blood Beast in a single strike. His level definitely wouldn't be too low, and although he was masked that time, as long as he could see him again, Zhuge and I was sure that he would be able to recognize him. Chapter 12. A cooperative low-level fiend. Acha. Yi Lin in the novice secret realm sneezed and couldn't help rubbing his nose. Strange, it's not cold here either. Why are you suddenly sneezing? Forget it, business is important. Yi Lin shook his head and continued to walk deeper into the novice secret realm. After 7 days of brushing monsters, his current level had come to a staggering level 15, and the number of forbidden spells he could use had also come to a staggering 15. For Yi Lin, there is no difference between a level 1 demon and a level 10 demon. It's a matter of a thunderbolt if you run into one anyway. He almost pushed his way across. The demons in the secret realm of the newbies couldn't stop him in the slightest. It was just a pity that the further back he went, the more experience value was needed to upgrade, and the harder it was to upgrade. On the first day he had leveled up by 4, on the second day by 3, on the third day by 3, on the fourth day by 2, on the fifth day by 2, on the sixth day by 1, and on the seventh day by even less than 1 level. Moreover, Yi Lin vaguely had the illusion that the demons within the secret territory of this novice seemed to be avoiding him, because he hadn't encountered any of the demons for nearly 2.5 hours, which was unbelievable because he had already come to the deepest part of the secret realm of the novice. This was an area where level 10 demons were active. Could it be that he had killed too hard in the past few days? Is it hard to really be avoiding me? Then you guys have to hide from me too. Yelin's eyes flashed. Forbidden spell. Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell. Instant dance. Yi Lin unleashed 2 forbidden spells in a row. Burning reincarnation could drastically increase his three attributes of strength, agility, and spirituality, while Dance of Instantaneousness had only one effect, and that was extreme speed. Forbidden spell, instantaneous dance. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices his own organs, exchanging them for agility attributes based on the importance of the organs, up to 10 times the extra base agility attribute for 1 hour. Obviously, this was a forbidden spell for escaping in a moment of life and death crisis. Yet in the hands of Yi Lin, the immortal, the instantaneous dance had become a commonplace acceleration skill. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his brain in exchange for a whopping 10 times the agility attribute. After all, in terms of organ importance, where else is it more important than the brain? After leveling up to level 15, Yi Lin's own agility attribute was 225 points. And with the addition of the two forbidden spells, Burning Reincarnation and Instantaneous Dance, his agility instantly came to a horrifyingly incomparable 2,475 points. Even many high-level assassin-type professions couldn't possibly possess such a terrifying agility attribute. A smile appeared on Yi Lin's face, and with a light step of his feet, as if a space jump had occurred, Yi Lin's figure appeared 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. After the forbidden spells multiplied, Yelin's combat ability and ability to improvise also changed drastically. After instantly moving 100 meters away, Yi Lin finally realized where the wrong place was, and the scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. Only 3 storm mantises were seen flying in midair, while they were also each carrying a 3-eyed devil pig. Yi Lin instantly understood what was going on. The storm mantis had extremely fast flight speed but poor eyesight. The 3-eyed demon pig was slow, but their third eye could see extremely far, and could even detect the movements of their prey thousands of meters away. Storm Mantis lifted the 3-eyed demon pig and flew, which created the simplest surveillance system. No wonder he hadn't encountered any demons for 2.5 hours in a row, so it turned out that something was watching him, and then tipped off the other demons so that they would flee early. Yi Lin had an odd expression and secretly lamented that nature was truly magical. Low-level magical creatures had low intelligence, and basically the possibility of cooperating with each other did not exist. But under the pressure of a life-and-death crisis like his own, it was saddening to see that low-level demons could naturally learn to cooperate. For being so smart, the kind Yellen decided to reward them for listening to Thunder's third concerto. Forbidden spell extinction Wild Thunder. Boom! 100 feet-sized thunderbolt descended from the sky, sending all 3 of those storm mantises and the 3-eyed demon pig to heaven. Without the 3-eyed demon pig and storm mantis watching over him, Yi Lin's monster-brushing journey quickly returned to normal, and a massacre began once again. Students were constantly being teleported out of the novice secret area. After spending 7 days and 7 nights within the secret territory of the novice, many of the students' faces were filled with a strong sense of exhaustion, and quite a few of them were dressed in rags, looking just like vagabonds. But everyone's gaze was bright and incomparable. This kind of experience of personally going on the ground to fight with demons was something that could not be empathized with by listening to other people for how many times. The only way to understand how much of a beautiful thing it was to become a transmogrifier was to go through it once in person. The teacher walked up with her book and began counting people and registering the grade of each student, which were to be recorded and filed in the file. Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes widened as she scrutinized each and every boy who walked out of the novice secret realm. She had just inquired with all the major principals, and they hadn't even heard of this person, Ling Knight. This made Zhuge and I very puzzled with Ling Knight's demonic talent. How could he be a nobody? Could it be that he was afraid that the wind would destroy him if he showed off in the forest? So he usually hid himself in such a way that even the people around him didn't know how demonic he was? In desperation, Zhuge and I could only resort to the dumbest method, which was to rely on his own eyes to search. She firmly believed that as long as that Ling Knight appeared, she would be able to recognize him. However, along with the students within the novice secret area being teleported out one after another, Zhuge and I never found a figure she was familiar with, which caused her heart to be a little agitated. Zhuge and I stared at the exit of the unblinking novice secret realm, anticipation written all over her face. Ling Knight, Ling Knight, where the hell are you? Chapter 13. Refreshing Qingqing's Record. A 16th level spellcaster. Time passed by. Most of the students in the novice mystic realm had already come out, and some had even been picked up by their parents to go home after registering their levels. But Zhuge and I still hadn't seen that familiar figure. This caused her heart to become more and more anxious. Obviously, most of the students had already walked out of the novice mystic realm. Why had Ling Knight's figure still not appeared? When he first met him, his level was clearly higher than his own. So Ling Knight's time of entering the novice secret realm should have been earlier than his own. If they were to enter the secret realm at the same time, Zhuge and I was confident that his rank would definitely not be weaker than anyone else. But at this time, a lot of people from Qingqing High School had come out one after another. So how come Ling Knight hadn't come out yet? Just as Zhuge and I was puzzled, suddenly, a figure that Zhuge and I was extremely familiar with appeared in the white light door in the distance. Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes instantly enlarged. She was certain that the person in front of her was definitely the one she had been thinking about day and night. Ling Knight. She won't forget. In the face of the dragon blood beast, when he was full of despair, it was this figure that stood in front of him, bringing him hope for life, deeply branding a mark in the bottom of his heart. But when the white light disappeared to see the visitor, Zhuge Ni's face changed from excitement to shock. Yilin? How come it's you? Zhuge Ni's expression instantly chilled. And when she remembered Yi Lin's behavior that day, when he left her alone to run for her life, she was revolted to the core. If Yi Lin hadn't left himself alone, he wouldn't have been forced into a desperate situation by the dragon blood beast. This man simply couldn't even compare to a single finger of Ling Knight. But on the contrary, the two of them were still extremely similar in size. Thinking of this, Zhuge and I looked at Yi Lin with a touch of disgust in her eyes. I came out when the time was up. What's the problem? Yi Lin frowned at Zhuge and I. What's wrong with this woman? Don't talk to me. Stay away from me. You make me feel sick. Zhuge and I condescendingly scorned Yi Lin. Her eyes were like looking at a smelly piece of trash. Sick. Yi Lin didn't want to argue anything with this woman and lifted his feet to leave. Principal Gao could see that the atmosphere between the two was not quite right, and quickly stepped forward to round off the situation. Yi Lin student, you can finally come out. What level are you? As one of the two SSS-Rank transmigrators of Qingqing High School, he naturally had high hopes for Yelin. Yi Lin didn't say anything more, but instead directly revealed his rank. Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 16. After solving the problem of being watched, Yelin seized the last time to level up again. Level 16, huh? Not bad. Wait! Principal Gao's entire body froze in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. Level 16? Principal Gao's incredulous scream resounded all around, causing all the gazes in the surroundings to focus uncontrollably. And all of them looked at Yi Lin as if he were looking at a monster. You know, before Zhuge and I came out, Qingqing's highest record for so many years was level 11. In just 7 days' time, the newbie secret territory has risen to level 16, which is simply appalling. And this upgrade speed is a demon level even if you look around the world. I'm afraid that no one in Qingqing will be able to break this record in many more years. The total experience value needed to rise from level 1 to level 16 is 120,000, and the highest level of the demons within the secret territory of the novice is level 10. So I'll just assume that you hunted and killed all level 10 demons, and killing a level 10 demon will reward you with 100 points of experience value, which means that you killed 1,200 level 10 demons within the novice secret territory. The high school principal broke his fingers and counted up, but so counting, he has a black eye, forehead at the cold sweat are seeping down. That means you have to kill an average of 172 level 10 demons every day. Without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting, you also have to kill more than 7 level 10 demons per hour. This, not counting, once counted, everyone around was scared to death by this data that Principal Gao calculated. That's a level 10 demonic creature, the most powerful existence within the novice secret. Even if several of them worked together, it would take half an hour to hunt a level 10 demon, while Yi Lin was actually able to hunt more than 7 level 10 demons per hour. Was this guy really a human? Even Zhuge Qingqing couldn't help but look at Yi Lin one more time, a look of interest in his eyes. Yi Lin touched his nose and didn't say anything. In fact, it was still that the number of magical creatures within the secret territory of the novice was a bit sparse, and most of his time was spent on searching for magical creatures. And as for the time spent on fighting, wasn't that just a matter of placing a forbidden spell? What's so time-consuming about that? The crowd was in a state of shock that they couldn't get over. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Well done, Yi Lin. You are the pride of Qingqing High School. Principal Gao excitedly patted Yi Lin's shoulder, his eyes filled with appreciation. With the presence of this son, plus Zhuge and I, do they still need to worry about Qingqing High School in the college entrance exam trial? It must be a direct kill through 2 SSS level career changers, 1 level 12 and 1 level 16. What are the other high schools going to fight against? I really didn't expect he Gao Jintian in the last year of his near retirement, was still able to cultivate such two genius students, and it was considered to be a sensational end. Principal Gao grinned, smiling like a brilliant chrysanthemum, and several other principals cast envious glances at him. But just then, a cold female voice sounded. What's so strange about level 16? Don't forget, guys. He's a forbidden spellcaster. If he doesn't want to die and keep releasing forbidden spells, isn't it normal for him to upgrade fast? Zhuge and I couldn't help but open her mouth. Looking at the star-studded Yi Lin made her heart uncomfortable. How does this kind of man deserve it? Only a man like Ling Knight deserves this kind of star-studded treatment. When Zhuge and I said this, many people's faces changed slightly, and the gazes they looked at Yi Lin had less shock and more of a scrutinizing and sneering flavor. So it's a forbidden spellcaster. That's no wonder. The profession of a forbidden spellcaster is originally an extremely special existence, taking lives in exchange for battle power. This Yi Lin is crazy, right? The novice secret realm is madly releasing forbidden spells to brush up his level. Other forbidden spellcasters don't live to be 25 years old, and he's so screwed up that I'm afraid he won't live to be 20 years old. Taking one's own life in exchange for a false name. What a foolish act. Don't say that. Other people take their lives to madly brush the level. Just want us to envy him. People take their lives in exchange for it. Let him wind up for a few days. Just now, how high Yi Lin was held up, how badly he fell now, and the matter of him rising to level 16 in 7 days had completely become a joke. It's like envying your friend when you learn that he's suddenly rich, but he's not going to live long. Chapter 14. What if Yi Lin is the Ling Knight you're looking for? With just one sentence, Zhuge and I made Yi Lin go from a star-studded crowd to a crowd of mockers. Mr. Yellen, why are you so bitter? Principal Su of Yucai High School sighed quietly and painfully. If I'm not mistaken, it was your principal, Gao Jintian, who told you to quickly level up once you enter the novice secret realm, wasn't it? You've been tricked by him, Yi Lin. He's using your life for the school's honor. Principal Gao's face instantly changed, and being spoken to in his inner thoughts, he vociferously bellowed. Surname Su, don't talk nonsense here. I'm a teacher. How could I possibly joke about my students' lives? Whether it's true or not, won't we know if we ask Mr. Yi Lin? If no one is induced, I don't believe that a teenager with great youth would joke with his life. When Principal Su said this, many people's eyes flashed with essence, suspiciously sizing up Principal Gao, and cold sweat seeped out from behind his back as he watched. Slander. It's slander. He's slandering me. Principal Gao hastily argued up, but Principal Su ignored him and looked at Yi Lin with a burning gaze. Student Yi Lin, come on. Tell me the truth. Don't worry. I'll make sure no one dares to retaliate against you. Did your principal induce you to brush up your leveling within the novice secret territory or not? He had been looking at Gao Jintian, the old man, with displeasure for a long time, and as long as Yi Lin told the truth today in full view of the public, that would be the time when Gao Jintian's reputation would be tarnished. Principal Gao instantly tensed up because he did let Yi Lin and the others brush up their levels, and even gave Yi Lin and Zhuge and I a ring equipment each, if Yi Lin shook this matter out in public. Principal Gao's eyes looked at Yi Lin with a hidden touch of murderous intent. The moment Yi Lin raised his head, Principal Gao felt his heart stop beating, and the others also focused their eyes on Yi Lin once again, desperate to know the truth. Headmaster Su, no one forced me. The act of brushing up my level within the novice mysteries was all of my own volition. It was only after Yi Lin's words fell that Principal Gao's heart, which had hung to the mouth of his throat, was finally put back into his stomach, scaring him to death. Principal Gao was satisfied, but Principal Su was not. Student Yellen, do you believe yourself when you say that? Principal Su, Yi Lin asked as he raised his head to stare into Principal Su's eyes. If it was you who had switched to the profession of forbidden spellcaster, what would you choose? Do you choose to cower and be a lifelong, death-hungry coward? Or do you choose to let go and go big and wither away at your most radiant? I choose the latter. Yi Lin clenched his fists tightly. Yi Lin, would rather be a hero for just 1 minute than a coward for the rest of my life. Yi Lin's words were deafening, causing everyone in the room to fall into silence. Many of the people who had just mocked him also had a touch of admiration in their eyes, not expecting Yi Lin to have such ambitions. And more people still maintained their sneer. Dead is dead. Isn't a sensational death also a death? Principal Su opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how he should go about it. Snap! An applauding sound rang out, And Zhuge Qinqing looked at Yi Lin with interest. Little friend Yi Lin is really ambitious. No matter what, little friend Yi Lin's level is as high as level 16. He is the highest ranked student within the novice secret this time. There's no doubt about that, isn't there? He's number one. Seeing Zhuge Qinqing had stood out to speak for Yi Lin, the others didn't dare to say anything else. Even if they didn't put Yi Lin in their eyes, they could not put Mr. Zhuge in their eyes, right? But when she saw her father speaking toward Yi Lin, Zhuge and I was instantly displeased. Dad, who told you he's number one? When Ling Knight comes out, he won't be lower than this Yi Lin guy. Oh, is that so? Which young talent is Ling Knight? Zhuge Qinqing looked at the major principals. All of the major principals shook their heads in bewilderment. None of them had ever heard of this person, Ling Knight. Gee, don't you care? You'll know when he comes out anyway. He's the true pride of heaven. Zhuge and I had a determined face. Someone you hold in such high esteem, then I would indeed be interested in meeting. Zhuge Qinqing had a gentle smile on his face. Then he pulled out a business card and handed it to Yi Lin. Student Yi Lin, introduce yourself. My name is Zhuge Qinqing. I'm Zhuge's father. In the future, if you have anything, you can contact me. The moment he locked eyes with Zhuge Qinqing, Yi Lin's heart tightened, and he felt as if the deep eyes behind Zhuge Qinqing's lenses could see through all of his secrets. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. Then I'll leave first. Yi Lin took the business card and didn't dare to meet Zhuge Qinqing's eyes again. Good, go home and get some rest. We should see you again soon. Zhuge Qinqing smiled and spoke. Yi Lin didn't dare to reply and left quickly. For some reason, he always felt as if this mysterious Mr. Zhuge knew everything. Yi Lin, don't forget to come back to school in 3 days to take the college entrance exam. Principal Gao opened his mouth behind Yi Lin and urged. 3 days after the end of the novice mystic realm, it could be the day of the high school trial, which was much more important than the novice mystic realm. After Yi Lin left, originally the others wanted to leave as well, but once they remembered the genius that Zhuge and I had said was even more powerful than Yi Lin, they couldn't help but stay. After all, Yi Lin, not to mention that up to level 16 level is enough to let all the people cannot catch up. The current second place Zhuge and I from Yi Lin has a gap of 4 levels. A genius even more powerful than Yi Lin. How terrifying should that be? Could it be that he's already at level 20? The crowd waited quietly, and Zhuge and I also stared intently at the exit of the novice secret realm. It was getting late, and the sun shed its last rays, setting in the east. The door to the secret realm of novices slowly closed, which meant that all the new students inside had been teleported out. The crowd that had been waiting for a long time couldn't help but look at Zhuge and I. Didn't they say that there was a genius that was even more powerful than Yi Lin? Where is he? Zhuge's face was also pale. It couldn't be. She clearly guarded from the beginning to the end. She watched every single one of them. Where is Ling Knight? Could it be? Zhuge and I instantly reacted. When Yi Lin came out, there was a period of time when she was so affected by Yi Lin that she didn't bother to pay attention to the movement of the exit. It couldn't be that Ling Knight was the one who quietly slipped out at that time. This annoying Yellen. It's him again. Zhuge and I, who figured this out, was annoyed. Seeing Zhuge Ni's huffy expression, no one dared to go up and question her. After all, this is Mr. Zhuge's own daughter, and the crowd that felt cheated could only slink away. What's wrong, Nene? Where's that genius you were talking about? On the way back, Zhuge Qinqing touched Zhuge Ni's head and asked, Dad, even you don't believe me. That genius called Ling Knight really exists. He even saved your daughter's life. Zhuge and I was very excited and told Zhuge Qinqing the whole story, and Zhuge Qinqing couldn't help but cry and laugh. So that's why you came out of the novice secret realm early to recognize him? Ah. Zhuge Ni's voice was like a mosquito, carefully lifting her eyes to look at Zhuge Qinqing. After all, although Zhuge Qinqing favored her, his principles were still very strong. Zhuge Qinqing pushed up his glasses, and a fine aura flashed under his eyes as he faintly laughed. Nini, then have you ever thought of the possibility that Yellen is the Ling Knight you've been looking for? Chapter 15. Manager Wang of Brain Buster Oral Liquid. Psst. Zhuge and I laughed outright at Zhuge Qinqing's speculation. Dad, don't insult Ling Knight. How does that Yi Lin guy deserve to be compared to Ling Knight? He doesn't even deserve to mention his shoes to Ling Knight. That guy was scared to death when he saw the Dragon Blood Beast. And Ling Knight has an extremely high level of control over the fire element. He can even manipulate karma fire. These are things that Yi Lin won't be able to do. If Yi Lin and Ling Knight were truly one person, Zhuge and I, would serve him as an ox and a slave and a servant. Zhuge and I scoffed. One was the person who made her spring, and the other was the person who disgusted her to the core. This is too ridiculous. Zhuge and I would rather believe that she was hallucinating at the time, and that Ling Knight was simply a non-existent person, than believe that these two people were the same. Yeah, maybe. Zhuge Qinxing pushed up his glasses with a smile and did not argue with Zhuge and I anymore as a flash of essence flashed under his eyes. A full moon hangs high above the night. The moonlight flowed slowly through the streets like mercury. Phew! Returning home, Yellen let out a long breath. Although the home was located in a sewage-ridden slum, it was the place where he felt most secure. Yellen went home and sat on the chair, his eyes satisfied to hide the glow of excitement. A level 16 transmogrifier, SSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster, burdened with 16 forbidden spells. From now on, he was no longer some ordinary man with no hands. Even if he was discovered to have an immortal body, he could still escape to the outside of the city, and if he really couldn't make it to the deep mountains and old forests where people were rare, it was definitely not that easy to find him. The matter of having the power of self-preservation was definitely the thing that would give Yi Lin the most peace of mind. Knock knock. But just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Yi Lin's heart plummeted. This was a slum. Even thieves wouldn't want to come and patronize a place like this. After all, the people who could live here were poorer than the thieves. Who would come knocking on his door at this hour of the night? Yi Lin secretly prepared for a fight, then got up and pulled open the door. What appeared outside the door was a middle-aged man in a suit with a briefcase in his hand. His expensive suit was obviously out of place with the dirty surroundings. You are? Yellen opened his mouth in confusion. You're Yi Lin's classmate, right? I've finally found you. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand and reached out to Yi Lin. Introduce yourself. I'm the manager of Qingqing Brain Buster Oral Liquid Company Limited. My name is Wang. Yellen. Looking at that watery hand, Yi Lin really didn't have the desire to shake it. Ow, I'm sorry, you guys can't drive in here, and it's too far to walk in, so I'm sweating a bit. Manager Wang smiled awkwardly and wiped his hand on his pants. What's the matter with you? Yellen said as he opened the door. It's like this. Didn't you transfer into an SSS profession and break the highest level record of the Qingqing Novice Mystic Realm in one fell swoop? I was thinking of asking you if you're interested in doing a commercial. Manager Wang raised 3 fingers. I can give you $300,000 for advertising. Yi Lin was a bit moved by what he heard. He finally understood Manager Wang's intention, and at the same time, he also secretly said that the lives of ordinary people were really cheap. He had sold almost all of his entire body's organs before to earn $100,000. But after becoming an SSS-ranked transmuter and becoming famous, the cost of a single advertisement was as high as $300,000. In the old days, he would have had to sell 10 cashews to earn that amount of money. Seeing that Yi Lin didn't reject it right away, Manager Wang hurriedly said while the iron was hot, $300,000 is just the current price. If you become the spokesperson of our Brain Buster Oral Liquid and get good grades in the college entrance exams, we can pay you more. The permission promised to me from the company's side is $3 million. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes. He was indeed short of money. Transmutations were originally extremely money-burning professions. Skill-wise, he didn't have to worry, with endless spells in place. As long as he leveled up, he would have an endless supply of forbidden spells. But in terms of equipment, he could only use real money to buy it. The only piece of equipment he had on him until now was still the ring that added 10 points of spiritual power given by the principal of Qingqing High School, Gao Zhentian, and that ring didn't even have a grade. Seeing Yellen's intention, Manager Wang sidestepped. Student Yi Lin, it's not a good idea to stand here. Why don't we find a place to eat and talk in detail? Good thing too. Yi Lin nodded and walked out with Manager Wang. A black luxury car was parked at the alleyway entrance of the slums, and even though Yi Lin didn't really recognize the car, he could tell that it wasn't cheap. Manager Wang took the initiative to open the door and sat in the back with Yi Lin, and the car started about 10 minutes later and stopped in front of a somewhat remote farmhouse. Come on, Mr. Yellen. Get out of the car. Manager Wang warmly greeted Yi Lin. Don't look at this little farm with its looks, but the food here is one of the best. The chickens here are all real walk-in chickens, and the vegetables here are all grown by the owner himself, watered with chicken poop, and are purely natural and pollution-free. The fish here are all watered down. You'll know it once you've eaten it. Chickens have chicken flavor, fish have fish flavor, vegetables have. The food smells like shit. Yellen took over. Manager Wang's expression suddenly froze. Classmate Yi Lin, you're still quite humorous, huh? Let's go in quickly. Manager Wang brought Yi Lin into the farmhouse. Everything in this farmhouse looked new, just as if it had just opened not long ago, and he could even smell a faint flavor of decoration. After the two sat down in the box, a waiter soon began to serve them food, and Yellen directly began to dazzle the rice. Manager Wang really did not lie to him. The dishes here could be described as colorful and fragrant. The chicken is tender and melts in the mouth with a fresh flavor. Yi Lin ate very happily. Don't look at this farm environment is not good. The things here are not cheap at all. Before Yi Lin, how can have the opportunity to eat this kind of good food? Student Yi Lin, eat slowly. There's no rush. Not enough for us to order more. Manager Wang cheerfully pinched Yi Lin's food. Thank you, you're a good man. Yi Lin ate very happily, and the expression on Manager Wang's face got weirder and weirder. Of course I'm a good person. Is it good, Mr. Yellen? Yummy. Yi Lin nodded his head while swallowing a piece of chicken thigh meat. Don't you feel dizzy? Manager Wang asked with a sneer. It is a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Lin's head tilted and he fainted on the dining table with a thud. Chapter 16. The Fearfulness of the Eternal Frozen Eye. Oh, so easily fooled. What a fool. Thanks to all the alternative plans I had prepared. Manager Wang wiped his hands and looked at Yi Lin, who had fallen into unconsciousness, with a cold smile. He kicked Yellen, and Yellen's whole body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. And Manager Wang lifted his foot again and used the hard heel of his leather shoe to grind hard on Yellen's palm until it was crushed to the point of blood and flesh, and Yellen didn't have the slightest reaction. After confirming that Yi Lin was unconscious, Manager Wang took out a phone. Hey boss, it's done. This kid is already now no different from a dead pig. After hanging up the phone, about 3 or 4 minutes passed, the door of the box was pushed open, and a very shrewd-looking middle-aged man walked in. If Yi Lin hadn't been mesmerized, he would have been able to tell that this middle-aged man was the same black-hearted boss he had been with that day when he sold his kidney in the black market. Good job. The black-hearted boss nodded towards Manager Wang in satisfaction. But boss, I don't quite understand what you're going through all the trouble of getting such a high school student for. If this is known to others, we're going to get into big trouble. Manager Wang couldn't help but say, a high school student or an SSS-level transmigrator. Such an existence was enough to attract the attention of the top management of Qingsheng. If Yi Lin was not an orphan and did not have any background, Manager Wang would not have dared to take this order. Don't ask so many questions. The more people know, the sooner they die. The black-hearted boss coldly glanced at Manager Wang. Go out. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach this box. Violators kill. Yes, boss. Manager Wang nodded and grayly exited the box, helping the black-hearted boss close the door. After Manager Wang left, the black-hearted boss crouched down and looked at the unconscious Yi Lin with unblinking eyes, like an old professor who had studied aliens all his life suddenly seeing a real alien with his own eyes one day. He reached out his big rough hand and just started rubbing it on Yellen's body. Kidneys, spleen, liver, gallbladder, basket, cornea, coronary artery, liver, large intestine, small intestine. Boss Blackheart's expression grew more and more hideous, and the excitement under his eyes was unspeakable. It's back. I can feel it. All of it. All those organs that this kid sold me before have actually grown back. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Boss Blackheart gently rubbed Yellen as if he was carefully caring for a rare treasure. If I can master the secret of organ regeneration. The essence of Boss Blackheart's eyes flashed. If you can master the secret of organ regeneration, even those truly great men will have to worship you. A voice rang in the Blackheart boss's ears. Right. That's right. At that time, I don't know how many people will have to kneel in front of me and beg me. Boss Blackheart nodded his head repeatedly. He was so excited that he was about to jump up and down just thinking about that image. But immediately afterward, he realized something was wrong. Where was the third person in this room besides the unconscious Yellen and him? Who? He turned around violently, only to be met with Yellen's expressionless face. You're awake? How can that be? In the dish you ate, a triple dose of ecstasy was added. Even if an elephant ate it, it would be impossible to wake up in 6 hours. The black-hearted boss was shocked. That's not the question you should be asking. I'm more curious how you track me down. Yi Lin's face was filled with coldness. He clearly remembered that when he left the underground black market at that time, he also deliberately circled around several times to make sure that no one was following him before he returned home. How on earth did this black-hearted boss find himself? I'll explain this to you slowly after I take you down. I'm just afraid of trouble when I stun you. Do you really think you're a match for me? The black-heart boss let out a fierce laugh, and a sharp, long knife appeared in his hand. And only then did Yi Lin realize that this Blackheart boss was actually a transmuter as well, and his level was clearly level 20. Ki Yurikawa, Phantom Swordsman, level 20. The Phantom Bladesman is not only good at speed, but also extremely powerful in concealing his breath, coming without a shadow and going without a trace, from which the name of Phantom came. It dawned on Yellen that a transmogrifier was stalking an ordinary person like himself, and it was no wonder he couldn't find out. Kid, be a good boy and tie your hands. If I make a move, there's no guarantee you'll be missing an arm or a leg. Boss Blackheart stuck out his tongue and licked at the blade. Yi Lin's face was a bit odd. This feeling was like a first-grade elementary school student comparing his stance and telling you, be careful, my fists are very strong. Forbidden spell. Burning reincarnation. Blood flames emerged from Yi Lin's body. He had wanted to directly end the battle with a destructive berserker thunder, but considering that it was indoors, he didn't want to make too much noise to attract attention, so he decisively chose other forbidden spells. Forbidden spell. Eternal frozen eyes. Forbidden spell. Eternally frozen eyes. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices his or her own eyeballs to freeze everything within reach of his or her gaze before the eyes go blind. Due to the fact that the demons encountered within the secret territory of the novice were all killed in one hit, Yi Lin hadn't had the chance to use this forbidden spell since he had gotten it. The moment the eternal frozen eyes were unleashed, Yi Lin's black eyes were dyed pure white in an instant, crystal clear and beautiful. He avoided the black-hearted boss's head and looked toward the other man below the neck. Before Boss Blackheart could react, ice crystals had already begun to condense on his body. What's going on? What is it? Boss Blackheart was shocked. He raised his knife to cut the ice crystals off, but as soon as he slashed down, he only saw sparks flying everywhere, and the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. The ice crystals were unharmed, but instead, they crumbled and cracked his tiger's mouth, and blood flowed out, and the ice crystals condensed on his body were as hard as gold and stone. Soon all the parts of the Blackheart boss below his neck were frozen into ice sculptures, and Yi Lin's eyes were plunged into darkness at that moment. The eternal frozen eyes worked well indeed. It was just a bit costly for the eyes, but this was naturally not a problem for Yi Lin, and with a thought his eyeballs grew back. It can't be. It's impossible. You're only level 16, but I'm a full level 20. Even if you're a forbidden spellcaster, there's no way you can finish me off in one hit. What kind of monster are you? Disbelief was written all over Boss Blackheart's face as he tried to struggle. But how could a forbidden spell that Yi Lin had cast at the cost of a pair of eyeballs be so easy to break free from? Well, now we can have a nice chat. Yellen rolled his still somewhat raw new eyes. Tell me, how many people know about the fact that my organs can regenerate? Boss Blackheart pursed his lips, unwilling to open his mouth, the coldness coming from the ice crystals on his body, freezing his face purple and green. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but at this rate, you'll definitely be frozen from the neck down, in which case you'll be going from a noble level 20 transmuter to a paralyzed invalid. Yellen slowly walked over to the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Don't drink it. That tea has ecstasy in it too. The black-hearted boss immediately opened his mouth. He wasn't worried that Yi Lin would be knocked out after drinking it. He was afraid that if Yi Lin was knocked out, he would really have to freeze and be paralyzed here. However, in the face of his exhortation, Yi Lin was not at all moved, and between the rolls of his throat, he drank in a large cup of hot tea containing a large amount of ecstasy. Chapter 17. The Real Culprit Behind the Scenes. The freezing black-hearted boss watched as Yi Lin drank a large cup of hot tea containing a large amount of ecstasy, then wiped his mouth as if nothing had happened. Shock was written all over the black-hearted boss's eyes. Why? Why would the ecstasy not work on you? Want to know? Yellen asked with a smile. Boss Blackheart nodded. Tell me first, how many people know about the fact that my organs can regenerate? Yellen asked rhetorically. The black-hearted boss's lips were already frozen purple. On my own? The other day I saw you sell 2 kidneys and corneas and leave. I thought that you wouldn't live long, so I might as well use the waste to bring you back and remove all the remaining useful organs and get my money back in the process. But I didn't expect you to be able to move through the black market as fast as a person who is obviously blind. So I became interested in you, and after some investigations and finding out that you're an orphan, I had my men make a setup for you and bring you here. Yellen slowly approached the black-hearted boss. Are you really the only one who knows? Why do I feel you're lying to me? Because I wanted to keep the secret of organ regeneration all to myself. I didn't tell anyone about it. And even the people under me, they only knew that they were going to kidnap you, but they didn't know what they were going to kidnap you for. Boss Blackheart said truthfully. Well, I've told you everything I know, and it's about time you told me why you're not afraid of ecstasy, right? The black-hearted boss pursued. Oh, do you want me to tell it to you? Or do you want me to tell it to the people behind you? Yi Lin took the black-hearted boss's knife and slashed off his left hand. The frozen arm smashed to the ground and instantly shattered into a massive ice. A black miniature camera that he had clutched in his hand also fell out at this time. Leyland leaned down and picked up the camera amidst the pale face of the Blackheart boss, then directly activated the forbidden spell, and the reddish-purple karmic fire blazed, burning the camera to ashes. "Who is the person behind you?" Yellen put the knife on the black-hearted boss's neck. "Oh, you kill me." Boss Blackheart closed his eyes as if he was resigned to his fate. "If I don't tell you, I'm the only one who will die, and if I tell you, everyone in my family will. As you wish." Before he finished speaking, Yi Lin had already chopped down with his hand, and the black-hearted boss's head rolled out like a watermelon, with a look of disbelief on his face, as if he didn't expect Yi Lin to actually strike so cleanly. After resolving the black-hearted boss, Yi Lin aimed the knife at his stomach again, and immediately afterward, he performed a very standard harakiri and took out his stomach, only to see that his stomach set several layers of plastic bags. He ate food with ecstasy, are contained in the plastic bags, did not enter the stomach at all to participate in digestion. Although he is immortal, but the toxin is just as effective for him, just can't poison him. Before the set of fear that the plastic bag will leak, he even set the whole 5 layers. As for why use plastic bags? First, because plastic is a polymer compound. It will not be degraded by natural substances, not to mention corroded by stomach acid. Second, this stuff is cheap. After removing all the food with the ecstasy from his stomach, Yellen haphazardly stuffed his organs back into his stomach to allow them to heal. To be on the safe side, he wasn't going to let any of the people in this farmhouse go, and Yellen directly unleashed the forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, necromancy returns to the realm. Forbidden spell, necrotic return. The brain cells of the forbidden spellcaster die at a rate of 100 million per second, forming a boundary sealed by countless necrotic creatures, which can't be broken until the forbidden spellcaster is dead. Note, if the boundary is attacked, it will accelerate the death of the forbidden spellcaster's brain cells. The moment the necromantic returning boundary was activated, countless white and ghastly skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground, their empty eyes burning with green and ghostly-colored soul flames. Immediately after that, headless knights, bone dragons, witch demons, and all sorts of necromantic creatures kept popping up, surrounding the entire farmhouse, and unless one killed Yi Lin, no one would be able to escape from within this farmhouse. The people inside the farmhouse were stunned. Where had they ever seen such a horrific sight? The scene was like a natural disaster. Luckily, the necromantic creatures didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. They just quietly guarded the perimeter of the farmhouse. Yi Lin held the knife in one hand and the black-hearted boss's head in the other and pushed open the door of the box and walked out. "Huh? Boss?" Manager Wong, who was guarding the doorway, was scared silly, although he had just heard some strange movements. But thinking that the black-hearted boss had ordered that no one else was allowed to go in without his order, they had been guarding the doorway. But I didn't expect such a guard to actually guard the body of the black-hearted boss. "Get on me! Take this kid down!" Manager Wong shouted, and the surrounding bodyguards instantly rushed up. All of them were transmutants, but none of them were of a very high rank. Forbidden spell, Karma Fire Burning Sky. When Yellen slammed down a forbidden spell, those close to him died. "You! Why are you awake?" Manager Wong was so scared that he fell to the ground. His face was pale. He clearly remembered that he had repeatedly confirmed that Yi Lin had already passed out. "Thanks to you, I'm awake. And by the way, let me ask you a question." Yi Lin smiled and approached Manager Wong. "Who are the people behind you?" Manager Wong's pupils shrunk violently, and his throat beads rolled up and down, but he didn't open his mouth. "Don't say it, do you?" A cruel smile appeared on Yi Lin's face. His hand rose and stabbed the knife into the chest of a nearby bodyguard who hadn't broken. That bodyguard's face was filled with disbelief, staring blankly at Yi Lin. "He didn't say you stabbed him. What are you doing stabbing me?" "You're the devil." The panic in Manager Wong's eyes increased. The teenager in front of him was simply the devil incarnate, killing people so gently. How could he know that Yi Lin had been much more brutal when he was testing his immortal body before? "So, can we talk now?" Yi Lin asked as he drew out his knife and walked over to the other bodyguard who had been seriously injured by the karma fire, looking at Manager Wong. "You can't afford to mess with the people behind the curtain. I advise you to leave," Manager Wong said through gritted teeth. Responding to him was another slash from Yi Lin's expressionless face, and an extra body appeared on the ground. After killing this person, Yi Lin didn't scourge the bodyguard this time, but walked over to Manager Wong. It doesn't matter if the people behind it are people I can't afford to mess with, but if you don't tell me, you're gonna die right now, so think about it. With that, Yellen raised his knife. Manager Wang's panic was instantly put to the maximum. I say, the man behind the boss is the underground king of Qingsheng, Kinson. Chapter 18. One of the 10 outstanding philanthropists, Kinson. Yellen frowned. That name, why does it sound so familiar? He was just named one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Qingsheng City and was on TV. Manager Wang reminded in a whisper. Yellen, he said how to be so familiar. On the surface is the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Qingsheng. Behind the back is the boss of all underground forces, right? Well, we'll so play. At the same time, Yulin also had a bit of a headache. Being targeted by such a big shot, his next days would not be easy. He could only hope now that the black-hearted boss was telling the truth and hadn't passed the news to Kinson behind the scenes yet. Otherwise, if Kinson knew that he was able to regenerate his organs, he might not be able to infer that he was immortal along the way, and he would be in trouble then. Yilin wasn't confident enough to think that he could fight against the entire underground king of Qingsheng. That would be too self-important. Hell, he knew how many powerful transmogrifiers Kinson had under his command. Strength. In the end, it is still strength. If he now has a level 50 or 60, whatever Kinson, it is just a matter of a forbidden spell. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you spare me? Manager Wang asked with a trembling voice. Yilin glanced at him coldly. Get lost, don't cut cowards under my sword. Thanks. Thank you. Manager Wang scrambled up on his hands and knees and was about to flee. Stop! Yi Lin's voice suddenly rang out, frightening Manager Wang's sphincter so much that he almost couldn't even clamp it. What? What's wrong, brother? Manager Wang trembled. Got any cash on you? Take it all out and give it to me. Yi Lin said. There. The feeling of escaping from death made Manager Wang break out in a cold sweat, and he trembled as he pulled out the several $1,000s in cash he had on him and stuffed them all into Yulin. All right, get lost. Look, what are you so scared for? I've already said that don't cut cowards under my sword. Can I still lie to you? Yilin rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. Yes, I'm sorry, brother. It's because I'm treating you like a gentleman with a small mind. I'll get out now. Manager Wang hurriedly left, but he had just taken a few steps out when he felt a rolling, incomparable heat wave coming from behind him. The purplish-red karmic fire instantly engulfed the entirety of Manager Wang, who screamed miserably, and in a few breaths of time, his entire person was burned to ashes. It's true that Mr. Ye's sword doesn't cut down cowards, but coincidentally, I also know some forbidden spells. Looking at the fire in front of him, Yilin kindly opened his mouth to explain it from Manager Wang. Then he slowly raised one hand. Forbidden spell. Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell. Karma fire burning sky. Yi Lin's face turned pale with the naked eye as a beautifully terrifying fire lotus continued to brew in his hands. The moment the fire lotus bloomed, the entire farmstead was enveloped in boundless karmic flames that blazed. Perhaps some of the people within this farmhouse were innocent, but there was no way for Yi Lin to tell. It was a matter of his own life and death, and he could only make these people's deaths less painful. At such horrific temperatures, the human body would even be vaporized outright, which would be considered a painless death. After destroying all traces, Yi Lin put away the necromantic returning realm, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving behind only a burnt and charred piece of earth. Returning home, Yellen washed his face and took several deep breaths without being able to calm his churning mind. He kills people, unlike before when he killed those demons and other messy things. This time, what he killed were living, breathing people. More than that, what couldn't calm Yellen's mind was the next retaliation from Kinson. But the good thing was, in 3 days' time, he would be going to the entrance exams, and he would be safe when he went to the entrance exam trials, and at that time, even Kinson wouldn't be able to move himself. The question is, where are you going to go for the next 3 days? Staying at home must be a sitting duck. Just as Yi Lin was fretting, his door was knocked on again. Yi Lin's heart thumped. It was hard to believe that Kinson's retaliation came so quickly. Instead of opening the door directly, he tumbled out of the window and around to the door, all the while holding a forbidden spell in his hand. If it was one of Kinson's men at the door, he himself would just throw the forbidden spell and run, and see if he could blow up a few of them. Just when Yi Lin wanted to make a move, only through the moonlight could he see that the person at his own doorstep was actually Ji Lingyu. What's this kid running around looking for himself? But the question of where to go on your own seems to be able to be solved. Seeing that it was Ji Lingyu, Yilin also put away the forbidden spell and re-tumbled back through the window, opening the door to the house. Boss, you're finally back. Yu was a bit excited to see Yilin, not realizing that he had just walked on the ghost gate. I looked for my dad to apply. $20 million there, but don't say anything. Money is a small matter. I recognize you as my little brother. Let's go. Go to your house. You've called me boss. I must protect you from now on. Yellen put his arm around Yu and headed out. G's group is one of the largest corporations in Qingqing. No matter how bullish Kinson is, he can't possibly run into G's group to arrest him, right? Huh? Really? Yu was still a bit in disbelief of his ears. And then a sense of accomplishment rose even more in the bottom of his heart. His father was right. Yilin, this guy is good at face and poor, and he has fooled himself into a free bodyguard in a few words. Right? You're my boss. Come home with me. The two hooked shoulders and walked away. Like good partners who work well together, the two people who have their own thoughts in this moment reached a perfect agreement, and both of them felt that they had really earned a lot of money. Just as Yilin got into Yu's car and left, a dark shadow flashed and disappeared into the darkness at the shadowy corner. Qingqing Underground Black Market. A man with a large cigar in his mouth sat in a sofa chair, and a preternaturally beautiful woman knelt in front of him, again with a cigar in her mouth. This man wore a big greasy hair, some hair fat, smiled kindly. If not, no one would know that the person in front of him was the boss of the underground black market in Qingqing, Kinson. Kinson puffed on his cigar, his brow furrowing slightly, then stretching momentarily, his pupils out of focus, lost in thought as he stared up at the ceiling for a while before refocusing. How come there's no news from that Shuru guy? It's taken this long to catch a high school student? The beauty stood up and drew out a wet paper towel and wiped her mouth in response. Half an hour ago, he couldn't be contacted. When the people we sent arrived, the farmhouse had already burned to the ground. Judging by the fire, it was done by a transmogrifier, and that high school student, Yilin, was picked up by Yu of the G clan 5 minutes ago. The G group? They're still behind this. Kinson's expression clouded over. Just today, Su Jihu, who is in charge of human organ sales under him, told him that he found something strange in a high school student, and that high school student might be hiding a big secret. He asked Su Jihu what's going on, but Su Jihu didn't elaborate, only saying that he would come back and report right away when he caught the high school student. Immediately after that, Su Jihu disappeared. What secret is hidden in that high school student Yilin's body? Surprisingly, even the G group has interfered. Kinson slowly leaned back against the backrest, a fierce glint in his eyes. It seems like I've been inactive for too long, and a G clan group dares to come and touch my mold. It's also time to let everyone in Qingqing know who is the eternal king of Qingqing's underground world. Chapter 19. The Extravagant Life of the G Family. The vehicle drove to the rich district of Qingqing and stopped at the entrance of a single house. Yilin couldn't help but feel that the rich area and the slums were just different. He just got out of the car and went to the side of the road to use a public restroom, and found that even the toilets over here were fragrant. It's no wonder so many people love money. It sure is nice to have it. As soon as he entered the G family, Yu had already arranged everything for Yilin, and in front of his eyes were two neat rows of handsome maids bowing towards Yilin. Good evening, Yi Xiao. The maid's outfit was already loose, and with their heads bowed, their beautiful scenery was even more on display. Yilin's eyes went straight as he watched. Is this the joy of the rich? Damn it. He was a poor man before he crossed over, and after he crossed over he was so poor that he could only live in the slums, and if he didn't have an immortal body, he was afraid that he would have starved to death. But what was Yu doing while he was starving? He was sitting in a villa with so many maids? Thinking of this, Yilin looked at Yu's eyes with more than a touch of resentment. For the first time, he was a little envious of Yu. If he could cross over into a rich second generation, where else would he have to go through so much trouble to improve his strength? Like a boss? Tell me if you fancy those ones. I'll have them go straight to your room tonight to serve you. Yu hemmed and hawed, revealing a smile that all men understand. Don't worry, they have regular medical checkups every week. They are guaranteed to be very clean. This one, and this one. Yilin pointed at 3 of the maids. 3 is enough? Yu was a bit surprised. No, I mean, don't take these 3. Send all the others to my room. Yilin said. Yu. Okay, just kidding, just give me a place to sleep. Yilin shook his head. Still didn't dare to enjoy this kind of lust. He was still a virgin. To give the virginity to a woman who has no feelings for him. Yilin vaguely still a little unacceptable. Of course, over the hand is still no problem. Alright, I'll arrange it then. Yu was a little surprised that Yilin could actually carry on in the face of the temptation of so many beautiful women. Ji Lingyu led Yi Lin into the Ji family's villa, and Yi Lin also met Ji Lingyu's father. The other party was an ordinary middle-aged man who looked a little bald, just the occasional flash of businessman shrewdness under his eyes, all of which indicated that this middle-aged man was not ordinary. Soon enough, Yi Lin had his own room within the Ji family, and lying on the large, soft bed that was 3 meters by 3 meters, Yi Lin peacefully fell into a deep sleep. He had hidden himself in the Ji family. Could that Kinson still come to the Ji family to arrest himself? Thinking of this, Yelin fell asleep at ease. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the underground forces of the entire Qingsheng were gathering nonstop under Kinson's mobilization, and everyone knew that Kinson was about to make a big move. The next morning, the moment Yi Lin opened his eyes, there was a maid waiting by the bedside, and she gently pulled her bangs behind her ears with all the gentleness she could muster. "Yi Xiao, you're awake. Wash your face." A steaming hot towel was handed to Yi Lin at the first opportunity. This sudden scene made Yi Lin couldn't help but slap himself. He thought that he hadn't woken up from his dream. In all the years of living in the slums, there had never been anything like a pretty maid handing one a hot towel as soon as one woke up. "Yi Xiao, what's wrong with you? Having a nightmare?" The maid hurriedly grabbed Yi Lin's hand to prevent him from hurting himself anymore, and the huge headlights shook Yi Lin a little. In a daze, Yi Lin finished washing his face, and immediately 2 more maids came over to serve him to brush his teeth, which Yi Lin rejected in a hurry. "No, I'll do it myself still." Yi Lin still wasn't quite used to this feeling of being taken care of, and by the time he finished brushing his teeth, Ji Lingyu was already waiting for him at the door. "Boss, how's it going? Are you used to living here?" "Not bad." Yelin nodded. "That's fine, let's go. Let's go eat first." Ji Lingyu brought Yi Lin to the restaurant. There were only the 2 of them, but the table was filled with more than 20 dishes. 8 young girls who looked like flowers were already waiting here, and the moment they saw Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu, the 8 of them neatly lowered their heads. "Good noon, Ji Xiao Yi Xiao." "Boss, have a seat." Ji Lingyu very skillfully sat his butt down on a chair, and a young girl immediately brought up a bowl of soup at just the right temperature to moisten his mouth. After Ji Lingyu took a sip, immediately another young girl handed a large shrimp that had been peeled and picked off the shrimp threads to Ji Lingyu's mouth. He slightly opened his mouth and bit down on the best third of the shrimp meat, and this shrimp was finished. Just after eating the shrimp, another young girl hurriedly picked up cherries and handed them to Ji Lingyu's mouth, just 2 red, 2 green, and 4. After eating the cherries, the 2 young girls, one on the left and one on the right, fed Ji Lingyu shrimps, and the other fed him crabs that were peeled and shelled to take out the meat. This scene dumbfounded Yi Lin on the opposite side of the room. Although the rich people in his original world were also extravagant, they didn't go to such an exaggerated extent. It seemed that due to the existence of transmigrators in this world, the status of ordinary people was apparently very low, similar to that of a maid. "Boss, sit down. Are these dishes not to your taste? What do you want to eat? I'll have it made right away." Seeing Yi Lin still standing, Ji Lingyu hurriedly asked. "No need. These are quite good. I just haven't seen them eat like this, and am a bit curious." Yi Lin replied truthfully. "Ha ha ha, slowly get used to it. I spend money, they serve me. It is the natural thing to do." Ji Lingyu laughed loudly. After eating and drinking, Ji Lingyu clapped his hands, and 2 rows of young girls with trays walked to Yi Lin. Each tray held a piece of clothing, shirts, pants, ties, everything. "This is..." Yi Lin was a bit puzzled. "Boss, let them wait for you to change your clothes. Let's go to an auction dinner together at night. All the dignitaries of Qingsheng will be here then." Ji Lingyu said. This is also his father taught him, since to recognize the boss, that must be carried out to the end, he in front of the Qingsheng dignitaries, openly admit that Yi Lin is his boss in the future to encounter something, and still worry about Yi Lin does not help him. Ji Lingyu had even begun to fantasize that he was Gao Qiqiang, and Yi Lin was Lao Amo, and as long as he said that he wanted to eat fish, Yi Lin would go to bat for him. Dinner party? No go. Yi Lin shook his head. He wanted to hide in the Ji family now until the entrance exam started. Yi Lin turned around and walked into the toilet wanting to pee, but just as he entered the toilet, he realized that there were actually 4 maids in the toilet as well. One had a dry paper towel in his hand, one had a wet paper towel in his hand, and there were 2 empty hands. As soon as he entered the restroom, the 2 empty-handed maids leaned over. "Yi Xiao, let me help you take off your pants." "Yi Xiao, I'll hold it for you." Chapter 20. The Qingqing party, meeting Zhuge and I again. Yi Lin's face instantly darkened, and he threw himself out of the toilet like he was fleeing, the original urge to urinate disappearing. "Boss, what's wrong?" Ji Lingyu was a bit puzzled. It's fine, I think it's still necessary to go to this dinner party. Yilin suddenly changed his mind. He doubted that he could be suffocated by urine if he carried on in the G family. Boss, it's great that you've changed your mind. Tonight's auction dinner is going to have a lot of good stuff, including equipment skills and those. Jiling Yu said, There are still these goodies? Yelin froze for a moment. There is. Ching organizes an auction dinner every year before the college entrance exams. It's just that civilians don't know about it. Jiling Yu explained. Yelin was silent for a moment. He wasn't even a civilian. He could only be considered a pauper. Although he decided to attend the dinner, Yilin ended up not wearing the tuxedo that Jiling Yu had prepared for him. Wearing this thing was just too diabolical for him. He still felt comfortable wearing his own clothes. Time quickly came to evening, and Father Ji took Jiling Yu and Yilin to the most luxurious Yunxing Hotel in Qingqing. There were already many luxury cars parked in front of Yunxing Hotel at the moment, and as soon as he saw Ji's father, the security guards at the entrance immediately nodded and welcomed him in. After all, Ji's group could be considered a big enterprise when looking at the entire Qingqing. A group of 3 people took the elevator to the top floor of Yunxing Hotel, where there was a different world. 2 long tables filled with all kinds of expensive ingredients for the guests to help themselves to, and all kinds of people dressed in expensive clothes gathered together in 2s and 3s to talk and laugh. Some of them were business predators. Some of them were the highly ranked transmigrators. Some of them were political tycoons. Almost the entire Qingqing's dignitaries had gathered together. As soon as Ji's father came up, he went off with an old friend he knew, and Jiling Yu had long since gotten over it. 1 circle for their older generation, 1 for us juniors. Come on, let's go over there. Jiling Yu pointed to the opposite table, which was full of young people. It's okay, you go about your business, don't mind me. Yilin had been hungry for a long time, and he hadn't even taken a few bites of food at noon, surrounded by those maids. Yilin ignored Jiling Yu and walked over to the table and started feasting. The people present were eating extremely elegantly and were wearing expensive customized gowns. Yilin's hungry eating style immediately attracted the attention of many people around him, and Jiling Yu's toes had already begun to buckle the ground. Boss, why don't we eat later? I'll introduce you to my friends first. There's no hurry. You wait until I'm full first. Boss, what do you want to eat at home? I'll have someone make it for you. No, you don't have to eat it first. Jiling Yu said anxiously. He had already felt more and more gazes around them looking at the 2 of them, but Yilin simply ignored him, happily showing off his dinner. In his haste, Jiling Yu even tried to make a move to grab the lobster in Yilin's hand, and Yilin's eyes instantly condensed. Forbidden spells. Jiling Yu froze in place, an awkward smile on his face. It's okay, boss, you eat, you eat. Jiling Yu covered his face in tears and left Yilin's side. He brought Yilin to the dinner today because he wanted to introduce Yilin to his friends so that Yilin could have a long face. But with Yilin's starving look, how could Jiling Yu dare to introduce him out? If he told others that Yilin was his boss, he was probably going to become the laughingstock of the Qingqing second-generation circle. After driving away Jiling Yu, Yilin happily enjoyed his dinner. As for what the people next to him thought of him, he didn't care. Having a full stomach was the most important thing. But just as he was eating happily, a cool female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yelling. Yilin was still chewing on the unfinished lobster in his mouth, and when he turned his head, he saw Zhuge Ni's stunned face. Next to Zhuge and I was a girl in a white dress. This girl was petite, a good half a head shorter than Zhuge and I, but her face was not inferior to Zhuge and I at all. It's really you. Why are you here? After seeing that it was Yilin, a flash of disgust clearly spread across Zhuge Ni's face. You didn't sneak in to mix food and drink, did you? Yilin didn't want to pay attention to Zhuge and I, and in his heart he said that it was bad luck. How could he run into this woman who was so rowdy that she lacked a root? But on second thought, with Mr. Zhuge's status, it really wasn't strange that Zhuge and I would show up at this dinner party. And I? Who is he? The white-skirted girl asked with some curiosity. It was the first time she had seen such obvious disgust on Zhuge Ni's face. Previously, even if those suitors were stalking Zhuge and I, she had never seen Zhuge and I show this kind of expression. Who is he? Just a guy who was greedy and afraid of death. Do you remember the Ling Knight I told you about who saved me? Zhuge and I asked as she looked towards the white-skirted girl. Remember, you said that he controls karmic fire. His strength is incomparably strong, and just entered the novice mystic realm on the first night and killed a rank 8 demonic creature with a single strike. The white-skirted girl nodded. Before I met Ling Knight, it was this fellow I met first. This fellow's strength isn't weak, and if he was willing to join me at that time to fight against that Class 8 Dragon Blood Beast, I wouldn't have been forced into a dead end at all. But this fellow was so greedy and afraid of death that he directly left me and ran away by himself. As soon as she spoke of this, Zhuge and I gritted her teeth and stared at Yilin, but Yilin was so focused on drying his rice that he didn't even look at her. Huh. The white-skirted girl cocked her head. But it's human instinct to avoid evil. And although he is indeed greedy for life and afraid of death, it's not so bad as to cause you to get so angry, right? Lu Yanwei. Zhuge and I shouted out the white-skirted girl's name with a puff of anger. Whose side are you on anyway? Your side. Your side. Lu Yanwei spat out her little tongue. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been forced into a desperate situation by the dragon-blood beast. And I wouldn't have been in such a sorry state to meet Ling Knight. Ling Knight treated me like a drag, which directly led to the fact that I still haven't found any news of Ling Knight. Do you think I should be angry? Zhuge and I asked rhetorically. That does deserve to be angry. I'd be angry too if it were me. Lu Yanwei nodded. She was well aware of how crazy this Miss Zhuge had been looking for that Ling Knight in the past 2 days, almost turning the whole Qingqing over by digging up the ground. Okay, since we're angry we won't look at him. Out of sight, out of mind, come on, let's go over there. Lu Yanwei pushed Zhuge and I to another place, avoiding her from continuing to clash with Yilin, but Zhuge and I still glared viciously at Yilin as she left. Yilin, who was eating his meal, suddenly had a bad taste rising in his heart. So his impersonation of Ling Knight had left such a deep impression on Zhuge and I. He suddenly wondered a little bit what Zhuge Ni's expression would be until Ling Knight was pretending to be himself. Chapter 21. Drawing a big pie for Ji Lingyu. However, this thought only flickered in Yi Lin's mind. He didn't want to be pestered by that chick Zhuge and I. He couldn't wait to get as far away from her as possible. After eating and drinking, Yi Lin found a place to sit quietly waiting for the auction dinner to begin, for Ji Lingyu said that the equipment, skills, and so on appeared on the auction house. He was still a little interested. Skills he didn't lack, but equipment he was a complete blank slate, just a ring with plus 10 points of mental strength, which was designated to be a disadvantage during the high school trials. After all, the Gao Gao trial was conducted in full view of everyone, and he definitely couldn't just throw a forbidden spell over whatever he came across like he did in the novice mystic realm, and that would definitely be suspected. But again, the problem was that he had no money. He wants the equipment, but he can't afford the money. Is there any way out? Yellen looked at Ji Lingyu. Maybe he could draw a pie for Ji Lingyu or something, whoring from him for nothing. Ji Lingyu was like a roundworm in Yi Lin's stomach, and just as Yi Lin had risen to this thought, Ji Lingyu walked over with a large group of people. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my Ji Lingyu's boss, Yi Lin. It was hard to wait until Yi Lin finished his meal before Ji Lingyu dared to bring people over. With this introduction from him, the faces of those behind him all showed a suspicious look, looking at Ji Lingyu with trust and skepticism. Young Ji, are you kidding us? It's more like he recognizes you as his boss. You recognize him as your boss. The crowd sized up Yi Lin, their eyes full of puzzlement. This guy was covered in cheap goods, out of place with the whole dinner party. What did Ji Lingyu think? Ji Lingyu smiled mysteriously. His group of friends are basically the second generation of Qingqing, either rich or expensive. It is normal to not see Yi Lin. He then said with a mysterious smile, "You can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the sea water. Ordinary people naturally don't have the qualifications to be my Ji Lingyu's boss. But he's different. Do you guys know how many levels is my boss now?" "How much?" 16. And it's an occupation level that's SSSO. The crowd present instantly sucked in a breath of cool air, and there was no more of the contempt in their eyes that they had at the beginning when they looked at Yi Lin. No matter where they were, the strong could easily gain the respect of others. I told you how the name Yi Lin sounded a bit familiar. He's the first place winner in this novice secret realm, and it set a new record for Qingqing. Someone marveled out. Newbie's secret realm out can brush to level 8, level 9, can be called gifted, but in front of the eyes of the Yi Lin enough to brush to level 16. Simply horrible as it is. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Ji Lingyu put his hands behind his back and looked smug. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? Now, who dares to think that the boss he recognized by Ji Lingyu is not good? Seeing that Ji Lingyu was almost done pretending, Yi Lin was ready to start painting him a cake. Ji Lingyu, are you sure of obtaining a good grade in this college entrance examination trial? Yi Lin asked. Not really. I'm only at level 7. It'd be great to get a normal one. Ji Lingyu answered truthfully. If only I could go outside of the city, I would be able to take you to brush up on your leveling so that you could achieve a better grade. Yi Lin sighed. How is this possible? In order to prevent the situation of finding a strong person to take with you to brush up your leveling, It's strictly forbidden to leave the city for 3 days after the novice trials are over, our boss. Ji Lingyu shook his head like a rattle. Really? Then how come I heard that the passageway to the Gao Gao trial is just outside the city? Yi Lin said meaningfully. Boss, what do you mean? Ji Lingyu's breath suddenly caught. When the Gao Gao trial began, all 4 gates of Qingqing would be opened, and the candidates would need to traverse a distance outside the city on their own to get to the entrance of the Gao Gao trial passageway. This was also the first test of the entrance exam, and although there weren't many magical creatures near the city walls, they weren't absent. Every year, when all the candidates faced this level, they would use their fastest speed to rush straight through it, and Yi Lin's meaning seemed to be that he wanted to take him here to brush up on his level. That's outside the city. It's not something that can be compared to the secret realm of a newbie. The highest level of the demons in the novice secret realm was only level 10, and they still appeared in the deepest part of the secret realm, but the demons that appeared outside of the city had a minimum level of 10, and that was a place where one could lose their lives if they weren't careful. And every year, countless transmutations died outside the city in the mouths of the demons. Don't forget, I'm already level 16, just a short distance outside the city walls. I shouldn't run into any demons that I can't handle, but it's just a shame that I don't have any equipment, or else maybe I could indeed take you there to brush up on your leveling before entering the Gao Gao trial. Yellen sighed, seemingly a little helpless. Equipment? Equipment, this is good to talk about. Ji Lingyu didn't take this to heart. But boss, I'm mainly worried about the safety of the 2 of us. After all, that's outside the city. Ji Lingyu was still a bit worried. If the Ji clan could send out a strong person to protect him, he naturally wasn't afraid, but with just a level 16 Yi Lin, one boss, one life. Yellen's voice was resonant. Don't worry about it. The fact that I dare to do it means that I'm sure. And even if I do run into a demonic creature that I can't defeat, I guarantee that I'll die before you. Don't you want to level up a bit more so you can get into a better top school? You should know that money can't buy these things. Boss! A trace of guilt flowed out of Ji Lingyu's eyes. Yi Lin was so dedicated to looking out for him, but he just wanted to use Yi Lin to whore out a free forbidden spellcaster bodyguard for nothing. But soon his eyes were firm. Righteousness is not business. It was something his father had taught him a long time ago. Forbidden spellcasters were inherently short-lived, and hadn't he allowed Yellen to experience an even more extravagant life before he died? Calculated, he actually did not harm Yi Lin, businessman, certainly to put the interests of the first. What Yi Lin said was not wrong. Money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy into the senior academy. If you want to enter the senior academy to study, there is only one way to do so, and that is to pass the high school entrance examination trial to get in. Other than that, there is no any other way in the ancient country of Daxia. Boss, don't worry. Just tell me what you see in tonight's auction, and I will definitely take it down. Ji Lingyu said firmly. Good. That's what I've been waiting for. Oh no, don't worry. With the equipment by your side, I promise to take you to brush your level up to above level 10. Yi Lin similarly promised. As long as the level could reach above level 10, and the college entrance exam trial worked harder, he could basically book any of the top academies within the great Summer Ancient Kingdom. The 2 of them smiled at each other, feeling in each other's hearts that they had really earned it. Chapter 22, The Auction Begins. The Imperial Dragon Ring. At this moment, the eyes of Ji Lingyu's group of second-generation friends were also filled with envy when they looked at Ji Lingyu. A level 16 SSS-Rank forbidden spellcaster sacrificed his life to take Ji Lingyu to brush up his level. What kind of heaven-defying chance was this? They went from feeling that Ji Lingyu had a bubble in his head in the beginning to feeling from the bottom of their hearts that it was too worth it to recognize Ji Lingyu as the boss. If they weren't unable to pull their punches, they even wanted to ask Yi Lin if he was still short of minions. Who wouldn't be happy to recognize a boss and go from level 7 to level 10 for nothing? Boss, wait for me, I have to get through to my dad about this first. Ji Lingyu walked over towards Ji's father. The auction dinner was full of bigwigs. He couldn't take anything good just by himself. After receiving the approval of Ji's father, Ji Lingyu's bottom line was also a lot more plentiful. Boss, don't worry, it's done. I'll make sure to get the equipment you fancy tonight for you. Yi Lin nodded. There were only 6 pieces of equipment that could be used at the same time by a turn function, yet there was no limit on the type. You can even equip 6 rings at the same time or hold 6 swords if you're happy. It's all your personal freedom. For an ordinary person, putting together 6 pieces of equipment was a difficult task. Not to mention that all 6 pieces of equipment had to be suitable for them, so transmogrification had always been very costly. The transmigrants who don't have money can only work for the rich transmigrants. Although they are still above the ordinary people, there is no change in their essence. They just changed from ordinary laborers to high-level laborers. However, with Jiling Yu as a big spender, Yi Lin shouldn't have to worry about equipment for the time being. Snap! Just then, all the lights in the room were suddenly turned off, and the entire dinner party was plunged into darkness. But the people seemed to be accustomed to it, and there was no commotion at all, but rather, they waited quietly. A beam of light lit up on the stage right in the center, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a classical cheongsam with a diminutive figure had stood there at some point. With a slight application of light makeup on her face, she was incredibly beautiful, and between her knitted brows and smile, she seemed to be able to seduce people's hearts, and many men's eyes flashed with a touch of greed. Good evening, everyone. I'm the auctioneer for tonight's auction dinner, Ching Ching. On behalf of the Jumbo Auction House, I'd like to welcome you all and wish you all the best of luck in winning your favorite lots tonight. The woman bowed slightly, the fullness in front of her body calling out, looking at a lot of men straight in the eyes, but no one dared to make a mistake, not even those who exited to flirt. After all, Jumbo Jai Auction House is not a soft persimmon. This is the largest auction house in the ancient country of Daxia, and its branches have opened to almost all the cities in the ancient country of Daxia. Every year, the auction dinner is also led by the Jumbo Auction House. Open the mouth to molest Ching Ching. That is to offend the Jumbo Jade. The people present are the Ching Ching dignified characters. Naturally will not be for the district a woman to do this kind of silly things. To their status position, want a woman is not just a matter of beck and call. Without further ado, just like previous years, this year as well there will be 100 lots. The first 50 will be skill scrolls, and the last 50 will be equipment. First of all, please present our first lot. Ching Ching clapped her hands with a shallow smile, and soon a bundle of skill scrolls arranged in a tray was brought up. The first lot is an epic skill scroll, fire skill, suitable for mage class professions. The reserve price is $500,000, and each increase shall not be less than 10,000. As soon as Ching Ching's words fell, the scene was in an uproar. Skill levels were categorized into 4 grades: common, rare, epic, and legendary, and epic level skills were already extremely rare. The first thing that came up was the epic skill scroll. It seems that this year's Jumbo Jade was indeed prepared. A transmuter can only hold 6 pieces of equipment at the same time, but the number of skills is completely unlimited. This is the same reason why transmuters burn money. Rich transmuters have good equipment and more skills. The skill level is also high. The combat power is naturally stronger. Some experts had once done an experiment. In the same level, a divine armor transmuter can easily hang 10 white plate transmuters of the same level. I want to beat 10 is really not just saying. $51,000. $55,000. The bigwigs on the scene quickly started bidding, and the price of the epic skill scrolls climbed all the way up, quickly breaking through the million mark. Looking at Yi Lin in amazement. Here, it was as if money was simply just a number. Fortunately, his profession was a forbidden spellcaster, which didn't require any skill scrolls and could unlock new skills just by upgrading. Or else it would definitely be even harder for him, a poor man. Of course, he couldn't use skill scrolls in his profession either, and forbidden spellcasters could only strike with forbidden spells. In the end, after Zhuge Qinqing shouted out a price of 3 million, this epic scroll was also pocketed by Zhuge Qinqing, and no one opened their mouths to bid again. For one thing, the price of 3 million is already high enough. And for another, in this acreage of Qingsheng, no one is willing to offend Mr. Zhuge unless they are forced to. Congratulations to Mr. Zhuge for bidding on the epic grade skill scroll. Next, please present our second lot, the rare grade skill scroll, containing a sword skill, suitable for sword-related professions. The reserve price is $100,000, and each increase shall not be less than 10,000. Ching Ching first skillfully congratulated Zhuge Qinqing before inviting out the second lot. The second skill scroll's level was not as high as the first one, but it was a sword skill which instantly aroused many people's interest, and the final price was set at 800,000. After looking at a few lots, Yi Lin lost interest and directly leaned back in his chair and pretended to sleep. The 50 in front of him were all skill scrolls, and even if there were legendary level skills, it was none of his business. On the contrary, it was Jiling Yu who had auctioned off 2 desired skills during the period. His profession was the A-ranked shadow-bearing swordsman, and the second rare-ranked skill scroll was the one that was auctioned off by him. Alright, our 50 skill scrolls for this year have all been auctioned off, and guess who didn't get skill scrolls shouldn't be discouraged, because what's coming up next is the equipment auction. Ching Ching smiled in a very charming way, along with her clapping her hands. The first piece of equipment of the night was also served up, covered with a red cloth. It was hard to see the shape, but judging from the size, it should be a ring necklace or bracelet type of equipment. The crowds all stretched their necks, waiting for Ching Ching to introduce them. And Ching Ching didn't whet people's appetites, but instead smiled with a full smile and pulled off the red cloth. Tonight's 51st lot is a rare grade equipment. Imperial Dragon Rui Ring. Attribute effect. Increases mental attributes by 30% and comes with a passive skill. Dragon Chi Possession. The starting price is $8 million. Each increase shall not be less than $100,000. Chapter 23. Difficulties from Kinsen. As soon as Ching Ching's words left her mouth, the entire audience was in an uproar. Unlike the division of skills, equipment was divided into 7 levels: low, medium, high, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Moreover, the preciousness of equipment can be much more precious than skills, and the only way to have the ability to create equipment is to switch to a S rank or above forging class-related profession. The leveling up of life class professions is not comparable to that of combat class professions, which can naturally keep leveling up as long as you insist on not dying and keep brushing monsters. But life class professions can be different. Take the forger profession, for example. It is divided into low-level forger, intermediate forger, high-level forger, forging master, as well as the legendary divine smith. If you want to raise the level, you can only pour money into it. Keep forging, practice makes perfect. Forging more, the level will naturally go up. Ordinary people simply can't afford the huge resources needed for a forger to grow. Even if you look at the entire Qingsheng, the highest level of forging masters are only senior, which also means that the equipment produced by Qingsheng, the highest is only senior, and 100 times in the forging may not be able to succeed once. Rare grade equipment could only be created by a master forger. This also meant that this Imperial Dragon Rui ring in front of him must have come from the hands of a master forger. Yi Lin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at this time. A ring that could add 30% mental strength. The equipment's enhancement to the transmogrifier was just too great. To know is forbidden spell Burning Reincarnation, although can enhance 100% spiritual power, but that is burning life force in exchange for, if there is a rich kid, a person body set 6 Imperial Dragon like ring, light spiritual power plus achievement, reached a shocking 180%. He burned life force cannot catch up with people. It's no wonder that a divinely armored transmogrifier can easily hang 10 white bards. However, the price of this Emperor Dragon Rui ring is also prohibitive, a full $8 million, but also just the starting price. According to the experience of the previous auction skill scroll, the transaction price will certainly not be less than $20 million. $20 million. Yi Lin crossed his fingers and did the math. He would probably have to sell 666 cashews to be able to come up with this amount of money, a figure that he, an immortal body, found outrageous when he looked at it. But luckily, he had Ji Lingyu. 9 million. Father Ji immediately quoted the price, instantly raising the price of the Imperial Dragon Rui ring by $1 million. But this price was obviously not enough to scare off the other competitors, and many people made bids. $9,200,000, $10 million, $12 million. The crowd was well aware of how precious a rare grade equipment was. It was a treasure that money couldn't even buy in Qingsheng, because there were no forging masters in Qingsheng at all. Just then, Father Ji quoted the price again. $15 million. The whole room was in an uproar, raising the price by $3 million at once, and everyone could see that the G group was determined to win this Imperial Dragon Rui ring. There were still offers on the field, but the number of offers had become much smaller, and when Father G raised the price to $18 million, the entire room fell silent. $18 million for a rare grade equipment. This price was reasonable, and there was no point in raising the price any further. The corners of G's father's mouth revealed a faint smile. $18 million for a qualification for his own son to enter a top academy. It was worth it. After all, he only this one son, not spend money on him where else? Although this Imperial Dragon ring is to give Yi Lin's auction. But forbidden spellcasters, this profession short-lived very much. In a few years, Yi Lin died. His body equipment, what is not still his son Ji Lingyu's? $18 million a time. 18 million twice. 18 million 3 times. Let's congratulate G's group. Just as Jumbo Jade's auctioneer Ching Ching was about to announce that Father G had successfully auctioned off the Imperial Dragon Rui ring, a lazy and arrogant voice rang out. $20 million. This voice rang. The crowd were a little surprised back to the head. Bidding is normal, but stuck in the last moment to bid. This is clearly to the death to offend the G group. In the end, who is such a big nerve? Father G's face also sank suddenly, his gaze stern as an eagle. But when he saw the person who made the bid, everyone froze. It was a man with a big, greasy hair, looking a little fat, and a kind smile on his lips. King of the Underground, Kinsen. Did he do it on purpose or by accident? G's group and Kinson can't get on the same page. It's hard to say, but it looks as if the two have had their share of trouble. The crowd was talking. They all smelled an unusual flavor. Although Kinson did not have any big action in recent years, but everyone knows that there is only one king in this changing underground world forever, and that is Kinson. G's father was also confused at the moment. He had never offended Kinson. He had never even met him a few times. What did the other side mean by this? Mr. Kinson, I wonder if I have offended you in any way. Based on the principle of peace and harmony, Father G didn't get angry, but compensated with a smile. Mr. G, what are you talking about? At an auction, it's definitely the highest bidder who wins. I, Kinson, also have my eye on this Imperial Dragon Rui ring, can I? Kinson smiled kindly without any frame. His eyes did not move and swept a glance at Yilin. But in his heart, he was secretly saying, "Good G's group. Now you are still pretending to be a fool with me, right? That Yilin is standing behind you." Yilin was also sizing up Kinson at the moment. And if he hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have guessed that the person in front of him would actually be the king of the Qingqing Underground. The two men's gazes met across the room, and there was a hint of coldness in each other's eyes, except for G's father, who was sandwiched in the middle with a bewildered look on his face. Could it be that Kinson really just had his eye on the Royal Dragon Rui ring as well? 21 million. Father G tentatively offered another price. But it was the exact same drama, and the moment Kiyoshi announced the price, Kinson shouted out another 22 million. G father's heart thumped. He could now be sure that Kinson was really targeting the G group. This was definitely not a good sign. Mr. Kinson, where did my G group offend you? Please clarify. Father G said very respectfully. It wasn't that he was afraid of Kinson. It was just that it wasn't in his interest to somehow offend such a guy. Explicit? As soon as Kinson heard this, his gaze went cold, and he leaned over to Father G's ear and whispered, "Killing my people and still dare to ask me to make it explicit? You are a man. Your battle cry, Kinson, take it. I promise to break your family." Yilin had burned dozens of his men along with the farmhouse in one fire in the front foot, and in the back foot, he was personally picked up by Ji Lingyu, the youngest master of the G group. To say that there was no G's group behind the scenes pushing the envelope, Kinson would never believe it. This pretending to be crazy behavior of G's father was a naked provocation in Kinson's eyes. Father G is even more confused. What? A letter of war? How did he give Kinson a letter of war? But he did understand the last four words. The family is broken. G's father's face was instantly chilled. He repeatedly backed down to give Kinson face, but Kinson threatened him with his family's lives. If he still continued to back down, then he was really a loser to the house. G's group, was not some soft persimmon to pinch. Since Mr. Kinson won't make it clear, let's follow the rules of the auction. $30 million. Chapter 24. Live to produce. 30 million. When this price came out, the whole room was in an uproar. A rare grade equipment that had fetched a sky-high price of $30 million was simply appalling. That's a price that could even fetch epic gear of lesser quality if you add a bit more to it. However, G's father's face did not have the slightest ripple. In terms of financial strength, G's group in Qingqing has never been afraid of. So what if Kinson is the king of the underground world? In terms of financial power, in front of the G group, 2 Kinsons may not even be enough. Fine, $30 million. Kinson's gaze also turned grim. $30 million for a rare grade equipment would be immediate pain even for him. This was an auction held by Jumbo Jade. Even if he was Kinson, he would definitely not dare to make a random offer here. Once G's father made this move, the feud between G's group and Kinson was complete. In the end, the Imperial Dragon Rui ring was also successfully pocketed by Father G. Fuck, this Kinson is out of his mind. When did I kill one of his men? Although he had successfully auctioned off the Imperial Dragon Rui ring, there was no trace of joy in Father G's eyes. Offending Kinson in Qingqing was definitely a big trouble. The key was that he didn't even want to offend Kinson. It was Kinson who came up and chased after him like a mad dog. Uncle G, we have to look at the essence through the phenomenon. When someone wants to make a move on you, having a soldier who got lost can be an excuse, and whether or not Kinson's men are dead, it's still not up to him. Yilin heavily analyzed for G father. He didn't dare to let G father know that Kinson was targeting G group because of him. Otherwise, he would definitely be thrown out. When you are too weak to resolve a conflict, you can choose to extend it. Kinson has always wanted to wash his hands of the underground and become a real businessman. But the market in Qingqing has long been saturated, and there's simply no chance for him to get in. But as long as he takes down the G group, he'll have a ready-made big business. Yi Lin's words caused G's father to fall into deep thought. the essence of his eyes flickering uncertainly. Fine thought. The cold sweat on Ji's father's forehead swished down. He had thought that Kinson was just mad and biting. But if Kinson was mad on the surface and was secretly plotting against Ji's group, then if he didn't make a move, Kinson was bound to be a thunderbolt when he made a move. If he himself hadn't prepared in advance, he would have definitely been caught off guard by Kinson. After all, in terms of the number of strong men under their command, the Ji clan was indeed no match for Kinson. Yilin, thank you. The authorities are confused, and the onlookers are clear. If you hadn't reminded me, Uncle really wouldn't have thought of this layer. Father Ji's gaze toward Yi Lin was filled with gratitude. It's all right, Uncle. You are Ji Lingyu's father. Ji Lingyu and I are brothers. I naturally treat you as my father as well. Yi Lin smiled brightly, revealing 8 large white teeth. This Ji father was a bit stunned. Looking at the sincere Yi Lin, a touch of guilt also rose in the bottom of his heart. You're also a bitter child. If you don't mind, you can stay in the Ji family permanently in the future. Okay, Uncle. Yellen nodded. At this time, the waiter also delivered the Imperial Dragon Rui ring to Father Ji, a ring lying quietly in the tray. The ring was carved with delicate dragon patterns, flowing with a faint light, as if it contained endless secrets. Take it and see if you like it. Father Ji smilingly handed the Imperial Dragon Rui ring to Yi Lin. Yi Lin set the Imperial Dragon Rui ring on his finger. A force of strange power came from the purple ring, making Yi Lin feel extremely comfortable, just like taking a hot bath in the middle of winter. Imperial Dragon Rui ring. Grade rare. Attribute. Spiritual power increased by 30%. Washable. Skill. Dragon Breath Possession. Dragon Chi Possession. The wearer of the Imperial Dragon Rui ring is blessed with Dragon Chi, which can increase the value of Chi by 10%. Yi Lin heart-thumped. Luck value of this thing. Mysterious and mysterious. Good luck fall off the cliff can pick up the secret book of the world. Bad luck to sit on a subway could be a little fairy falsely accused you of stealing photos. Although this thing, called Chi Luck, was invisible and untouchable, it was better to have it than not to have it. And besides, the spiritual power increase of the Royal Dragon Rui ring was already worthy of the grade of rare. After all, it was a percentage increase. Thank you, Uncle. Don't worry, Uncle. Even if I have to lift, I will still lift Lingyu into the top academy, Yi Lin said with a serious face. A family doesn't talk about 2 families. It's too raw to talk about this. What else do you fancy? Just tell me. Ji father laughed. The old man is very relieved. He spent so much money waiting for his not Yi Lin's this sentence. Seeing the two of them, Yi Lin and Ji's father, talking and laughing, the coldness in the bottom of Kinson's eyes surged, and he was even more certain that the deaths of his men were bound to be the work of Ji's group. In the next auction, there were no more rare-grade equipment, and most of it was dominated by high-grade equipment, with a small portion of it being intermediate-grade equipment. But no matter what the equipment was, as soon as Father Ji made a bid, Kinson would inevitably follow suit, and Father Ji often had to exceed the price by more than 50% in order to take a lot. Kinson's behavior of maliciously raising the price made Ji's father furious. But the auctioneer Ching Ching on the stage did not want to stop it. After all, if the auction price was higher, the more they Jinbazai earned, they naturally would not meddle in the matter. During this time, Father Ji had auctioned off another ring, 2 bracelets, and a necklace for Yi Lin, all of which were high-level equipment. Ring of Heavenly Green Thunder. Level. Advanced. Attribute. Spiritual strength increased by 15%. Washable. Skill. Thunder Reinforcement. Thunder Enhancement. Increases the power of the wearer's thunder skills by 20%. Twin Yin-Yang Bracelet. Level. Advanced. Attribute. Mental strength increased by 40%. Washable. Skill. Yin-Yang Dual Life. Yin and Yang Dual Life. When both the Yin and Yang bracelets are worn at the same time, the Yin and Yang intermingle to produce life, which can quickly heal the injuries on the wearer's body. Burning Moon Necklace. Level. Advanced. Attribute. Mental strength plus 200. Washable. Skills none. Each of these 4 pieces of equipment had the effect of increasing mental power. And with the addition of the Royal Dragon Rui ring, at this moment, Yi Lin's mental power increase had reached a staggering 85%, along with a fixed 200-point mental power bonus. This also meant that at level 16, even if he didn't activate his burning chakra, he could now reach a staggering 1,088 points of mental power. Yi Lin gently rubbed the Dual Life Yin-Yang bracelet. Although the Dual Life Yin-Yang bracelet was equivalent to 2 pieces of equipment and would take up 2 equipment slots, he was most satisfied with his Dual Life Yin-Yang bracelet. Because of the Dual Life Yin-Yang bracelet, The matter of the injuries on his body being able to heal quickly had a reasonable explanation for him. Yi Lin, for this last piece of equipment, you should choose a life-preserving piece of equipment, right? Among the 3 lots in this finale, there is a soft armor with extremely strong defense. I think it's quite suitable for you. Father Ji laughed. Yi Lin's first 5 pieces of equipment are to increase combat power. The last piece of equipment, if you do not choose a piece of equipment to protect your life, it is too easy to be attacked and killed. Live in order to have an output. This is the unchanging truth. Chapter 25. The Yang Shou Sword Technique. Yi Lin raised his head and looked at the last 3 remaining finale lots on the auction table. They were a sword, a soft armor, and a bracelet, and these 3 pieces of equipment. All of them were rare grade. They were also the final lots of the auction. Uncle Ji, you can shoot that soft armor to Ling Yu. I don't need it. Yi Lin shook his head, not to mention the fact that he had an immortal body. There was also an immortality spell and his own forbidden spells that could immunize him from lethal damage. Going to wear life-preserving equipment was really superfluous. Ling Yu, he already had it a long time ago. You don't want the soft armor. Do you want the bracelet? Father Ji was puzzled. Neither. Uncle Ji, I want that knife. Yi Lin gazed at the knife on the stage. Huh? Knife? Father Ji was filled with doubt, and even Ji Ling Yu opened his mouth to ask with some confusion. Boss, aren't you a forbidden spellcaster? What do you need a knife for? I have a forbidden spell that happens to require a knife to cast. Yi Lin didn't explain too much to the Ji family's father and son. He had unlocked the first forbidden spell that required a weapon to cast when he had brushed up to level 10 in the Novice Secret Realm, a forbidden spell called Yang Shou Blade Technique. Forbidden spell, Yang Lifespan Blade Technique. Each slash made by the forbidden spellcaster consumes 1 year of Yang Lifespan, and each slash is twice as powerful as the previous slash. It can be stacked up to a maximum of 99 layers. Only Yi Lin himself knew how perverse this forbidden spell was. Although his strength attribute was not high, only 160 points, if he had opened the burning chakra first and stacked it to the 99th layer with the Yang Shou Blade Technique, it would be a full 31,680 points of damage. And it's 31,680 damage per slash. 9,999 in 1 slash is not a dream at all. With the immortal body, Yi Lin didn't have to worry about the problem of his Yang Lifespan running out at all. Do not need to release any skills. There is no skill pre-swing skill after swing and casting time. Every ordinary attack can split nearly 32,000 damage. If he is given 2 watermelon knives within the Novice Secret, Yi Lin estimates that the entire Novice Secret within the demonic creatures will have to be hacked to death by him. This skill, if you want to say the only drawback, that is the need to have a knife in the hand to be able to perform, and ordinary knives cannot withstand the power of the Yang Shou knife method. Yi Lin previously tried with a kitchen knife, swung 2 knives on the break. Although Father Ji didn't understand why Yi Lin, a forbidden spellcaster, wanted to put a sword, he still chose to respect Yi Lin's idea. Both that soft armor and the bracelet Father Ji didn't choose to make a move. In the end, the soft armor was auctioned into the hands of another Qingqing bigwig, while that rare-grade bracelet was auctioned off by Zhuge Qingqing, waiting until he started to auction off that knife before Father Ji made a move at full strength. Although there was a price increase from Kensen, in the end, Father Ji still took the rare-grade sword for $28 million. Starburst. Grade rare. Attribute. Strength plus 300 points washable. Skill. Starburst. Starburst. Under the illumination of starlight, the power bonus of the Starburst Heavenly Trace can be continuously increased, up to 100%. The Starfall Heavenly Trace was lying quietly in front of Yi Lin. The blade was about 3 feet long. The whole body was flowing with deep starlight, as if the Milky Way was pouring down from the starry sky. The blade was carved with complex patterns, each of which seemed to contain endless cosmic mysteries. The back of the blade was thick and heavy, but the blade was exceptionally sharp, transmitting a stern aura. When Yi Lin reached out to hold the hilt of the blade, the starlight on the blade seemed to grow brighter, as if it was conversing with the stars, and the light reflecting off the blade was like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the heavens. And at this moment, it was as if the Starfall Heavenly Trace blade was resonating with the entire universe, emitting a palpitating aura. Good knife! Yi Lin's eyes were filled with surprise. This auction dinner had been worth coming to. He had instantly transformed from a blank slate to possessing a full 6 pieces of equipment, which could be considered a doubling of his combat power. Although his level was still only 16, with 6 pieces of equipment by his side, Yi Lin had every intention of sweeping everyone below level 20. if he let go and didn't have to worry about his undead body being discovered. Even if it was a level 30 transmogrifier, Yi Lin would dare to break bread with the other party. After this last lot, the Starfall Heavenly Trace was pocketed by Father G. In the auctioneer's clear and sweet laughter, this grand auction dinner was also officially declared over. On his way out, Kinson turned his head coldly and made a throat-wiping gesture at G's father before striding away. G's father narrowed his eyes slightly. He and Kinson's Liang was considered to be completely knotted. He had to prepare himself early to do so. Lingyu, you go back with Yilin first. Dad still has some things to do. Okay, Dad. Ji Lingyu obediently obeyed, although he was a second generation outside. But in front of Ji's father, he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of behavior. How strict this father of his was, he knew it by heart. Let's go, boss. Ji Lingyu beckoned towards Yilin, who quickly followed. Although he had been counting on the Ji family's father and son, he still understood the most basic truth of being a human being, which was to know one's favor and repay it. The Ji family's father and son were so generous to him, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with this equipment. He was completely sure that he could quickly help Ji Lingyu level up to level 10, or even higher when he left the city. After all, although the demons outside the city were stronger, relatively speaking, the experience drop would also be more, and they would even drop all sorts of materials and even skill equipment. Looking at Yi Lin's departing back, Zhuge and I coldly hummed, her eyes filled with disgust. I really don't know what the Ji family sees in this death-hungry guy, and spending so much money to buy him equipment. The money that Ji's group had thrown out tonight just to buy equipment was nearly $100 million, which was definitely not a small amount of money for Ji's group either, and was even considered to be a hemorrhage. Seeing Yi Lin, the person she hated, get the benefit of the doubt, Zhuge Ni's heart became unbearable. At this time, Lu Yanwei next to her suddenly received a phone call, followed by her face suddenly becoming odd. And there's news about that Ling Knight you've been checking out, but it's not good news. What? There's news of Ling Knight? Where is he? Tell me quickly. Hearing the news of her beloved, Zhuge and I couldn't care less about Yilin and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanwei to ask after him. It's the news from the Bureau of Investigation side. A farmhouse within Qingxing was burnt down. Dozens of people lost their lives in the fire. The scene was surveyed for residual karmic flames. It's suspected that it was the one you mentioned, Ling Knight, and the Bureau of Investigation side would like you to go and cooperate with the investigation. Lu Yanwei observed Zhuge Ni's expression change and said carefully, Ling Knight him? Killing people? Why? Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. If he's a murderer, there's no way he would have saved me in the first place. Wei Wei, take me to the scene. Chapter 26. News of Ling Knight. The two of them, Zhuge and I and Lu Yanwei, drove quickly to the farmhouse that Yi Lin had come to before. The place had been burned empty by the karmic fire, and even the earth took on a scorched brown color. Here, it is indeed the aura of karma fire. Zhuge Ni's face was stunned. Zhuge and I was extremely sensitive to the fire element. The aura of this force was the same as the Ling Knight in the novice secret territory at that time. The person who burned down this place must be Ling Knight without a doubt, but why would he do that? There are rules within the city. Even if a transmigrant is in the city, he can't kill at will, or else he will be arrested just the same, and if he commits something too serious, he will even be killed on the spot. The Bureau of Investigation was the organization responsible for maintaining the rules of the city, and the scene had already been cordoned off by the Bureau of Investigation, and a middle-aged investigator took the initiative to welcome them shortly after the two arrived. Ms. Zhuge, Ms. Lu, how are you? I'm sorry to call you here so late in the evening. My surname is Huang. You can call me Investigator Huang. After Investigator Wang introduced himself last night, he skillfully took out a pen and paper. I'll get right to the point, Ms. Zhuge. You're saying that you saw someone named Ling Knight in the novice secret territory earlier, who was able to use karma fire and blasted a rank 8 demonic creature to death with a single blow, right? Yes. Zhuge and I answered truthfully. Then can you find him? Investigator Wang pressed on. I'm looking for him as well, but it's like he disappeared into thin air. It's impossible to find him. Zhuge and I said, Good. Then another question? Do you know Yilin? Investigator Huang looked calmly into Zhuge Ni's eyes, but they were filled with a firm force, as if they could pierce through one's psychological defenses. Recognize a guy who is greedy and afraid of death. A flash of undisguised disgust flashed across Zhuge Ni's face. So far, based on the results of our investigation bureau's investigation, the possibility that this Yi Lin is Ling Knight is very high. After saying this, Investigator Huang continued to stare at Zhuge and I, trying to find a breakthrough from her. After all, Yi Lin is a high school student at this moment in the G group. If there is no full evidence to go to arrest people, if the wrong person to arrest the consequences they cannot afford. Yi Lin and Ling Knight are one and the same? Investigator Huang, don't joke with me. A cold smile appeared on Zhuge Ni's face. That guy who fled in front of me, he can't be Ling Knight at all, and he doesn't know anything about karma fire. Are you so sure? Investigator Huang frowned. This clearly did not match the results of their investigation. Of course, I'm the only one who has seen Ling Knight with my own eyes. There's no way he's that life-hungry guy Yi Lin. Zhuge and I said firmly and incomparably. Investigator Huang was silent for a moment, then picked up a pen and drew a cross on Yelin's name. He's also a transmigrant, with the profession of a life faculty lie detector. With his experience, interrogating a Zhuge and I was completely at his fingertips, and he could be sure that every word Zhuge and I had said so far was true. If Yi Lin wasn't Ling Knight, then continuing to investigate this clue was a waste of time and unnecessary. Investigator Huang rubbed his brow with some headache. If Ling Knight is not Yi Lin, then the clues will be completely broken. This fire burns too clean. And it's still Kinson's turf that's burning, and it's all Kinson's people that are dead, and that Kinson guy is completely refusing to cooperate with their Bureau of Investigation. And they're not even sure who the dead are at all right now. It seems that this place can only become an unsolved case. The ability of the transmogrifier is so strange that every year there will be several headless, unsolved cases that simply can't be solved, and Investigator Huang has gotten used to it. Ms. Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any other clues you can provide? Investigator Huang politely inquired to a point. No more. Zhuge and I shook her head. Investigator Huang's heart thumped as he sensed Zhuge Ni's mood swings because of these words. Zhuge and I. Lit. She obviously still knew something about that Ling Knight that she hadn't told herself. Okay, thank you, you can go now. Investigator Huang snapped and lit a cigarette. Although he knew that Zhuge and I was lying to him, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this was Mr. Zhuge's own daughter, and sometimes the world doesn't always need the truth. Even if their Bureau of Investigation really captured that Ling Knight. At this point, Zhuge and I invited Zhuge, Qinxing, to stiffly protect Ling Knight. The odds were that they would ultimately have to choose to compromise. Wei, hurry up, I might be able to find Ling Knight soon. Zhuge Ni's reddish little face was filled with excitement. Huh? Then why didn't you just tell Investigator Huang? Ling Knight has killed dozens of people. Lu Yanwei covered her small mouth in surprise. He must have his difficulties. I have to find him and ask him before I can do that. Don't worry. If Ling Knight is really a murderous maniac who kills without blinking an eye, I definitely won't harbor him, Zhuge and I said with firm eyes. Nay, your proper love brain, we're not even together yet, and you're thinking for him first. The corner of Lu Yanwei's mouth twitches. Don't you talk nonsense. How could I be a love brain? Zhuge and I chased along a road. If Yi Lin was here, he would definitely be able to notice that the road Zhuge and I took was the escape route he took after killing the black-hearted boss and manager Wang and the others at that time. And I, how exactly are you going to find him? Lu Yanwei, who was following behind her, couldn't help but ask. I am extremely sensitive to the scent of the fire element. Even though a day or two has passed, I can still sense it, the faint scent left behind by the karma fire. Zhuge Ni's eyes were filled with excitement. In the entire Qingsheng, she was the only one who could sense it as an SSS-ranked fire mage. It was also good that it hadn't rained in the past 2 days. Otherwise, Zhuge and I couldn't do anything about it, and she was very thankful that she felt that this must have been destined by heaven. Zhuge and I tracked the karmic fire scent left behind by Yi Lin all the way to the slums. In the sewage-strewn, garbage-strewn slums, Zhuge and I and Lu Yanwei, the two girls in their long, noble dresses, looked out of place. The two of them couldn't help but frown, the first time they had seen such a dirty and messy place in their long lives. During this time, there were still greedy-faced, lustful devils who wanted to lay their hands on the two of them, but after Zhuge and I threw a fireball over them, no one dared to hit them anymore. Transmigrators are not something ordinary people can mess with. The two of them walked around, and soon Zhuge and I stopped in front of Yi Lin's house. The Karma Flame's aura disappeared right here in this house, so it looks like this is Ling Knight's home. Zhuge and I looked excitedly at the door in front of her. The Ling Knight that her heart had been longing for day and night was behind this door. She wanted to go forward and knock on the door, but she couldn't help but pause in her steps, fix her clothes and hair properly, and then look at Lu Yanwei to ask. Vivi, my makeup didn't go off. Did it? No, it can look good. Lu Yanwei said without a good mood. That's good, that's good. Zhuge and I took several deep breaths before gathering the courage to walk up and knock on Yi Lin's door with a deer in the headlights. Chapter 27. Let's test the waters with 100 chops. Knock knock. A crisp knock on the door echoed through the night air. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Time passed little by little, but the gate did not open in the slightest. Zhuge and I didn't believe it and raised her hand to knock harder again. But this time, the door opened by itself. Yi Lin has not been the habit of locking the door, because he has nothing at home. The thief came to have to tearfully drop $200 before leaving. Ling Knight, are you home? Seeing the door suddenly open, Zhuge and I was startled and hurriedly lowered her voice to inquire. No one in the empty room responded to her. Ling Knight, I'm coming in. Zhuge and I gathered her courage and walked into Yelin's house. The furnishings of the house are simple: a blackened table, a stool with only 3 legs, an iron-frame bed, a set of whitewashed and faded bedding and pillows. Other than that, there's nothing in the house. Zhuge and I looked at her surroundings and then at Yi Lin's house with 4 walls. She couldn't help but purse her lips and her eyes were slightly red. So, Ling Knight, he grew up in such an environment? No wonder he has that coldness in him that rejects people. He must have suffered a lot growing up, right? Even so, when I was in danger, he stepped in without hesitation. He was in the darkness, but his heart was always turned to the light. Zhuge and I couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and she was even more convinced that Ling Knight must have been forced to kill someone. How could such a kind one, such an out-of-the-mud person, kill someone for no reason? Yi Lin still didn't know that Zhuge and I had invisibly blocked a big disaster for him, not to mention that he was almost exposed for being Ling Knight. If he hadn't happened to move to the Ji household, then he would have definitely collided with Zhuge and I. At this moment, Yi Lin was immersed in the joy of obtaining a new piece of equipment. With this piece of equipment, his combat power had at least more than doubled. He couldn't wait to find a place to test the combat power of this new equipment, but it was a pity that the city was closed right now, and Yi Lin couldn't go to either the secret realm or outside the city. Hey, boss, I know a place where you can try out new equipment. Ji Lingyu spoke up after hearing Yi Lin's plea. Where? Yelin hurriedly asked after him. The Transfiguration Guild? There's a specialized training box there that can be provided for transmutants to do actual combat training, Ji Lingyu said. Under Ji Lingyu's popularization, Yi Lin also finally knew what this Transfigurators Guild was. The Transmutator Guild was officially opened by the Great Summer Ancient Kingdom, and there were Transmutator Guilds in every human city. They combined a series of functions such as material trading, equipment buying and selling, quest taking, practical training, and so on, and were an organization that specialized in serving the transmigrants. Knowing that the Transfiguration Guild could train in actual combat, Yi Lin couldn't sit still and hurriedly asked Ji Lingyu to turn around and lead him to the Transfiguration Guild. The Transfigurators Guild was located at the gates of Green City, and just as Yi Lin and the 2 of them stepped into the Transfigurators Guild, a young lady in black silk took the initiative to come out and receive them. Good evening to you both. May I ask if we are going to have a practical training session? I don't need to. It's mostly my boss. Ji Lingyu hastily waved his hand and said, Okay, could you tell us your rank? The young lady looked at Yi Lin and asked. 16. All right, I will arrange a training room suitable for transmutants below level 20 for you at a price of $200,000 per hour. The young lady smiled sweetly. Yi Lin sniffed a little staggered. $200,000 in 1 hour? Being a transmogrifier is really a money burner. Fortunately, he has Ji Lingyu. That, can you arrange for one suitable for level 40 or below? Yi Lin asked. A trace of consternation first flashed across the young sister's face. Then she hurriedly nodded her head. Of course you can, but the price of a training room suitable for level 40 or below can be as high as $800,000 per hour. Oh, it's fine, it's going to be below level 40. Yi Lin nodded. Although the young lady from the Transfigurator Guild didn't know why Yi Lin wanted to use a training room that was up to level 40 or below, since people could afford the price, she was responsible for arranging it just fine, and she stepped on her high heels and clattered away. Your training room is ready. Please follow me. After a while, the young lady went and returned with a card in her hand. Why don't you wait for me outside? I'm afraid of injuring you by mistake, Yi Lin said as he looked at Ji Lingyu. Ji Lingyu shivered even as he remembered the scene where Yi Lin had struck him with the world-destroying frenzied thunder. Boss, it's fine. Just practice on your own. I'll wait for you outside. Good. Yellen nodded and followed the young lady into the training room. The training room was spacious, the size of a basketball court, with a row of dummies in the center. According to the young lady who guided him, This training room was made of special materials and was constructed by an SS-Rank builder and could withstand the full force of an attack from a level 40 or lower transmogrifier, including those dummies as well. It wasn't easy for any transmogrifier below level 40 to leave a mark on the dummies. "May I ask if you need a chaperone?" the young lady asked. "No need. Just leave me alone." Yi Lin didn't want to be seen at full strength by others. "Okay, have fun training." As the young lady left, she thoughtfully helped Yi Lin close the door. Yi Lin walked up, unlocked the door, and then carefully checked again in the training room to make sure that there were no surveillance cameras or anything like that in here before he breathed a sigh of relief and then drew out his star-perishing heavenly mark. Yang Longevity Slash. Does 1 slash consume 1 year of life? First slash 100 times to test the waters. Forbidden Spell. Burning Reincarnation. Forbidden Spell. Yang Shou Blade Technique. Yi Lin took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Starfall Heavenly Trace, instantly entering an arcane state. His eyes became firm and deep. He swung his blade, and as the first slash came out, a deafening roar resounded within the training room, as if something had been completely torn apart. The blade of the Starfall Heavenly Mark flashed up with a brilliant light. That was Yi Lin's lifespan that was burning. Chapter 28, The Quarter Family's Change of Heart. After the first slash, the second slash that immediately followed was even more severe and powerful, and it was as if the air in the training room had been cut apart, forming an invisible blade chi. Followed by a third, fourth, and fifth blade. Yi Lin's swings became faster and faster, and one blade became more powerful than the other. When Yi Lin swung to the 99th blade, the entire training room seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with intense energy fluctuations. In that moment, the stone broke through the sky, and an unprecedented light erupted from the blade of the Starfall Heavenly Trace, illuminating the entire training room. An invisible knife, chi, erupted from the blade and instantly chopped at the dummy in front of him, leaving a shallow knife mark on the dummy's neck. If there were outsiders here at this moment, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. This was a dummy that was strong enough to resist the full force of an attack from a level 40 or lower transmuter. Yi Lin, a transmigrator who was only level 16, was able to leave a mark on the dummy's body. Yet that wasn't all. The 100th blade, the 101st blade, the 102nd blade. Yi Lin slashed out slash after slash. After the Yang Shou blade technique stacked the blade 99 layers, each of his slashes were terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Yi Lin was like a war god. After he slashed out several hundred slashes in succession, with a clang, the dummy head that was claimed to be able to block the full force of an attack from a level 40 or lower transmogrifier was actually directly broken by Yi Lin and rolled off with a grunt. "Great knife!" Yi Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at star-perishing Heavenly Trace with more and more fondness. With this blade, along with the 2 forbidden spells, Burning Reincarnation and Yang Shou Blade Technique, he could completely transform into Lu Huaqiang and hack his way from Penglai East Road to the Southern Heavenly Gate. In the next few moments, Yi Lin experimented with how terrifying the forbidden spells he had cast at full strength after obtaining the Yellow Dragon Rui Ring, the Heavenly Green Xian Thunder Ring, the Yin Yang Dual Life Bracelet, and the Burning Moon Necklace were, only to see him slam down a forbidden spell that sacrificed his entire body's organs, and the dummy in front of him, which he had split in half, instantly disintegrated into pieces. This terrifying power caused Yi Lin himself to suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed that his estimation of his strength was still wrong. If he let go and didn't have to worry about his undead body being exposed, he would even be able to compete with a level 35 or so transmogrifier. Immediately afterward, Yelin tried his forbidden spell on these dummies in turn. After having a rough estimate of his current strength, Yi Lin walked out of the training room with satisfaction. "You are out so soon? If it's less than an hour, it's also counted as an hour," the beautiful young lady warmly prompted. "This I know. By the way, there's no need to pay for breaking the things inside your training room, right?" Yi Lin asked. "Sir, you were joking. This training room is suitable for transmutators below level 40. If you, a level 16 transmuter, can damage the things inside, it means the quality is not up to par. How can you still have to pay for it?" The young lady said with a smile. That's good. I'll go first." Yi Lin sighed in relief and hurriedly pulled Ji Lingyu away. After Yi Lin left, the young lady also entered the training room and inspected it, only to find that almost everything in the training room was intact. She couldn't help but smile. "I told you. How could a level 16 transmuter damage a training room suitable for transmuters below level 40? She turned around and was about to close the door and leave, But then she looked at the empty training room, and suddenly she felt as if something wasn't quite right. No! Holy shit! Where are the dummies? How come the rows of dummies in the training room are all gone? Just as Lin was testing his strength on his side, a shocking change was also occurring in the G family on the other side. It's a cold day, man. Want a cigarette? In front of G's house, a fat man and a thin man were shivering and smoking. Although they were transmigrators, their level was only 10 or so, and they didn't have the courage to go outside the city to face the ferocious magical creatures. The guards at the entrance of G's house were the best position for them. It's safe and well paid, and you get to touch the fish when you're not doing anything, and it's just a little bit of a pain in the ass when you're on watch at night in the winter and you have to freeze, but all in all, it's pretty good. Damn, I can't. I want to get on the big one as soon as I smoke. You keep watch for a while, I'll go for convenience. The fat transmogrifier frowned and got up, heading towards the grass in the distance. You guys, you don't use the public restroom. You have to go take a wild shit, don't you? The skinny transmigrant's face was filled with disgust. What do you know, like in the wild, it's called a fling. The fat transmuter said dismissively, walking away and just crouching on his butt. But as soon as he squatted down, his face instantly turned white. It's a well-known fact that as strong as a man can be, he's vulnerable when it comes to taking a shit. And just a moment after he crouched down, he was horrified to find that the dense green belt was actually full of people. He was just about to open his mouth to warn his companion when a large hand covered his mouth, making it impossible for him to make any sound, and immediately afterward a knife was stabbed into his body along his back waist, and he clearly felt his life force draining away. But the skinny tranny saw the cigarette but in the grass go out in a heck of a way, and he realized something was wrong. Fatty, what's wrong with you? How come you can't see anyone when you take a shit? At this time in the bushes, those black-clothed people also froze. They were planning to make a sudden raid. How do you know that this fat man suddenly ran over to the bushes to shit, which made their plans instantly destroyed? Damn, this dead fatso, what's the point of taking a good shit? The man in black was almost pissed off. Unable to do anything else, they could only force their way towards the gate. Enemy attack. The thin transmigrator was alarmed at the sight and hurriedly pulled the alarm. He really couldn't figure out how someone could come to attack the G group. Who in this Qingcheng had such guts? The skinny transmuter turned around and ran after pulling the alarm. He wasn't going to stay and fight with the other side in a firefight. It was only a few tens of thousands of dollars a month. What kind of life was he playing with? But this was already enough. The G family villa that was originally in total darkness instantly lit up, and everyone in the entire G family villa was awakened at this moment. Chapter 29. How scary it is when a spellcaster loses his life. Accompanied by the ear-piercing alarm, G's father, who had just laid down, was directly awakened. A transmogrifier who specialized in speed rushed into G's father's bedroom in a windy manner. Mr. G, the outside is full of transmigrators. They wanted to sneak in. After being discovered, they directly chose to forcefully attack in at the moment. The other side is too fierce. We can't hold it. You quickly follow me. What? G's father was shocked and angry. Kinson's retaliation was quicker than he had expected, and it was going to be even more brutal and direct. He had just finished laying out his next plan against Kinson at the G group when Kinson's retaliation arrived. This guy, even directly leading people to attack his own G family's villa. Wasn't he afraid of causing everyone in the entire Qingcheng to jointly target him? Simply outrageous. Mr. G, hurry up and go. It'll be too late if we don't leave. The transmogrifier, who specialized in speed, urged. But the next second, there was a cold flash. A sharp-pointed knife stabbed out from his heart, and Kinson appeared behind him at some point with a cigar in his mouth. Little G's father raged, his eyes filled with anger. There was a time when a tiny child collapsed on the road, starving to the skin and bones, just about to starve to death. Passers-by bustled to and fro. Some look at him, but no one stops for him. He was moved with compassion, carrying a bowl of hot noodles and handing it to the child. Watching the other party devour the chopsticks that he fed over, Mr. G decided to adopt the child with him. And the other didn't disappoint and grew up to be his right-hand man. Lee clearly felt that his life force was draining away with the blood, but he still forced himself to endure the severe pain and turn hard, hugging Kinson behind him. Mr. G, hurry up! A hysterical roar came from the badly wounded young Tainan. Aren't you afraid to die? Kinson was a little surprised. My life was traded by Mr. G for a bowl of noodles. It's not worth much. Shaoli revealed a hideous smile. What a touching master-servant love. I, Kinson, respect those with feelings and righteousness the most. I'll leave your body intact. Kinson nodded expressionlessly, then raised his hand and clicked it, snapping Li's neck directly. Kinson! Father G's eyes were bloodshot, and he was obviously furious to the extreme. He drew a black pistol from a nearby drawer and pulled the trigger right at Kinson. But before the gun went off, a long knife glowing with cold light slid by, as if it were lightning. And in Father G's unbelievable gaze, his hand, which was holding the gun, had already flown high into the air. What kind of dumbass are you to use a gun on a tranny? Kinson faced disdainful smile. Gun this kind of thing, deal with just successful transmigrator is okay. Once the strength to reach level 30 or more, the gun in front of the transmigrator with the toy, there is no difference. In your next life, remember not to antagonize me, Kinson. I just laid low, not died. Kinson raised his knife and was ready to finish off G's father when one of his men ran over quickly and whispered something in Kinson's ear. What? Letting those two get away? Rubbish. Kinson slapped the henchman right across the face, and the knife that had been ready to result in the father of the season was put away. Mr. G. Kinson broke into a smile. Congratulations, your son, and that Yellen ran away fast enough that you can live a little longer. Since Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin ran away, then Ji's father can't be killed first. Killing would be equivalent to helping Ji Lingyu break his soft underbelly. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Kinson does not want another 10 or 20 years suddenly come back to find their own vengeance. Kinson to not do. To do will do things. He's going to use Father G to lure these two out and then eliminate them altogether. Don't you dare. G father is also an old fox. One look at Kinson's reaction. Immediately know what he is playing. G father head slammed towards the corner of the wall next to him. His son was the only thing that mattered to him, and he would never allow himself to be the cause of his son's death. But how could Kinson let G's father get what he wanted? Before he even touched the corner, he was knocked out by a direct chop from Kinson's hand. Take it away. In less than half an hour, all the people in the G family villa, except for G's father, all of them have become a set of cold corpses. Kinson's name, as the king of the underground after this night, will certainly be famous again. Yi Lin had just returned to the entrance of the G family after testing his battle power when he smelled a strong odor of blood. Yi Lin's pupils shook dramatically. Even if he hid in the G family, did Kinson still refuse to let himself go? Even if he destroys the G family, he still wants to catch himself? Yellen seriously suspected that Kinson already knew some secrets about himself, which was why he was so heartless. This Kinson probably can't stay. Ji Lingyu was just about to open the door and go in when Yi Lin stopped him and said meaningfully, "You better be a little prepared." "Boss, what are you talking about?" Ji Lingyu hadn't yet noticed that something was wrong and directly pushed the door and walked in. And just as he stepped into the house, his entire body was staggered in place. Yi Lin looked along, and before him was a horrifying scene like the Shuro Purgatory. Everywhere were the corpses of the transmigrants and household servants and maids employed by the G family, limbs and broken arms all over the place. And many of them had panic written all over their faces, as if they had encountered the most horrifying evil spirits before they died. "Oh, boss, aren't we going the wrong way? This doesn't seem to be my house." Ji Lingyu pulled an ugly smile on his face and took a few steps back. He tried to find a negative answer from Yellen, but Yellen's serious expression told him that this was the G family, the home he had lived in for over 10 years. Ji Lingyu and mad as hell stepped on the sea of blood and water corpses and rushed in. Dad, where are you?" Ji Lingyu cried out in terror. He wanted to find his father quickly, but he was afraid to see Ji's father's body in this sea of corpses and blood. When he found the door to Ji father's bedroom, Ji Lingyu's heart was already in his throat, and he pushed open the door as if he were dying. The room was clean, like it had been cleaned, with only a severed hand holding a gun lying still on the table. Ji Lingyu quickly rushed over. He already recognized that it was his father's hand. Underneath the severed hand was pressed a piece of paper with a passage written in blood. "If you want to save your father, you will bring Yellen to me in the underground black market, and every 6 hours, I will cut a piece of flesh off your father." Ji Lingyu looked completely frantic. "Kinson, I'll kill you." Ji Lingyu whistled shrilly and was about to go to Kinson to fight for his life. The only person in the underground black market who had the ability to kidnap Ji's father was the king of the underground, Kinson. But just as he reached the door, he was kicked back by Yellen. "Fuck off. Don't stop me." The bottom of Ji Lingyu's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Yi Lin. Whoever stopped him from saving Ji's father now was his enemy. Seeing that Ji Lingyu had lost his mind, Yilin didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly slapped him on the face. Yilin didn't have the slightest bit of reticence in this slap. With a snap, half of Ji Lingyu's face directly swelled up. Uncle Ji is still alive right now, because you haven't been caught by Kinson yet, believe it or not, as long as you fall into Kinson's hands. You and Uncle Ji will die together right away. Ji Lingyu clenched his teeth as tears slipped indisputably. Ah! He hammered the ground as hard as he could, as if he wanted to vent all the indignation in his heart. So what should I do? What can I do then? Ji Lingyu let out a hiss of despair, like a trapped beast driven to the end of its rope. Find a place to hide in peace. Don't be found, and whatever comes next, just leave it to me. Yi Lin comforted. Hand it over. Hand it over. Ji Lingyu raised his head in bewilderment. Have you forgotten? One boss, one life boss. Uncle Ji is in danger, so how can I stand by and do nothing? Yi Lin said with a smile. Boss. Ji Lingyu's tears came out of his eyes and a strong sense of guilt filled his heart. He had been counting on Yellen, but Yellen treated him with a true heart. How could he not feel guilty? Don't cry. I'll bring Uncle Ji back, and I'll show Kinson how scary it can be when a forbidden spellcaster doesn't want to die. Chapter 30. My lord, times have changed. Castle. The underground black market. This was the darkest corner of Qingcheng, filled with all sorts of evil and filth. And as long as you had enough money, you could buy almost anything you wanted in the underground black market. Killing people from the outside world would cause the Transfiguration Investigations Bureau to investigate, but those who died in the underground black market were simply unquestioned. Because this place belongs to the king of the underground, Kinson. Whoosh! A black shadow crossed the night sky like a ghost, silently attacking towards one of the guards. The entire underground black market was dotted with Kinson's eyes. And if he wanted to quietly rescue Ji's father, Yi Lin would have to take care of the peripheral eyes first. He wore black clothes and black shoes, with a black cloth wrapped around his face and a black turban wrapped around his head. His whole person was completely merged with the night. Even if someone's eyes swept over him, it would be hard to find out that this dark mass was a person. After opening the instantaneous dance, his speed was as fast as lightning. And with the powerful inertia, the starfall heavenly trace in his hand directly penetrated the guard's heart. In order to avoid the smell of blood from spreading, Yi Lin quickly used his eternal frozen eyes to freeze his opponent's wounds again. In this way, a flawless assassination was accomplished silently in the darkness. Yellen sighed in relief. The plan was going smoother than he thought. If he could sneak in silently and catch Kinson off guard, he might actually have a chance to get Kinson killed. But just as Yellen was holding this thought, the next second, countless of Kinson's men surrounded Yellen. How did you guys find me? Yi Lin was puzzled. He had obviously done an extremely perfect job. Why would he still be discovered so quickly? The leader, a yellow hair with a scorpion tattooed on his tiger's muzzle, arrogantly pointed to a very hidden camera above Yi Lin's head. My lord, times have changed. We have surveillance with infrared night vision here. What age is this night clothes thing? Yellen. Sure enough, he was still a bit careless. It didn't matter though. As long as he killed all the people, then no one would be able to notice him sneaking in. Forbidden spell. Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell. Karma fire burning sky. With the 5 pieces of equipment with mental power bonuses, Yi Lin's own mental power was a staggering 1,088 points. And after turning on the burning chakra, a whopping 2,176 points of mental power allowed him to almost be able to use his mental tentacles to detect exactly how many hemorrhoids the group in front of him had. With this terrifying spiritual power, this shot of karma fire burning sky was like lighting up the entire night sky. And in this instant, this group of Kinson's men led by Yellow Hair saw light with their own eyes. They had no idea what kind of terrifying monster they were facing. A blazing line of fire gushed out from Yi Lin's palm, and the terror of that purplish-red flame was as if it could burn everything before his eyes. The flame spread extremely fast and engulfed all of Kinson's men in the blink of an eye. All the screams, wails, and cries for help were swallowed up by the flames, leaving behind only the crackling sound of the flames as they burned. The yellow hair in the flames ahead of Yellow Hair has been burned out. He was terrified, trying to escape from this sea of karmic fire, but the purple-red flames, as if it has life, closely pursued, Yellow Hair in the fluttering a few times. The same turned into ashes. Forbidden spell, necromancy returns to the realm. Yi Lin unleashed the necrotic returning boundary, and countless undead creatures instantly crawled out of the ground and surrounded the entire underground black market. Lice are not afraid of itching. Anyway, Ling Knight has already taken a lot of black pots in this capacity, and he is not afraid to take on the pot of assassinating Kinson again. The premise was that not a single living soul could escape from this underground black market today, or else Yi Lin's secret of his immortal body wouldn't be able to be hidden. Since he had already been discovered, Yi Lin didn't bother to disguise himself anymore. He directly turned on the Yang Shou blade technique, whirled around the Starfall heavenly trace, and started stacking up the number of layers. "That's the kid. Get him," Boss Kinson said to take him alive. This underground black market was originally Kinson's territory, and Yi Lin had just finished killing Yellow Hair's group in front of him when another of Kinson's men showed up. The people who appeared this time were no longer the kind of shrimp soldiers like Yellow Hair, but real transmuters. The dozen or so people who came had all reached level 20 or above. Transmutineers above level 20 had already transcended the realm of ordinary people, and the destructive power that these individuals could cause would not be weaker in the slightest than that of a special warrior who was heavily armed and equipped with a variety of weapons. A figure took the lead and attacked towards Yi Lin. This guy was obviously a transmigrator who specialized in speed. His figure flickered as if he was a sturdy spirit cat. But he was fast, and Yellen was faster than him. With a boost from the instant dance, Yellen stopped just in front of the path he was bound to take in a flash. Looking at the face that suddenly appeared in front of him, this transmigrant was startled, but his reaction was also extremely fast, starting with a left jab, a right whip kick, and a left positive stomp. Facing this ferocious attack, Yi Lin didn't dodge at all, but he wasn't careless. He did it on purpose. As this transmigrant's attack landed on him, the great sword in Yi Lin's hand also slashed directly upwards, sealing his throat cleanly with a single slash. At the same time, Yi Lin was also injured by this transmuter's attack, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as he took several steps backwards. The transmogrifier covered his throat that kept oozing blood. The bottom of his eyes were filled with horror. He didn't expect that Yi Lin would actually be ruthless to such an extent, directly exchanging his injuries for his life. This kid isn't quite right. Don't hold back. Let's beat him half to death first, and then capture him back. The tragic death of their companion instantly alerted the others, and they immediately understood that if they underestimated Yi Lin, they would definitely pay a painful price. But what exactly is this guy's profession? How come he just threw fire, and now he's juggling knives? I don't know, but just be careful. That flame of his is also extremely terrifying. Row. Old 6, you find a way to interfere with him. Old 8, you find a chance to steal his ass. Everyone else, come with me and get a chance for Old 6 and Old 8. Kinson's men deliberated on how to deal with Yellen. However, Yellen didn't care about them at all and just concentrated on stacking the layers of the Yang Shou blade technique. A transmogrifier took the lead and rushed in front of Yellen. He fiercely blasted out his fist like a tiger coming out of a cage. His fist was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing into Yellen's chest. However, Yellen's choice was still not to dodge. Ka-chow! As this punch went down, Yi Lin's chest instantly collapsed, and a toothsome sound of bone cracking came from it. Obviously, he didn't know how many ribs were broken. The transmogrifier's face rejoiced, and he was just about to say that he had succeeded in severely injuring Yi Lin and that their mission was accomplished, when he only saw a cold aura flash by. A beautifully dazzling starry sky appeared in front of his eyes at that moment, and a meteor streaked by, leaving a white mark on the starry sky. In the next second, he felt the sky of this starry sky spinning, and a standing headless corpse with blood gushing wildly appeared in front of him. So, it was my head that was cut off. With the last realization floating in his mind, the world in front of him was completely plunged into darkness. Chapter 31. He's not going to make it this time. Lao Jiao, a horse-faced transmogrifier, let out a mournful howl and looked at the man who had been decapitated by Yellen with a pained expression. "All get on me? That kid has already been heavily injured by Old Nine's iron fist. He won't be able to bounce around for much longer." Soon there was another person who rushed up ahead of the others. This time the guy was a sword-type profession. A long sword flashed with a cold aura in the darkness of the night. He struck his sword fast and hard, directly stabbing diagonally through Yi Lin's lungs, penetrating them. "Don't worry, my sword is very accurate. An injury like this isn't enough to kill you, but it can make you lose all your fighting power, and you only have to fidget and a sharp pain will come from your lungs." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Lin's blade had already arrived, and at this point, the Yang Shou blade technique had already been stacked up to 70 layers, making its power even more terrifying. With a single slash, the sword-wielding transmogrifier went from 1 to 2. Old 7, the horse-faced transmogrifier, let out another howl of woe. "Hurry up! This brat is still stabbed by old Seven's sword. There's no way he can continue to hold on. Swish! A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. A gun profession transmogrifier rushed in and stabbed Yellen with a single shot. Yi Lin's response was also very simple. A knife stacked with 75 layers of Yang longevity blade technique stabbed out violently, similarly stabbing the transmuter through. Blood kept spilling out of his mouth, and he quickly lost his life. Old 11. Quickly get on, stabbed by the sword and stabbed by the gun again. This time, he definitely won't make it. The horse-faced transmogrifier then howled sadly once again. Wind technique. Wind blade chop. The other transmogrifier's hands quickly formed a seal, and the air around Yi Lin suddenly went berserk, as if an angry beast was roaring. And unseen forces kept converging together, forming a sharp wind blade that cut through the night sky, heading straight for Yi Lin. Yi Lin's figure looked unusually lonely under the reflection of the wind blades, and he still didn't dodge in the face of this deadly wind blade streak. Pust! The sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh rang out. The wind blades left countless bone-deep wounds on Yi Lin's body, and one of them even cut into Yi Lin's abdomen, and even his intestines almost flowed out. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yi Lin could no longer hold on and collapsed softly. Humph! I told you he'd never make it. Tie him up. Hand it over to Boss Kinson. The horse-faced transmogrifier shouted excitedly. The others also let out a sigh of relief. After receiving such a heavy injury, if Yi Lin didn't fall down, they were going to go crazy. The three transmigrators went forward and tried to tie up Yi Lin in 5 pieces, but at that moment, Yi Lin suddenly jumped up and shouted, "For Pilot Wolf? For the big black horse!" He swung up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and violently spun in a circle, and the Yang longevity blade technique that was stacked up to the 85th layer instantly cut the 3 transmutants that were close to him directly in the waist. Old 5, Old 6, Old 10. The horse-faced transmogrifier let out another miserable howl. He couldn't figure out how Yi Lin could still be able to fight back after being injured so badly. At this time, Yi Lin is covered with blood. The whole person is like a bloody man. The body is inserted with a sword and a lance. According to common sense, ordinary people suffered such injuries, directly lying ICU drink millet porridge. But Yi Lin was actually still alive and kicking as if nothing had happened. It was unbelievable. This must be a flashback before he dies. Get on me and take him down. The horse-faced transmogrifier shouted. This time, no one dared to show off, and the 3 transmutants struck at the same time, attacking towards Yi Lin from 3 directions. One of them was none other than the wind-type transmuter just now, and sharp wind blade struck again. The other 2, one holding a sword and the other a fire mage. The wind helped the fire a wind and a fire 2 transmutators. All at once, the fire was all over the sky. But at this moment, Yi Lin's Yang longevity blade technique had already stacked up to its full 99 layers, and he was no longer prepared to sit back and wait for death. Forbidden spell. Instant dance. Yi Lin sacrificed a heart, directly exchanging it for 10 times the agility, and his entire body turned into a stream of light, rushing into the sea of roiling fire in front of him. By the time those 2 transmigrators reacted, Yi Lin had already appeared in front of them with his sword, just like the god of death descending into the world. Swish! Swish! 2 slashes flashed by, and the 2 mages, 1 wind and 1 fire, became 2 warm corpses. In the face of the 99 layers of Yang longevity blade techniques enchantment, those who were in close proximity had no power of resistance at all. Old 2, Old 4, the horse-faced transmogrifier howled again and again and again in woe. Immediately afterward, 2 black shadows appeared behind Yi Lin. It was the transmuter with the knife and Old 8 who had been lurking for a long time. The transmuter with the knife slashed at Yellen's back, while a sharp dagger appeared in Old 8's hand, instantly piercing through Yellen's waist. And in an instant, Yellen was once again dealt another heavy blow. Ha ha ha! You think you can kill me? With a backhanded slash, Yi Lin directly ended the lives of these 2 transmutants who had sneaked up on him cleanly. Old 3, Old 8. The horse-faced transmogrifier let out a sad howl for the 6th time, and at the moment he was the only one left alive around him. Looking at Yi Lin, who was bleeding from 7 orifices covered in wounds, with a sword stuck in his left chest, a gun stuck in his right chest, this knife set in his back, and a dagger stabbed in his waist, and still taking a step towards himself, the horse-faced transmogrifier went crazy with fear. Monster! Monster! You're a monster! Why are you still alive after this level of injury? Are you a human or a ghost? Yellen tilted his head slightly. A monster? That's not a bad name to call it. I'm still in human form purely because of a personal hobby. Yellen had discovered from a long time ago that he with an immortal body would still be able to survive even if he cut himself into several pieces and then spliced them together to form a non-humanoid life form. But after being a human for a long time, Yellen still felt that it was more customary to keep his humanoid form. Hands up, Yi Lin directly picked off the horse-faced transmigrant's hamstring and leg tendon. Listening to the other party's screams, Yi Lin expressionlessly lowered his eyes and put the knife on the other party's neck to question. Now, tell me, where is he, Kinson? What's the highest ranked transmuter in this underground black market? Chapter 32. Asking for directions while killing. You don't expect me to tell you. I'm not going to tell. There's no way I'm betraying Boss Kinson. At the critical moment, the horse-faced transmogrifier closed his eyes in a death-defying manner. Oh, it's fine. So do you eat grilled meat? Yi Lin tilted his head and asked, like an uninitiated neighborhood boy. Roast. Grill. The horse-faced transmogrifier froze, as if he didn't expect how Yi Lin would suddenly ask this. After all, the current situation couldn't have anything to do with barbecue anymore. Yi Lin sniffed and revealed a kind smile. Then his hand rose up and cut off a piece of fat and thin meat from the body of this horse-faced transmigrant, and the horse-faced transmigrant opened his mouth and just wanted to let out a mournful scream, but Yellen had already dislodged his jawbone. Yi Lin snapped his fingers and the reddish-purple karmic fire blazed, quickly blackening the slice of meat and giving off a charred odor. Sorry, I'm not much of a griller and it burned a bit, but that's okay. There's still plenty of meat on you. I'm sure I can get it right with more times. After saying that, Yellen turned the horse-faced transmogrifier's jawbone back again, and the horse-faced transmogrifier was so scared that his body was like a sieve, and he realized what Yellen meant by eating barbecued meat. Demon, you're evil. Seeing that Yellen was about to feed that piece of charred meat into his mouth, the horse-faced transmogrifier completely collapsed. I'll say it all. Seeing that Yi Lin still didn't have the intention to stop, and made a gesture that he was going to shove that piece of meat into his mouth, the horse-faced transmigrant was so scared that he told all the things he knew just like a bamboo tube. Boss Kinson should be busy cooking with Sister She at this point in time. Located in the center of the underground black market, the highest-ranked transmuter in the underground black market is Boss Kinson. But I don't know how many levels he is. It's because Boss Kinson hasn't been in action for a long time. He was level 48 last year. Cooking. Yellen was a bit puzzled. Just chiseling a hole. After the horse-faced transmogrifier finished explaining, he tugged on his already broken hamstring and begged Yi Lin for mercy. Please give me a break. Seeing that he had already inquired about the news he wanted, Yi Lin didn't bother wasting any more time on this horse-faced transmigrator. He raised his hand and gave him a direct hit. A smile of relief appeared on the horse-faced transmuter's face before he died. Yellen then torched all the bodies with another fire, destroying all the evidence. Level 48? It's a bit tricky. Yi Lin frowned. If he went all out now despite everything, he could probably just hold out against a level 40 transmogrifier. Kinson was already level 48 last year, and now he might have broken through level 50. If he wanted to kill him, a head-on confrontation would definitely not quite work, and he had to find a way to shade that old boy. No, it's not. There seems to be something going on. Yellen suddenly reacted to the fact that Kinson had a chance if he was chiseling a hole with what's-her-name She. No matter how powerful a man was at the moment when he would be on top of the world, his vigilance would definitely be minimized. If he could seize the opportunity and appear at that guy Kinson's crucial moment, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance even if he was level 58, not to mention level 48. There's a caveat to this, though, that Kinson can't be a fast shooter. If Kinson was a fast shooter, his own plan was a basket case. Once his thoughts were cleared, Yellen set out on a killing spree once again. This night was destined to be a bloody night for the entire Qingqing underground black market. Yi Lin traveled through the night, his footsteps light and firm, perfectly explaining what makes a qualified hunter. With the 99-tier Yang longevity blade technique and instantaneous dance, transmutants below level 20 couldn't carry a single slash of his blade, and they became the victims of his blade. As for level 20-plus transmogrifier, that's just a few more slashes and it's done. Yi Lin was just like Lu Huaqiang possessing him, and everything living thing within his gaze took a stab from him. After chopping him up, he throws a karma fire in his hand, mainlining a cremation one-stop service. All the way to cut over, the road is not only a corpse or not, but also cannot see a drop of blood traces. There is only a place in the human form of charred black marks branded on the ground, confirming that here just lay a person. During this period, Yi Lin did not fail to meet a level 30 or above transmuter, but facing a forbidden spellcaster who could not be killed and whose spells flew all over the place. Even level 30 or above transmuters could not do anything about it. Under Yelin's life-for-life fighting style, even a level 30-something transmogrifier would be hardened by him. Of course, Yilin also paid the price. His body had countless more gruesome wounds that were enough to kill him, stuck with countless weapons, countless more wounds from freezing and burning. At this moment, Yilin was like a life-suppressing Shura that had crawled out of the netherworld. Yelin just killed his way in, inquiring where Kinson was as he did so, but soon he ran into real trouble. A level 42 transmogrifier stopped in front of Yilin as if he were a roadblock. It was a man, tall and stout, as if he were a lofty mountain. His face was covered with killing intent. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. He wore a black battle armor, held a huge battle axe, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. You really have a lot of guts. How many years has it been? It's been a long, long time since anyone dared to come to the underground black market single-handedly to cause trouble. The man spoke. His voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Yi Lin stopped his steps. He looked at the man in front of him. A wave of vigilance couldn't help but grow in his heart. He knew that this was a powerful opponent, and he had to deal with it carefully. Looking at Yi Lin, whose body was stuck with all kinds of swords and spears, Zhai Xiuqi's heart couldn't help but be flooded with mutterings. As a famous fighter in the underground black market, he had already followed Kinson at a very early age, and during that time, he had seen countless difficult and hard-to-deal-with opponents. But he had never seen such a weird guy like the one in front of him. The injuries on Yi Lin's body, if it was a different person, he was afraid that 20 times of death would not be enough. With such serious injuries, why was this guy still alive? This is not reasonable. Chapter 33. Forbidden Spell? Eternal Hepatite. Why aren't you dead yet? Before making his move, Zhai Xiuqi couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. You put the axe down, and I'll tell you. Yi Lin looked at the axe in Zhai Xiuqi's hand and revealed a flash of fear. Forget it then. You'd better not say anything. I'll find the answer to that question myself. Zhai Xiuqi gripped the battle axe in his hand tightly. He would never put it down when he was fighting, just as a bull warrior would not take off his mask. Yi Lin frowned at the sight. He was still trying to fool Zhai Xiuqi into putting down his axe, so he could sneak attack, but he didn't expect to fail. Zhai Xiuqi swung his battle axe and charged towards Yi Lin, and with every step he took, the earth beneath his feet trembled. Yi Lin's face was extremely grave, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit gullible when facing Zhai Xiuqi. Forbidden Spell. Burning Reincarnation. Forbidden Spell. Instant Dance. 2 forbidden spells were cast in a row, instantly pulling the entire person up to their best. Burning your life force for battle power. How long can you last? Zhai Xiuqi scoffed at Yi Lin's behavior, and the battle axe in his hand slammed into Yi Lin. Yi Lin swung up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and Zhai Xiuqi's battle axe to collide together, but he was shocked back and forth, and a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out of his mouth. Yi Lin's face was gloomy. A level 42 transmuter was really extraordinary. Even the Yangshuo blade technique stacked to 99 layers combined with burning reincarnation and instantaneous dance was not the opponent's match. His advantage, though, is that he can't be beaten. Although he was shocked back by Zhai Xiuqi's axe, Yi Lin immediately charged up as if nothing had happened, swinging his Starfall Heavenly Mark. Unbeknownst to Zhai Xiuqi, his heart was also full of shock at the moment. Yi Lin looked young, just a teenage brat, but as a result, he was able to block his full-strength axe. Zhai Xiuqi also didn't dare to be careless, and a dazzling burst of light blossomed on his battle axe. And then, with an even more terrifying force than just now, he slashed down towards the incoming Yi Lin with an axe. Yi Lin raised his sword to block, but even the sword was split out. The battle axe went unabated, splitting the Starfall Heavenly Trace in Yi Lin's hand, and then used the momentum to ruthlessly smash on Yi Lin's shoulder. Ka-chow! A toothsome bone-cracking sound came out. That was the sound of Yi Lin's shoulder bone and collarbone breaking under Zhai Xiuqi's attack. Yi Lin sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out like a cannonball, hitting the wall not far away heavily. But just as Zhai Xiuqi wanted to step forward to make up for it, Yi Lin suddenly leapt up, raising his left hand with a terrifying shot of purplish-red flames, and pointing his right hand towards the sky. He directly summoned thunder. Forbidden Spell. Karma Fire Burning Sky. Forbidden Spell Extinction Wild Thunder. This time for the world-destroying frenzied thunder. Yi Lin directly sacrificed all that he could in order to summon the legendary chaotic divine thunder. Forbidden spells weren't omnipotent, and even more powerful forbidden spells required that the releaser itself was strong enough. Yi Lin's actual level was only 16, so if it was ordinary thunder, it would definitely be difficult to cause much damage to Zhai Xiuqi. Purple-red karma fire formed a huge fireball toward Zhai Xiuqi smashed. Zhai Xiuqi gaze condensed. He saw the flame in front of him is not simple. Do not want to be stained. The hands of the battle axe directly in the air to split down, as if the sky. Sacred axe of the fallen sun. The battle axe blossomed with a dazzling luster and slashed down fiercely towards in front of him. And the karma fireball in front of him was directly split into two sides. Half of it didn't land on Zhai Xiuqi, and even more so, it didn't cause any damage to him. However, the next second, the entire night seems to be torn apart, leaving only a chaotic gas filled with thunder in the air rampage. It is only arm thick, the color is unpredictable. A moment is a deep purple, a moment is a violent red, as if it contains all the colors, but also as if beyond all the colors in the existence. The thunder was deafening, as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling with it. Zhai Xiuqi's pupil shrank as he felt an unprecedented crisis. He swung his battle axe with all his might in an attempt to ward off this divine thunderbolt. Yet the divine thunderbolt, as if it had a spirit, bypassed his battle axe and directly struck his body. Zhai Xiuqi only felt an unprecedented force instantly run through his entire body, as if it was going to tear his entire being apart. Ah! The battle axe in his hand flew out of his hand, and his person fell backwards, landing heavily on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could he not have imagined that a kid so young would be able to cause him such a mess? Yi Lin didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. He picked up the Starfall Heavenly Mark, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of Zhai Xiuqi, and the Starfall Heavenly Mark in his hand slashed down fiercely, wanting to directly take Zhai Xiuqi's life. Just when Yi Lin thought he was going to get it, Zhai Xiuqi suddenly raised his arms across his body and directly blocked the blade. Bang! Yi Lin's blade was hard countered by Zhai Xiuqi's arms, and the powerful force shocked his entire arm into numbness. He looked at Zhai Xiuqi in shock, only to see that the black battle armor on the other party's body was emitting a faint black light at that moment, as if a mysterious power was protecting him. This is... Yi Lin's pupil shrunk. He suddenly thought of something, shuffled rare-grade equipment. Zhai Xiuqi looked at him coldly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Not bad. This divine light black armor has followed me for a long time, and has been cleansed by me to 7 stars. The defense power has long since reached an astonishing level. Those attacks of yours only made me in a sorry state, but they couldn't cause me any fatal damage at all. A hint of murderous intent surfaced under Zhai Xiuqi's eyes. Then he raised his hand, and the battle axe that had flown out returned to his hand, and he swung it with force, directly disemboweling Yellen and spilling his organs all over the place. Yi Lin retreated back and forth, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. He knew that he was really in trouble this time. Equipment can be shuffled. Through shuffling, you can constantly improve the attributes of the equipment. Shuffling successfully once, it will increase a star. The highest can be shuffled to 9 stars. A rare-grade equipment that had been shuffled to 7 stars was already comparable to even epic-grade equipment. No wonder he hadn't even managed to do any damage to Zhai Xiuqi when he slammed down a Chaos Divine Thunder. If he couldn't break Zhai Xiuqi's divine light black armor, it was impossible for him to beat Zhai Xiuqi, and the two of them could only be so dryly consumed, one of them unable to die and the other unable to fight. What kind of monster are you? Why aren't you dead, even like this? Zhai Xiuqi was shocked. He saw with his own eyes that Yi Lin's 5 viscera and 6 bowels had flowed to the point that only 2 points of the 5 viscera and 3 bowels were left. But Yi Lin was still alive and kicking. This was completely out of line with common sense. Don't you say anything yet. Let me think. Yi Lin didn't care about the injuries on his body, but instead lowered his head and contemplated if any of the forbidden spells he currently had at his disposal could break the game. Soon enough, his eyes lit up, because among the forbidden spells he had mastered, there was indeed one that specialized in breaking high defenses. A rare-grade equipment shuffled to 7 stars, the Divine Light Black Armor. Let me try how hard it is. Forbidden Spell, Eternal Gungjin. Chapter 34, Beheading Zhai Xiuqi. Yi Lin recited the incantation of the forbidden spell. Then, as a forbidden spellcaster, his body began to flicker with a golden light that was brilliant but gentle, coloring Yi Lin's entire body in gold. Those golden rays kept surging out of Yi Lin's body, and with every bit that surged out, Yi Lin's face paled a few points. The golden light in front of him spun at extreme speeds and kept colliding together, finally coalescing into a bright and dazzling golden lance. This long gun from the inside out an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The tip of the gun flashes with a sharp and cold aura unique to the eternal Gung gene, as if it can penetrate all the defenses in this world. Yi Lin raised his hand to hold the lance. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he swung his arm violently, and the golden lance stabbed directly towards Zhai Xiuqi with a whistling, air-breaking sound. Forbidden spell, Eternal Gingjin. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices all the metal elements in his body to coalesce a lance cast from Eternal Gingjin, unbreakable and indestructible. Since obtaining this forbidden spell, Yi Lin had never used it because it was a single kill and had a serious precast shake, so it really wasn't as good as extinguishing Frenzied Thunder and Karmic Fire Burning Sky. However, when facing Zhai Xiuqi, an enemy as hard as a turtle, Yi Lin still remembered this forbidden spell. Seeing the golden lance that came whistling, Zhai Xiuqi flashed a look of uncertainty. The golden lance that came towards him made him a little puzzled. However, he still chose to believe in this rare great equipment of his that had been shuffled to 7 stars. Zhai Xiuqi gripped the battle axe in his hand, and then pushed up the defensive power of the divine light black armor with all his might, preparing to carry this strike hard. The light emanating from the divine light black armor became even more dazzling and eye-catching, as if it had formed a light shield that completely enveloped Zhai Xiuqi. The moment the golden lance came into contact with the divine light black armor, there was no deafening roar, no earth-shattering fluctuations. Like a silver needle piercing a balloon, the golden lance breaks the surface with a point. Zhai Xiuqi, proud of the divine light black armor in front of the eternal Gung gold condensed into the lance, simply did not have any resistance instantly pierced. In a blink of an eye, the light shield was broken, and the divine light black armor, and even Zhai Xiuqi's body, appeared with a bloody hole running back and forth. This bloody hole wasn't big, only the size of a fingertip, and it wasn't fatal, but it caused Zhai Xiuqi's entire body to go into a trance. No way! How is this possible? Zhai Xiuqi's face was written with a look of disbelief. The divine light black armor had accompanied him on his journey to the north and south for so many years, experiencing countless battles both large and small, and it had never been damaged so badly. During the time he was swaying, Yi Lin had already swung his Starfall Heavenly Trace to kill over. The Yang Longevity Blade technique that was stacked up to 99 layers was deadly, splitting Zhai Xiuqi back and forth. At this moment, Zhai Xiuqi's mind was already in chaos, and he was simply unable to resist. Soon he discovered something even more exaggerated, and that was the fact that Yi Lin had been fighting him for so long with blood flames burning on his body, which also meant that Yi Lin had been turning on a forbidden spell to burn his life force the entire time. But after burning for so long, why was Yi Lin not doing anything at all? Kid, are you really immortal? Zhai Xiuqi was shocked and angry. What kind of monster did Boss Kinson provoke this time? Nonetheless, he was able to open a forbidden spell to burn life force burning for so long. He left so many injuries on his body, and he was even more alive and kicking, with no sign of dying at all. It was simply appalling. Yi Lin didn't answer him, but instead slammed out another forbidden spell between his raised hands. Forbidden spell extinction Wild Thunder. Another familiar chaos divine thunder directly smashed down. Yi Lin did not hold back in the slightest and attacked with all his might. Although the divine light black armor was still able to resist the chaotic divine lightning's attacks, it was already in a broken state after all, and the chaotic divine lightning kept surging in from the broken places, wreaking havoc on Zhai Xiuqi's body. Zhai Xiuqi was shocked and angry. If this continued, he would really die at Yi Lin's hands. But he was also crawling out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, facing the threat of death. Zhai Xiuqi, instead of being afraid, became more calm. Returning to his senses, Zhai Xiuqi swung his battle axe and once again pinned down Yi Lin. Each axe was powerful. Yi Lin was not used to him, and raised his hand with another shot of Eternal Gung Jin. The golden lance once again attacked towards Zhai Xiuqi. Zhai Xiuqi this time cannot dare to head iron hard to receive. The bottom of his eyes flashed a flash of essence, followed by a flash of his body. Speed suddenly increased dramatically. Blast Shadow Transportation. Zhai Xiuqi's speed suddenly surged. It was hard to imagine that a body as robust as his could be so fast. He left a streak of residual shadow in place, directly dodging the golden lance that Yi Lin had attacked. The quality was so fast that Yi Lin couldn't even react in time. Zhai Xiuqi had already arrived in front of him. Sacred Axe of the Fallen Sun. just seeing an axe shadow flashing by like thunder and lightning. A coolness came from the neck. Yi Lin's head flew up high and then rolled down to the ground, with fear still on his face, leaving only a headless corpse standing dumbfounded in its place. Zhai Xiuqi puffed and panted. Don't look at the fact that he had killed Yi Lin in seconds with a single axe. This was already all he had left. Phew! I've cut off my head. I don't believe you won't die this time. Zhai Xiuqi let out a sigh of relief. The thrill of this battle was known only to him. He had almost died in Yi Lin's hands. Just when he thought he had finished off Yi Lin, a long knife with starlight stabbed through his heart without warning, destroying the vitality in his body. Zhai Xiuqi twisted his head incredulously. The great battle had just ended, and at this moment, he had no defense at all, only to see that the one who struck out was clearly the headless body of Yi Lin. After stabbing Zhai Xiuqi through the heart, the headless body walked towards the fallen head, picking it up and remounting it on the neck after a few alignments. You're very strong. It's just a pity that you're still too careless. Yi Lin calmly drew out his knife, and blood kept gushing out from the wound, signaling that Zhai Xiuqi's life was about to come to an end. Before dying, Zhai Xiuqi looked at Tang Chu in shock and anger. I was careless, your mom. You really are fucking immortal. After thinking about this point, Zhai Xiuqi clearly knew that he had not died unjustly. Facing a monster with an immortal body and extremely strong fighting strength, he had simply died rightfully. After all, who would have thought that an enemy whose head you cut off could still walk up and stab you in the back? Zhai Xiuqi didn't say anything more to Yi Lin, but instead braced himself and rolled over, looking in a direction within the black market, his gaze filled with worry. Boss Kinson, quick, run away. Monster. Monster. Chapter 35. Sissy's New Tricks. A monster with an undead body and a forbidden spell in its raised hand was enough to make anyone tremble. When Zhai Xiuqi finished his last words, Yi Lin ended his life with a smooth knife. After resolving Zhai Xiuqi, on the rest of the way, Yi Lin didn't encounter any more opponents that were too tricky. It was thought that in the entire underground black market, other than Kinson, the strongest person was this Zhai Xiuqi. Based on the information he had inquired about, Yelin quickly felt his way outside a room. Listening to the lustful sounds coming from the room, Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had come in time after all. He settled into a crouch outside the window, listening reassuringly to the roots of the wall, waiting for the moment when Kinson's guard was put to a minimum. This guy probably couldn't have possibly thought that there would actually be a level 16 brat who dared to come over single-handedly to assassinate him. Crouching at the base of the wall, he listened to the conversation between Kinson and that she's sister. Sissy, I, Kinson, have played with so many women, but you still have my heart the most. Really? Then, does Papa Kinson want to try something new today? I haven't eaten anything but water for the past 2 days, and I'm clean as a whistle. Inside the room, Kinson let out a soft hum at first. Then his breathing was ragged, and as a veteran driver, he naturally understood what the woman meant by that. Roll over. After a rustling and turning of movement rang out, another sound of a quick run and slippers rang out from within the walls. Yellen waited quietly. Even his fingers beat along with Kinson's rhythm, like a patient old hunter. Finally, the voices in the room came to a screeching halt, and the next thing that rang out was Kinson's bellowing. It's urgent. Open your mouth. Hearing these words, Yi Lin gripped the Starfall heavenly trace tightly, opened the burning reincarnation and instant dance, and charged in with his sword. Oh! Kinson let out a loud shout. The king of the underground deserved to be the king of the underground, obviously still in the missile launching stage, but the alertness was still extremely high, and the first time he discovered Yi Lin. In response to him, there was a beautiful star mark as if a meteor had crossed the night sky. Swish! Fast to the extreme blade flashed through. Even if Kinson's reaction was already fast, but being in the middle of zinc ion output, he still couldn't avoid this knife. His left hand was broken from the small arm at the root. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and blood flowed straight. Ah! Kinson let out a miserable scream and backed up, his eyes filled with horror. She had been stunned. Her mouth was wide open with a look of horror, and it took a while for her to change before she closed her mouth and made a swallowing motion, and then got up to sneak away. Yi Lin ignored the fleeing she, anyway, with the necromancy returning boundary in place. This woman wouldn't be able to run far. He frowned at Kinson. He was a little disappointed that this blade didn't kill Kinson. But it didn't matter. Breaking an arm would definitely weaken Kinson's fighting strength to a great extent. Since one cut doesn't work, a few more will do. When he was ready to strike again, Kinson had snapped on the light. With the light, he finally got a good look at the assassin. "You're Yellen, the high school student who killed Su Jihu." Kinson was shocked and angry. He never thought that the person who cut off one of his arms would be a high school student. "Why are you able to appear here? Where is Zhai Shuqi? Where are the others?" Kinson was puzzled. The underground black market was his home base. So many of his men were guarding the outside, and he actually let a high school student sneak in and give himself a cut? "All dead. You'll be the next to die." Yi Lin raised the Starfall heavenly mark and slashed towards Kinson without hesitation. "Death? That word is too far from me. There are too many people who want to kill me. You brats don't deserve it yet." Kinson was also a ruthless character. Although he had his left arm chopped off by Yi Lin's sneak attack, he was also someone who had experienced a great deal, or else he wouldn't have been known as the king of the underground. Facing Yi Lin's incoming large knife, Kinson's only remaining right arm swung fiercely, and a heavy punch with the knife directly blasted Yi Lin's entire body embedded in the wall. An icy killing intent flashed under Kinson's eyes. He was a level 50 berserker profession, and even if he had lost an arm, he was definitely not something a high school student could touch. Cough, cough. Yi Lin coughed violently. The bottom of his eyes were filled with horror. This Kinson's strength was obviously more terrifying than Zhai Xiuzi. If he hadn't broken one of his arms in a sneak attack, the result of his running to assassinate him tonight would definitely be captured alive. With that punch, his own chest cavity had been shattered, and the broken ribs were lodged in his lungs. So in order to avoid continuing to cough and affecting his fighting ability, Yellen directly sacrificed his lungs. Forbidden spell extinction Wild Thunder. A Gung Gold Apocalypse Thunder instantly arrived, splitting towards Kinson. But facing the incoming Golden Thunder, Kinson's face was fierce, and once again swung his fist to blast the Golden Thunder directly into the sky's Thunder Arc. Then Kinson stormed forward. The whole person was like a big mountain coming towards Yi Lin. And in Yi Lin's horrified gaze, a rumbling sound smashed Yi Lin's whole person to fall to the ground, smashing out a human-shaped deep pit on the ground. Kinson then added a fierce kick until he heard the sound of Yellen's skull cracking, and only then did Kinson stop. Seeing that Yellen was dead beyond death, Kinson walked towards his liquor cabinet and took out a bottle of white wine and poured it on the wound. The intense pain made his forehead bruise. Damn, after a lifetime of playing with eagles being pecked out by them, Kinson shoved a cigar in his mouth and lit it, the pain finally easing a bit with the nicotine. He walked towards his left arm that had fallen to the ground. As long as he found a transmogrifier of a healing-related profession, his broken arm would still be able to be attached and restored as before. Just as Kinson bent down and tried to pick up his left hand, a golden lance shone with a brilliant light instantly and nailed his right hand to the ground. Immediately afterward, another blade slid by, and Kinson's right arm broke off at the root. "What? Why are you still alive?" Kinson looked at Yi Lin with a hideous and incomparable face. He clearly remembered that he had already crushed Yi Lin's skull. Why was this guy still alive and kicking? Was he immortal? "I'm sorry, but my profession is a forbidden spellcaster, and there is a forbidden spell called Immortality, whereby sacrificing 2.5 years of one's own young life, one is able to be immune to lethal damage once." Yellen thoughtfully explained for Kinson. With both arms broken, he couldn't believe that in this situation, Kinson would still be able to beat the person. This thought had just risen when Kinson, who had already lost both his arms, suddenly flew up with a kick that hit Yellen's chin with unerring precision, sending him flying high in the air. Chapter 36. Defeating the King of the Underground. Immortal and indestructible? I'd like to see how you're immortal. Although he had lost both arms, Kinson's combat strength was already ridiculously strong. He first kicked Yellen into midair, and then leapt up again, and a powerful whip leg directly down, smashing Yellen to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! As the smoke rolled, Kinson rushed down again, chopping a foot into Yellen's body. With a level 50 berserker profession, even without using any skills, one punch or kick was enough to deal fatal damage to level 16 Yi Lin. "Kid, you're still too young." One of the big no-nos in combat is to tell your bottom line to an enemy who hasn't lost the battle yet. Even if I, Kinson, lose both my arms, I'm not something you, a high school student, can deal with. I'd like to see how much young life you have to dodge a deadly attack. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Yellen, who had already lost his resistance, Kinson showed no mercy this time, greeting each kick to the hard head. The Twin Lives Yin-Yang bracelet on Yi Lin's hand emitted light and began to repair the injuries on Yi Lin's body, but the speed of the repairs simply couldn't match the speed of Kinson's destruction. Often, The injuries on Yelin's body had just finished repairing the general when Kinson's attacks descended once again. Under Kinson's stormy attack, Yi Lin's body was soon stomped by Kinson into a puddle of blood-blurred rotten meat, mixed with white bone stubble, looking appalling. The Twin Lives Yin-Yang bracelet was still emitting light, but it couldn't repair Yi Lin's body anymore. Kinson breathed a sigh of relief, tired and sweaty. He had just inflicted at least hundreds of fatal injuries on Yi Lin. He should die anymore. He didn't believe that Yi Lin could still have a lifespan of more than 200 years of yang. Kinson panted and walked away, the pain of having both his arms severed causing him to suck in a cold breath. Shit, the profession of forbidden spellcaster is simply too weird. No wonder it's short-lived. Kinson couldn't help but curse, having both his arms chopped off by a high school student. If word of this got out, he would be completely disgraced as the king of the underground. He definitely wouldn't dare say anything in front of him, but behind his back he might talk about him. The thought of it annoyed Kinson to no end, and just as he was getting exasperated, he felt a chill come from behind him, and Kinson jerked his head around as a star mark slid by, and a toned thigh flew high in the air. Kinson froze, standing frozen on one leg, looking straight at Yelin with bewilderment written all over his face. It seemed that he hadn't expected that Yi Lin was actually still alive, and the huge shock caused him to even temporarily forget the pain of his broken leg. Didn't think so. I lied to you. You're too young. How can you even believe the words of your enemies? Yelin hemmed and hawed. Kinson broke 2 arms and a leg. He didn't believe that with only 1 leg, Kinson could still beat the Dun. Bang! Kinson gave Yelin a vicious head, but that knocked Yelin's eyes out. However, this time, he didn't choose to continue attacking Yi Lin, but instead took his one-legged steps to quickly escape. Panic bubbled up under Kinson's eyes. He was really scared. The Yi Lin in front of him was like an undefeatable little strong man. If he continued like this, he who only had 1 leg might really die in Yi Lin's hands. Trying to run. Forbidden spell. Eternal frozen eyes. Yelin sacrificed his eyeballs, which went black, and in his last look before going blind, he glanced towards the only leg left of Kinson. No sooner had Kinson jumped out than ice crystals began to condense on his only remaining leg, and eventually it froze his entire body in place. No! No! Kinson tried to struggle, but he had no arms and no other leg to break free. After his eyes regained their sight, Yelin walked towards Kinson with the Starfall Sky Strike in his hand, the tip of the blade rubbing against the ground with a clinking, crunching sound, rubbing out a series of sparks. Say, where's Uncle G? Yi Lin had searched quite a few places before coming here, but there had been no sign of G's father, thinking that the person must have been locked up in some secret place by Kinson. Kinson clenched his teeth and refused to speak. Yelin didn't say anything more, but snapped his fingers, and a flash of fuchsia fire landed on the ground, burning Kinson's left arm to ashes. No! Kinson's jaw was on fire. If he could find a healing-related profession with his broken arm, he could still have the possibility of returning to normal, but if this was the kind of person who had even lost his hand, there was really no way out. That kind of big brother who could regenerate a broken arm was not something that Kinson could access either, and this was the equivalent of Yelin cutting off his back. From now on, you can only be a one-armed Kinson. Yelin's expression was calm. You! Kinson's eyes reddened with anger. Will you just leave me alone if I say so? Kinson, you know I love to tell the truth. Yelin smiled faintly. I came here just to save Uncle G. I won't be fine if I kill your men, because you'll set it right, but if I kill you, that's a big problem. I'm not stupid enough to kill the underground king of Qingqing. That's a big deal that's going to pierce the sky. But just because I'm scrupulous doesn't mean I don't dare to do it. Uncle G has done me a great favor. So think it over yourself and don't push me, an honest man, to the edge. Speaking of this, Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a chilling look. Kinson hesitated, but now that he had 3 of his limbs broken and his last limb was frozen into an ice sculpture, he didn't have any choice at all, and he had no choice but to choose Yi Lin. Don't worry, the old guy named G isn't dead, he just has a broken arm, and he's locked up in the outside jail, Kinson said. Hearing this, Yi Lin was also relieved. If G's father had died, he would have felt more or less guilty and sad. Regardless of what purpose G's father had, but at least the other party was actually spending real money to be good to himself. And this was grace, which he had to bear. Swish! The razor-sharp Starfall Heavenly Trace transformed into a streak of light, carrying a starburst as it chopped at Kinson's neck to behead him directly. Feeling the icy killing intent, Kinson's cold hairs exploded all over his body. You really are lying to me. Bastard. Kinson couldn't care less about his last leg at the moment. He twisted his tiger's waist with vigor, and his last frozen one leg broke with a sound. His whole person rolled to the ground in a mess, but he also dodged Yelin's surefire strike. What a strong desire to survive, but it's useless. Yi Lin swung up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and was about to slash down again. He would never allow anyone who knew the secret of his immortality to live in this world. At this time, all of Kinsen's limbs were gone, and there had long since been no room for any resistance. Kinsen revealed a bitter smile and closed his eyes in despair. I never thought that I, the king of the underground, would end up dying in the hands of a high school student. Just as Yelin was about to harvest Kinsen's life, a Dani cry came from the doorway. Stop! Let him go, or I'll kill this G guy right now. Chapter 37. I don't kill women, go away. She, who had just escaped, went and returned, bringing back one more man. G's father was in a poor state of mind, obviously having suffered a severe beating, and his face looked pale from the loss of blood. He was bound into a dumpling, and his mouth was gagged so that he couldn't make half a sound, and she was holding a black pistol in her hand, pointing it right at G's father's head. Mori! Seeing Kinsen's miserable state of being cut into a human swine, she let out a cry of shock, and tears instantly flowed down her face. Didn't you run away? What are you coming back for? Roll! I don't need a woman to save me yet. Kinsen was shocked and angry. No, I won't leave you alone. She shook her head and pressed the pistol dead center against G's father's temple. Release brother's son, or I'll kill him now. You stupid ass. You're just my venting tool. What are you doing back here? Kinsen reddened. He hadn't shed a single tear when his hands and feet were cut off by Yi Lin, but he couldn't help his eyes from turning red when he saw Sister She risking her life to come back and save him. People only know whether the person beside them is a human or a ghost when they are in trouble. How could he not expect that the one who came back to save him would be Shi? Yi Lin narrowed his eyes and gently tapped his fingers on the Starfall Heavenly Trace. After turning on Burning Reincarnation and Instant Dance, with his skyrocketing speed, he was 60% sure that he could cut off that woman's hand before she could shoot. He was hesitant to gamble on the probability, and after thinking about it, he decided to give up, although a 60% success rate wasn't low. After all, it was a matter of G's father's life. What do you want to do? Do we swap hostages? Yelin inquired. No way. If I don't have a hostage in my hand, you will definitely kill us right away. You first let Brother Sin's men take him away, and I'll stay here with the hostage. Sister She spoke through clenched teeth. Yelin frowned. This girl was worthy of following Kinsen, but she wasn't easy to fool at all. But there was no way he was going to let Kinsen go. If he didn't get Kinsen killed today, it would be the same as letting the tiger go, and he himself would face heavenly trouble. If he hadn't taken Kinsen by surprise tonight, he would have been taken right down without even getting close to Kinsen. Hearing She's words, Kinsen was shocked and furious, where he still could not see that the woman She was going to use her own life to exchange for his life. There's no way he's going to leave me alone. You get out of here. Don't you usually listen to me the most? Go. Kinsen's hissing was so distracting to Yelin that he casually grabbed a two-headed dragon from Kinsen's bed and gagged Kinsen, choking Kinsen to the point that he kept dry heaving and couldn't open his mouth again. Then he raised his eyes to She. There's no way I'm going to agree to the terms you're talking about. As soon as Kinsen leaves, he's sure to immediately mobilize his men and women to round me up, and in that case, neither Uncle G nor I would survive. You have people you want to save, and so do I. So if you're worried about me coming after you and Kinsen, I could put your mind at ease. Yi Lin turned the blade of the Starfall Heavenly Trace and aimed it at himself. And after the 4 blade flashes, the tendons and hamstrings of Yi Lin's hands and feet had all been picked off, dripping with blood. His entire body collapsed to the ground, unable to even crawl. That wasn't all. He cut himself in the stomach again, and his intestines flowed out like crazy. Well, you can now believe that I won't be after you and Kinsen anymore, right? Yi Lin's face was pale, and his expression was weak. You, sister, she covered her mouth. It was hard to imagine that Yi Lin was able to do this. Uncle G is very important to me. I'm an orphan, and he's like a loving father who suddenly came into my life. I have to keep him safe. Yi Lin's words were so loud and clear that tears welled up in the eyes of G's father, who had been gagged. After a long time in the impersonal world of business, this kind of sincere emotion is far more touching to him than mountains of money. Seeing that Yi Lin had directly re-injured himself to such an extent, sister, she obediently lowered her gun. Seeing this, Kinsen frantically tried to shout. Yi Lin had just been stomped in a mush by him and didn't even die. This kind of injury wasn't even worth mentioning to him. but Yi Lin had long ago gagged him with his double-headed dragon, so that he couldn't open his mouth to remind Sister Shi. When she saw Kinson struggling there, she thought he was calling out for him and hurriedly let go of Ji's father and ran towards him. "Brother Sam! I'm here, Brother Sam!" She quickly ran forward and removed the two-headed dragon. Seeing she let go of Ji's father, Kinson's face was ashen, and as expected, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Yellen walking this way while stuffing his intestines into his stomach. "If you want to kill me, that's fine with me, but can you leave Sissy alone? She doesn't know anything, nor is she a transmuter. She can't pose a threat to you." Kinson hurriedly spoke. "I, Kinson, have done everything in my life, but I have never begged. Count me as begging." "You, how can you still stand up?" Sister, she was also scared out of her wits at the moment. She couldn't understand how a person with broken hamstrings and tendons could still stand up and still hold a knife. Yellen looked at Kinson with a complicated gaze. In some ways, Kinson was also considered a good man who valued love and justice. It was just a pity that he didn't have a choice. If the secret of the immortal body was exposed, he would only end up 10,000 times worse than Kinson. Yi Lin lifted the Starfall heavenly mark with an expressionless face. "Please, let Sissy go. Please promise me. I'll give you all the money you want. Just let Sissy go." The blade flashed by with a starburst, and Kinson's voice ended abruptly. This underground king of Qingqing stared at his own eyes in death. "Mori!" Sissy let out a cry of anguish and looked at Kinson's body with a tear-stained face, crying hysterically. "I'm sorry, Brother Sam. It's me who's useless. It's me who's too stupid." She then picked up the gun with a scowl on her face and pulled the trigger towards Yi Lin without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. After 6 shots, the gun had been emptied and the barrel was smoking white. Unfortunately, the bullets she shot were all blocked by the Starfall heavenly marks, failing to injure Yi Lin in the slightest. Yi Lin originally didn't want to block it. It wouldn't have killed him anyway, but considering the presence of Ji's father watching, he made a show of it. "You killed me. You killed me even." She yelled hysterically, unable to avenge herself. All she wanted now was to die with Kinson. Yi Lin shook his head and opened his mouth to sigh. "Don't be silly, sister-in-law. I don't kill women. Go away." Chapter 38. Yellen, you're still too kind and merciful. "Not killing women?" Sister Shi froze. Yi Lin's words made her not know what to say for a moment. Yes, Kinson was also a decent person in his life. You were alive just so you can collect his body. Hey, if you didn't kidnap Uncle Ji, I really don't want to make an enemy of him. Yi Lin sighed and said, "Brother Sin." At the mention of Kinson, Shi's tears once again flowed wildly, as if it were a reservoir that had broken the levee. Yi Lin didn't pay any more attention to Sister Shi, but turned toward Father Ji. "Uncle Ji, I'm sorry I'm late." Yellen unlocked the shackles on Ji's father and pulled out the towel he had gagged him with again. "It's all right, kid. I'm already touched that you would risk so much to save me." Ji's father couldn't help but feel touched, his eyes written all over. He knew how powerful Kinson's forces were, and it was hard for him to imagine just how much Yi Lin had suffered and wasted his efforts before he managed to rescue him. "Uncle Ji, let's go." Yi Lin assisted Ji's father to walk outside the underground black market. "Yi Lin, you've suffered a lot fighting your way in, haven't you?" Father Ji said heartily. "Uncle Ji, you're underestimating me. I'm only level 16. Even if I'm a forbidden spellcaster, there's no way I can deal with so many of Kinson's henchmen. They'll be able to wear me out alive just by consuming them." Yi Lin couldn't help but shake his head. "Oh, and how did you get in here? And how did you injure Kinson in that horrible state?" Father Ji wondered. He could see clearly what Kinson looked like just now. The whole person's limbs were cut off, directly becoming a human swine. "It's a friend of mine." Yi Lin hesitated and said, "This friend of mine wouldn't let me publicize his identity. So forgive me for not being able to tell you, Uncle Ji." Father Ji nodded, a flash of shrewdness reserved for businessmen flashing under his eyes. "The growth of the forbidden spellcaster is very fast. Don't look at Yi Lin is now only 16 levels. Once the college entrance exams are over, a drill to the wild, it won't take 1 or 2 years. Yi Lin will be able to become a strong person who suppresses a party." It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had looked at Yi Lin's talent. There were others in this Qingcheng who had hit on this idea. Figuring this out, Ji's father didn't pursue anything further. After all, he was lucky to have survived tonight, and being kidnapped by Kinson tonight had made him see a lot of things. "Yi Lin, you do not mind Uncle Ji nagging. This society between people and people, the most core and most essential relationship, is the interest. You have the value of use. Others will take the initiative to approach you close to you. You have to be careful. Do not easily believe anyone, including me." Ji Father's eyes were complicated. At the very beginning, he let Ji Ling Yu to contact Yi Lin, also with the mindset of utilizing Yi Lin. Good. I'll remember Uncle Ji. What you taught me, Yi Lin will definitely memorize it. Yi Lin nodded obediently. Since you recognize me as your uncle, there's still something else that Uncle Ji has to talk to you about, or else you'll definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Ji Father couldn't help but say seriously. He had now completely viewed Yi Lin as his second son. Yi Lin was now second only to Ji Ling Yu in his mind. You speak, Uncle Ji. Yi Lin is all ears. Yi Lin obediently responded. You are too kind. And too kind. A chill flashed in Ji's father's eyes. This is a big no-no. Mercy doesn't govern. Righteousness doesn't support wealth. Goodness doesn't serve as an official. Love doesn't set things in motion. And benevolence doesn't enter politics. This is the unchanging truth of the ages. Just like that Kinson's woman just now. Uncle Ji admitted that the two of them are really impressed by their true feelings. But that's precisely why you can't let her go even more. Otherwise, when she reacts, with her status as a Kinson woman, she will definitely be able to gather quite a few remnants of Kinson to seek revenge on you. At that time, it will cause you big trouble. It could even put your life in danger. Yi Lin made a horrified look and said in a hurry, Uncle Ji, what should we do now? How about I go back and finish her off now? No need for that. I'll help you handle the aftermath of the underground black market properly. I'm just asking you to change this problem of being soft-hearted. Father Ji shook his head, then said amiably to Yi Lin, Yi Lin, it's okay to be soft, but only to those around you. Once it's clear that the other party is the enemy, then the other party already has a way to take death. Yi Lin, respectfully follow Uncle Ji's teachings. Yi Lin said obediently. They retreated towards the outside of the black market while talking, but when they retreated to the edge of the black market, Father Ji was dumbfounded. Countless white and ghastly skeleton warriors guarded the edge of the black market, with green and ghostly colored soul flames burning in their empty eye sockets. And behind the skeleton warriors, there were even headless knights, bone dragons, witch demons, and all sorts of necromantic creatures. There was even warm blood on the rusty short sword of that skeleton warrior. Apparently some unlucky person had just tried to rush out and was cleaved by a sword. Did Kinson's revenge come so quickly? Father Ji was emboldened, and then a flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. Yi Lin, if there's really nothing you can do later, you'll leave me behind and run by yourself. Uncle Ji, how can this work? Yi Lin was alarmed. Father Ji wanted to say something else, but he had already seen a skeleton warrior tiptoeing behind Yellen. Yi Lin, watch out. Father Ji hurriedly pushed Yi Lin away, and the skeleton warrior swung his fist at his face, knocking him out with a single punch. Yi Lin touched his nose and muttered with some guilt as he looked at the unconscious Father Ji. Uncle Ji, I'm sorry, I didn't want to, but I can't operate well if you don't pass out. The secret of the body of immortality was really concerning. Yi Lin didn't want anyone to know about it. And as for everyone in the underground black market tonight, he wasn't going to let go. Forbidden spell. Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell. Karma fire burning sky. Yi Lin raised his hand, and the blood in his entire body was instantly drained away, turning his entire body into a dry, leathery corpse. But that wasn't all. With a thought, his immortal body immediately regenerated his blood, and he made another sacrifice. Yi Lin just kept switching between the state of a normal person and the state of a skin and bones, and with each switch, the purplish-red karmic fire in his hand became more and more powerful, and in the end, it was as dazzling as a small round of purplish-red sun. The small sun formed by the purplish-red karmic fire pulsed in Yi Lin's hands, as if it would break free and burn everything at any moment. Yi Lin could clearly feel that he was on the verge of losing control of this power, and the karmic fire burning sky that was released this time was far more powerful than any other time in the past. He took a deep breath and violently threw the karma sun in his hand towards the black market in front of him. The purplish-red fireball drew a long trajectory in the air, just like a comet that crossed the night curtain, with a general atmosphere of extinction, falling into the depths of the black market. The moment the purple-red fireball touched the ground of the black market, boom! After a deafening roar, a mushroom cloud rose in the sky above the black market, and a terrifying karmic fire instantly erupted. The flames were blazing. The temperature was extremely high, as if it was going to burn everything around it. The creatures in the black market that were still alive originally let out miserable screams under the horrifying heat. But in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the flames, and there was not even any ash left. The entire black market was shrouded in karmic fire, turning into a sea of flames, and the light of the fire reflected off of it, proclaiming that this place, which had once been the largest sin capital in Qingcheng, had completely ended at this moment. Chapter 39. Humanity and Bestiality. The fuchsia-red firelight reflected Yelin's face in light and darkness. Looking at the sea of blazing fire in front of him, Yi Lin's mind was complicated. He opened a pack of found cigarettes, lit one in his mouth with a karmic fire, and threw the whole pack into the fire again. The scent of nicotine eroded the mouth and chest and lungs, slowing Yelin's mind to become calm. The desire to smoke a cigarette first when things go wrong seems to be a memory etched in every man's genes. A high school student who had just finished transferring not long ago and whose level was only 16, single-handedly killed the underground king of Qingcheng, Kinsin, and also burned the entire black market with a single fire, which I'm afraid no one would believe even if he said it himself. Even officially, there's no way he'll be suspected. It's like no one is going to investigate you in front of the screen now that the boss of the big pretty country has been assassinated. After this fire burns out, everything will be put on the head of the non-existent Ling Knight. Yi Lin lowered his eyes and looked at Ji's father, who was still unconscious, through the white mist of the cigarette. The only problem now is Father Ji. He was the only one who had seen himself kill Kinson tonight. And if he had gotten Ji's father killed first, then sent Ji Lingyu to his death, he himself collapsed next to Ji Lingyu, seriously injured and dying. That way, he or she must be completely out of the picture. Someone coming to investigate would only think that it was Kinson who attacked Ji's group and exterminated Ji's father's entire family. And then Kinson was exterminated by the mysterious Ling Knight. One is just a poor victim. Thinking of this, Yi Lin slowly raised the starfall heavenly trace, and a cold aura flickered in the bottom of his eyes. At that exact moment, Father Ji slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he did so, he saw the faintly flowing starburst on the starfall heavenly trace. Yi Lin, what are you doing? Yi Lin didn't answer him, but directly raised his hand and dropped his sword. With a flash of several cold ons, a red apple was perfectly peeled off its skin. Uncle Ji, do you cha apple? Yi Lin blinked with a human face. Only then did Ji's father let out a breath of relief and said in shock, Yi Lin, you scare me to death. What kind of apples are you eating at a time like this? Father Ji turned his head and looked at the sea of blazing fire in front of him and asked in horror, what's going on here? Just now those skeletons try to kill us. Good thing Brother Ling Knight. Oh no. Yi Lin hurriedly covered his mouth and changed his words with a look of saying the wrong thing. That mysterious person saved us and burned down the entire black market with a fire. Oh. The bottom of Ji's father's eyes flashed through a flash of essence. In his heart, he secretly said that Yi Lin was still a child's mind. The words in his heart could come out accidentally, and the words that came out could still be called the words in his heart. Back when he had time, he had to teach Yi Lin properly. Ling Knight? Where was this mysterious strong man from? And how had he never heard of him before? It's okay. Just as long as we're all safe. Get going. The people from the Investigation Bureau should be here soon. I have to go back and prepare early. Father Ji looked grave. Yellen nodded. The Bureau of Investigation was specifically an official organization that dealt with transmutants, and Kinson's death would surely cause them to pursue it with all their might. He did just think about killing Ji's father, but the thought was eventually suppressed. If he really went ahead and killed Ji's father and Ji Lingyu, who were kind to him, in order to be able to live high on the hog, it would mean that he had completely abandoned his humanity as a human being. Humans are a combination of humanity and bestiality, usually expressed as shrewd and self-interested. But sometimes they can't help but be selfless. He wants to live is the instinct of the beast. He saved Ji father because Ji father in his favor. This is human nature. If he really put aside his humanity, then even if he stayed alive, he would be nothing more than a long-lived humanoid beast. Seeing that Ji father really returned safely with Yi Lin, Ji Lingyu lost his voice and cried, hugging Ji father to death. Dad, you're finally back. I almost thought I'd never see you again. There is nothing more beautiful in life than to lose and to find. Silly boy, why are you crying? Isn't Dad still alive? Don't worry, as long as Dad is still alive, the sky, it won't collapse. Ji father dotingly rubbed Ji Lingyu's head, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. Ji mother left early. Ji Lingyu is he single-handedly brought up. It could be said that after the mother left, Ji Lingyu is the father's all. Well, it's not manly at all to cry. Get out of the way, Dad's got a lot of things to take care of. The bottom of Ji father's eyes flashed with a flash of sternness, and at this moment, He became the same general manager G who reigned supreme in the business world. Kinson's matter should immediately send shockwaves throughout Qingcheng, and by that time, the Bureau of Investigation would surely be pouring out to investigate the matter. His current priority was to ensure that the two of them, Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu, would be able to go to the college entrance exam trial without any problems. As long as the two of them entered the examination hall of the college entrance examination, even the investigation bureau could no longer touch them in the slightest. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. For Father G it was, and for the rest of Castle, it was even more so. Castle Investigation Bureau. Investigator Huang sat at his desk. He had just finished organizing the case file on the Su Jihu farm incident. Su Jihu, the underground king of Qingcheng, Kinson's henchman. Kinson's side has already greeted them and told them that the Bureau of Investigation should not pursue this matter any further. Therefore, Investigator Huang also directly closed the matter as an unsolved case. Finishing the case file looked up, only to realize that unknowingly, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the morning. He lifted both fingers to rub his brow. King of the underground of Qingcheng, it's really bald to have such a tumor in Qingcheng. The words just fell. The door suddenly a person thumped and broke in. Late at night, pushing the door sound like a thunder will be investigating officer Huang Litian startled. Only when he raised his eyes did he see that the person pushing the door was Su Xiao, the young apprentice the Bureau had arranged for him to take, and Su Xiao's face was currently written with panic. What is it? Why are you so furtive? Didn't I teach you? When it comes to things, stay calm and keep your emotions stable. Panic and excitement won't solve anything. Huang Litian lectured. Yes. Master, you're right, but there really is something heavenly. Su Xiao's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit, his forehead filled with cold sweat. Oh! Huang Litian smiled faintly, with a spoiled look, picking up the cup on the table and taking a sip of water. Tell me instead, what's the big deal? Young people are just stoic, they can get excited about shit. Master, don't be afraid if I tell you, Su Xiao said in horror. Don't worry, your master. I've been an investigating officer for so many years. What haven't I seen before? Giant view, human centipede. What can scare me? Huang Litian was very calm and continued to drink his water. Kinson is dead, and the entire underground black market was burned to ashes by a fire, with the exact same technique and means as that farmhouse before. Seeing Huang Litian's old and calm demeanor, Su Xiao followed suit and calmly said. Unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, Huang Litian let out a mouthful of water with a puff, directly spraying him all over his head. What? Who did you say died? Kinson, WMD. Chapter 40. Investigator Wang's Headache. Huang Litian quickly rushed forward and grabbed Su Xiao's shoulders before he began to shake them violently. Who died? Say again, who died? Su Xiao felt like her brain was going to be shaken evenly by Huang Litian. Master, didn't you say that we should be calm and emotionally stable when things go wrong? Snap! Huang Litian sniffed and came up with 2 big mouths, roaring sternly. Don't fucking bullshit. Come on, what happened? Who died? Kinson ah, Hio Su said in an aggravated voice. Same name? Huang Litian asked softly, holding on to his last glimmer of hope. No, it's that underground King Kinson, and from the current situation, he along with those men from his underground black market should all be dead. Su Xiao said truthfully. Hearing this, Huang Litian let go of Su Xiao, and his entire body retreated several steps in a row, hitting the desk before he managed to stabilize himself. Huang Litian's profession was a lie detector, and he clearly knew that the young apprentice in front of him was not lying. But at this moment, he was incredibly hopeful that Su Xiao had lied. It was Kinson who died, and also died in the city, and a whole underground black market of everyone died. This is simply a big event that pierced the sky. You don't care if Kinson is some kind of underground king of Qingcheng behind his back, at least on the surface. The person is one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Qingcheng, a dignified figure in Qingcheng. Once this person dies, it's not likely that there will be unrest in Qingcheng. Go! Let's go to the scene. Huang Litian's forehead veins flared. In one more day, the high school entrance exam trials would begin. At this time, Qingcheng could not afford any accidents. When Huang Litian master and disciple arrived at the scene, the karma fire had not been completely extinguished, and there were still purplish-red flames leaping out from time to time. Huang Litian walked over quickly, and Su Xiao hurriedly pulled him back. Master, don't get excited. This flame is very weird. Once it gets stained, it can't be extinguished. It's very dangerous. I know, you don't have to stop me. Huang Litian's face became extremely ugly, exactly the same scene, Exactly the same karmic fire. All the evidence went up in flames. Nothing was left. Even the bones were burned to ash, leaving only a charred brown earth. That farmhouse looked like this too, and this black market was just a farmhouse enlarged a million times over. This fucking Kinson. Huang Litian couldn't help but curse in a low voice. If it wasn't for Kinson obstructing them from investigating the truth about the farmhouse, there might not be this scene today. He now believed that what Zhuge and I said about Yi Lin and Ling Nai was not the same person. After all, how could a high school student have the ability to massacre the entire black market? While others weren't sure, they at the Bureau of Investigation were clear about the fact that Kinson was actually a level up to 50 transmigrator. Is all this, again, the work of that mysterious Ling Knight? But it's not right. According to Zhuge and I, she had seen that Ling Knight in the novice secret territory, so that would make it impossible for Ling Knight to be the murderer. Could it be that Ling Knight was only responsible for destroying the evidence, and the real murderer was someone else? Huang Litian had an immense headache. Just then, Su Xiao ran over in a panic, once again bringing him news that made his brows furrow. 10 minutes later, inside the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, Huang Litian met Father Ji. Mr. Ji. Huang Litian extended his hand to shake Ji's father's hand, but at that moment, Ji's father let out a bitter smile and raised his left arm that had already been cut off by Kinson. The corner of Huang Litian's mouth twitched slightly. Mr. Ji, the matter is urgent. I will not engage in those false. You are the Ji family villa at more than 10 o'clock was besieged by Kinson with people, is it? Yes. Father Ji closed his eyes in pain. Everyone else died except me. My son escaped by going outside with his classmates. Huang Litian used his occupational skill mind reading to sense the situation and realized that Father Ji wasn't lying. So he frowned and asked, Mr. Ji, can you explain how you survived? I don't mean anything else, but as far as I know, you're just an ordinary person, not a transmuter. Huang Litian's meaning was obvious. All the transmigrants were dead and you, a commoner, were still alive and well. Why? It's Li. Ji's father snapped and lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with sadness. Li was my adopted orphan and my personal bodyguard, and he spelled out his own life in exchange for a chance to escape. And what about the back? Huang Litian pursued. I fainted in the back. It was my son's classmate Yi Lin who found and saved me. Then I came to the investigation bureau to report the case. Father Ji said as he took a drag on his cigarette. Then Kinson is dead, did you know? Huang Litian stared at Ji's father dead in the face. No. I was just on my way to the Bureau of Investigation when I heard someone talking about his death. Good death. If he doesn't die, I'm going to find a way to get him killed. Fuck. Father Ji said viciously. Huang Litian frowned as he realized that what Father Ji had said so far was actually true in every sentence, without a single falsehood, which meant that Father Ji wasn't lying at all. Looking at Ji's father's appearance as he flicked the ashes of his cigarette, Huang Litian could be sure that Ji's father must know something about Kinson's death. Truly masterful liars don't lie when they deceive. Every word they say is true, but when the words are put together, they form a huge lie. For example, the national soccer team is world famous, and no national soccer team has ever beaten it head-to-head in the World Cup. Then again, my girlfriend was greenlit by her best friend, and I was so angry that I went and kicked her best friend's ass. This is the montage lie, lying with the truth. Such an old fox. Even he, an investigating officer with lie detector skills, could not do anything about it. Okay, Mr. Ji. Thank you for your cooperation. I've understood the situation. I'm going to talk to your son Ji Lingyu and your son's classmate Yi Lin again. You shouldn't mind, right? Huang Litian asked. Of course I don't mind. Go ahead, Investigator Huang. Father Ji said smilingly. He had long since matched statements with Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin when he was at home, and he believed that it was impossible for Huang Litian to come up with anything from the investigation. Soon Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin were brought into the Bureau of Investigation. Yi Lin looked around with a look of being a thief, which made Huang Litian instantly lock his eyes on him. These two people are just high school students. The city is certainly not as deep as the kind of old fox like Ji father. Huang Litian naturally used him as a breakthrough. Coupled with the fact that Yellen had previously been the biggest suspect in the farmhouse incident, Huang Litian had long wanted to have a good talk with him. Hello, Mr. Yi Lin, my surname is Huang. You can call me Investigator Huang. Huang Litian stretched out his large hand and shook Yi Lin's. Yi Lin's face was very serious. Hello, Investigator Huang. I have to take Chenghua Avenue to Urxiankyo. I can only pull a little bit. I can't pull more. Huang Litian. Chapter 41. Huang Litian's terrible intuition. I'm asking you if this car can go? Huang Litian said with a headache. can walk to the second immortal bridge. Yellen nodded seriously. No, fuck me. Huang Litian realized that he had been led into a ditch by Yellen. Yellen, I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. Just answer them. No need to say anything else, understand? Huang Litian said. Understood, Investigator Huang. I'm sorry, I just saw that you were too serious and wanted to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Yilin nervously scratched his head. I thank you, Huang Litian said in a deep voice. Do you know Su Jihu? Don't know, never even heard of the name. Yilin answered truthfully. He really didn't know that the black-hearted boss who bought his organs was called Su Jihu. Huang Litian confirmed that Yilin hadn't lied, but still pursued the question undeterred. So, have you ever been to a farm? Been there. Speaking of this, Yellen's expression suddenly became horrified. What's on the farm? Huang Litian stared dead into Yellen's eyes. A clue was coming. That farmhouse. There are chickens. Huang Litian was almost so angry that he punched Yilin. Nonsense. There must be chickens in the farmhouse. No, Investigator Huang, it's not just any chicken. It's the kind that weighs 100 or so pounds. Yilin said with a serious face. Speaking of 100 or so pounds of chicken, the people around him instantly stopped being sleepy and stretched their ears to hear what Yilin was going to say next. That chicken also asked me to play or not, said that I was in good condition and could not charge me money. I was very afraid, so I ran away. Yilin blinked and said he said can be the truth. Before living in the slums, from time to time, there are older bad women want to cheat him, kuan eat. Huang Litian. He fell silent as he realized that everything Yellen said was true. Now there are two possibilities. One, Yilin is an old fox who is even more sophisticated than Ji's father and is pretending to be crazy. Two, Yilin really has nothing to do with Su Jihu's death. Huang Litian preferred the latter, so he didn't ask any more about farm-related matters, but instead turned to ask where Yilin was tonight. But asking this would be even more fruitless, because Yilin did practice sword practice with Jilin Yu over at the Transfiguration Guild tonight, and this Transfiguration Guild has records over there, so a quick check would be able to find out. Huang Litian also quickly pulled up the records over there, and when he saw that Yilin had destroyed dummies that could carry the attacks of transmutants below level 40, Huang Litian's gaze narrowed slightly. Yilin, can you explain why you can destroy a dummy that is strong enough to carry the attack of a transmogrifier below level 40 when you're only level 16? Huang Litian asked with a smirk. I was born with divine power. Yilin said without a blush. Born with God's power? I urge you to tell the truth, or I may have to keep you here overnight. Huang Litian's fingertips lightly tapped the desktop. Yilin mentally said, damn it. It was definitely impossible for other people to want to pull out the detailed records of the Transfiguration Guild, but the Bureau of Investigation naturally had the right to do so. If he'd known he was going to kill Kinson tonight, he wouldn't have acted so flamboyantly over there. Thanks to the fact that Uncle G bought me a good outfit, plus my identity as a forbidden spellcaster, under the outburst, it reached that level chant. After all, it's not like the dummy can dodge. Yilin said truthfully. Huang Litian narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop. If you really want to say that, there was actually no problem. After all, the power of the forbidden spell was originally extremely terrifying, and with a good outfit, level 16 might not be unable to destroy a level 40 dummy golem. You unleashed a forbidden spell without regard for your health just to try your strength on a dummy? Why? Huang Litian asked with a frown. Don't really want to live? Is it against the law? Yellen asked with a wink. No offense. Huang Litian didn't continue to pursue this, but suddenly said with a twist of words. Do you know Kinson? Recognize one of the 10 most outstanding philanthropists in our city, but I haven't seen him on TV much. Oh, where did that come from? Huang Litian's eyes glazed over. My family is poor and can't afford a TV. Huang Litian. Yilin, it seems like you really know something about Kinson's death. Huang Litian's eyes flashed with a wisp of essence. You've been interrupting and distracting me from the beginning until now, and it's clear that you don't want me to continue asking. At the same time, a bold speculation surfaced in Huang Litian's mind. Forbidden spellcaster can destroy level 40 dummies. This Yilin in front of him might be the mysterious Ling Knight. And Ling Knight might not just be a person, it might also be a well-trained organization. After the thought surfaced in his mind, it could not be waved away. In that way, a lot of things can make sense. After the incident at Su Jihu's farm, Yellen was received into the Ji family, and immediately afterward, the Ji family suffered from Kinson's retaliation, and then immediately afterward, Kinson was silenced. You had something on you that caught the attention of Kinson and the Ji group, and Su Jihu found something like that first, so he was silenced by you, along with the farmhouse and the others in it. You burned it to the ground in a fire. Then Kinson suppressed the matter and secretly stored up his strength to retaliate against the G group, killing everyone in the G family villa. And Mr. G had one of his hands chopped off, and you, or the forces behind you, stepped in and exterminated Kinson. Am I right? Ling Knight. Huang Litian gazed into Yi Lin's eyes, as if he wanted to see panic in the bottom of his eyes. But he was disappointed. Although Yi Lin was flustered to death in his heart, on the surface, he still had a dumbfounded look on his face, and even winked at Huang Litian. Investigator Huang, what are you talking about? Don't say anything without evidence against Unity. With one word from Yi Lin, Huang Litian instantly shriveled up like a deflated ball. Yeah, no proof. Whether it was the farmhouse or the underground black market, everything was burned cleanly by the karmic fire, leaving no traces behind. Even if what he guessed was the truth, what could he do? Without evidence, he couldn't characterize things as usual. Huang Litian took a deep breath. He was convinced that what he had guessed out was not far from the truth. If not the truth, the only way to explain the recent chain of events. But there was still one thing he couldn't figure out. The extermination of the G family villa happened at more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and the fire in the underground black market was at more than 3 o'clock in the morning. What had happened in the interval of more than 5 hours? If a large-scale transmogrifier duel occurred in the underground black market, their Bureau of Investigation would definitely be the first to receive the news. But for those 5 hours or so, there was silence, as if nothing had happened. And then immediately afterward, the fire burst into flames and burned the entire underground black market to the ground. Huang Litian looked deeply at Yi Lin. He understood that it was impossible to ask Yi Lin anything more. He glanced at his watch and opened his mouth. Yi Lin, it's now 5 in the morning, and there are still 27 hours before the start of the high school trial, so you'd better hope that I haven't found any evidence in these 27 hours. Chapter 42. Zhuge Qinqing's Plans. Yellen was detained by Huang Litian at the Bureau of Investigation and put into a special prison cell. The Investigation Bureau's prison cells were all jointly created by the two professions of the Master of Material Science and the Master of Architecture, so trying to force your way out was a fool's errand. Unsurprisingly, Yi Lin was going to spend the 27 hours before the college entrance exam here. Even if G's father obstructed it in every possible way, and even used G's group's connections, it was just as useless. After all, too many people had died this time, and there was also Kinson, the king of the castle underground. Qingqing had unknowingly appeared a terrifying force capable of directly overthrowing Kinson without the people in the Bureau knowing anything about it. And when Huang Litian reported the news up, it directly stunned everyone in the Qingqing Bureau of Investigation out of their jaws. The side of the couch will not allow others to snore. Qingqing was their territory, and as a result, such a power had popped up under their noses without them knowing about it. This was simply appalling. To put it bluntly, if they don't get to the bottom of this mysterious force, one day their Bureau of Investigation will also be taken out in one fell swoop, just like Kinson, and they won't even know it. This matter immediately caused the Qingqing Investigation Bureau to attach great importance to it, and the above even directly gave Huang Litian the highest level of investigative authority, letting him take full responsibility for it, and also sent two powerful transmutants to protect Huang Litian closely. Watching Huang Litian leave with his men, Yi Lin in turn breathed a sigh of relief and slowly leaned back in his chair, the corner of his mouth slowly picking up a smile. Although Kinson was dead, Kinson's power could be far more than just that of the underground black market. This king of the underground's power was spread throughout the entire Qingqing. Those people are not like Huang Litian, but also pay attention to the evidence of these messy things. It is certainly better to kill the wrong rather than let go. What he had to do now was to find a safe place to wait until the entrance examination trial started, and what place in Qingqing was safer than the Bureau of Investigation. In this world, transmigrants, especially those with excellent talent, have enough privileges that as long as they enter the high school entrance exam trial to cause the provincial university to pay attention, even if Huang Litian found the ironclad evidence that he killed Kinson, it would not be of any use. Yi Lin was confident enough in his strength and talent. He had done a clean job with Kinson, so he wasn't at all worried about Huang Litian checking down the line. In just 27 hours, Huang Litian couldn't possibly find any hard evidence. Yi Lin lay down on the small iron bed with peace of mind and began to sleep, recuperating his energy to deal with the college entrance exam trial. On the other hand, just after dawn, Huang Litian brought his men to Zhuge's house in Qingqing. The Zhuge family's small building was transcendent, as if it were an ancient courtyard separate from the world. The low courtyard wall shone with a brilliant golden color under the sunrise, and every piece of masonry seemed to tell the secrets of Qingqing through the years. Mr. Zhuge, Qingqing Investigation Bureau's 7th-level investigator, Huang Litian, seeks an audience. Huang Litian knocked respectfully on the door. Even if he was a person from the Bureau of Investigation, he did not dare to make a scene here, because the owner of this courtyard named Zhuge Qingqing. So it's Investigator Huang. Please come in. The courtyard door opened with a creak without wind. Inside the courtyard of the Zhuge family, ancient trees are in the sky. Verdant bamboos are swaying. The paths paved with green stones are winding and twisting, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of tea, and every strand of aroma is refreshing, where time seems to be frozen and one forgets about the distractions of the world. And Zhuge Qingqing was sitting in the courtyard making tea at some point, seemingly knowing that Huang Litian would come. Investigator Huang, please take a seat. Zhuge Qingqing chucked up a cup of tea and handed it to Huang Litian. Huang Litian took the tea and took a sip. The aroma of the tea entered his throat, as if it could wash his soul. He put down the teacup and said with a grave expression, Mr. Zhuge, this time I have come to discuss important matters. Zhuge Qingqing smiled slightly. Looking for me is a lie. Looking for my little daughter is the real thing, right? Are you doing this for the matter of Kinsen? Hey, really nothing can be hidden from Mr. Zhuge. Huang Litian snapped and smiled. Last time in the farmhouse, he sensed Zhuge and I must know something, but Zhuge and I refused to say. He also turned a blind eye. After all, that Su Jihu was not a good person, dead or dead. But this time is different. The matter is too big for Huang Litian to let go of this clue. He told Zhuge Qingqing in detail about Kinsen's death and the emergence of mysterious forces in Qingqing. After listening, Zhuge Qingqing gently put down his teacup and faintly said, I have already heard about this matter. I can let my daughter cooperate with you, but I also need to trouble Investigator Huang about one thing. Is that okay? Huang Litian said anxiously, Mr. Zhuge is overstating things. Just say what you have to say. I will definitely help if I can. Zhuge Qingqing nodded slightly and said softly, there will be a big change in Qingqing. I hope that you can protect your little daughter, and by the people from your investigation bureau. Escort her into the higher education trial, and announce to the public that your little daughter is already a 9th-grade investigator of your investigation bureau, and will officially enter the bureau after graduation. Huang Litian froze, then realized that Zhuge Qingqing was trying to protect Zhuge and I with the power of the Bureau of Investigation. After all, even more powerful transmutators, unless they were completely insane, it was impossible for them to kill someone from the Bureau of Investigation, which would be wanted by the entire ancient country of Daxia. He thought about it and nodded solemnly. Mr. Zhuge, don't worry. With me here, no one will be able to touch a single hair on Miss Zhuge's head. On the surface, although he did not move, Huang Litian's heart was set off in shocking waves. Zhuge Qingqing had actually asked him to protect Zhuge and I to enter the college entrance exam trial. The implications of this were simply mind-boggling. If Zhuge Qingqing was there, no one would dare to touch a hair on Zhuge and I, even if they gave the others 10,000 guts. What kind of great change could actually make Zhuge Qingqing also need to use the power of their Bureau of Investigation? Seeing Huang Litian agree, Zhuge Qingqing nodded in satisfaction and ordered Zhuge and I to be called out. Dad, what's going on? It's so early, it's just dawn. Zhuge and I, who had just woken up, was wearing her bare pajamas and was obviously very dissatisfied with Zhuge Qingqing for yelling at her to wake up so early. Haven't you been trying to find that Ling Knight? He has news, Zhuge Qingqing said with a smile. Really? The sleepy-eyed Zhuge's eyes instantly lit up at the words. This is Investigator Huang. You change your clothes and go with him. Investigator Huang will make it clear to you. Zhuge Qingqing said with a smile. Good. Zhuge's face was a bit unnatural when she saw Huang Litian, who she naturally remembered. After seeing Zhuge and I and Huang Litian leave the small courtyard, Zhuge Qingqing then sighed quietly as he pulled out a key from his pocket. Zhuge Qingqing gently rubbed the ancient key, its surface covered with traces of age, as if telling endless stories of the past. It was a seemingly ordinary bronze key with mottled rust on it, but it contained a mysterious power that could reveal the origin of everything in the world. Cough, cough. Zhuge Qingqing suddenly coughed violently. The scarlet blood spattered on the key and appeared shocking. Yet Zhuge Qingqing's face remained calm. Yelena, I really didn't expect that you could single-handedly take care of Kinsen. When exactly will you be willing to come and beg me to step in and help you? My time? Not much time left. Chapter 43. I am a poet. Castle Peak Investigations Bureau Jail. Knock, knock. Yellen, who was huffing and puffing, was awakened by a banging of iron. A cup of blended soybean milk and an aluminum overloaded donut comes with 2 lymphatic meat buns in front of you, Lin. Yellen, it's time to eat. Su Xiao, Huang Litian's apprentice, handed a breakfast to Yi Lin's door. This instantly caused another of the incarcerated men to take offense. No way Asid, the same as locked up. Why he ate soybean milk donut buns? I eat steamed bread white porja. He's a high school student, tomorrow's college entrance exam. You're a high school student, you can too. Su Xiao glared at the man without good humor, and the man instantly shrunk his neck, not daring to speak again. Yi Lin raised his eyes to look, only to realize that the jail cell opposite him was holding a thin, monkey-like man with deep-set eye sockets, looking like a man with a lack of yang qi. Noticing that Yi Lin was looking at him, the monkey man couldn't help but greet Yi Lin. Oi, brother, you're a high school student. How did you get locked up here? It doesn't make sense. What's the big deal with you? Me? They suspect me of killing Kinson. Yellen said truthfully. What? The monkey man's voice shrilled. Just you? A high school student? And still killed Kinson? Bro, I've traveled all over the world and seen so many people, and you're definitely the one who can brag the most. What about you, brother? What did you come in for? Seeing that the other party didn't believe, Yi Lin didn't explain, picked up the bun and took a bite and asked, those who could be locked up in the Bureau of Investigation's prison could be transmigrators. Me? I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poet. I cupped tight white fruits, smelled the blooming lavender flowers, explored the damp, warm, deep valleys, irrigated the dry river beds with life-affirming rains, and then I got caught in here. Monkey Man said with his hands folded. Speak human. Yellen frowned. I'm a flower picker. Yellen. Hey, speaking of this, I am angry. Damn, there was nothing. I changed into a swift spirit shadow guest profession. Do anything fast, very fast. A lot of women do not even know that they have in my hand until I accidentally messed with a big man's wife, which gave me caught in. The monkey man sighed. The corners of Yellen's mouth twitched slightly. The first time he'd seen someone who could say they were a fast shooter in such a refreshingly unassuming light. Moreover, the swift spirit shadow guest, as far as he knew, was an S-class rare profession, known for its extreme speed and agility, able to disappear in place in a split second, coming and going without a trace, and the swift spirit shadow guest with a high level was the best scout and assassin. But this monkey man had awakened the swift spirit shadow guest profession and actually utilized the speed of this profession to be a flower picker. It's true that there are talents in all 360 professions, and there are talents in any profession. Brother, aren't you curious about which big shot it is? When I was arrested, nearly 10 investigators of level 40 or above were deployed. The monkey man hemmed and hawed. Yi Lin froze slightly, a touch of curiosity rising in his heart. In a small place like Qingcheng, an investigator above level 40 was already considered a powerful existence at the top. Just what kind of big shot would make the Bureau of Investigation make such a big deal out of it? Tell me. Yi Lin swallowed the last bun into his stomach and looked at the monkey man seriously. The monkey man's eyes flashed with a hint of complacency, as if he was recalling the wonderful scene at that time. That woman's skin, it's really as white and smooth as milk. That thigh, that zenai, that little hand, TSS, said the big guy, didn't tell you to say his wife. Yellen reminded. You might not believe me when I say it. That woman is the wife of the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau. The monkey man said triumphantly. The wife of the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau? Yi Lin's face was odd. No wonder the Bureau of Investigation had to send out 10 level 40 or above investigators to catch this kid. It was already considered nerdy to not just get him killed. Older brother, you're also really colorful and daring. You dare to touch anyone's woman. Yi Lin couldn't help but shake his head and said, Hey, that deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation, you think he's some kind of nice guy? I was hiding in the cupboard of his house, but I heard him and Kinson talking on the phone, and Kinson even said he had something to honor him. Monkey Man said disdainfully. What did you say? Yellen instantly stood up, looking at the monkey man in shock, the deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation talking to Kinson on the phone. If they are in cahoots, wouldn't you be sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? Just as he stood up, Yi Lin felt a wave of dizziness, and it was obvious that the breakfast he had just eaten had some sort of unknown drug in it. With a clang, Yellen fell to the ground because he couldn't stand steadily, and he felt like he had no strength left in his body. Dude, what's wrong with you? Monkey Man asked. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. Yi Lin laughed bitterly. If the other party was going to lay hands on himself, the monkey man directly across from him would definitely not survive. After all, he could see his side clearly from that position. Me? What have I got to worry about? Another 2.5 years in jail, and I'll be out of prison. The monkey man was a bit puzzled, and in the next second, A long knife came as if it was streaming light, directly nailing him to the wall. The monkey man simply did not expect that someone could still attack and kill him in the prison cell of the Bureau of Investigation. Thus, he did not take any precautions at all. Blood kept spilling out of his mouth. He raised his hand unwillingly, seemingly wanting to say something, followed by his head tilting, and he directly lost his breath. Ka-chow! As soon as the monkey man died, the door to Yi Lin's prison cell was opened, and a tall, thin man wearing a hat and mask and sunglasses, wrapped all over his body, walked in. He grabbed Yi Lin's hair and lifted him up, asking in a cold voice, "Say, where's the stuff?" "Stuff? What stuff?" Yelin frantically sacrificed his intestines and blood to clear out the toxins. Bang! The tall and thin man directly slammed Yi Lin's head into the railing. Yi Lin only felt a roar in his head. His eyes danced with gold stars, and he almost didn't faint. "Don't give me the benefit of the doubt. Kinson died at your hands. You must have the key." The tall, thin man's voice was cold and cruel, and the dagger in his hand shook in front of Yi Lin's eyes, flashing with a cold light. "You hand over the key you got from Kinson, and Kinson's death is over. You keep playing dumb, and I'll gouge both your eyes out first." Yi Lin had a bitter experience. In order to avoid leaving evidence and traces, he hadn't taken anything from the underground black market at all, and even if he did have any keys, they had been burned to ashes by a fire. But right now, he couldn't show any abnormality, or else this tall and thin man would definitely strike hard, and by then he would either expose the secret of his immortal body or be blind for the rest of his life. "Try digging one?" Yi Lin fumed, staring at the tall, thin man dead on. "The key is here with me, but it's not on me. If you move me, I guarantee you'll never find that key." Chapter 44, Exposure of the Immortal Body. Although Yi Lin didn't know what the key the tall, thin man was talking about was, he knew very well that it was his only saving grace. As expected, the tall and thin man sniffed and narrowed his eyes. He had only come to Yi Lin with the idea that he would rather kill than let go, but he didn't expect that he had really made the right bet. "The key is really on you. Say it. What will it take for you to hand over the key?" "Get me out of the Bureau of Investigation first." Originally, Yi Lin was prepared to stay at the Bureau of Investigation until the beginning of the college entrance exams. But now it seems that the Bureau of Investigation is the real Dragon's Den. How could he not have expected that the deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation would be connected to Kinson as well? "Are you sure?" The tall, thin man gave Yi Lin a cold look. "If you leave the Bureau at this time, you'll become a wanted criminal and won't even be able to participate in the high school entrance exam trials." Yi Lin pursed up his lips. It was as if there was really a deadlock in front of him. There was no half chance of breaking the game. In his senses, the strength of the tall and thin man in front of him was even more terrifying than Kinson. Whether he fought or fled, it was clear that he could not have any chance. "So, is it okay if I want to contact someone?" Under the desperate situation, Yi Lin thought of a person. If it was that person, he might be able to help him. He had no choice in the matter. "Yes, I'll give you a minute." The tall, thin man spoke faintly. He certainly wouldn't think that Kinson was killed single-handedly by Yelin, a high school student. Behind Yelin, there was bound to be a huge, mysterious force. In the tall, thin man's opinion, Yi Lin's move must be to contact that mysterious force behind him. This was good. He could also follow the trail and know a few details about that mysterious force. The tall, thin man's eyes flashed with essence. And at the same time, Yi Lin dialed out a call. Looking at the ringing phone, Zhuge Qinqing on the other end of the line revealed a smile as he pushed up his glasses and laughed dumbly. "I can wait for you." Zhuge Qinqing picked up the phone. A few moments later, in the prison cell of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, a man cloaked in a trench coat with an elegant demeanor appeared. When the tall and thin man saw the visitor, he instantly froze in place. "You are Mr. Zhuge." The tall and thin man's heart and mind were shaken, and shock was written all over his eyes. How could he not expect that Yi Lin could actually invite Zhuge Qinqing here? Could it be that the mysterious force behind Yi Lin was also involved with Zhuge Qinqing? "Are you going to leave on your own? Or do you want me to do it?" Zhuge Qinqing pushed up his glasses, an unquestionable dominance in his flat tone. "Mr. Zhuge, you." The tall and thin man breathed heavily and stared dead at Zhuge Qinqing, then gritted his teeth and said, "They all say that Mr. Zhuge has no desire for power, and that's why he lives in seclusion in Qingcheng. But now it seems that Mr. Zhuge seems to be quite ambitious. If Zhuge Qinqing was behind it, it would make sense that the underground black market, along with Kinson, would be wiped out overnight. Can't talk about ambition, just making a living. Zhuge Qinsheng suddenly took out an ancient key from his pocket, which emitted a strange wave. Here, this is what you wanted. The tall and thin man froze, seeing that the key he was looking for appeared in Zhuge Qinsheng's hand. He was even more certain that the person behind Yi Lin was Zhuge Qinsheng, because the key, it was supposed to be in Kinsen's hand. But this made the tall and thin man even more puzzled. If Zhuge Qinsheng didn't want this key, then why did he want to get Kinsen killed? Seemingly seeing the tall and thin man's doubts, Zhuge Qinsheng pushed his glasses and laughed. Kinsen will die because he offended the wrong people. Things are one size fits all. You guys want a key, I want him dead, it makes sense. The tall, thin man's heart and mind shook as he looked at Yi Lin and then Zhuge Qinsheng. I understand, Mr. Zhuge. This incident was Kinsen's own death. I will report it up and close the case. Since the key was already in his hand, there was no need for him to offend Zhuge Qinsheng, the great Buddha. Don't look at Kinsen's name as the king of the underground. In the eyes of the real bigwigs, Kinsen was nothing more than a pawn that could be used well. The tall, thin man dodged and disappeared into the jail cell. Seeing the tall and thin man leave, Yi Lin was relieved as he respectfully bowed towards Zhuge Qinsheng. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If he didn't really have no choice, Yi Lin really didn't want to beg this person. He always felt as if Zhuge Qinsheng could see through all the secrets in him. Zhuge Qinsheng laughed and didn't say anything more, but turned around and walked over to the dead monkey man and kicked him. Don't play dead. The monkey man whooshed up and hemmed and hawed. Mr. Zhuge is truly brilliant. Pretending to be dead can't even fool you. Yi Lin was a bit shocked. He had seen the monkey man being pierced through the heart with a knife. And this could live? This monkey man and Zhuge Qinsheng know each other. The key that the tall, thin man wanted should have been in Kinsen's hand, but it inexplicably appeared in Zhuge Qinsheng's hand, and he always felt as if he had been involved in an unimaginable event. After being locked up here for 2 years, have you finished reflecting? Zhuge Qinsheng asked. After reflecting on Mr. Zhuge, what I, Guiqin, hate the most right now is women. I get annoyed when I see women. I swear. The monkey man said with 3 fingers up. Then you come with me. Zhuge Qinsheng nodded. All right. Guiqin sharply followed behind Zhuge Qinsheng. Zhuge Qinsheng raised his hand and gently slashed. A crack appeared in the space before him, and he led Yi Lin and Guiqin inside. Across the crack, there was a courtyard with ancient trees and swaying bamboo in an ancient color. Guiqin, go wait for me outside, and don't let anyone come near this side. Yes, Mr. Zhuge. Guiqin sharply disappeared in place, as fast as if he had vanished out of thin air. The only 2 people left in the courtyard were Zhuge Qinsheng and Yi Lin. Yi Lin, it's been a long time. Please have a seat. Zhuge Qinsheng sat down at the stone table without any bravado. Many thanks to Mr. Zhuge. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhuge's help, the kid might have really been in danger. Yi Lin said respectfully. Dangerous? Indeed. Zhuge Qinsheng meaningfully pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. After all, if the secret of the immortal body becomes public, probably the top powerhouses of the entire Grand Xia, no, even overseas, will have top powerhouses that will go after you. Chapter 45, The Ancient Key to the Apocalypse. Zhuge Qinsheng's words were like a heavy hammer that hit Yi Lin's heart hard. Immortality. Zhuge Qinsheng knew the secret of his immortal body. All along, this password is Yi Lin's last bottom line, no matter who he has not told, because he knows the reasoning that a man is not guilty of a crime. Whether it was Su Jihu or Kinsen, Yi Lin had put everything he had into decapitating them, wasn't it, because they could potentially reveal the secret of his immortality. Now that Zhuge Qinsheng knows too, what are you going to do? Kill him? With such a close distance, if he took advantage of his defenses and summoned the chaos divine thunder with the strongest power, he should be able to severely injure or even kill him. But what about after you kill it? What are you going to do with yourself? Oh, you have a killing intent in your eyes. Is it towards me? Looks like I guessed right. You really are immortal. Isn't the word Ling Knight reversed to Yi Lin? Just as Yi Lin was contemplating whether or not to make a move, Zhuge Qinsheng's voice sounded once again, and he couldn't help but lament. It's true, eliminating everything that's impossible. What's left, even if it's unbelievable, that's the truth. You have an immortal body, yet you are so weak, so it seems that that legend is also true. Zhuge Qinsheng mumbled with a complicated expression, and Yi Lin clearly felt that his body was full of broken buttocks, but his intuition also told him that if he struck out against Zhuge Qinsheng, he couldn't possibly have any chance of winning. At the same time, Yi Lin was extremely chagrined, knowing that Zhuge Qinsheng was swindling himself. He shouldn't have reacted so strongly. Just as Yi Lin was chagrined, Zhuge Qinqing suddenly lowered his eyes and said, Yi Lin, would you like to worship me as your teacher? Ah, ah. Yi Lin directly froze. He really didn't know what medicine Zhuge Qinqing was selling in his gourd this time. Zhuge Qinqing knew the secret of his immortal body, and even if he didn't slice him up and study him, he still wanted to take him as his disciple. So what do I need to do? Yellen asked rhetorically. Zhuge Qinqing smiled faintly. When you're strong, you'll know what you're carrying, and my request. Just one. Zhuge Qinqing's eyes had an extra touch of faint sadness in them. After I die, take care of Nene and don't let anyone bully her. Zhuge and I? That mother Tyrannosaurus-like woman. There are still people who can bully her? Yi Lin whispered in his heart. All right, back to the topic. Are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Zhuge Qinqing laughed. Yes. Although he didn't know what calculations Zhuge Qinqing was playing, worshipping such a great person as a teacher wouldn't do him any harm at all. His biggest secret was already known by Zhuge Qinqing. Yilin also broke the pot. Anyway, Zhuge Qinqing hadn't harmed himself, helped himself during the novice trial, and had just helped himself drink back the tall and thin man. Yi Lin respectfully bowed towards Zhuge Qinqing. As he watched Yi Lin finish paying his respects, Zhuge Qinqing's face revealed a sincere smile. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Since you're worshipping me as a teacher, then I should also have a meet and greet gift for you. Take this key. Zhuge Qinqing winked with a smile, then pulled out another key that was exactly the same as the one he had just handed to Yi Lin. Huh. Yi Lin froze. He had just witnessed Zhuge Qinqing give the key to the tall and thin man. Could it be that there were two keys? Seemingly seeing Yi Lin's doubts, Zhuge Qinqing explained with a smile. The one he has is a fake. It was made by the efforts of an old forger friend of mine. This one is the real ancient key of the apocalypse. Ancient key of the apocalypse? Yi Lin couldn't help but survey this key in his hand. The entire key was made of bronze with mottled rust on it, yet it contained an ancient yet mysterious aura. Have you ever heard of the origin ancient artifact? Zhuge Qinqing asked as he made a cup of hot tea and opened his mouth. Yi Lin banged in his heart. Of course he had heard of it. In this world, originally, there were no magical copies or transmutations that existed. Until one day, the gate of the apocalypse descended, and from behind the door of the gate of the apocalypse, 7 ancient artifacts of origins fell out, scattering all over the world, each ancient artifact of origins having a very different power. The first 7 people to obtain the origin ancient artifacts had each become extremely powerful and forbidden existences. And after the opening of the gate of the apocalypse, the whole world began to change. Humans began to be able to become transmutators and all sorts of strange and powerful magical creatures, as well as all sorts of duplicates appeared one after another. During that time, countless terrifying wars had erupted between humans and demons, and there were even origin ancient artifacts that had been shattered, and now the existence of origin ancient artifacts was nothing more than a legend. It was said that the human emperor of the Great Xia then controlled an origin ancient artifact, though no one knew if it was true or not. It could be said that an origin ancient artifact was the most powerful equipment in this world, and even if the world's divine artisan-level forgers were gathered together, they would not be able to create an origin ancient artifact. Yellen's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit. Zhuge Xian, oh no, teacher, this ancient key of the apocalypse, it wouldn't be able to find the origin ancient artifact, right? Of course not. Zhuge Qinqing passed a cup of tea to Yi Lin. But the ancient key of the apocalypse is able to open the gate of the apocalypse, and inside might. There will be an existence even more powerful than the origin ancient artifact O. Yi Lin's breath suddenly caught in his throat as he realized how valuable this ancient key of the apocalypse that Zhuge Qinqing had given him was. All 7 origin ancient artifacts fell out of the gate of the apocalypse, so would there be an 8th inside? But soon Yellen reacted that something was wrong. Teacher, since this origin ancient key is so powerful, why don't you use it yourself? Because I can't find where the gate of the apocalypse is. Zhuge Qinqing said truthfully with his hands spread out. The gate of the apocalypse appears randomly every time. It could be in the wild, it could be in no man's land, it could be in a copy, or it could be in the center of a human city proper. Even with his Zhuge Qinqing's divination ability, he could not account for the location where the gate of the apocalypse would appear. But don't worry, that deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation got that fake ancient key of the apocalypse. He should soon mobilize the official forces to look for the gate of the apocalypse. We'll just stand guard and wait for the rabbits. Zhuge Qinqing said with a smile. Yi Lin realized that Zhuge Qinqing gave the key to the tall and thin man's deep meaning, and Zhuge Qinqing for the enemy. Really die do not know how to die. But teacher, it's useless for me to hold the ancient key of the apocalypse, right? Even if the gate of the apocalypse appeared, I definitely wouldn't be able to rob those people. Yi Lin was still self-aware. With his strength, he was able to kill Kinson all by sneak attack plus good luck. If the gate of apocalypse appeared, the person who came would definitely be even more terrifying than Kinson. Zhuge Qinqing sipped his hot tea and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Your priority right now is to be admitted to the Supreme Academy in the entrance exam trial." Supreme Academy? Isn't the strongest transmuter academy in the ancient country of Daxia, the Daxia Academy? Yilin was a bit puzzled. He had never even heard of the name Supreme Academy. If those who can enter the Great Summer Academy are all first-class geniuses, then those who can enter the Supreme Academy are all demons among geniuses. Zhuge Qinqing pushed up his glasses. Let me put it to you this way. The Supreme Academy only admits 100 people every year, the top 100 in the entire higher education trial. Yi Lin sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he heard this. There was no doubt that if he could enter the Supreme Academy, he would definitely be able to get the resources tilted by the entire ancient kingdom of the Great Xia. I understand, teacher. I will definitely enter the Supreme Academy. Yi Lin nodded seriously. Originally, he was still planning to casually mix it up in the college entrance examination trial, but now it seems that he should not be able to mix it up with so many candidates in the entire ancient country of Daxia. It is definitely not an easy thing to enter the top 100. Just do your best, put that key away properly, and find yourself a room to rest. I've greeted Mr. G's side for you. Zhuge Qinqing pointed to the small building in the courtyard and said, "Okay, teacher." Yi Lin nodded, then picked up Zhuge Qinqing's tea knife and cut a hole in his stomach, carefully placing the ancient key of the apocalypse inside before letting the wound heal. Zhuge Qinqing, Chapter 46, Zhuge Ni's Paranoia. Ms. Zhuge, are you sure it's this way? Okay. I'm sensitive to the scent of karma fire. There's no mistaking it. Zhuge and I nodded. After Huang Litian led her to the remnants of the underground black market, Zhuge and I had indeed tracked a familiar aura from the residual karmic flames. But when he saw the direction Zhuge and I was tracking in, Huang Litian's eyes stared slightly. It was because the direction Zhuge and I was chasing after happened to be the direction where the Bureau of Investigation was. Huang Litian's heart burst with excitement. It seemed that soon he would have substantial evidence to accuse Yi Lin. This meant that his previous guesses were all right, and that even if Kinson hadn't been killed by Yellen, the underground black market was definitely not connected to Yellen. Zhuge and I tracked her all the way, and her face was filled with excitement because she would soon be able to meet the Ling Knight that she had been longing for. But when the two men tracked down the Bureau of Investigation's jail cell, they found it empty. Looking at the empty prison cell, Zhuge and I was a little disappointed, but also a little happy. Disappointed that she didn't see Ling Knight, and happy that Ling Knight escaped and wasn't caught by the Bureau of Investigation. In her opinion, a guy like Kinson who operated an underground black market was solidly evil, and for Ling Knight to kill him would be nothing more than ridding the people of evil. Where are the people? Where did the people go? Huang Litian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Su Xiao, Huang Litian's apprentice, soon arrived. Master, the person let go. Su Xiao said timidly. Let go. Huang Litian rushed forward and grabbed Su Xiao's collar, spitting in Su Xiao's face. Who told you to let them go? Without my orders. How did you dare to let people go? I don't know, a master is the deputy director personally signed. Not only people released, Kinson's matter has been closed. No need to continue the investigation. Su Xiao said with a bitter face. Case closed? No more investigations? Huang Litian sat down softly, as if his entire body had been drained of its bones. He felt like his efforts over the past 2 days had been a joke, a complete joke. Grass! Huang Litian punched the wall heavily, and scarlet blood instantly stained the white wall. In the eyes of the big man, are they all just a bunch of moving pieces? This investigator, can you tell me where the person you let go is gone? Zhuge and I pursued toward Su Xiao. Sorry, Hio, Su shook his head. He had just found out that Yi Lin had disappeared and reported it up in a hurry, but what responded to him was a document signed by the deputy director. It says that the Kinson case was closed as an accidental fire, and Yellen was naturally acquitted. Well, Zhuge and I was in a somewhat depressed mood. Ms. Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation, but I think things have ended here. Huang Litian revealed a bitter smile. But don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised, Mr. Zhuge. I will personally escort you to the examination hall early tomorrow morning and announce that you will become a member of the Investigation Bureau after you graduate from university. Okay, thanks. Zhuge and I nodded. I'll be leaving then. Zhuge and I. who walked out of the Bureau of Investigation, was disappointed. Ling Knight, you're such a mysterious fellow. The color of interest in Zhuge Ni's eyes grew more and more intense. What can't be obtained will always be in commotion. The more she couldn't see Ling Knight, the more curious she became about Ling Knight. The name Ling Knight was like a kitten scratching the bottom of her heart, making her heart itch. But when Zhuge and I returned home, she simply froze. Because she actually saw one of the most loathsome people in her own home. Yilin, why are you here? Zhuge and I instantly frowned. At this time, Yilin was helping Zhuge Qinxing clean the leaves in the yard, and facing Zhuge Ni's questioning, he shrugged and said, "Would you believe me when I say that Mr. Zhuge has taken me as his disciple?" "You fart!" Zhuge and I stormed out at his words. "How can my father possibly accept a guy like you who's greedy for life and afraid of death as a disciple? It seems that not only are you greedy and afraid of death, you're also full of lies. If you say it is, then it is." Yi Lin spread his hands and didn't bother to explain anything else to Zhuge and I. Life which has a smooth sailing it. He worshipped Zhuge Qinxing as a teacher, also got the legendary ancient key of the apocalypse. Was Zhuge and scolded a few sentences as also should be. Anyway, scolded and will not be less meat. This point Yi Lin see very open. Growing up in the slums of those 10 years, he did not know how many insults and beatings. Those who cursed than Zhuge and I, much more difficult to listen to. The exit, that is the reproductive organs, compared to Yi Lin, even think Zhuge and I cursing are like in the pet. "You get the hell out of here right now. Immediately right now." Zhuge and I pointed at the door and said in a shrill voice, "I'm afraid this is not something you can say. If Mr. Zhuge opens his mouth, then I'll get out right away." Yi Lin calmly responded, "The Mr. Zhuge you speak of is my father. Do you think my dad would favor an outsider?" Seeing that Yi Lin still dared to disobey her, Zhuge and I became even more angry. "Dad! Dad! What's wrong, my little princess? Why are you throwing a tantrum as soon as you get home?" Zhuge Qinxing walked out with a helpless face. "You quickly kick him out. This guy is greedy and fearful of death and full of lies. Why do you keep him in our house?" Zhuge and I said anxiously, Yi Lin didn't lie to you. Dad and him do have a master-disciple relationship now." Zhuge Qinxing's words had just fallen, and before he could continue explaining, Zhuge and I directly exploded. "What did you say? Dad, you're senile. You accept him as a disciple? Are you crazy?" Zhuge and I pointed at Yi Lin and said excitedly, "Good. Even if you put aside his character and just talk about his talent, a forbidden spellcaster, what are you going to teach him? A spellcaster can't live past the age of 25. He might just die before you, Dad. What are you trying to do?" As intelligent as Zhuge Qinxing was at the moment, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't shake the secret of Yi Lin's immortal body to Zhuge and I. Could he? "Nini, don't say it so harshly. Yi Lin is actually not as bad as you think, but rather he is the Ling Knight that you've been searching so hard for." Yi Lin and Ling Knight are the same person. Zhuge Qinxing had thought that Zhuge and I would change her mind about Yi Lin after hearing this. But unexpectedly, Zhuge and I just sneered after hearing this and glanced at Yi Lin with an icy gaze. "I didn't expect, not only are you greedy for life and death and full of lies, you're also a deceiver. Even my father could be fooled by you." That day, she had seen Yi Lin turn around and run away, and she had also seen Ling Knight descend upon her as if she were a savior. How can these two be one person? This is how people are. Once they have decided on something and fallen into a certain obsession, it is very difficult to get out again, and this is the case with Zhuge and I at the moment. This family, with him and not me, with me and not him. Zhuge and I flung her hands away, gritting her teeth as she passed next to Yi Lin. "Just you wait. I will find a real Ling Knight and expose your false mask." Chapter 47. The relationship between the hotel and the parking lot. Zhuge Ni's words made Yi Lin's face look odd. Bang! The courtyard door was slammed heavily by Zhuge and I, and she ran straight out. "Teacher, do you want me to follow and protect her?" Yi Lin asked. "No need. In Qingcheng, no one dares to touch my Zhuge Qinxing's daughter yet." Zhuge Qinxing shook his head with a bitter smile. "Yi Lin, don't take it to heart. This child and I is not bad by nature, just a bit paranoid." "I understand, teacher." Yi Lin nodded, counting the years before he crossed over. He had lived for almost 40 years. Naturally, he wouldn't get annoyed with a teenage girl. "Ugh, it's my fault too. I usually spoil her too much. I apologize on her behalf. Take this." Zhuge Qinxing pulled out a wooden box and handed it to Yi Lin. "Teacher, make it so, make it so." Yelin said make no mistake while yanking the wooden box hard into his pocket. Zhuge Qinxing. Yi Lin opened the wooden box and realized that lying inside was a thin, cicada-like mask. Looking at the mask in the wooden box, Yilin only felt a burst of scalp numbness. Where is this what mask? This is clearly a human face, lifelike human face, as if just peeled off the same. Old teacher, this is? Yilin stammered and asked. This is a small object that my old forger friend came up with, named Illusory Face. As long as you wear this mask, you will be able to turn into another person, whether it's your voice or breath. It will be very different. Zhuge Qianxing pushed his glasses. With this, if you want to go all out in the future, you can put on the illusionary face before making a move, and it will also reduce the chances of being exposed by a few points. Yi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this thing didn't have an increase in battle power, it could really be of great use to him at critical moments. Thank you, teacher. Yi Lin suddenly felt that being scolded by Zhuge and I was quite cost-effective, and if he could exchange one scolding for a good thing, he hoped that Zhuge and I would be able to scold him more often if he had nothing else to do. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Yelin woke up. Today was the day of the college entrance exam trial, and for transmigrants, the importance of entering a top university was like Pan Jilian not being able to lose Shimanqing. Yi Lin changed into the clothes Zhuge Qianxing had prepared for him and came to the courtyard in high spirits. Zhuge Qianxing had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him here. Come over and eat. After eating, let Guqin send you to school, Zhuge Qianxing said with a smile. At this time, Zhuge Qianxing was wearing a pajamas, holding a spoon, was gently stirring in a pot of porridge. If not said, no one would think that this guy was the famous Mr. Zhuge of Xia. Teacher, aren't you going? Yilin asked as he took a bowl of porridge. Don't go, and I is definitely still annoyed with me right now. Seeing me will make her unhappy and instead affect her state for the college entrance exams. Zhuge Qianxing shook his head with a bitter smile. Teacher, that's not true. Yilin gulped down half a bowl of porridge. What about a creature like a woman? If she's angry and you coax her, although she'll still be angry, if you don't coax her, she'll be even more angry. Zhuge Qianxing froze for a moment. Then, in your opinion, you have to show up, teacher, but not too early. It's best to show up exactly when she thinks you definitely won't show up and is disappointed and angry at heart. Take the pinch directly, Yilin said confidently. Seems it kind of makes sense, creating expectation fallout before giving a stronger sense of fulfillment. Zhuge Qianxing's eyes lit up. The children are teachable. Yilin nodded. Guqin, who was on the side, also heard the light. I understand. I get it. It's just like the 9 shallow strokes and 1 deep one, so that the other party can't figure out which stroke is the deep one. Yelin. It's true that the words are rough, but you're also too rough. Old brother Guqin. Although he and Guqin had not known each other for a long time, he had already thoroughly recognized what kind of person Guqin was. This guy was a complete and utter big color basket case. Anything said, Guqin could associate it with strange aspects. After eating and drinking, Yilin was ready to head to Qingqing High School, where the candidates had to go to the school in unison before being brought to the exit of the city gates by the school leaders in unison. He had just stepped out of the courtyard gate when he realized that Guqin was half squatting at the gate waiting for him. What are you waiting for? Get up here. Up, up. Yelin's eyes widened. Yeah, Mr. Zhuge asked me to send you to school. Guqin said. This sending, it means escort, right? Why don't we just drive a car? The corner of Yi Lin's mouth twitched. Pull back, the car is not as fast as me. You listen to me. Guqin carried Yi Lin on his back without saying a word. But he was already thin and half a head shorter than Yi Lin, so the back looked particularly funny, like a small horse-drawn cart. Let's go. Let's show you the speed of a flower picker. Guqin carried Yi Lin on his back and turned into a flash of light weaving on the streets and alleys, so fast that Yi Lin was surprised by it. He felt that even if he opened the forbidden spell instantaneous dance, he could not catch up with Guqin at all. The speed of the two people was not even on the same level. Besides, Guqin was now carrying him on his back, belonging to the weighted forward. Guqin ran wildly, while still managing to leisurely introduce the scenery along the way to Yulin. This one lives with a teenager who just turned 18, likes to wear JK and black silk, a little bit of a fly, but has no problem playing with her legs for years, and flat as flat can be, and tender as tender can be. You can pinch it. This one is inhabited by a slight young woman, unmarried, so her skills are average, not to the point of being pure. Oh, and that Flower Heart Rose Footbath Club. If you go there, just order technician number 8. She's beautiful and has a great body, and she doesn't push you to recharge your card. She only cares about the temperature of the water and whether or not it burns your feet. It's great. This one's a big one. It's got a human wife living in it. Speaking of the word human wife, Guqin's eyes all lit up with a strong light. Listening to this guy, counting the various women within the streets of Qingqing, Yellen felt that it wasn't wrong at all for this guy to be locked up in the Bureau of Investigation's prison for several years. Say, what's the relationship between all these women and you? Yilin couldn't help but ask. Their relationship with me? Guqin hemmed and hawed. Their relationship with me is like the relationship between a hotel and a parking lot. Huh? Yilin was a bit confused. What could a hotel and a parking lot have to do with each other? The hotel has an on-site parking lot. Chapter 48. Zhuge Ni's Wager. Parking lot inside the hotel? Yilin originally hadn't reacted to what was going on, but when he read it to himself, his face suddenly became odd. Elder brother Guqin, I don't think you're done with your rehabilitation yet. You'll have to go back to jail for at least another 10 years. Yeah, I think so too. Guqin nodded deeply. Well, here it is. Between chats, Guqin had already sent Yilin to the entrance of Qingqing High School. It had to be said that Guqin, color for color, was really fast beyond words, and it would be hard to find a mode of transportation faster than him in the entire Qingqing. It was just a little awkward getting out of the car, and the people at the entrance to the school cast their eyes over it almost in unison. The others either came by car, or by motorized scooter motorcycle, or walked over by themselves, and Yellen, the one who rode over, was indeed unique. Luckily, Yilin was thick-skinned enough that he didn't care much about this. Yilin, do well on the college entrance exam. When you finish the college entrance exam, I'll introduce my niece to you. She was in jail before, but she should be out by now. Guqin said enthusiastically. Your niece? Then how old is she this year? Yilin looked at Guqin's face. How can this guy say he's over 30? Don't worry, it's only 15 years older than you. 33 this year. It's good to be older. It will hurt. And as my own niece, know the roots. Guqin said. Jailed for what? Yellen asked suspiciously. Harm, lack of money, want to buy the latest model of Apple 13, go to sell their own 13, and then was caught chanting, girls love vanity, a little bit is normal, now all reformed. Guqin waved his hand and said, Yellen, we'd better not contact each other in the future if there's nothing going on, and even less if there's something going on. Yilin walked into Qingqing High School without looking back, and the gold miners who dug for a lifetime could not dig Guqin, such a purebred divine gold. Seeing Yilin arrive at the examination center, Qingqing High School Principal Gao Jintian was finally relieved. Level 16 SSS class spellcaster. This is their Qingqing High School this year's senior high school trial card player, plus a level 12 SSS class fire mage Zhuge Ni. Their Qingqing High School this year is stable. Boss! As soon as he saw Yilin, Ji Yu rushed over excitedly. Ever since that night, when Yilin pulled Ji's father back hard from the ghost gate, Ji Yu had recognized Yilin as his boss from the bottom of his heart. Boss, I heard my dad say that you were accepted as a disciple by Mr. Zhuge? Ji Yu hurriedly asked. Ah! Yilin nodded. The news of Zhuge Qingqing accepting him as a disciple would soon spread, and there was no need for him to hide it. So that's how it was? I said how come even Kinson was destroyed. So it was Mr. Zhuge who made the move. Ji Yu nodded his head in deep thought. Yilin smiled faintly, but didn't explain anything. The teacher had knotted himself up this time and took a big black pot. Don't worry. What I promised you before still works. When we leave the city, you'll follow me. Okay, boss. I'll listen to you on everything. Ji Yu immediately said. Ji Yu, you're the big young master of the Ji clan group, but you're also so devoid of discernment, recognizing such a person as your boss. Zhuge Ni's voice rang out in an opportune time as she coldly glanced at Yilin and Ji Yu. Hey, Zhuge Ni, it's fine for you to scold me. Why are you even scolding your own father? Your father even accepted my boss as his disciple. Isn't your father even more visionless? Ji Yu retorted. My father was deceived by this scumbag then. Yilin is nothing but a deceiver. Zhuge Ni coldly snorted. The moment Zhuge Ni said this, the surrounding people's faces changed, and their eyes became odd as they looked at Yilin. Originally, they were still envious of Yilin being accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qingqing. After all, Mr. Zhuge was a powerful astrologer who was renowned throughout the entire Grand Xia. But now, listening to Zhuge Ni's meaning, there seems to be something else in it. Zhuge Ni, you have to have evidence when you speak. Ji Yu frowned. I'll find it, and when I do, I'll expose your true colors in front of everyone. Zhuge Ni coldly glared at Yilin, turned around and walked away. Originally, she was not looking at Yilin. Because of Yilin, her high school entrance exams were sent to her by Huang Litian. Zhuge Qingqing didn't even show up, which made her even more displeased with Yilin. When she found Ling Knight and confronted Yilin face to face, everything would be revealed. Blanche, this woman. How could I have liked her and worshipped her as a white moonlight before? I was really blind. Luckily, boss, your 3 thunderbolts woke me up. Ji Lingyu cursed angrily. And the white moonlight, didn't you just see the color? Coupled with love, you put a layer of divine light on her. She became the white moonlight, and you became the slave of light. Yilin shrugged and said, it's like how Zhu Yuanzhang later couldn't believe that his pearl emerald white jade soup was just a bowl of rotten cabbage leaves. Ji Lingyu asked with a seeming understanding. White jade soup has at least truly saved old Zhu's life, and those like you who haven't even touched the edge of the bowl can only be considered clowns. Yilin spread his hands. Boss, has anyone ever said that your speech hurts? Ji Lingyu covered his heart and choked. It hurts just a little bit. I'm still very gracious as a person. Let's go. The car is coming. Yellen looked toward the school entrance. A dozen buses parked in neat rows in front of Castle High School, which would take them to the gates. Principal Gao Jintian was already standing at the entrance of the school, his face serious. All students, first of all, congratulations to all of you who have become a powerful transmuter. Today is the day of the college entrance exam trial. Whether or not you can enter a good university determines your future prospects. The rules of the Gao Gao trial are the same as in previous years. The entrance to the trial is located outside the city gates. You need to traverse roughly 10 kilometers of wild no man's land before you can arrive at the entrance to the Gao Gao trial. And during that time, if you encounter any dangers you can't resist, remember, abstain at the first opportunity. The college entrance exam is important, but one trial can't determine your future life. Life is always the most important. If you stay green, you're not afraid of no firewood. Okay, get in the car. Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu got on the same bus. The entire Qingqing was making way for the college entrance exam trial. The streets of Qingqing were so empty that not a single car could be seen. The only thing is that both sides of the street is crowded with people, a lot of people, many parents on the side of the road to cheer for their children. Some of the female parents with a good figure is wearing a concave and convex open cheongsam, which means that the flag to win. However, Yellen wasn't quite able to understand this behavior, so he repeatedly watched and studied the stairs in an attempt to understand. The bus soon drove to the city gates. A huge city gate suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. The gate was tens of meters high, wide enough for several buses to pass through in parallel, lofty and solemn, with intricate patterns and motifs carved on it, each stroke appearing deep and mysterious. Under the sunlight, the outline of the city gate was clearly visible in the sky, giving an unspeakable sense of shock. Many people were seeing the city gates of Qingqing for the first time, and at this moment, they were all stunned by the gate that was like a city wall. It was this gate that separated Qingqing from the wilderness, isolating all those powerful and terrifying demons from the gates. The buses from the remaining few high schools also arrived one after another, and 10 minutes later, all the fresh candidates from all the high schools in Qingqing had all gathered at the city gates. The college entrance examination trial was the most important national event for the whole of Daxia, and unless one's head was missing a string, no one would normally choose to be late for the college entrance examination. Haven't they been preparing for so many years for this moment when the final entrance exams begin? Fighting spirit burned in the bottom of the eyes of the many candidates as they silently waited for the moment when the gates opened. Zhuge and I looked around as if she was waiting for someone, and after searching in vain, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a flash of disappointment. And I, are you looking for Daddy? Zhuge Qingqing silently appeared next to Zhuge and I. Seeing Zhuge Qingqing appear, Zhuge and I was first delighted, then immediately pulled a face. Who's looking for you? You don't have to come. Seeing this, Zhuge Qingqing immediately understood that Zhuge Ni's anger had subsided, but she just couldn't get over her face. He couldn't help but sigh. Yilin taught these things really work. It is really live and learn. That boy obviously know more about women than himself. Himself as a teacher have time to ask him for more advice only. My baby girl to participate in the college entrance examination. I as a father, how can not come it? You have to cheer up, oh. Zhuge Qingqing dotingly reached out his hand to rub Zhuge Ni's head, but Zhuge and I directly dodged it. Umph. Don't touch me. Go touch your good disciple. Why are you still angry? You really misunderstood Yilin. Zhuge Qingqing laughed bitterly. The hell I don't. Since you believe in him so much, then I'll make a bet with you. If I rank ahead of him in this college entrance exam, you'll cut ties with him and kick him out. How about it? Zhuge and I raised her slender white neck like a proud white swan. Fine, Dad will bet with you. So what if you lose? Zhuge Qingqing laughed. If I lose, I won't care about the two of you from now on. I don't care if you marry him. not to mention accepting him as a disciple. Zhuge and I said seriously, "You child, how do you talk to father?" Zhuge Qinqing smiled bitterly. "He married Yilin? Is this like that? Qi Xia's law can't allow it either. Anyway, it's a deal. Just you wait, he can't win against me." Zhuge and I raised her head and left. Looking at Zhuge Ni's back, Zhuge Qinqing opened his mouth, but still didn't bother striking Zhuge and I, and just mumbled in place. "Nene, do you realize what kind of monster you're dealing with?" Chapter 49. The Bloody World Outside the City. The sunrise shed 10,000 golden rays, and the sky gradually glowed with a faint orange-red color, just like a painter's palette, with rich and delicate color layers. The sun's rays illuminate the whole world and the hopes and dreams in people's hearts. And at this wonderful time, everything is full of infinite possibilities and vitality. The several principals of Qingqing stood on top of the city wall, looking at this group of candidates who exuded vitality like the rising sun. The high school exam trial is finally going to start. If the novice trial is a practice, then the high school exam trial is really 1,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge. Guess how many people from our Qingqing will enter the Great Summer Academy this year? Last year, there were 5. I guess this year there will be at least 7, not to mention the 2 SSS-level career students of the son of a bitch surnamed Gao. As long as there are no surprises, getting into the Daxiao Academy is a nail in the coffin. Thank you. Thank you. Qingqing High School Principal Gao Jinyu's mouth was modest, but the expression on his face was uncontrollably happy. Experimental High School's Wang Jinglin, SSS-ranked Rainbow Blade Profession. This person is bound to lock up a spot as well. An old Su. Your Yucai High School's Luo Jun is also an SSS-ranked Shadow Dragon Gun Profession. He should be able to capture a Daxia Academy spot as well. That's for already 2 or 3 more dark horses. 7 places I don't think will be a problem. A principal voiced his suspicions, and Principal Su smiled lightly. Luo Jun's target isn't just Daxiao Academy, but the Qingqing Scholar. The several principals were not the least bit surprised by what they heard. After all, in the past few years, almost all of Qingqing's top students had come from Yucai High School. Only they all looked towards Gao Jinyu. After all, Qingqing High School had not only produced a record-breaking Zhuge NI this year, but also a monster with a level as high as 16 like Yilin. Principal Su glanced at Gao Jinyu and said indifferently, "The combat power of a transmigrator does not only depend on the rank, but also on the equipment and actual combat experience. If a high rank can definitely win, then what is the point of organizing a high school trial? It wouldn't be better to rank them directly by rank." Does Headmaster Su know that one power can break all laws? When the level is high enough, other things don't matter. Gao Jinyu coldly snorted. The 2 principals are at odds with each other, secretly competing. Just then, with a creaking sound, the massive city gates slowly opened up towards both sides like 2 walls. It also means that the high school trials begin. As long as you cross 10 kilometers of wild no man's land, you will be able to enter into the trial of the high school entrance examination. As soon as the city gates opened, many candidates couldn't wait to rush out. Among them were Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu. Zhuge and I had decided to stay in the wilderness to brush up on our leveling in order to defeat Yi Lin, so she was among the first batch of candidates and even rushed to the front. More candidates stayed back and waited quietly, in no hurry at all. The first batch of candidates to rush out would not necessarily arrive at the entrance faster, but they would definitely run into the ferocious demons faster. So if they were not confident enough in their own strength, they would generally not dare to be the first batch to rush out. The second batch will meet much less resistance if they go again. Stepping out of the city, a fishy stench hit his face. It was the stench emanating from the demonic creature, mixed with the smell of fermented blood, and many candidates vomited with a wow as soon as they smelled it. It was the first time for all of them to go out of the city, and they didn't expect that the outside of the city and the inside of the city were actually 2 very different worlds. After living in the city for so long, they had even forgotten that the world was surrounded by countless demons. These people had just left the city when a beastly roar resounded through the clouds. The appearance of the demonic creature broke the originally tense and orderly atmosphere. It was a giant lizard more than 3 meters tall, covered in hard gray scale armor, with a bloodthirsty, ferocious light flashing in its eyes, and its long tongue gulping nonstop, as if it was a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine just by looking at it. It's a bloodthirsty devil lizard, a level 11 bloodthirsty devil lizard. The candidates were instantly frightened and panicked, fleeing in all directions, trying to avoid the monster. The speed of the bloodthirsty devil lizard, however, is surprisingly fast. A leap is a distance of several meters. In the blink of an eye, caught up with several fleeing candidates. Its sharp claws are as sharp as steel knives. A claw down, blood splattered in all directions. Ah! A mournful scream resounded through the wilderness. This sudden bloody scene caused the many candidates to be scared silly. Even forgetting to run away, they simply didn't expect to immediately see such a bloody scene as soon as they left the city. The few principals on the city wall appeared extremely calm. The only way to truly grow up is to experience the baptism of blood. Otherwise, they will always be nothing more than greenhouse flowers. Unless a level 20 or higher demonic creature appeared, it was impossible for them to intervene in the examination. As he watched the candidates fleeing and scared silly, one of the principals couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. This year, this session is not too good. A level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard is scared like this. So many people, one person throws a skill, all the bloodthirsty demon lizard dunked to death. Just then, a black shadow rushed towards the bloodthirsty demon lizard against the flow of people, and it was none other than Yi Lin. Yi Lin expressionlessly carried the Starfall heavenly trace and rushed over. Swish, 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 swish. Opening the Yang Shou blade technique, a series of 4 brilliant flashes of starlight flashed by, and the bloodthirsty demonic lizard that had scared the crowd into fleeing in all directions was shorn of its limbs and became a wriggling meatworm. What a terrifying knife! This knife is at least a rare-grade equipment. A principal on the city wall exclaimed with emotion. Is this that forbidden spellcaster Yellen? Level 16 combined with a rare level equipment. Dealing with a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard is indeed a handful, but how come he didn't kill that bloodthirsty demon lizard? Just as the crowd was puzzled, they only saw Yellen waving towards his back. Jilingyu, come over here and wrap it up. Coming, boss. Jilingyu excitedly rushed over with his sword. At this time, the bloodthirsty magic lizard has long been without half of the ability to resist. Jilingyu, a sword down, directly results in the bloodthirsty magic lizard's life. Team up to kill the 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard, rewarding 40 experience points. The experience value that a level 11 demonic creature could provide should be 110 points. And since the experience value was divided up due to the group, it was scaled down to 40 points, and the remaining 70 points of experience value should have been added to Jilingyu. Looking at the outrageous scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Only then did they understand why Yi Lin had only chopped off the bloodthirsty demon lizard's limbs, but didn't kill it. That bloodthirsty demon lizard that had scared the crowd into fleeing in all directions had actually become a tool used to level Jilingyu in front of Yi Lin. At this moment, the crowd had an impulse to rush up and hug Yi Lin's thighs tightly and ask him if he still lacks a little brother. Chapter 50. A Good Samaritan Who Helps a Colleague. As long as you recognize a boss, someone will take you to brush your level. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the two of them, Yi Lin and Jilingyu, didn't rush into the Gao Gao trial, but swept all the way towards the right. Yi Lin, just wait. I won't lose to you this time. Zhuge and I glared at Yi Lin's back, then rushed out towards the left. In her opinion, she would be crushed by Yi Lin at the novice copy level purely because she wasn't serious. This time, she wouldn't give Yellen any more chances herself, and she also chose to level up by sweeping through the wilderness for magical creatures. These two superb combatants swept out left and right, and the happiest ones would have to be the candidates who rushed out in the same batch as them. They suddenly had their pressure reduced and couldn't help but cast envious glances towards Yi Lin and Zhuge and I. There are still a lot of good people in the world. They couldn't care about anything else and rushed towards the entrance of the entrance exam trial. Team up to kill a level 12 Chimera, rewarded with 50 experience points. Team up to kill an 11 level Seahorse Warrior, rewarded with 40 experience points. Team up to kill a level 13 Skeleton Archer, awarding 60 experience points. When he encountered any demonic creatures on the road, Yi Lin directly slashed out with a few slashes and left directly after slashing them to death. Jilingyu, who followed him slowly, also cooperated with him very well. Seriously injuring one head, he went up to make up a sword. Under Yi Lin's leadership, Jilingyu's leveling up was extremely fast, and in no time at all, he had risen to level 8. Boss, don't say anything. From now on, you're my real boss. Jilingyu was excited. At this rate, before the sun set, he would be able to raise to at least level 12, or even level 13. The entrance to the gauntlet trial would be open all day, as long as they got there before the sun set. Don't be too happy. There weren't many demons near the city walls. We might have to go even deeper. Yi Lin swept a glance around. The demons were obviously much less. But boss, if we go deeper, you'll run into level 20 or even level 30 demons, right? Ji Yu's face changed. Minor problem. Level 20 I can handle, level 30 will run. Yellen carried his sword and continued deeper into the wilderness. It wasn't just Ji Yu who had to raise his level. He also had to continue to raise his level. After all, his goal was the Supreme Academy of Books. Yi carried his sword and slowly disappeared from the sight of the several principals. Yi is too messed up. How could he take Ji Yu to such a deep place? Gao Jinyu frowned. With Yi Lin's rank, being admitted to the Great Summer Academy was the nail in the coffin. What did he want? Don't worry, Principal Gao. The neighborhood has already been surrounded by invigilators. There won't be any accidents. Another principal comforted. Let's hope so. Gao Jinyu's right eyelid fluttered wildly, and for some reason, he always had a bad premonition. Along the way, Yi Lin swiped as he walked. He didn't even need to release any other forbidden spells. With just a Yang Shou blade technique, level 20 or below demons were completely random to kill. At most, it was just a matter of a few more slashes. Ji Yu followed him and ate his fill. Yi Lin hadn't upgraded yet. This kid had already risen 2 levels in a row to reach level 9. Just as they wanted to continue brushing forward, a man wearing an invigilator sign suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Don't trespass beyond the confines of the exam room. It can be dangerous. Can't we go any further? Yellen frowned. Okay. Just as Yi Lin was about to change directions, he suddenly stumbled on his feet and looked at the invigilator to seriously remind him. Look behind you. The invigilator sniffed coldly and didn't look back. Trying to trick me into turning back so that you can take the opportunity to run out of the examination center's range? If I'm not mistaken, the people you arranged for should be waiting outside the examination center to pick you up and take you to brush up your levels. I advise you to give up this ridiculous idea. I've been an invigilator for 20 years. No candidate can fool me. No, you turn back, Yellen said anxiously. Don't even think about it. I'm not going to fall for that. So hurry up and go, or I'll rule that you've broken the rules and cancel your exams. Before the invigilator could finish his words, a low growl suddenly sounded from behind the invigilator. The invigilator's face changed, just wanting to turn back, only to see that a huge-sized demonic creature appeared behind him at an unknown time. It slapped out with a claw. The invigilator didn't even have a chance to react. The whole person was slapped out like a cannonball and fell heavily on the ground a dozen or so meters away, life and death unknown. The demonic creature was 4 meters tall, covered in hard armor, and held a huge wolf-toothed club, and with every step, the ground would tremble a few points. Level 33, Goblin Brave. Ji Yu's face turned pale with fear. That stubborn ass. Yi Lin also had a black line. He had told the invigilator to turn back several times. This guy just wouldn't listen. A level 33 demonic creature. Unless he exposed his undead body and went all out, he wouldn't be able to beat this Goblin Brave. Ji Yu, you run. I'll distract him. Boss, how can this be? We have to run together. Ji Yu said in a hurry. Cut the crap. You're not as fast as me. Yi Lin kicked Ji Yu in the ass and sent him flying. He then slashed at the Goblin Brave, the starburst flashing, and the guy was really enraged by him, charging towards him with great strides. Yellen hastily opened the dance of instantaneousness, but in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he only sacrificed his appendix and a large intestine in exchange for triple his agility. The consequence of this was that he simply couldn't shake off this Goblin Brave, and the distance between the other party and him was constantly closing. Thunderbolt. A dazzling light of thunder suddenly erupted out, and the power of lightning instantly condensed into a thick thunderbolt with a destructive aura, ruthlessly smashing into the body of the Goblin Brave. The invigilator struggled to get up from the floor, his face pale, but with a determined gleam in his eyes. Quickly, run away. Leave this place to me. I'll never let any of the candidates get hurt in front of my eyes. As soon as the words fell, the invigilator's eyes rolled white, and he directly fainted with his eyes closed. Yi Lin. You people also strange good luck. That invigilator had already been seriously injured by the Goblin Brave's sneak attack, and being able to stand up and release a skill was already considered to be strong-willed. But fortunately, the other party had already sent out the call for help, and 2 other invigilators soon rushed over towards this side. Candidates stay away from here to avoid accidental injuries. One of them drank softly. Okay. Yellen very obediently ducked to the side. The 2 invigilators immediately began to work on that Goblin Brave. Under the siege of the 2, the Goblin Brave didn't have the slightest ability to resist and was completely overwhelmed. One of the invigilators struck out with an axe, and the huge-sized goblin brave was directly chopped to the ground, sending up a sky of smoke and dust. At this moment, Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura as he sacrificed his heart and opened the dance of tenfold instantaneousness, rushing towards the unconscious health invigilator. Then, under the cover of the smoke, he came up and started stripping the other man's clothes before quickly slipping them over himself, and then the invigilator sign around his neck as well. Immediately afterward, Yi Lin took out the illusory face given to him by Zhuge Qinxing from the wooden box and placed it on his face. The thin, cicada-like mask fit his face perfectly, and after putting on the illusionary face, Yi Lin perfectly transformed into a middle-aged man in his 30s, even with a fine scruff on his face. A brand new invigilator just came out of nowhere. At this time, the head of the Goblin Brave also regained his feet. Taking a heavy axe, he shook his head. His body armor was broken. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Sinful animal, how dare you disturb the college entrance exam room? I can't spare you. Colleagues, let me help you. Chapter 51, A Little Misunderstanding. Yi Lin's voice was low. Then he condensed the Gung Jin Chi with one hand. The golden light kept surging out of his body to converge in the palm of his hand. Facing the level 33 Goblin Brave, Yi Lin didn't have the slightest bit of reticence. Forbidden spell, Eternal Gungjin. A golden lance that revealed an ancient and mysterious aura from the inside out appeared in Yi Lin's hand. Yi Lin raised his hand to hold the lance. He swung his arm violently, and the golden lance stabbed directly towards the Goblin Brave with a whistling, air-breaking sound. The golden lance went straight through the head of the severely injured Goblin Brave, killing him outright. Kill a 33-level Goblin Brave in a group, rewarded with 220 experience points, and receive the prop symbiosis charm. Huh? Exploded something? Yi Lin was a little surprised. Killing demons has a probability of dropping things like props, equipment, skill scrolls, and so on, but the probability is extremely low, and he didn't expect to actually explode on this Goblin Brave. But now was not the time to check. He turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. Grass! Bastard! Who the fuck are you? What department are you from? What kind of person robs a person's head like this? The nose of the invigilator with the giant axe in his hand almost went askew. The two of them fought for half a day, and when this guy appeared and gave Goblin Valor a direct hit, it was simply outrageous. Call me nice. Yi Lin's voice came from afar. I'm so fucking watermelon. The invigilator was about to give chase with his axe when another invigilator rushed to stop him. Forget it. There's no need to rush. Maintaining order in the exam room is most important. I've memorized this guy's face. We'll settle the score with him later. Good? It's so infuriating. We're all invigilators looking up and down, and he's actually robbing people's heads. The invigilator with the giant axe in hand cursed. Yi Lin on the other side first circled around and returned both the clothes and the invigilator's license to the unconscious invigilator before turning around and leaving, whisking away his clothes after the matter, and hiding his work and name deeply. I have to say, the phantom face mask is really good. Once the mask is removed, the two invigilators will not be able to find themselves. It was at this time that Yi Lin checked up on the props he had just gotten. Symbiosis Talisman. Holding hands with your son. Sharing life with your son. Two transmutants with a level difference of less than 10 levels use the Symbiosis Talisman after interlocking their fingers. And in the next 6 hours, the experience value gained by the two from hunting and killing magical creatures will be shared completely. Note, you can only use the Symbiosis Charm with one person at the same time. Ooh, this is good stuff. Yelin's eyes lit up. He had also planned to take Ji Lingyu to brush up to level 10 and then drop him, but with the Symbiotic Talisman, even if it was a demonic creature that Ji Lingyu had gotten killed, he himself would still be able to get a full amount of experience value. It was the way this symbiotic charm was used that was more or less perverted, actually requiring 10 fingers to be interlocked. When Yi Lin found Ji Lingyu, the guy was being chased by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The Anubis soldier was surrounded by black smoke, and underneath his dusty armor was also a dark shadow. When he saw Yi Lin, Ji Lingyu was instantly overjoyed. Boss, you're okay, great. Where's that Goblin Brave? Don't worry, that Goblin Braveheart has already been beheaded by the other invigilators. Yi Lin smiled faintly, then stepped forward and extended his large warm hand, winding it up like a spirit snake, and tightly interlocked his fingers with Ji Lingyu. Ji Lingyu's body shook, and his entire body froze in place, his pupils shrinking violently. Although he had been 10-fingered with girls many times, it was really the first time he was 10-fingered with a guy. Even the head of the Anubis soldier on the other side seemed to look stunned and was struggling to comprehend what was happening. Ji Lingyu's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit. No wonder Yi Lin couldn't even look at a single maid when he was in his house. So he was good at this? Ji Lingyu was doing a heavenly battle in the bottom of his heart, remembering that Yi Lin had desperately tried to save Ji's father, and didn't mind that he was a burden, taking him to brush up on his leveling, and also letting him run away first when he encountered danger, and going to draw away the monsters himself. Thinking of these bits and pieces, Ji Lingyu finally made a decision in his heart to go against his ancestors. Boss, if you want it, then come on, as long as you're gentle. Ji Lingyu hung his head, even with a touch of coy shyness characteristic of a little girl. Yi Lin froze for a moment and looked at Ji Lingyu in shock. Oh yeah, here. Ji Lingyu handed a small plastic box with a blue lid to Yellen. What is this? Yellen asked rhetorically. Vaselina. Ji Lingyu's face went white. Boss, you don't want to do it the hard way, do you? It won't work without lubrication. Yellen. He used the symbiosis talisman at the speed of light, and then pushed Ji Lingyu away. Get out of here. Yi Lin then slashed at the Anubis soldier, and with a flash of starburst, all that was left in place was a pile of tattered armor. And under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, both Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu gained 130 experience points. It's a symbiotic talisman? Where did you get such a good thing, boss? This is a treasure that money can't even buy, Ji Lingyu said excitedly. Then a flash of disappointment flashed across his face as well. So it was a symbiotic talisman. He thought that Yi Lin had a dragon and yang. Don't call me boss. You stay away from me. What guy carries around Vaseline? This time, it was Yi Lin's turn to survey Ji Lingyu with an odd look. Misunderstanding, boss. That bottle of Vaseline I used to coat my mouth. My mouth is prone to peeling, Ji Lingyu exclaimed. Never mind what's going on, let's just split up anyway, so we can maximize the effect of the symbiotic charm. Yellen twisted his head and left without the slightest hesitation. Carrying the Starfall Sky Strike, he unleashed a massacre. With the Invigilators blocking the periphery, level 25 or higher demons simply couldn't enter the examination room range. So Yi Lin didn't need to use any other forbidden spells at all. Just a Yangsho blade technique with the 300 points of power attached to the Starfall Heavenly Marks was enough for Yi Lin to reign over the examination room. However, he didn't do too much to draw attention to himself. When he encountered a demonic creature of a lower level than him, he would slash it to death. When he encountered one of a higher level than him, he would put on a pretense of fighting before slashing it to death. During this time, he also suffered quite a few injuries, but under the cover of the dual life Yin-Yang bracelet's healing skill, he directly used his immortal body to recover, and immediately afterward he continued to start brushing the monsters. On the other side, Ji Lingyu had frozen, as his level had been dawdling up since it had just started until now. He didn't need to think about it to know that Yi Lin on the other side must be killing like crazy, because under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, their experience value was shared. Ji Lingyu suddenly understood what it was like for Ado to be held in Zhao Yun's arms 7 times and 7 times out of Chao's army back then, and to crunch and kill. He was in charge of the Gaga, and Yellen was in charge of the messy kills. Chapter 52. So many people. Run! That bloodthirsty Minotaur is about to catch up. The only martial art under the sun is speed. I don't need to run faster than the bloodthirsty Minotaur. I just need to run faster than everyone else. Damn, how come we're so unlucky? The first batch to leave had people rushing into the entrance. How come there's still a bloodthirsty Minotaur waiting here? The dozen or so candidates turned pale as they desperately fled. Behind them in hot pursuit was a bull-headed monster holding a 2-handed giant axe with a reddish body that stood upright. This bull-headed monster was about 3 meters tall. Its body was gnarled with sinew and flesh. Its bulging muscles were like blood-stained granite, making people shudder, and its level was even as high as level 15. Running at the very back was a young couple, holding each other's hands tightly as they ran as hard as they could. If they were eliminated here, they would even be disqualified from participating in the higher education trial, so the two naturally refused to give up. But as she ran, the girl suddenly slipped and her whole body fell to the ground. Jim! The boy let out a gasp, his face white. If he turned back to save his girlfriend, he would definitely lose the qualification for the entrance exam together. But if he ran by himself now, without the drag of his girlfriend, and with her helping him to block the bloodthirsty Minotaur, he could definitely rush into the entrance. With his sweetheart on one side and a bright future on the other, it puts the boys in a state of hesitation. Bing, go away and leave me alone. The girl's eyes were misty with tears. She knew that she couldn't run away anymore. Yes. The words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and her boyfriend Bing ran off without looking back. Looking at Bing's departing back, Jinjun felt as if something had shattered with a bang in her heart. Looking at the bloodthirsty minotaur that was pressing towards her like a mountain, she closed her eyes with a bitter smile as if she had already resigned herself to her fate. But just then, an angry voice came. What a shit game of King's purple sunflower wheel dance. Minotaurs deserve to die. Swish! A cold aura flashed across the sky, and a starburst flew across the sky. Yi Lin, who was looking for monsters to brush, chopped out his sword and directly split that minotaur into two, killing him on the spot. Jun Jun froze, staring blankly at Yi Lin, who was holding the Starfall Heavenly Trace, and she didn't react until Yi Lin left with his sword. Jin Jun, it's great that you're okay. We can get into the same university again. Seeing the bloodthirsty minotaur die under Yi Lin's blade, Bing went and returned, excitedly hugging Jin Jin. But at this time, Jin Jin pushed Bing away with a cold face. The scene just now had made her see this man completely. Sorry, I suddenly don't particularly want to go to the same college as you. Cherish me to deserve me. Jin turned and left without a moment's delay. At the same time, a similar scene was being repeated over and over again outside the city, with quite a few demonic creatures losing their lives in the blink of an eye. Some of the demons that look like sheep even have demonic whispers ringing in their ears. Pour on mom's house full of pretzels, hot canola oil, a little vinegar, soul juice, pour on. When the word pour to is uttered, the demonic creature that looks like a sheep is decapitated with a single slash. Some candidates were being chased up and down by a demonic creature, when suddenly a starburst flashed by, and the demonic creature was split in half, and they didn't even see who the person who struck was. There were also candidates who were stopped by a weirdo who asked them how they found the demons, which was just nuts. It was too late for them to avoid the demons. Where would they dare to take the initiative? On the city walls, several principals and the bigwigs of Qingqing all looked dumbfounded. The college entrance exam trials were held every year, and they had seen countless times of them. And it was true that there were strong candidates who would choose to brush up their levels before entering the mouth. But this situation of carrying a sword around and looking for demons to kill was the first time they had seen it. Alas, how good it would have been if this child wasn't a forbidden spellcaster. If he wasn't a forbidden spellcaster, my Qingqing would have truly produced a true dragon. A principal shook his head regretfully. A transmuter who could sweep through demons in the wild was bound to be a powerful existence that suppressed a party as long as he grew up. But a forbidden spellcaster simply wouldn't live past the age of 25. It's fine, at least our Qingqing will have many more candidates entering the college entrance examination trials this year than in previous years. Another principal nodded and said, thanks to Leafwood's blessing, the number of candidates who couldn't enter the high school trial due to demonic attacks this year was significantly less. Wherever Yi Lin went, but as far as the naked eye could see, not a single demonic creature could escape. He was like a fully automated sweeper, sweeping away all the demons within the confines of the exam room. At this time, those candidates who specifically waited for the people in front of them to leave the city first before leaving the city looked at the empty city outside, and their faces showed expressions of complacency. A young man shaking a stroking fan even grinned. Look, I told you there was an advantage to coming out later, and with the demons, the ones that rushed fast taken care of, won't we have a much easier time getting around? Many of the people who followed him were also nodding their heads. There were a total of 10 kilometers out of the city to the entrance of the entrance exam trial. They were halfway there, and they hadn't encountered a single demon. Sure enough, it's still a late start. And on the other side, Yellen stopped in his tracks. It's like there really isn't a single demon left. At this moment, it was only just 4 in the afternoon, and the entire exam room seemed to have been cleared of all the demons. And at this time, his level was also stuck at level 18. Name, Yellen. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 18, 2.33%. Strength, 180 plus 300. Agility, 270. Spirit, 540 plus 659. Occupational talent, endless spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Skills, forbidden spell, destructive thunder, instantaneous dance, burning reincarnation, karmic fire, immortality, eternal frozen eyes, necrotic returning to the boundary, young lifespan blade technique, eternal gung gene. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to raise it when it's true. Forget it. Let's go into the examination room. Yi Lin shook his head. The experience value he needed to go from level 1 to level 16 wasn't much different from the experience value needed to go from level 16 to level 18. There was still a large chunk of level 19 to go, and instead of making a big effort to sweep up the few remaining demons, it would be better to just go into the exam room. The portal of the Gao Gao trial was like a huge light gate, quietly suspended in the sky, emitting a soft glow. Approaching the portal, he could feel a mysterious power fluctuating. It was the fluctuation of space magic, capable of instantly teleporting one to another place. Yi Lin stepped inside, and the image in front of him disintegrated and opened up, and by the time the image reorganized, he had appeared in a huge lapis lazuli square. Around the verdant square, there stood 10 lofty stone pillars, and on each of them, ancient runes were engraved, revealing a vicissitude and mystery. In the center of the square, there was a huge stone monument, on which were engraved the 5 big words College Entrance Exam Trial Ground. The handwriting was ancient and simple, like a dragon and snake dancing. This is the high school testing ground? Yi Lin looked around, only to see that around the square, densely packed with heads everywhere, looking at Yi Lin's scalp numb. That's a lot of people. Chapter 53. Comprehensive Competency Assessment. Yi Lin had some regrets in the bottom of his heart. If he had known that there would be so many people, just now when he was outside, he should have let the demonic creatures eliminate some of them first before striking. Alas, in the end, one is still too soft and kind-hearted. Boss! With a shout, Ji Lingyu rushed over and hugged Yi Lin to death. Boss, you really my pro-boss. I little pro-mother Lu? You are too fierce. Ji Lingyu was so excited that he was incoherent, for no other reason than the fact that his current level had, quite literally, reached a terrifying level 15. That's 15 levels. If there were no surprises, with his level 15, entering the Daxiao Academy would almost be a nail in the coffin. Yi Lin didn't find it strange. Under the effect of a symbiotic talisman, Ji Lingyu's experience value was shared with himself, and it wasn't a strange thing to raise to level 15. Okay, let go, don't snuggle in public. Yi Lin said with disgust. No, you'll be my pro-boss from now on. Ji Lingyu was so excited that he hugged Yi Lin's thigh. Get out of here. Yi Lin had a head full of black lines, and he had already noticed quite a few people casting odd gazes this way. Honestly, though, he was kind of enjoying the feeling of being able to play around with his friends. Ever since he came to this world, in order to hide the secret of his immortal body, Yi Lin had been living deep in the slums, and Ji Lingyu was counted as his first friend after coming to this world. Friendship was something that Yellen hadn't experienced in a long time. After a while, Zhuge and I also appeared in the high school trial field with a dark face. Her level was only 14, a mere 2 levels up. It started off pretty well, and she was trying to catch up to Yi Lin's level 16. But for some reason, then inexplicably, she suddenly couldn't find a single demonic creature. Damn it, Zhuge and I was a bit chagrined. But it doesn't matter. The district is just 2 levels behind. It may not be impossible to make up for it with maneuvers and abilities. Zhuge-Ni's beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. As time passed, the tall portal closed completely the moment that sun shed its last rays. This also meant that those who did not enter the trial field of the college entrance examination would have no access to this college entrance examination at all. After the portal closed, a somewhat amiable-looking old man silently appeared in front of the stone monument in the center of the lapis lazuli square. At the same time, hundreds of invigilators appeared in all corners of Lapis Plaza, monitoring the movements of all the candidates in Lapis Plaza. Greetings, all the candidates of Qingqing. Welcome to the 886 Gaoshua trial. I am Qingqing's examiner, Lin Yuan. The old man's voice was not loud, but it seemed to rise directly from the bottom of everyone's heart, and everyone in the verdant stone square heard it clearly. Next, I will read out the test contents of this year's Gao Gao trial. During my reading, please listen carefully and do not make any noise. Violators will be disqualified from the test. As soon as the words fell, all the candidates were wise enough to shut their mouths. The Gao Gao trial is divided into 2 parts, the comprehensive ability test and the ring battle, which will be divided into 2 days. What will take place tomorrow is the comprehensive ability assessment. Each candidate will be arranged differently according to the occupation. The assessment is divided into 10 levels. You can quit early or complete all of them, and the examiner will give you a score rating based on your performance in the levels. Each level has a full score of 10 points, and only those candidates who pass all 10 levels with a score of 85 points or higher will be qualified to participate in the ring battle the day after tomorrow. The ring battle will also take 1 day, with 10 extra points awarded for a victory, capped at a maximum of 150 points, and the ring battle will determine this year's top high school student. In the comprehensive ability test and ring battle, you can use any equipment, but you may not use any special props. Violators will be disqualified from the test. The content of the assessment has been read out. Lin Yuan laughed. Tonight, you guys have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, the comprehensive ability assessment will begin. The expressions of all the candidates became extremely grave. They knew very well that tomorrow was the real main event. Quite a number of candidates directly pulled out sleeping bags from their own backpacks, obviously having prepared for it. Boss, don't you have a sleeping bag or something? Seeing that Yi Lin didn't pull out anything, Ji Lingyu was a bit surprised. I don't need that. Yellen shook his head. The conditions in the slums were much worse than here. He was able to fall asleep. But it was just sleeping on the stone floor, completely trivial. How can that work? How can we have enough energy to deal with tomorrow's comprehensive ability test without a good rest? Ji Lingyu frowned, then handed his designer's sleeping bag to Yi Lin. Boss, you use mine. Yi Lin was a bit touched and couldn't help but ask, what about you? Me? I'll do whatever I want. Ji Lingyu waved his hand in a pretense of indifference. He clapped his hands, and two invigilators carried a Simmons luxury king-size bed and placed it beside him. Yellen. No. You wait a minute. You wait first. Yi Lin people stupid in the high school trial actually provide luxury king-size bed service? Provide, but dead expensive. This bed is not comparable to my home, even if a night full of 200,000 yuan. It's like robbing money. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't bring a sleeping bag, I wouldn't want to give it up. Ji Lingyu opened his mouth with a face of flesh pain. $200,000 to rent a bed. Even he is a little unacceptable, although he is rich, but he is not stupid. Yellen was somewhat silent. Is this the damn rich? Even if you participate in the high school trial treatment are not the same as others. Others are sleeping lapis lazuli sleeping bag. Ji Lingyu sleeps Simmons big bed. In the end, Yi Lin convinces people with virtue and manages to persuade Ji Lingyu to let him have the bed worth $200,000. Of course, martial virtues are also virtues. Early the next morning, Yellen woke up in high spirits. When the time came, Lin Yuan prepared to appear. The comprehensive ability test will begin. Please form 10 orderly lines for all candidates and enter the test room in order. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, the 10 lofty stone pillars standing on the verdant square each opened a teleportation portal. I think the comprehensive ability test is completed in that stone pillar. The densely packed crowd quickly divided into 10 orderly queues, with no one daring to transgress in the slightest. Everyone knew very well that the higher education examination trial was the most important examination in the great summer ancient kingdom, and a watershed moment that would determine their destiny. Yi Lin was in the 6th queue and followed the crowd towards the front. Everyone disappeared directly after stepping into the portal, and soon it was Yi Lin's turn to step forward, and the next second he appeared in a closed all-metal room. A ray of light swept over him, and Yellen's level and occupation automatically surfaced. Leafwood, Spellcaster, Level 18. Chapter 54. Full marks, full marks, full marks. All the candidates entered Stonehenge in turn. Lin Yuan, as the chief examiner of this session of the college entrance examination, stood quietly on the verdant stone square, looking at the 10 stone pillars. Behind him, several middle-aged men with powerful auras appeared. All of them were the deputy examiners of this session of the college entrance exam. Among them was also a woman in a long green dress, whose appearance seemed like a spring breeze brushing across the lake, bringing a hint of freshness. Although she was already old, this woman was extremely well maintained. Her face was clear and beautiful, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently fluttering with the wind. Her figure was slim, as if a dignified fairy had descended to earth. She walked over to Lin Yuan, bowed slightly, and said softly, "Master Lin, I'm late." Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Respect was written all over the bottom of his eyes as he looked at the woman and spoke. "You're welcome, Ms. Su. You've come at the right time." The remaining few deputy examiners couldn't help but show respect when they looked at the woman, because this woman, named Su Qingxin, was the head of the Supreme Academy. Ordinary candidates might not have even heard of the name of the Supreme Academy, but the examiners knew it very well. This was the strongest academy in the Great Xia territory, and the students who came out of the Supreme Academy were all demons who suppressed one side. A few people were about to exchange a few more pleasantries when one of the stone pillars suddenly lit up, and the sculptures on it all seemed to come to life at that moment. HM? Level 18? Lin Yuan's eyes stared slightly. If you can reach level 10, you can be guaranteed to enter a first-class university. If you can reach level 12, you can go to fight for the top universities, and there is only one word to describe the 18th. Level demonic. Even Su Qingxin came to be interested. her eyes burning in the direction where Yi Lin was. At level 18, one is already qualified to be admitted to the Supreme Academy. But when she saw Yi Lin's occupation, she couldn't help but frown. How is it a forbidden spellcaster? At level 18, with a random career change, even if the career level was only A, she could relax the conditions and allow the other party to enter the Supreme Academy. But the only one who can't is the forbidden spellcaster. Although the forbidden spellcaster was an SSS-Rank profession, everyone knew that the profession of forbidden spellcaster simply couldn't live past the age of 25. Several examiners were sighing at the moment. Alas, it's a pity. If it weren't for the forbidden spellcaster, Qingqing would really have produced a true dragon. It seems like it's been quite a long time since the occupation of forbidden spellcaster has appeared. The last time it appeared was 10 years ago, right? Well, 10 years ago, the forbidden spellcaster only lived to the age of 23 before he died. I'm sure he must have released a forbidden spell to brush up on monsters regardless of the consequences in order to have such a high level. This is overdrawing the future. It's unwise. He probably won't even live to be 23 years old. So how do you give points for the first level of grade determination? Let's just give it as normal. He's level 18. It's not really justifiable to not give him full points. Step. Right after the several examiners finished their discussion, the mechanized female voice, once again, sounded in Yi Lin's ears inside the metal room. Candidate Yi Lin, Comprehensive Aptitude Test Level 1, Grade Assessment, out of 10, 10 points. As soon as the words fell, the metal wall directly opposite Yi Lin slowly opened, revealing a crystalline crystal ball. The second level of the Comprehensive Ability Test, the Three-Dimensional Attribute Test. Candidate Yi Lin, please place your hand on the quiz ball. Yellen stepped forward and pondered whether to use the burning wheel, but thought better of it and directly placed his hand on it. Strength 480 points, Agility 270 points, Spirit 1199 points. Candidate Yi Lin, Comprehensive Ability Test Level 2, Three-Dimensional Attribute Test, full score, 10 points. On the verdant stone square, one of the examiners couldn't help but spit out his words. I understand everything else, just why does he have 480 points of power? This guy even got an attack power equipment? What does a spellcaster need strength for? Releasing forbidden spells already hurts his body, but he still wants to physically fight with people? Yi Lin was level 18, and a perfect score on the second level of the three-dimensional attribute test was a normal thing, but Yi Lin's 480 points of strength still made several examiners unable to stop their mouths from twitching. With 480 points of strength, this was more than many transmuters of the warrior lineage profession. Yi Lin was simply irrational in every way in their eyes. Just read on, the third level starts, and that's when you need to start getting your hands dirty. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, and a dummy had appeared in the metal room where Yi Lin was. The dummy looked similar to the dummy inside the Transfiguration Guild's practice room, only a little more refined. The third level of the Comprehensive Ability Test, the Attack Ability Test. Candidate Yi Lin, please perform your most powerful skill and attack the dummy in front of you. The dummy will display your score based on the strength of your attack. The emotionless, mechanized female voice sounded again. The most powerful skill? Yi Lin's first reaction was to sacrifice all of his organs in order to summon the chaotic divine thunder. But he felt that casting this would be too shocking. A taller test is just a test. It shouldn't need to be so exaggerated, but the power certainly can't be too small because what he wants to enter but the Supreme Academy, he must get a perfect score at every level to be able to do so. Under the thought, Yi Lin had a decision and directly raised his hand. Forbidden Spell Extinction Wild Thunder. He sacrificed his tonsils and summoned the most common thunder. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down, only to see the dummy directly explode into fragments in the sky. Huh. Yellen froze. This was already his least powerful forbidden spell. This dummy was too brittle, wasn't it? And the test says that the dummy will show his score, and now that he's chopped it all up, how does that count for his score? At this moment, the few examiners in the Lapis Plaza also froze. This dummy is capable of carrying the attacks of a level 25 or lower transmogrifier, and this kid is only level 18, and with one strike, the dummy actually blew up directly? He's casting a forbidden spell. Isn't it recognized that forbidden spells are powerful? So what now? The dummies are gone. What does the score count as? Should we not get him another dummy? Forget it. Don't waste the teaching equipment. Count him as a perfect score. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is also really desperate. Taking a college entrance exam actually fucking put a forbidden spell? Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst out, and the other few examiners nodded in deep thought. Casting a forbidden spell is definitely costly, Taking a high school entrance exam to release a forbidden spell is like taking one's own young lifespan to draw game props. Candidate Yi Lin, Comprehensive Ability Test Level 3. Attack Ability Test, full score, 10 points. Hearing this voice ringing out, the fearful Yi Lin was relieved. He was afraid that because he broke the dummy, his results would be cancelled directly. At this time, he also clearly recognized the drawbacks of the profession of the forbidden spellcaster. That is, there is no way to be merciful. A shot is a forbidden spell, and then how to be merciful cannot be left to wear. After he passed the third hurdle, the next three hurdles were the spell casting speed test, the instantaneous burst ability test, and the sustained output ability test. And these couldn't stop Yi Lin at all, and in the shocked gazes of the examiners, soon Yi Lin passed all of them with full marks. And at the 7th level, Yi Lin finally saw something different, because right in front of him, a special cage appeared. Inside the cage, a monster hissed, its eyes red as if burned by fire, revealing a crazy, killing intent, its body huge and muscular, as if it was a moving mountain. Its sharp claws made an ear-piercing metallic scraping sound on the cage, as if it was interpreting its anger to Yi Lin. Comprehensive Ability Test Level 7. Escape Ability Test. Please hold on for 3 minutes under the pursuit of a level 25 demonic creature, the blazing fire demon wolf. And if you are not injured after 3 minutes, it will be considered a perfect score. A timer appeared at the end of the hallway. The test begins. The moment the mechanized female voice fell, that cage slowly opened, and the blazing fire demon wolf, which was as high as level 25, slowly stepped out, the bottom of its crimson eyes filled with greedy bloodlust. It had been starved for a long time, and the moment it saw Yi Lin, it was like an old bachelor who had seen a stunning beauty, and it sprang out violently. Forbidden Spell Extinction Wild Thunder. Boom! Dazzling silver-white thunder snakes swept out, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing fire demon wolf was transformed into a charred black wolf. Chapter 55. There's a gap between perfect scores. The timer starts counting down from 3 minutes. However, at this time, the blazing fire demon wolf that was responsible for chasing down Yi Lin had already become a corpse. The mechanized female voice sounded again as the countdown ended. Candidate Yi Lin, Comprehensive Ability Test Level 7, Escape Ability Test, full score, 10 points. The examiners watching Yi Lin's side of the examination were silent. This is a situation they have never heard of. A level 25 demonic creature was definitely a powerful and unbeatable and terrifying opponent for any high school candidate. Faced with a demonic creature of this level, the candidates could only choose to release their skills to stall for time until they passed the level once the 3 minutes were up. Every year at this level, there are candidates who rely on a bright operation to pass without injury. But this year, there was obviously a little accident, and in the first second of the test starting, Yi Lin had a forbidden spell that directly secured the level 25 demon. For the next 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Yellen Pure was just sitting there in a daze waiting for the countdown to end. I take back what I just said. Forbidden spells flung around like this, let alone being 23 years old, it would be a medical miracle for this kid to live past 20. An examiner couldn't help but shake his head. Although Yi Lin's performance was extremely stunning, the examiners clearly disapproved of Yi Lin, feeling that he was overdrawing his body and his future in this way. Yi Lin in the examination room had already entered the 8th level. Examiner Lin, is it necessary to raise the difficulty of the last 3 levels of candidate Yi Lin? An examiner couldn't help but ask towards Lin Yuan. Because the next 3 levels were all practical tests, the candidates had to face a demonic creature of the same level as themselves, a demonic creature 2 levels higher than them, and a demonic creature 4 levels higher than them respectively. In other words, even at the 10th level, Yi Lin was only facing a demonic creature that was only level 22. The level 25 blazing demon wolf had been seconded by him, and the level 22 was even less likely to be a match. Lin Yuan frowned. At the moment, he was also hesitant. If he didn't raise the difficulty, then Yi Lin would 100% pass with a perfect score, but it seemed unfair to Yi Lin if he raised the difficulty. Teacher Su, I would like to ask for your opinion. If after raising the difficulty, this Yi Lin can still pass with a perfect score, how about asking you, Supreme Academy, to accept him? Lin Yuan asked towards Su Qingxin. If Su Qingxin agreed, then there would be no problem with raising the difficulty. And in the meantime, he could also see exactly where Yi Lin's limits were. So far, this guy was all over the place. I'm sorry, Examiner Lin. I'm sorry, I can't agree. Su Qingxin shook her head and looked at the other few candidates. In my opinion, Luo Jun, Wang Jinglin, Zhuge Renai, and that Ji Lingyu All of these people are more qualified to enter the Supreme Academy than that Yilin. Yilin is a forbidden spellcaster. The strength he possesses at this moment is something he has traded for by overdrawing his life and future. It's just a flash in the pan. Such a person is not what we need at the Supreme Academy. Cultivating him will only be a waste of resources. Lin Yuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he quickly closed it again. These four people that Su Qingxin was talking about were indeed solid geniuses. It was only that they had Yilin, a monster, as a reference point, which made them seem less outstanding. In the end, the difficulty of Yi Lin's test wasn't adjusted upwards. Facing level 18, level 20, and level 22 demons, the battles didn't have any surprises, basically killing them all in seconds. After passing the last hurdle, Yi Lin's figure reappeared in the verdant square, and he was also the first candidate to pass the 10 hurdles. After some time, the other candidates also passed the examination one after another, and the verdant stone square was once again filled with people, with many candidates excitedly exchanging information about their examinations with their close friends. Boss! Jiling Yu ran towards Yellen. Boss, I'm 96. It's a sure thing. I'm really sure this time. Jiling Yu was excited. According to this score, as long as he won 3 more matches in the ring battle, he would 100% be able to enter the Great Summer Academy. You didn't get a full score? Yilin was a bit curious. Jiling Yu's level could be level 15. Although the content of the comprehensive assessment of the warrior class occupation should be different from the mage class, the difficulty should be about the same. Don't mention it, the actual combat test was deducted. I leveled up too quickly, and I was a bit unable to adapt for a while. Jiling Yu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. His level was actually filled with a lot of water. After all, he had followed Yilin all the way up to level 15. Without Yilin, he would still only be level 7. Just as the two of them were chatting, Lin Yuan's side also announced the results of the comprehensive ability test. First place, Yellen, 100 points. Second place, Zhuge Ni, 100 points. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 points. Fourth place, Jiling Yu, 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Zhenglin, 95 points. After reading out the test results of everyone, Lin Yuan spoke aloud. All right. Candidates with scores lower than 85, please leave the examination room in an orderly manner under the guidance of the invigilator, and candidates with scores higher than 85 may also leave, though leaving the examination room is considered as giving up tomorrow's ring competition. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and her face was filled with a look of dismay. She obviously got a perfect score, but why was she still ranked behind Yilin? Since both of them had perfect scores, they should be tied for first place. Why should she be second? Zhuge and I raised his hand and spoke loudly. Examiner, I have a problem with this grade. It's the same perfect score. Why am I second? Zhuge Ni's words instantly caused many people to wonder as well. Yeah, they're both perfect scores. Why aren't they tied for first place? It's the same perfect score, so why should the male baby come first? How much more malice does the world have for women? It's not fair. It's discrimination against women. It's oppression of women. If we can't give a reasonable explanation, we'll go to appeal, right? Let's be fair. In the face of the crowd of candidates, the expression on Lin Yuan's face didn't move in the slightest. He just pulled up Yi Lin's and Zhuge Ni's clearance videos respectively. Please watch the VCR. Chapter 56. Comparison of examination videos. Only the videos of Zhuge Ni and Yi Lin taking the comprehensive abilities test were being released in turn. On Zhuge Ni's side, it can be operationally drawn out and excellent viewing. The already voluptuous and hot Zhuge Ni was wearing a slim-fitting sportswear, which set off her front and back figure even more brightly, and many of the male candidates present looked straight and couldn't help but gulp their saliva. Zhuge Ni's passage process is extremely amazing. Level up to level 14, she can be said to show a fire mage transmigrant in this level can do the limit. Zhuge Ni is like a dancing spirit butterfly. 10 levels, each level Zhuge Ni demonstrated to the crowd. What is the perfect pass? Especially in the 7th level, when facing the level 25 Blazing Fire Demon Wolf, Zhuge Ni fully demonstrated what human wisdom was. Although her strength was not as good as the Blazing Fire Demon Wolf, Zhuge Ni treated the Blazing Fire Demon Wolf as a dog and slipped around, and during the entire 3 minutes, the Blazing Fire Demon Wolf failed to touch Zhuge Ni for a moment, and did not even come close to the range of half a meter of Zhuge Ni. The crowd watched in awe. Zhuge Ni is worthy of being Mr. Zhuge's daughter. It's true that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's daughter. This kind of maneuvering, this kind of resilience, it's top-notch. Don't look at her. She's only level 14. I reckoned that any transmogrifier under level 20 would be hard to be her opponent. It's amazing. It's not like she's taking a test. It's more like she's completing a perfect art show. Zhugani's perfect score is simply well-deserved. What makes this not number one? Surely, there is malice towards women. The many candidates were talking and admiration was written in their eyes as they looked at Zhuge and I. At the same time, they were also more skeptical about the fairness of this comprehensive ability test. Zhuge and I had already achieved a perfect pass. Why was Yi Lin ranked in front of her? The crowd looked at Yi Lin's examination video. Compared to Zhuge Ni's extreme maneuvering, Yi Lin's side's performance was mediocre. After measuring the level and three-dimensional attributes from the first level of the second level respectively, Yi Lin did the same thing for the next levels from the 3rd to the 10th. Put the forbidden spell. Pass. Put the forbidden spell. This process was repeated 8 times. Yi Lin during the period was relaxed and leisurely, as if it was not like he was participating in the college entrance examination trial, but an elementary school student who was fine to come out for a spring excursion and trekking. Watching Yi Lin's examination video, the crowd was silent, especially when they saw that on the 7th level, Yi Lin killed the blazing fire demon wolf in the first second and spent the next 2 minutes or so sitting in a daze. The crowd's emotions were completely triggered. Fuck, where's the pit? This guy directly destroyed a level 25 blazing fire demon wolf with a single forbidden spell. Fine, test escapability, get the pursuing demon dead, so nothing will come after me. Full marks for understanding. This guy isn't even human. He's a monster in human skin. It's too much. I suddenly understand why it's obvious that they all have perfect scores. Zhuge and I is coming in 2nd place. Zhuge and I scored full points because she was able to get full points for her ability, while Yellen scored full points because there were only so many full points. In other words, if the comprehensive ability test is changed to a 1,000-point system, Zhuge and I is still 100 points, Yi Lin, at least, must soar to 700 or 800. The many candidates looked at Zhuge and I with more than a touch of pity in their eyes. Placed in the previous college entrance examination, Zhuge and I, this operation, this grade, the proper qualification of the first prize. But this year, with Yi Lin, a monster of a man, Zhuge and I would definitely be overwhelmed. Zhuge and I pursed her red lips in silence, staring dead at Yi Lin's examination video over and over again. Her white jade hands clenched tightly together. She couldn't take it. He couldn't accept that he had actually lost to Yi Lin, whom he had always looked down on, and that he had lost so badly. Does anyone else have any objections to the results of this comprehensive ability test? Examiner Lin Yuan spoke calmly. The verdant square was silent, and no one dared to squeak anymore. Just kidding. Yi Lin threw a skill over. The level 25 blazing fire demon wolf was dead beyond death. Such a monster. Ranked first who would dare to have objections? They had all faced the blazing fire demon wolf and deeply knew how terrifying a level 25 demonic creature really was. Since there are no comments, then those candidates who scored below 85 points should please leave the arena in an orderly manner, and those who scored above 85 points should have a good rest and focus on preparing for tomorrow's ring match. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. Soon, the candidates with insufficient scores withdrew from the lapis lazuli square, and at this moment, there were only 104 candidates left who could still remain on the lapis lazuli square. There were nearly 100,000 candidates in Qingsheng, yet only 100 or so remained, showing the high elimination rate. And the results of the comprehensive ability test were soon announced to the outside world. Several principals who had been closely watching the college entrance exams instantly caught their breath as soon as they saw the results. First place Yi Lin, second place Zhuge and I. Holy shit, Lao Gao, your Qingqing High School is going against the odds. 2 perfect scores this year, all from your Castle High School. You old boy really got lucky this year. It's not just that. Look at that 4th place. That Jiling Yu is also from Qingqing High School. Qingqing High School took 3 of the top 5 places. Gao, eat whatever you want these days. I doubt your luck has run out. Several principals didn't hide their envy of Gao Jinyu at all. With 3 students like that, Qingqing High School would definitely become a popular place to apply next year. Gao Jinyu was so excited that his entire body was trembling and he couldn't say a word. How could he not expect that Yi Lin and Zhuge and I would actually bring him such a big surprise? And it also came with the dark horse of Jiling Yu. When really God blessed him with Castle High School. Ji's father outside the exam room also stood up with a pang after seeing the results. Good? Yes. Ji's father was so excited that he burst into tears. With a score of 96 points, Jiling Yu could at least book a place in one of the top 20 schools in the country, as long as he won more than 2 ring battles. Ji Lingyu would even be able to sprint to the top Daxia Academy. Zhuge Qinxing quietly looked at the results, the corners of his mouth gently picking up the waves. Yi Lin's trio had achieved such amazing results that the students of Qinxing High School were also honored with it and couldn't help but hold their heads high. However, just as Gao Jinyu was immersed in surprise, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Old Gao, don't be too happy too early. Tomorrow's ring battle is the real main event. After all, that's the battle for the Qinxing Scholar. The one who opened his mouth was clearly Principal Su of Yucai High School. He and Gao Jinyu had not been dealing with each other. Naturally, he could not see him being so springy. Oh, Gao Jinyu laughed recklessly. You're thinking that Luo Jun from your school can deal with an 18th level forbidden spellcaster? He who knows? Principal Su revealed a meaningful smile, then turned around and left directly. Looking at Principal Su's smile, Gao Jinyu felt a trace of uneasiness. Then he shook his head. The old thing is just pretending. How can an 18th level forbidden spellcaster lose? Chapter 57. Bye Huwa Skarit and Krit. Time is like the money you save for the bride price. It's slow to save and fast to spend. Blinking, the evening slipped by. It must be said that good grades do come with privileges, and the exam room even gave them each a separate room to rest in last night. Yi Lin, who had slept well and was full of energy, arrived at the verdant stone square, only to run head-on into Zhuge and I. Zhuge and I was wearing 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Obviously, she didn't sleep well at all last night. I won't lose to you in the ring, Zhuge and I said through clenched silver teeth. Yi Lin was a bit speechless. This woman didn't know which tendon was wrong. She had been targeting herself since the day the transfer ceremony started. He didn't bother with Zhuge and I, and along with the clock pointing to 7:30, Lin Yuan and a group of other examiners appeared on time. What's going to be held today is the ring match. The other candidates' Gaokao trials have already ended, while yours have just begun. The rules of the ring tournament are simple. The tournament is based on a lottery system. Everyone has to compete for a minimum of 5 rounds. A win adds 10 points and advances to the next round. A loss doesn't deduct any points. But once you lose, you're in the loser's bracket, which means that you have no chance with the top student. And the one who won from the beginning to the end is this year's top student of the college entrance examination in Qinxing. By the way, as a reminder, the ring match will be broadcast live in real time, which means that your friends and family, parents and relatives are watching you outside the examination room at this very moment, silently cheering you on. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, a candidate who was picking his nose immediately stopped his hand movements. All right, now the drawing of lots begins. There are 104 candidates. Here are 104 small balls with numbers written on them. Number 1's opponent is number 104, number 2's opponent is number 103, and so on. After drawing the corresponding tag, follow the invigilator's guidance to the ring. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, an invigilator walked over holding a large box covered with a black cloth. Yi Lin heard and understood the rules. Everyone had to compete for at least 5 rounds, while if they wanted to compete for the top spot, they would have to compete for the 6th round, 7th round, or even the 8th round. This rule seemed to have some loopholes, but in reality there was no problem. After all, the top student was the strongest one of all the candidates, and if you couldn't even win from the beginning to the end, it would be a negative to the name of the top student. As for the others, even if they drew opponents better than them in the first round, as long as their strength was fine, they would certainly still be able to win the next 4 matches and get high scores. In the end, it's all about strength. Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a flash of essence. In order to enter the Supreme Academy, this scholar, he was determined to win. The candidates took turns drawing their numbers, and when it was Yi Lin's turn, he fumbled around and drew a small ball from it that said 18. Boss, what's your number? Ji Lingyu couldn't help but ask. 18, Yellen said. 18? Hey, I'm 24. Great. Looks like I definitely didn't meet you that quickly. Scared me to death. Ji Lingyu let out a sigh of relief. If he had met Yellen in the first round, he would have had to shut himself up on the spot. And as long as he didn't run into Yi Lin, Zhuge and Luo Jun and the others, his level 15 was enough to sweep the ring. Yellen walked up to a ring under the guidance of the invigilator. In accordance with the rules, his opponent was the candidate who drew wicket number 86. Only a petite young girl with a stubborn face stood across from Yi Lin. Candidates from both sides, please stand in the circle and refrain from any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. The invigilator announced the rules with an expressionless face. Now, will both candidates please display their professions and ranks? Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 18. BB, Water Mage, level 10. Occupation and class display complete. The contest begins. After glancing at the other party's level and occupation, Yi Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Classmate, you'd better admit defeat. No, I won't admit defeat. Although you're strong, don't look down on me. Make a move. Bei's expression was very stubborn, determination written all over her palm-sized face. Anyone who could get more than 85 points in the comprehensive ability test was not an easy person, and it was not easy for her to walk to the ring, so she was naturally not willing to admit defeat easily. In fact, it really wasn't that Yi Lin looked down on the other party. The main thing was that he didn't know any other skills besides forbidden spells. With the level difference between the two, coupled with the mage's brittle body, Yi Lin could be sure that no matter which forbidden spell he cast, the opposite side would surely be seriously injured if he grazed it, and dead if he touched it. It seemed like she wouldn't stop until she saw the yellow river. Yi Lin shook his head somewhat helplessly and then sacrificed one of his wisdom teeth. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Yi Lin lightly drank and raised his right hand to point to the sky. The raging thunderclouds immediately converged, dazzling silver-white thunder arcs like spiritual snakes weaving between the clouds. Boom! A berserk thunder dragon the thickness of a man's arm swept from the clouds, connecting with Yi Lin's hand like a thunder chain. At this moment, Yi Lin was like a deity who ruled over thunder. This horrifying scene not only caused the people watching the live broadcast to switch their viewpoints over, it also caused the candidates on the scene to not be able to help but stop and turn around to watch. Holy shit! A forbidden spell that summons lightning right out of the gate? Did that little girl across the street violate the laws of heaven? Such a cute sister. And this guy summons such thick thunder to split her? How can her little body stand it? Other people play hard to get is an adjective. This guy is really playing hard to get. Playing a high school ring and putting a forbidden spell on it would be as outrageous as Kujie going to a Go tournament for elementary and middle school students, a tournament that would be more than enough to send the War Eagles over to. The Invigilator was even more startled than shouted in horror. Candidate Yellen, killing is strictly forbidden in the ring. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the college entrance exam. I don't want to either, so why don't you make her admit defeat? Yi Lin said helplessly. At this moment, Bei was already frozen in place with fear. When she watched Yi Lin's video yesterday, she already knew that Yi Lin was very strong. But watching the video was far less shocking than experiencing it in person. And only after she really stood across from Yi Lin and became Yi Lin's opponent did she truly understand how terrifying Yi Lin was. BB felt like a novice who had just stepped into the ring, only to have Peak Tyson walk across the ring. Peak Tyson then shook her hand and told her with a smile on his face, "Hello, I'm today's referee Tyson, and your opponent is Sailor Ultraman from the M78 Nebula." Under this terrifying pressure, Bei's legs went weak, and she flopped her, but on the ground. The next second, she let out a wail. Chapter 58. No Hands advances to the 4th round. The fight was in full swing in the ring. A thick tome appeared in Zhuge Ni's hand, which was clearly some kind of extremely powerful equipment. Between the flipping of the canonical books, terrifying blazing flames whistled and rose, forcing her opponents to retreat back and forth. Each of her skills released with extreme precision, giving her opponents no room to maneuver at all. Soon Zhuge Ni defeated his opponent and took the first round. Ji Lingyu waved his longsword. His level was as high as level 15. He didn't have any pressure at all against his opponent, who was only level 8, a few swords down, and he chopped his opponent into admitting defeat on the spot. Yucai High School's Luo Jun held a black lance with a lifelike shadow dragon wrapped around its body, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the ring every time the lance was waved. With a teasing look on his face, he kept teasing his opponent until the last moment, when he kicked him out of the ring. Experimental High School's Wang Jinglin was much more swift. The SSS-ranked Rainbow Blade Profession was as fast as a ghost, and with a single flash, he directly resolved his opponent. In every ring, at this moment, blood-boiling battles were going on, except for the ring where Yi Lin was, where the picture was very wrong, and a petite young girl in a short skirt fell to the ground, bawling her eyes out. You can't win. This man is a monster. You can't win. Under the immense pressure, Bei's cries resounded through the ring. It is really a tear in the eye of the hearer and a sadness in the heart. Those who didn't know thought that this petite young girl had suffered some kind of bullying from Yellen. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yi Lin froze in place, a little at a loss for a moment. The forbidden spell cupped in his hand was even more difficult to let go or put away. He also didn't expect the other party's mental capacity to be so poor that he could actually be directly scared into tears. In the end, Bei was helped out of the ring by the Invigilator, and the ring match ended with Yi Lin winning. Bei was even helped directly to the counselor, and only after half an hour of counseling did the crying gradually stop. Candidate number 18, Yi Lin, wins the first round, score +10. The invigilator announced the result with an odd expression on his face. When the invigilator has been so many years, there are those who fight to the death in the ring, there are those who admit defeat on the spot, there are those who kill in a second, and there are those who scare people into tears before they make a move, and this is the first time he has seen it. This is a historical precedent for Yellen, scaring his opponents to tears on the high school entrance exam. Yellen was also the only one in the entire room who had won without any fighting. Bastarda. Such a lovely sister. He actually gave someone a whole lot of trouble to cry like that. He really doesn't have the slightest bit of compassion. I used to think that scared to tears was an exaggerated adjective, but I didn't realize it was actually a verb. Did he whisper something tigerish to that sister to make her cry? Listening to the whispers around him, Yi Lin was speechless for a while. God damn it, he really didn't do anything. He didn't even touch the other guy. After the 10-minute break, the second round of the ring match also officially began. In this round, Yi Lin's opponent was a sword cultivator carrying a long sword. This person had sword brows and starry eyes, a slender figure, and an aura that made people look at him. Seeing Yi Lin walk onto the stage, this sword cultivator's face changed slightly. Then he narrowed his eyes and faintly opened his mouth to mumble something like, "It could be a bit tricky if the opponent is you. But it'll win. I'm the strongest." This sword cultivator muttered as he drew the long sword behind himself, and the dazzling sword light illuminated the entire ring. Yi Lin's face instantly became grave, solemnly treating this opponent in front of him. A lion fighting a rabbit also needed to give his all, and he would not underestimate any of his opponents. The professions of the transmigrants were strange, and their skills were also different, and the level on the surface did not represent the real combat power, which was something that Yi Lin knew very well. The other party was so confident that they must have extraordinary means. The invigilator's face became serious as well. Candidates from both sides, please stand in the circle and refrain from any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. Now, will both candidates please display their professions and ranks? Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 18. Chun Chungchen, Cloud Treader Swordsman, level 11. Yi Lin's eyes stared. Level 11? There was indeed confident capital. Occupation and class display complete. The second round of competition begins. The moment the invigilator announced the start, Chun Chungchen made a turn and returned his sword to its scabbard in a dashing manner, then walked down to the ring. At the same time, Chun Chungchen's confident and bland words reached the ears of Yi Lin and the invigilator. "I abstain. Yellen. Invigilator. That's it? It has the feeling of eating a banquet in a 5-star hotel and having a bottle of Lao Gan Ma on the finale. They saw this guy pretending to be so natural and thought he had some kind of masterstroke undercard to deal with Yi Lin, but it turned out that he directly admitted defeat as soon as he came up. Didn't you say you would win?" Yi Lin couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I will win, but not today, not now." Chun Chungchen smiled confidently, with a light wind and quiet years. Yellen was silent. Everyone in the high school trial is really talented and well-spoken, but do not have to do it or not in full view of the public can be less hands or less hands, so as not to cause the suspicion of the people who have a heart. Candidate number 18, Yi Lin, wins the second round, score +10. The invigilator had an odd look on his face as he once again announced Yi Lin's victory. For the first time, he realized that being an invigilator could be so easy. While everyone else had to be mentally tense, keeping an eye on the candidates' battles and preventing them from risking their lives, he, on the other hand, basically didn't have anything to do except read the rules. It soon came to the third round, and given the previous experience of the first two seniors, the candidates this time had already made up their minds the moment they drew Yi Lin. "Fuck, what bad luck. How did I draw a monster like you? Invigilator, I abstain." He simply did not have the slightest desire to fight with Yi Lin. Looking at the scene of the thunder raging, just now he knew that he was not an opponent at all, and could not win anyway. And in case he was injured too much, it would also affect his status for the next round. So it would be better to abstain from the game in a painful way. Just like that, without moving his hand once, Yi Lin advanced into the fourth round, and his score came to a staggering 130 points. At this point, both the candidates inside the exam room and the audience outside the exam room watching the live broadcast had looked dumbfounded. Where's the pitfall? This guy just released a forbidden spell from start to finish, and retracted it halfway through, which is equivalent to not having fought at all. Yet he won 3 games in a row? Is the college entrance exam so simple? These people are too stupid to do anything with him. What are they afraid of? A spellcaster's skill is life-consuming. It's just a high test. Does he really dare to put his life on the line? I'm not sure if he's costing his life or not, but I'm definitely going to die when I get hit by that thunder-banning spell of his. Hey, this guy isn't going to just get a perfect score without moving his hands once, is he? It won't be. Which one of those who were able to advance to the fourth round would easily admit defeat? And which one would be much weaker than the others? If this Yi Lin wants to advance to the fifth round, he's definitely going to have to fight someone. No. Look, you guys, the beast is wheeling away. Chapter 59, Rotation or Rotation. The total number of high school seniors who entered the ring was 104. After 3 rounds, a total of 91 people made it to the loser's bracket. In other words, there were only 13 people left who could compete for this year's Ching Ching Scholarship. Instead of following the rule of smallest number versus largest number in the fourth round, a redraw will be made and one person will have a turn. The person whose turn was empty did not increase their points and went directly to the next round. And the result of the draw, the person whose turn was empty was clearly Yi Lin. If it were a different person's turn, the rest of them might have to envy the guy's good luck. But the one whose turn was empty was Yi Lin, and the other candidates were almost all relieved, lamenting how lucky they were. Yi Lin's turn was empty, meaning that inside the fourth round, none of them would run into the monster that was Yi Lin. No matter who it was, bumping into Yellen basically meant that they were going to be in the loser's bracket, and Yellen's turn was obviously good news. The other people's draws also came out very quickly. The other two both seemed mediocre. The only one that was more ornamental was Luo Jun versus Wang Jingguang. The two SSS-Rank professions were finally still standing above the same ring. Candidates from both sides, please stand in the circle and refrain from any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. The invigilators for this one were also changed from 1 to 2, and anyone knew that this battle was bound to be a dragon fight. Now, will both candidates please display their professions and ranks? Rojin, Shadow Dragon Lance, level 14. Wang Jingguang, Rainbow Blade, level 13. The levels of the two were clearly level 14 and 13. If it wasn't for the monster that was Yi Lin this year, Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang would clearly both be the brightest new stars in Ching Ching. Mr. Luo, it looks like you'll have to go into the loser's bracket. 2 daggers appeared in Wang Jingguang's hands, which were then held in his backhand, and the daggers flickered with an eerie, cold aura that sent shivers down one's spine. And the black lance in Luo Jun's hand vibrated towards the ground, and the entire ring even produced a sense of vibration. This hand clearly displayed Luo Jun's almost terrifying strength. With you, it's not enough. Luo Jun glanced at Wang Jingguang with contempt in his eyes. Wang Jingguang narrowed his eyes at once. The assassin profession against the warrior profession was not a good fight in the first place. He would rather run into Zhuge Ni than face Luo Jun. But since he had drawn it, he could only give it his all. Occupation and class display complete. The fourth round of competition begins. When the invigilator's words fell, Wang Jingguang disappeared into the ring as if he were a ghost, and the speed of the rainbow blade profession can be described as dazzling. And Luo Jun's eyes instantly became stern as he waved the black lance in his hand and danced out several gun shadows, and a clanking sound of gold and iron resounded in the ring. The crowd knew that Wang Jingguang was striking out with all his might, but none of them could capture Wang Jingguang's figure, and it looked just as if Luo Jun was alone in the ring performing his marksmanship. How terrifying! Is this the scene of 2 SSS-Rank professions fighting each other? I can't even see where Wang Jingguang is. If I go on stage, I guess I'll be killed by Wang Jingguang in the first second. It's too scary. The same transmogrifier. I feel like I'm not even in the same world as them. Looking at the dazzling sparks that sputtered in the ring from time to time, many people's eyes were written with scorn. The gap between man and man is sometimes really bigger than the gap between man and dog. Obviously, all the same participated in the transfer ceremony, entered the secret realm of novices, and then came to participate in the entrance examination. But the two of them, Luo Jun and Wang Jingguang, were not on the same level as the crowd at all. Miss Su, who do you think will win between the two of them? Examiner Lin Yuan looked at Su Qingxin and asked. Luo Jun. Su Qingxin spoke without hesitation. Lin Yuan laughed. Oh, Teacher Su thinks that Wang Jingguang will lose? Right now, Wang Jingguang is suppressing Luo Jun throughout the fight. Above the ring, Luo Jun kept defending, unable to even touch Wang Jingguang's lapel without a glance. It's not that I think it, but he will definitely lose. He went all out at the beginning. He can't take down Luo Jun in a short period of time. And the moment his physical ability drops, that's the moment when Luo Jun will counterattack. And although Luo Jun seems to have been cowering and defending, he was swimming with ease the entire time, using the sturdiness of the lance in his hand to fend off the attacks. Every shot was just right, and under this counterbalance, Wang Jingguang was bound to lose. Su Qingxin expressed her opinion unapologetically, and Lin Yuan's gaze towards her became much more grave. The head of the Supreme Academy, whose gaze was indeed venomous, had the same opinion as Su Qingxin. As expected, the situation in the ring began to change shortly after Su Qingxin voiced her judgment. Maintaining high-speed movement for a long period of time was a considerable exertion for Wang Jingguang, and he couldn't help but slow down his speed by a hair. And the moment his speed dropped, Luo Jun was like a long-dormant tiger that instantly rose up. He gripped the black lance in his hand and danced out countless black shadows, stabbing towards Wang Jingguang's vitals around his body. This strike was an opportunity that Luo Jun had waited a long time for, not giving Wang Jingguang any chance to react at all. Wang Jingguang's face changed, and he tried to resist. But in a head-on battle, how could he be a match for Luo Jun? Luo Jun's black lance was like a black dragon biting towards Wang Jingguang with its mouth open. Wang Jingguang picked it up and flew it into midair, but Luo Jun held the end of the lance in a smooth manner. Shadow heavy breaking strike. The black lance was like a giant pillar in the sky, swinging down directly towards Wang Jingguang. Wang Jingguang raised his two daggers to fend them off, but he was smashed so hard that he directly fell to his knees. Ka-chow! A toothsome crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of Wang Jingguang's knee shattering. Ah! Wang Jingguang let out a miserable scream, and his entire body curled up on the ground holding his knees. The hearts of the crowd sank slightly, all of them not expecting that Luo Jun would actually hit so hard. Soon 2 doctors went up to the stage and carried Wang Jingguang down. His injuries were too serious, and he had to be treated immediately, otherwise it might affect his future career as a transmogrifier. Luo Jun walked off the stage with an expressionless face, and this also announced the end of the 4th round. Together with Yilin, there were now 7 people left, which also meant that in this round, there would be another person who would take a turn and go straight to the quarterfinals. It can't be that evil, can it? Standing in front of the box where the lot was drawn, Yilin's expression was a bit odd as he reached his hand into the box and touched a small ball. His intuition told him that this little ball was probably the one whose turn was empty, but Yilin didn't believe him and took it out directly. But as it turned out, Yelin's intuition was indeed quite accurate, and Lin Yuan took one look at his ball and announced it straight away. Candidate Yelin, Round 5, Round Empty. Chapter 60, Ji Yu versus Zhuge Ni. Yelin was silent. He also didn't expect that he could actually miss 2 rounds in a row. The crowd that was following the live stream of the entrance exam was also confused. They would call Yelin the god of the lottery. The biggest dark horse of this college entrance exam had appeared. Without moving his hand once, directly entering the quarterfinals, this was already a record that had never been seen before. And as for the future, I was afraid that it would be hard to come by. The first round to scare the opponent cry, the second round of the third round of the opponent directly abandoned, the fourth round of the fifth round of the round. Write a novel do not dare to make up so outrageous. Boss, your luck is too good. Ji Yu couldn't help but lament. It's fine for you to take a turn if you like to take a turn. Yi Lin said indifferently. No, I don't want it. Ji Yu shook his head repeatedly. Rounds are good and bad because they don't add points, and assuming you have a round 4 round, you'll be facing the 6 strongest people in this year's gauntlet in the next round, and the only way you can get another 10 points is if you beat one of them. Yelin had 2 full rounds, and at this point his score was only 130 points. The 6th round was the quarterfinals, and the 7th round was the finals. This also meant that if he wanted to get the full 150 points, he would have to win all the next 2 battles and get the Qingqing scholarship in order to do so. If you don't have enough strength, 2 empty rounds will definitely result in a trip to the final 4 to give away your head for nothing. Who is your opponent in the 5th round? Yi Lin asked. Ji Yu had already gotten a score of 136 at the moment, a score that the top schools in the country were already at his disposal to pick from. So whether he lost or won in the 5th round, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Ji Yu unless he wanted to compete for the top spot in Qingqing. You guess. Ji Yu winked and smiled lewdly. Looking at Ji Yu with this smile, Yi Lin raised his eyebrows. It's not Zhuge Ni, is it? Boss, you're so smart. You got it right on the first guess. Ji Yu nodded. She's not too good to deal with. If it doesn't work out, then abstain. Yi Lin opened his mouth to advise. Although Ji Lingyu's rank was one level higher than Zhuge Ni's, Yi Lin knew better than anyone how he got his rank. The current Ji Lingyu was still unable to perfectly control the power brought about by the sudden surge in level, and besides, his career level was only A. Therefore, although Ji Lingyu's level was higher, his victory rate against Zhuge Ni was actually very low. Abstain? This bitch is always targeting you. I can't beat her. I have to give her a little lesson before I can do so. Don't worry, boss. Ji Lingyu said as he patted his chest. Yi Lin still wanted to say something, but coincidentally, at this time, the voice of the examiner, Lin Yuan, rang out. All right, the 5th round of the ring is ready to begin, so please come up to the stage. Wait for my good news. Ji Lingyu gave a thumbs up and walked towards the ring without looking back. In the 5th round, excluding Yi Lin, who had a blank turn, there were only 6 candidates left. The match that attracted the most attention was obviously the one between Zhuge Ni and Ji Lingyu. And at this point, both sides had already entered the section of displaying their professions and levels. Zhuge Ni, Fire Mage, level 14. Ji Lingyu, Shadow Swordsman, level 15. This appalling level caused countless people to suck in a breath of cold air, level 14 versus level 15. This was placed in previous years and basically only appeared when the battle for the top prize was being fought. But this year, before even reaching the quarterfinals, there was already a level 14 versus level 15 battle, which made the crowd talk. Shadow, Bearing Swordsman? Isn't that an A-rank profession as I recall? An A-rank profession that can actually brush up to level 15. Everyone's constitution is different. I just once channeled 20 times in extreme anger. That's something you guys don't know, right? I saw with my own eyes that Yellen maimed the demon and then threw it to this Ji Lingyu to mend it, and he relied on that Yellen to raise his level to such a high level. Huh? There's such a good thing? I have a friend who wants to ask if he's still missing the leg pendant, Yellen. No wonder an A-rank profession could actually brush up to level 15. So there's actually this kind of catfight going on here. At this moment in the ring, Zhuge Ni looked at Ji Lingyu indifferently, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of any expression. Ji Lingyu, I really don't understand what kind of mesmerizing soup Yi Lin has given you that could make you look up to him. Zhuge Ni said as she held the tome. Don't need you to understand, a boss, a lifetime boss. Medaka. Ji Lingyu drew a long sword that flashed with a cold aura, and his eyes became serious. After you completely recognize what kind of person Yi Lin is one day, you will definitely regret it. Zhuge Ni shook her head, clearly extremely disdainful of Ji Lingyu's choice. In her opinion, Ji Lingyu was just a dumbass who had been tricked by Yi Lin. The moment the invigilator announced the start of the competition, Zhuge Ni directly released his skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. The tome in his hand lit up with light, followed by countless balls of fire rising up from beside Zhuge Ni's shapely curves and smashing towards Ji Lingyu. The terrifying heat caused the temperature of the entire ring to climb, and beads of sweat oozed from Ji Lingyu's forehead before the attack even arrived. Ji Lingyu gripped his long sword tightly, his figure flickering like a mass of phantoms. He was not blindly catching the fireballs hard, but skillfully utilizing the edges and corners of the ring, skillfully evading Zhuge Ni's attacks. Fireballs exploded around him, flames splattering in all directions, but they were never able to touch him in the slightest. How many times can you dodge? Zhuge Ni calmly flipped through the tome in his hand. All the fireballs instantly coalesced into a huge wall of fire, rushing towards Ji Lingyu with a heaven-destroying aura. Facing this indiscriminate attack, Ji Lingyu's eyes stared as he knew that this strike was unavoidable and had to be met head-on. He took a deep breath. The power within his body instantly erupted, and a cold light shone on his long sword as he chopped out a sword directly towards the oncoming wall of fire. Sword technique chopping. The sword chi streaked across the sky, colliding fiercely with the wall of fire in the air, emitting a deafening roar. The fire wall was instantly torn apart by the sword chi, turning into countless streams of fire splashing in all directions, just like a blooming fire lotus blossoming in the air. Ji Lingyu's silhouette was hidden in the flames, and the streams of fire that fell on him would instantly burn his skin. But he rushed toward Zhuge Ni without a care in the world. He knew very well that facing Zhuge Ni, who was a fire mage, the only way he could have a chance of winning was to fight in close quarters. Seeing this, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She did not expect Ji Lingyu to be able to receive this powerful attack of hers head-on. At the same time, a wave of irritation rose in her heart. She was going to prove herself to her father by defeating Yi Lin. If she couldn't even deal with Ji Lingyu, how could she talk about dealing with Yi Lin? Thinking of this, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of sternness. Facing Ji Lingyu, who was coming towards her, she did not panic because of this. Instead, she responded more calmly. The tome in his hand flipped again, and a stream of rocket vectors rose up and shot towards Ji Lingyu at extreme speed. Ji Lingyu's figure was like the wind, like a dark shadow quickly weaving between the flaming arrows. He leapt up and swooped down, skillfully dodging Zhuge Ni's attacks. When he encountered an arrow that he couldn't avoid, Ji Lingyu would swing out the long sword in his hand and send out a powerful sword chi, directly cutting off the flaming arrow. After a few dodges, Ji Lingyu arrived in front of Zhuge Ni and managed to get close. And at that moment, instead of panicking, Zhuge Ni picked up a smile that made Ji Lingyu's heart instantly thump. In the next second, the tome in Zhuge Ni's hand was windless, turning pages quickly, and her long hair flew up automatically. Red Flame Sea of Fire. Chapter 61. Ji Lingyu's Unexpected Moves. Above the ring, the air suddenly became scorching hot. Ji Lingyu only felt a terrifying heat wave coming over his face, causing him to almost suffocate, and with every breath he took, his nasal passages felt like they were being burned. He looked up and saw Zhuge Ni surrounded by flames, which were no longer ordinary red, but instead took on a deep reddish-golden color, as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Immediately afterward, the flames rapidly converged, turning into a terrifying sea of fire that enveloped him. The Sea of Fire contained a terrifying fiery energy that seemed to swallow the entire world. As the Sea of Fire rose, the entire ring trembled violently, as if it was unable to withstand the terrifying force. Legendary level skill. To be able to unleash a legendary grade skill at only level 14, this girl's talent is truly excellent. A look of amazement flashed across the bottom of Examiner Lin Yuan's eyes. There's some element of trickery, that magic book in her hand. It's an epic level equipment, but it's really gifted too. Su Qingxin couldn't help but praise. That kid named Ji Lingyu is going to lose. Another examiner shook his head. Ji Lingyu in the ring's face became incredibly ugly at the moment. He then realized that just now Zhuge Ni had purposely let him get close to him for this moment right now. Abstain, you can't break my red flame fire sea. Zhuge Ni was bathed in fire, her long hair flying like a female fire god. At this moment, as long as Zhuge Ni's mind moved, the endless sea of fire around him would directly engulf Ji Lingyu. It was clear that he had already secured the victory, but Zhuge Ni did not feel the slightest joy in his heart. This move was originally something she was going to save for dealing with Yilin, but she didn't expect to be forced to use it when dealing with Ji Lingyu. Hey, you haven't won yet? Don't talk like you've won. Ji Lingyu's eyes flashed with a flash of ruthlessness. At this moment, he had no way back, so he simply walked one way to the black. In the next second, he actually rushed towards Zhuge Ni against the sea of fire that filled the sky, completely disregarding the threat that the flames posed to him. Stupid. Zhuge Ni frowned slightly. Her white lotus root arm lifted, and the sea of fire instantly coalesced together, forming a terrifying giant wave of flames that slapped down head-on towards Ji Lingyu. Under the shroud of the red flame fire sea, Ji Lingyu didn't have any chance of getting close to her at all. The giant wave of flames smashed fiercely at Ji Lingyu, as if it was extinguishing the world. At this moment, Ji Lingyu's figure appeared incomparably small amidst the sea of fire, as if it would be swallowed up by the endless wave of fire at any time. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Ji Lingyu didn't dodge at all, directly slammed head-on towards the giant wave of flames. This sudden scene shocked all of them, and Ji's father was so frightened that he stood up straight. Is this kid crazy? Invigilator, prepare to save the day. Lin Yuan shouted. Then his body flashed as he rushed towards the ring. The moment the flames made contact with his skin, Ji Lingyu only felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body, as if there were countless blades of flame cutting into his flesh. His clothes were ignited and turned into ashes in an instant, revealing the skin that was scorched by the flames, but he did not flinch in the slightest. As a rich son of a rich family, death was Ji Lingyu's greatest fear, but at this moment, Ji Lingyu directly put life and death at risk. Swish! A charred black figure rushed out from the sea of fire, and in Zhuge Ni's shocked gaze, a sword stabbed towards her. How could Zhuge Ni not expect that Ji Lingyu would actually continue to attack towards her even though he was carrying the full force of the red flame fire sea? However, she was extremely calm and quickly reacted and dodged the blow, But Ji Yu's sword was extremely fast and still cut her left arm, and blood began to seep out. Hey! Seeing that he managed to injure Zhuge and Ji Yu let out a cold laugh. At this time, he had already been burnt into a black charred person by the flames. Only his eyes remained bright. Warning you, my boss is the person I respect the most besides my dad. Don't blame me if you ever speak ill of my boss again. As soon as the words fell, Ji Yu fainted directly due to his excessive injuries, and his eyes rolled white. Without hesitation, Yilin rushed onto the stage and used the power of the yin-yang twin life bracelet to start treating Ji Yu, who had burns all over his body, and some of his flesh was even cooked. I didn't mean to, and I didn't know he'd put up such a fight. Looking at Yi Lin's gloomy face, Zhuge and I didn't know why and ghostly explained. I know, it's none of your business. Yi Lin indifferently opened his mouth. Looking at Yi Lin's indifferent attitude, Zhuge and I instantly felt another nameless fire grow in the bottom of her heart. What are you pretending for? If you hadn't cheated Ji Yu, how would he have become the way he is now? In the end, was he not victimized by you? Ji Yu glanced at Zhuge and I, then withdrew his gaze, not bothering to speak again. This woman's label of having a bad brain had already penetrated into Yelin's mind, and he didn't bother to talk to her anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuge and I was the daughter of his own teacher, Zhuge Qinqing, Yi Lin would have already smashed over with a forbidden spell. Once the medical staff from the high school had carried Ji Yu away, Yelin walked out of the ring without looking back. Zhuge and I looked at Yi Lin's back, clenching her silver teeth. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complex light. She suddenly remembered Ji Yu's words from before. That villain that she regarded as being greedy for life and fearing for death was able to make Ji Yu put up such a fight. She couldn't understand why Ji Yu had to go to such an extent for such a greedy and deceitful villain as Yi Lin. His own father believed in him. Ji Yu believed in him. Why was it that no one believed in him? An inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart. Was it envy or jealousy? Zhuge and I wasn't sure. But at this moment, her desire to defeat Yi Lin had reached its peak. She just couldn't stand the fact that Yi Lin was obviously greedy and fearful of death and deceiving the world. But she still had to pretend to be calm and self-contained. The only way to completely wash away the depression in her heart was to have a proper victory. There was also her bet with her father that she would drive Yelin out from under him. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be his father's disciple. Zhuge Ni's face was filled with coldness. Yi Lin, I will definitely reveal your true colors. Chapter 62. Do you think you're the only one who knows forbidden spells? In the 6th round of the ring, there were only 4 candidates left at this point. Yi Lin, Luo Jun, Zhuge and I, and a candidate named Lin Linglin. The other candidates had already finished their 5 rounds of competition long ago, ending their current college entrance examination trial, and this year's top student of Qingqing's college entrance examination would be produced among these 4 people. Zhuge and I desperately wanted to face Yi Lin, but after some draws, Zhuge and I faced Lin Linglin, while Yi Lin faced Luo Jun. This draw has also energized countless people. They all knew that Yi Lin was strong, but just how strong Yi Lin was, no one had ever seen him actually strike. And Luo Jun had just defeated Wang Jinglin, who was also an SSS-Rank professional, without any injuries, so he was likewise an extremely strong existence. The battle between Zhuge and I and Ji Yu just now had already proved to them that a low rank was not necessarily weak. Therefore, there were still quite a few people who were more favorable to Luo Jun. Several principals of Qingqing High School were also excited at the moment. To them, this match between Luo Jun and Yi Lin was even far more important than the final. Lin Linglin's side couldn't possibly be a match for Zhuge and I unless he suddenly exploded. And once Yi Lin defeated Luo Jun, it meant that the duel would be 2 students from Qingqing High School going head-to-head, with the Qingqing scholar being born at Qingqing High School no matter what. If Luo Jun won, then their Yucai High School would still have a chance to reign as the top student. After all, in the previous 3 years, Qingqing's top students had all come from Yucai High School. Principal Su, do you think Luo Jun has a good chance of winning? A principal couldn't help but ask. That's natural, he's my student. I have great confidence in him. Principal Su smiled lightly, filled with an unspeakable confidence. That's an 18th level forbidden spellcaster. The battle power of a forbidden spellcaster is already terrifying. Not to mention that the other party's level is even higher than Luo Jun. Can Luo Jun really win? The other principal was a bit surprised. So what? Principal Su was somewhat disdainful. A ring match? Can he really be so desperate that he won't stop playing forbidden spells? Several principals nodded with deep understanding, People know that forbidden spells are powerful, but forbidden spells are extremely harmful to the body, unless it's a life and death situation, or else no one would basically want to release forbidden spells except for forbidden spellcasters as a profession. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to carry a single forbidden spell. Gao Jinyu spoke quietly. "Umph. Won't we know after the competition?" Principal Su snorted coldly. In the ring, the two of them, Yi Lin and Luo Jun, had already each displayed their rank. Rojin, Shadow Dragon Lance, level 14. Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 18. The black lance in Luo Jun's hand was pointing straight at Yi Lin. The black lance was shining with a ghostly black light in the sunlight, as if a real dragon was lurking in it. Luo Jun's eyes were filled with raging battle intent, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard faintly. Yi Lin, finally I've run into you. Out of all the people, you're the only one who could be considered as my enemy. As long as I defeat you, the top student of this college entrance exam will definitely be me. These words caused Zhuge Ni's face to resist sinking. This Luo Jun's words were clearly a complete lack of regard for her. Yi Lin was silent and speechless, only silently holding the Starfall Heavenly Trace. And in the midst of everyone's anticipation, along with the Invigilator's announcement of the start, the battle drew to a close. This was also Yelin's first fight since entering the ring. Luo Jun's figure flashed violently, pouncing towards Yi Lin like a tiger. The black lance in his hand carried a thunderous momentum and stabbed straight at Yi Lin's heart. Yi Lin's face did not change. His body moved slightly, and the Starfall Heavenly Trace in his hand drew a brilliant star track to meet Luo Jun's black lance. He didn't use those messy forbidden spells, but instead used the simplest and most pristine Yangshuo blade technique. Luo Jun was only level 14, and each slash of the Yangshuo blade technique was twice as powerful as the previous slash, so it was no surprise that it only needed to be stacked up to about 20 layers, and the power of the Starfall Heavenly Trace would not be something that Luo Jun could resist. Moreover, with the Yangshuo blade technique, Yi Lin didn't have to worry about accidentally beating Luo Jun to death. With a knife, Luo Jun was a bit shocked. He had only seen Yi Lin use the world-destroying Berserker Thunder, so he had long been prepared, but he didn't expect Yi Lin to actually pull out a knife directly. A forbidden spellcaster, and good at melee combat? How come he didn't know that? And along with the constant collision between the Black Lance and the Starfall Heavenly Trace, Luo Jun was also getting more and more alarmed the more he fought. Yi Lin's blade technique seemed simple, but each blade contained a strong and incomparable power, and this power was still stacking up. The Starfall Heavenly Trace drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, colliding with Luo Jun's Black Lance, making a metallic, crisp sound and rubbing out a series of sparks. In the beginning, the Black Lance had the absolute upper hand, but as the number of times Yi Lin swung his sword increased, Luo Jun felt more and more overwhelmed, and cold sweat was already seeping out of his forehead. One power breaks all laws. Although Yi Lin would only be able to do simple slashes, the Yangshuo blade technique's superimposed power was simply too terrifying. The spectators around the ring watched in disbelief. Where was this a forbidden spellcaster dueling a warrior profession? This looked clearly like a warrior blasting another warrior. Forbidden spellcasters? Is that how they fight? No. Isn't he a forbidden spellcaster? Why is he able to slash against Luo Jun without even releasing a single forbidden spell? That outrageous. I'm curious too. I was expecting a forbidden spell to be flying all over the place, but it turned out to be such a scene. The viewers watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. This battle, it seems that it is not quite the same as what they had imagined. And a couple of the principals at Castle High School had seen the writing on the wall. Is that the forbidden spell? It should be consuming one's lifespan, making each blade one swing stronger than the last. How many slashes has he swung? Is it worth it to trade his lifespan for a victory in the ring? Several principals were talking, while Principal Su's face was already unsightly. How could he not expect that Yi Lin would actually really fight so hard, and that he was fighting with his life expectancy? Principal Su, didn't you say that Luo Jun wouldn't necessarily lose? Judging from the current situation, he's bound to lose. Gao Jinyu laughed extremely happily. Don't be too happy. Principal Su gritted his teeth. In the ring, Yi Lin's Yang Longevity blade technique had been stacked to 15 layers, each blade carrying a terrifyingly huge force. Luo Jun felt an unprecedented pressure. Even his tiger's mouth had been cracked and was dripping with blood. No, if this continues, we'll definitely lose. A hint of panic flashed in Luo Jun's eyes, The power of each of Yi Lin's slashes was growing exponentially, as if it was endless. One has to let go of the fight in order to have a chance to win. Shadow heavy breaking strike. Luo Jun gripped the end of the gun, and the black lance was like a giant pillar drawn viciously towards Yi Lin. Yellen didn't want to block, but to avoid appearing too shocked, he still placed his blade horizontally to block. With this block, his entire body was jerked back and forth. Seeing that he had scored a hit, a fierce look flashed under Luo Jun's eyes. Yellen, do you think you're the only one who knows forbidden spells? Forbidden spell Dark Dragon Fall. The tip of Luo Jun's spear coalesced into a brilliant glow, a forbidden spell that he had cast with all his might. Under this shot, the entire ring seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with a solemn, killing intent, as if the shot stabbed out and even the true dragons were going to bleed. The moment the black lance stabbed out, it erupted with a dazzling light and a deafening roar. Yilin only felt a huge force coming from him. His body fell back several steps uncontrollably, and in his chest, a bloody hole was slowly expanding, blood staining his lapel. He looked down, only to see that the tip of the black lance had pierced through his heart, while Luo Jun was coldly looking askance at him, his eyes full of smugness and mockery. Chapter 63. Acting in full effect. In this instant, the entire Qingcheng was silent. It's as if someone pressed a button to pause time. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one could have expected that Luo Jun would directly cast a forbidden spell, and even more so, that Luo Jun would be able to put a shot through Yi Lin's chest. Luo Jun? What? What a surprise! Aren't forbidden spellcasters known as invincible existences at the same level? This Yi Lin was actually defeated by Luo Jun, who was 4 levels lower than himself. Luo Jun is also really open-minded, actually casting a forbidden spell directly. The crowd murmured, shock written all over their eyes. Su old dog, you old thing, for the sake of winning, you actually taught a forbidden spell to a student. Gao Jinyu was furious and rushed over to fight with Principal Su. Although Luo Jun was highly talented, with his current strength he was not strong enough to master a forbidden spell. The only explanation for this was that in order to take the Qingqing Scholar, Headmaster Su wanted Luo Jun to learn the forbidden spell even if he disregarded Luo Jun's future. Seeing that the big picture had been decided, Principal Su had a smug smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he spoke faintly. What's wrong? It's not like there's any rule that says you can't teach a forbidden spell to a student. A loss is a loss. What? You don't want to admit it? Shameless. Gao Jinyu cursed out angrily, and the faces of the remaining few principals were somewhat less than pleasant. Casting forbidden spells was a very heavy burden on the body, especially since Luo Jun was still an SSS-Rank profession with an unlimited future. To actually choose to go ahead and sacrifice a future genius seedling in order to take the top spot is clearly contrary to their philosophy of teaching and educating people. Luo Jun himself agreed, so I won't bother you. Principal Su's old spirit was calm and spirited. So, what if you're a spellcaster? This year's top student is still from their Yutsai High School. Zhuge and I stared blankly at the ring, her feelings at the moment indescribably complex. She didn't expect that Yi Lin would actually lose to Luo Jun. However, Luo Jun's shot was indeed extremely terrifying, and Zhuge and I wasn't sure he could dodge it. Originally, she desperately hoped to defeat Yi Lin, but now, seeing that Yi Lin was going to die soon, Zhuge and I also couldn't help but sigh. As people died, there was no need for her to hold on to the other party. She had long ago advised Yellen that the power of the profession of forbidden spellcasters was all about overdrawing the future and life in exchange. It was just a pity that Yellen didn't listen to her words. If you had listened to advice, perhaps you wouldn't have ended up in today's situation. Zhuge and I shook her head and murmured in a low voice. In the ring, Luo Jun was panting heavily, his face pale. It was obvious that casting the forbidden spell, Dark Dragon Fall, was also extremely exhausting for him. So, what if you're level 18? It's still not the same to be defeated under my gun. Luo Jun spoke triumphantly. Who told you? I lost. Yi Lin calmly raised his eyes. Your heart's been pierced through, and you're still talking tough. Luo Jun snorted disdainfully. It seems that the forbidden spellcasters haven't appeared for too long, so much so that the world has forgotten the terror of this profession. Yellen calmly opened his arms. No one can kill a forbidden spellcaster. A forbidden spellcaster will only die under his own forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, Immortality. As Yi Lin cast the forbidden spell, a mysterious power erupted from him. and the air around the ring seemed to freeze. It was obvious that he had been pierced through the heart, but Yi Lin was acting as if nothing had happened at the moment, swinging up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and continuing to slash at Luo Jun. Luo Jun's face suddenly changed. Being pierced through the heart could still be so terrifyingly powerful. Was this guy really human? At the same time, the twin life yin-yang bracelet on Yi Lin's wrist lit up, and a powerful energy was rapidly restoring Yi Lin's body. The wounds caused by the Dark Dragon Fall were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely disappeared. This sudden scene caused everyone to be in an uproar. They had never seen that someone could still be alive after being stabbed through the heart. Was this guy immortal? Only a few people could see what was going on, and that included Lin Yuan and the rest of them, the examiners. Immortality? Wasn't this forbidden spell lost a long time ago? I didn't expect to actually see it with my own eyes in my lifetime. The profession of a forbidden spell master is too terrifying. Being born with the ability to integrate forbidden spells. Immunity to lethal damage at the cost of one's own lifespan. This forbidden spell is indeed considered the most powerful and practical forbidden spell that can directly immunize one time from certain death damage. First immunizing himself from lethal damage with immortality, then activating his equipment to heal his wounds. This kid is too calm. If he's not a forbidden spellcaster, he's bound to be great in the future. Some examiners couldn't help but shake their heads, regret written in the bottom of their eyes. It's a hard fact that forbidden spellcasters mean short lives. Yi Lin pressed forward step by step, each swing of the Starfall Heavenly Trace carrying a terrifying power. Luo Jun was forced to retreat. He originally thought that a shot through the heart had already sealed the victory, but now it seemed that it was entirely his own whimsy. Seeing that he was about to lose, a flash of ferocity flashed under Luo Jun's eyes, and since he had already cast it once anyway, he didn't mind doing it again. Forbidden Spell Dark Dragon Fall. Luo Jun cast the forbidden spell again, and this time he aimed at Yi Lin's head. Seeing the black lance erupted into a dazzling light and attacked towards himself again. Yi Lin frowned. He didn't want to perform immortality once more in public. This thing performed more than one day might reveal itself. Thus, Yelin directly raised his hand. Forbidden Spell Extinction Wild Thunder. Since this kid liked forbidden spells so much, it would be good to have a forbidden spell against him himself. Yi Lin's palm pressed toward the front, and immediately the sky was covered in dark clouds, and a thunderbolt flashed madly, as if it was going to flood the entire ring. Boom! As Yi Lin moved, a thick thunderbolt directly split down from the dark clouds and blasted directly at Luo Jun. No way! Luo Jun's terrified scream rang out. Obviously the same forbidden spell. Why was the power of the forbidden spell Yi Lin had cast so terrifying? He frantically tried to dodge, but the speed of that thunder was too fast for him to make any reaction. The thunder fiercely bombarded Luo Jun's body, directly sending his body flying and smashing hard against the edge of the ring. Luo Jun was covered in charcoal, with electric arcs coming out of his body from time to time. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was lying on the edge of the ring, his body still convulsing, the crowd would even have to suspect that he was already a corpse. Looking at Luo Jun's miserable appearance, the entire room was silent. No one expected that Luo Jun would be in a situation of certain victory 1 second, but the next, he was blasted into a charcoal by one of Yi Lin's thunderbolts. This sudden reversal caused the crowd to be at a loss as to how to react. Yi Lin stood calmly in the ring, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he suddenly coughed out blood from his mouth and fell to the ground, his face even paler. Acting should be a full set. He had just released a powerful forbidden spell. If he acted as if nothing had happened, wouldn't that attract suspicion? Chapter 64. Dancers in the Fire. Luo Jun was struck in a charcoal by a bolt of lightning, and was then carried off by the paramedics. This guy had hit so hard, so naturally Yi Lin wouldn't be polite to him. The battle also ended in Yi Lin's victory, and Yi Lin's score came to 140 points. This also meant that the final of this year's college entrance exam would be Zhugo Ni versus Yi Lin, a civil war in Qingqing High School. Regardless of who wins, the top prize will be Qingqing High Schools, and Gao Jinyu has already started popping champagne in advance to celebrate. And to say who was the one who couldn't accept Luo Jun's defeat the most, it naturally had to be Principal Su of Yucai High School. His back teeth were gnashing as he stared deathly at Yi Lin above the ring. In order to win, he would not hesitate to teach Luo Jun forbidden spells, even if it meant destroying Luo Jun's future. But even so, in the end, he still lost. How could Principal Su accept this? I'm going to report. I'm definitely going to report that Qingqing High School's Yi Lin is guilty of intentionally killing his opponents. For him, a level 18 transmuter, to use such a powerful forbidden spell on a level 14 transmuter, that's murder. Principal Su stood up and yelled. In the ring, it was absolutely not allowed to intentionally kill opponents, but all those who were able to enter the ring, every one of them was a pride of heaven. And in the future, as long as they grew up, they were all existences that could hold their own. No matter which one died, it would be a huge loss for Great Xia. As such, there is a rule in the Gao Gao trial that any time you cause the death of an opponent, you will be disqualified and all your grades will be canceled as well. If it was at any other time, seeing Luo Jun's dying and miserable condition, the crowd would have definitely been persuaded by Principal Su. But when they thought of the ruthlessness with which Luo Jun had just shot Yi Lin through the heart, the faces of the crowd were all extremely odd. If we're talking about intentionally killing an opponent, the Rojin one is really murder, right? If Yi Lin was not a forbidden spellcaster, but another profession, he would be crippled if not dead. Prosecution, you go to the college entrance examiner. It's useless to shout here. Gao Jinyu snorted and looked at Principal Su like a clown. Gao Jinyu, you wait, this isn't over. Principal Su gritted his teeth, then turned around and walked away, unwilling to continue watching. What followed was the Castle High School Civil War, and he was only adding to his own problems by watching it. It's a deal, a double deal. Gao Jinyu grinned, the wrinkles on his face stretching out at this moment. It's been enjoyable enough since my Aoshiro High School final Civil War, but I didn't expect the eyesore to have the sense to leave on his own. Great. Principal Su, who was halfway to the door, stumbled at the words and almost couldn't hold back from turning around to fuck with Gao Jinyu. AI, so tired. How is a tall test more tiring than fighting Kinsen? Yi Lin, who walked out of the ring, whispered to himself. Against Kinsen, he was able to fire off a few forbidden spells if he wanted to. But in the high school, he was tied up everywhere for fear of being seen. After all, the ring match was live, and countless pairs of eyes were watching. Otherwise, with Luo Jun's strength, not to mention stabbing himself, 100 Luo Jun tied together would not be enough to kill him. He still had to improve his strength as soon as possible. And when the day came when he was strong enough and wasn't afraid of others discovering his immortal body, he wouldn't have to tie his hands anymore. Moreover, the last match was against Zhuge Renai, which made Yi Lin's headache even worse. He definitely couldn't just fling a forbidden spell over like he did against Luo Jun, or else he would split Zhuge Renai into charcoal, and Zhuge Qinqing would definitely not be done with him. Let's see. Is there any forbidden spell that works? Yi Lin had a headache. He was now in desperate need of a forbidden spell that could defeat Zhuge Enai without hurting Zhuge Enai too badly. What perish crazy thunder karma fire burning sky, this kind of certainly not. This kind of forbidden spell, even Luo Jun, that warrior profession, can't carry. Zhuge Enai, this kind of mage, surely rubbing the edge on death. Just as Yi Lin was having a headache, the 7th round, the final round, arrived. But for this final, the suspense is gone in the eyes of many. In the battle with Luo Jun, Yi Lin had already used his actions to illustrate the fearsome nature of the forbidden spellcasters, and Zhuge Enai was gone as soon as she took a forbidden spell. Above the ring, Zhuge Enai stood opposite Yi Lin, her stunning face written with complexity. She had just thought that Yi Lin was going to die under Luo Jun's gun, but she didn't expect that Yi Lin would suddenly reverse the situation with another forbidden spell, Immortality. Along with the Order of the Invigilator, this battle to decide the attribution of the Qingqing Scholar was also officially declared to have begun. But the weird thing was that neither Yi Lin nor Zhuge Enai had the slightest intention of moving. Both of them just stood frozen in place. Yi Lin was afraid that a forbidden spell would accidentally fend Zhuge Enai to death, while Zhuge Enai didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Zhuge Enai opened her mouth and said coldly, Yi Lin, if you need to rest, I can wait until you've rested enough before striking. I don't want to take advantage of you. No, just do it. Yellen waved his hand with a distressed expression. He thought through all the forbidden spells he currently knew and froze, none of them working. Forbidden spells either had no offensive power, such as instant dance, burning reincarnation, and necrotic return to the realm, which came with other effects, and none of the forbidden spells that had offensive power were less powerful. Good? Then don't blame me for being rude, because I have reasons why I have to win. A look of determination flashed across Zhuge Ni's eyes, and immediately after, she flipped open the tome and directly cast the skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. Above the ring, flames instantly rose up, transforming in a ball after ball of fire with terrifyingly high temperatures, whistling toward Yi Lin. Forbidden spell. Instant dance. Facing the incoming fireball, Yi Lin immediately sacrificed a waist in exchange for a fivefold increase in agility. Since he couldn't fight, he could only drag it out until Zhuge Ni's mana was exhausted. He only had 140 points now, and in order to enter the Supreme Academy, he had to get a perfect score, which also meant that he couldn't lose this one. Yi Lin's figure flickered rapidly through the flames, as if he were a ghost traveling through the sea of fire. His movements were fast to the extreme, changing position every moment, and those fireballs that came whistling were only able to graze his body and fly by every time, but were unable to touch him in the slightest. Above the ring, the flames were blazing, but Yi Lin's figure was as comfortable in it as if he was traveling through clouds and water. This scene caused everyone who was watching to be in awe. It was unbelievable that a forbidden spellcaster could have such high agility. But soon, they realized something was wrong. Why is this Yi Lin just hiding and not attacking? Wouldn't he have one if he had used that Thunder Forbidden spell just now? Perhaps that Thunder Forbidden spell consumed too much, and Yi Lin couldn't use it a second time for a while. It should be. How else can you explain him just dodging and not attacking? If I had to guess, this Yi Lin must have looked at Zhuge Ni's beauty and felt pity for her. That's why he didn't make a move. Your news is too backward. I heard through the grapevine that Yi Lin has been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Zhuge. He's trying to intentionally give the first prize to Zhuge and I. Chapter 65. Forbidden Spell? Wall of Size. In the ring, looking at Yi Lin, who only dodged and did not attack, Zhuge and I clenched her silver teeth, her pretty face filled with a look of humiliation. Yi Lin, do you only know how to hide? Zhuge and I gritted her teeth. In her opinion, Yi Lin's behavior of only dodging and not attacking was clearly a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. It's like a powerful old horse with a mouth full of pretzels teasing a weak sheep. There's a rule that you can't hide? Yellen shrugged. Good. I'd like to see how you can hide. Red flames, sea of fire. Zhuge and I droned out, her head of long hair automatically moving without wind. And in an instant, the air above the ring became scorching hot, the temperature rapidly climbing. Zhuge Ni's entire body was ablaze with flames, displaying a dazzling red-gold color that was shocking. The reddish-golden flames formed a sea of fire, encircling towards Yi Lin. Yellen frowned, then quickly jumped sideways left and right to dodge. The sea of fire was blazing, but Yi Lin's figure was as comfortable in it as flowing clouds and water. His movements were fast to the extreme. Every dodge was accurate, and those red-golden flames, although horrifying, were never able to touch him in the slightest. In a flash, Yellen once again sacrificed half of his liver, raising his agility to 7 times. The sudden increase caused Yi Lin's already extremely terrifying speed to skyrocket once again, turning into a stream of light heading straight for Zhuge and I. Zhuge and I hadn't even thought that Yi Lin's speed could be even faster, so he was simply too late to make any reaction. Knock! With a crisp ringing sound, Yi Lin carried the Starfall Heavenly Trace and used the back of the thick blade to knock on Zhuge Ni's skull with a crunching sound. Zhuge and I covered her head and squatted on the ground. She was pampered since childhood, whereas she suffered this kind of aggression. A moment of pain and tears have emerged. The top of the head is bulging a big bag, the corner of the head. You lose. Yi Lin spoke calmly. The difference in strength between him and Zhuge and I was already obvious. If he had just used the blade instead of the back of the knife, with the sharpness of the Starfall Heavenly Mark, Zhuge Ni's head would have been split in half by now. 3 simple words instantly shattered Zhuge Ni's mental defenses. Shame. It's outright humiliating. She would rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than accept this humiliating defeat. Who told you I lost? I didn't forfeit. I didn't lose the fight. This fight can still continue. Zhuge and I stood up angrily, refusing to admit defeat at all. Several more fireballs were smashed towards Yi Lin between the lifts of his hands. Yi Lin frowned. He didn't expect Zhuge and I to be so stubborn. In that case, just kick her off the stage next time. In order to prevent accidentally killing Zhuge and I, Yi Lin still didn't use any other forbidden spells and only used instantaneous dance. Looking at Yi Lin, who was dodging left and right, as slippery as a loach, the anger in Zhuge Ni's heart increased. I can't lose. I don't want to lose. I definitely don't want to lose to this annoying guy. The condescension in her heart caused Zhuge Ni's aura to climb extremely fast as her flame power reached its peak. She droned out, her hands rapidly forming a seal in front of her chest. A flame power even more powerful than before erupted from her body, and the tome in front of her was even flipping at an extremely high speed. Above the ring, The air seemed to be distorted by this force, forming a crimson pattern as if ancient runes were floating in the air. Yi Lin, since you're so good at dodging, try dodging this move again. Zhuge Ni's voice carried a raging anger. Dragon Scroll, Inferno Curse. Zhuge Ni's pair of jade hands violently pushed forward, only to see those crimson lines instantly converge into a huge flame tornado that whistled straight toward Yi Lin. This flame tornado was different from the previous sea of fire. It was as if it had a life of its own, dancing recklessly in the air, releasing terrifyingly high temperatures with every rotation, as if it wanted to burn everything to the ground. After casting this skill, Zhuge Ni's body was already wet with fragrant sweat, and her face was also slightly white. Obviously, casting this skill also had great consumption for her. The tome was even more broken, and one should know that it was an epic-level equipment. Looking at the broken tome, a look of heartache flashed under Zhuge Ni's eyes. But it's all worth it if you can win. She firmly believed that with this move, there was absolutely nowhere for Yi Lin to hide. As expected, this time, no matter how Yi Lin dodged, this flaming tornado was like an attached bone, following him to death. A skill with the ability to lock on to follow? Yi Lin frowned slightly. Then he looked at Zhuge Ni, who was not far away, and he instantly thought of a solution. Possessing 7 times the agility, he appeared behind Zhuge Ni with just a flash. A mage, without the protection of his teammates, facing a very fast opponent and releasing a skill with a lock-on follow ability is tantamount to committing suicide. Such a simple truth. Didn't you listen to it in class? Yi Lin's voice rang in Zhuge Ni's ears. And at this moment, that flame tornado was like a raging fire dragon that was coming this way at extreme speed. If this momentum continued, the flame tornado would definitely hit Zhuge Ni before hitting Yi Lin. Wrap it up. Yi Lin calmly opened his mouth, and when Zhuge Ni collected this skill, he would kick her off the stage and directly end this farce. Facing the incoming flame tornado, Zhuge Ni's face turned white. Then a look of humiliation flashed across her beautiful eyes. Don't you dare! Instead of canceling the release of the skill Dragon Scroll Inferno spell, Zhuge Ni increased the output of his spiritual power, making the flame tornado even more furious. This looked like it was going to die with Yi Lin. Nay. When Zhuge Qinxing in the outside world saw this scene, he immediately stood up in fear. He also did not expect that his daughter would be determined to this extent. Do you want to win even if you die? Lin Yuan and a few of their examiners were also taken aback. Prepare to be saved. Facing the crazy Zhuge Ni, Yi Lin frowned slightly. Crazy woman. Zhuge Ni refused to stop, so naturally he couldn't really use Zhuge Ni as a shield. After all, this was his teacher's daughter. Even if Zhuge Ni has 1,000 wrongs, Zhuge Qinxing's good to himself can be real. He can't possibly stand by and watch Zhuge Ni die. Yi Lin reached out and pulled Zhuge Ni behind himself. Then with a lift of his hand, a terrifying force erupted from his palm, and the ring underneath his feet instantly trembled, emitting a deafening roar. Forbidden Spell Wall of Size. Chapter 66. Failed Wishes. A stone wall rose up in the middle of Yi Lin and the flame tornado, which was extremely arcane, as if it wasn't composed of a solid body. This was exactly one of the forbidden spells that Yellen had just unlocked after upgrading. Forbidden Spell, Wall of Size. The forbidden spellcaster summons the Wall of Size from the deepest depths of the underworld at the cost of his own life force to block frontal incoming attacks, which are ineffective if the attacker's level has not exceeded the forbidden spellcaster's level by more than 20. The effect of this skill was as straightforward as its name. With the Wall of Size summoned by Yi Lin's current level 18, a transmogrifier below level 38 would not be able to break through this wall and could only look at it and sigh. The fiercely incoming flame tornado crashed into the Wall of Size and didn't trigger any sound. The raging flames were swallowed up by the Wall of Size bit by bit and eventually turned into nothing. As the Wall of Size dispersed, Yi Lin's figure was still standing there steadily, while Zhuge Ni was firmly protected behind him, not damaged in the slightest. The several examiners saw that the flame tornado had been resolved by Yi Lin and tacitly stopped themselves. What on earth? What kind of power is it? Zhuge Ni was frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She was clearly prepared to die with Yi Lin, but Yi Lin so easily defused her full force strike and even protected her behind her back. At this moment, Zhuge Ni finally realized clearly what a terrifying gulf of strength there was between her and Yi Lin. Fool! Stop gawking and come turn around. Yi Lin rubbed Zhuge Ni's hair affectionately. That smile was gentle and affectionate, making Zhuge and I a little frozen for a moment. She suddenly felt that the Yi Lin in front of her didn't seem to be as annoying as she had imagined. Suddenly, it feels a little sweet is what's going on. I seem to be knocking them both a little bit. Stubborn, haughty princess meets powerful, gentle knight mama. Bookless smashes the store. I can see it. Yi Lin isn't trying to give away the scholarship. He's just afraid of hurting Zhuge and I. That's why he keeps dodging. So sweet. How could there be such a gentleman? I really can't bear to let Zhuge and I suffer a single bit of harm. The Qingqing crowd that was watching the live broadcast couldn't help but have a hint of an ant smile at the corner of their mouths as they watched the cozy scene on the stage. As the crowd watched, Yi Lin slowly turned Zhuge Ni's body in a different direction, then viciously kicked Zhuge Ni's ass. Get lost, you! Like you're sick! Zhuge and I was simply unprepared, and Yi Lin's all-out kick caused her entire body to fly up into the air, her delicate body drawing a beautiful parabola in the air. And then she fell head first onto the ground outside the ring, falling into a dog's poop in a sorry state. Castle crowd. Several examiners. Zhuge Qixing. This sudden big kick from Yelin made everyone freeze. Zhuge Ni's upturned ass even had a large-size 43 shoe print clearly visible, and the live camera even gave it a close-up shot. The Qingqing crowd couldn't help but open their mouths wide with disbelief at this moment. 1 second it's a sweet, hormonal scent. The next, how come it's a violent flogging? A kick in the pants of a beautiful girl? Is this like this? Yi Lin, blah, blah, blah. Zhuge and I rose from the ground and spat out the sandy soil in her mouth, her face red with anger. She had just had a slight change in her impression of Yi Lin, and this kick had undoubtedly shattered all of her filters. Yi Lin really didn't have any mercy on his feet. Zhuge and I could clearly feel that half of her ass had been kicked and swollen. The 2 flaps of her ass were big on one side and small on the other, and the big one was even vaguely painful. I'm not done with you on this one. You wait for me. Zhuge and I put down her harsh words and turned around to leave, but as soon as she lifted her leg, a sharp pain came from her buttocks, causing her to suck in cold air in pain. Looking at Zhuge and I, who limped away, the invigilator in the ring looked at Yi Lin with a very odd expression. Such a beautiful beauty. This kid is also really underhanded. Spiteful as he was, the invigilator did not forget his duty and announced at once. In the final round of the ring, candidate Yelin wins, score added by 10. At this point, Yelin's score reached 150 points, and he also won the Qingqing scholarship. This should be enough to enter the Supreme Academy now, right? Yi Lin muttered. A perfect score plus a top score was the best that could be achieved in the high school trial. A host in black silk heels quickly walks up to the ring with a microphone and says with a sweet smile for the camera, "Hello viewers who are watching the live broadcast. I'm the host of Qingqing Vision, Wei Benlu. After a day of exciting and unparalleled duels, the top scholar of the 886 college entrance examination trial has been born, and he is student Yi Lin, who is beside me. In the past, at this time of the year, loud cheers would definitely ring out in Qingqing, but this year it was eerily silent. Student Yi Lin, as this year's top student, do you have anything you want to say to the audience behind the camera?" Wei Benlu looked at Yi Lin and inquired. "No." Yelin answered truthfully. No. Wei Benlu froze for a moment. Then, being a professional host, she immediately resumed her sweet smile. Yi Lin student is really high and cold, aha. Then Yi Lin student won the first prize. Any thoughts or anyone you want to thank? Thanks to the examiner, I guess, for helping me empty 2 rounds. Yi Lin answered truthfully. Don't you want to thank your parents? Wei Benlu pursued. I'm an orphan. Yelin answered truthfully. Wei Benlu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. How could she continue this interview? This might become a major black spot in her career. She hurriedly changed the topic and continued to ask, "Then does Yi Lin-san have any wishes?" "I want to enter the Supreme Academy." Yi Lin answered truthfully. When these words came out, many people who were watching the live broadcast were at a loss. Wasn't the best academy the Great Summer Academy? And where did this Supreme Academy come from? Host Wei Benlu, on the other hand, was relieved that Yelin had finally said something she could continue to pick up on. That's too much of a coincidence. Today, the head of the Supreme Academy's Qingqing region, Teacher Su Qingxin Su, is at the site of the entrance exam trial. Let's welcome Teacher Su. As soon as Wei Benlu's words fell, the camera locked on Su Qingxin's body. Dressed in a long green dress, Su Qingxin appeared in front of the camera, causing many of the viewers who were watching the live broadcast to brighten up and give a sigh of relief. This mature and flavorful beauty is almost as good for men as it is for young and old. Let me explain for my audience friends. The Supreme Academy only admits the best 100 people from the college entrance exam trials every year. You can interpret the Supreme Academy as a special forces training camp in the academy. Wei Benlu explained. Teacher Su, this year's top student of the Qingqing College entrance examination. Yi Lin's wish is to enter the Supreme Academy, and you're in charge of enrollment in the Qingqing area of the Supreme Academy. So may I ask if this wish of Mr. Yi Lin can be fulfilled? Wei Benlu sweetly inquired. Su Qingxin frowned slightly at the words, then shook her head. Student Yi Lin, don't blame me for speaking straight. This wish of yours, I'm afraid it's going to fall through. Chapter 67. The one who defeated you, Cloud View Tower. Su Qingxin words, whether it is Yi Lin this party, or Wei Benlu, or is watching the live broadcast of all the people, all froze on the spot. What do you mean? Although the Supreme Academy did sound bullish and bombastic, it wasn't so bad that it couldn't even look down on a city's top student, right? Even Zhuge Qinqing's brows, under his gold-rimmed glasses, were slightly furrowed as he vaguely had guessed something. On the other hand, the faces of Lin Yuan and the few examiners were not the least bit shocked, and it was obvious that they had already known about the fact that Su Qingxin couldn't look at Yi Lin. Why? Yi Lin couldn't help but ask. With a full score of 150 points, plus the Qingqing scholar, with these two prerequisites, the Supreme Academy shouldn't have rejected him any more than it did. As you know, your profession, a forbidden spellcaster. Su Qingxin's tone was very cold. The profession of forbidden spellcaster has appeared a total of 11 times since the existence of the transmogrifier, and the average life expectancy of these 11 was 22 years, with the longest-lived one living to the age of 24 years and 10 months. This also means that you have no value to be cultivated at all. The power you have now is something you've traded for by overdrawing your future and your life force. Pouring resources into you is like throwing money into the sea. It doesn't produce any value. Don't blame me for talking straight, but it's the truth. As soon as Su Qingxin's words fell, quite a few people who were watching the live broadcast fell into deep thought. They had to admit that although Su Qingxin spoke badly, what she said was indeed very reasonable. Forbidden spellcasters are known for their short lives. The university would train a transmuter for 4 years. Yi Lin was now 18 and would be exactly 22 when he graduated, and the average lifespan of a forbidden spellcaster was also 22. It also means that Yelin will likely return on the spot as soon as he graduates. Wouldn't the resources that have been poured into him over the past 4 years to develop him be a basket case? After figuring this out, the crowd also understood why Su Qingxin had refused to admit Yi Lin, and for a moment, a touch of pity appeared in their gazes towards Yi Lin. What a bright new star, but it's a pity that it won't be bright for long and will be extinguished. I see. Yi Lin nodded calmly. Although there was some disappointment, it wasn't a big deal. He had tried his best to fight for it, and there was nothing he could do if Su Qingxin couldn't see him. He couldn't let him directly tell Su Qingxin that he was actually immortal in front of everyone. Could he? In that case, I'm afraid that what one would enter would not be the Supreme Academy, but some laboratory institute. Right at this moment, a figure appeared on Yi Lin's side. The visitor was cloaked in a trench coat, wearing gold glasses, with an elegant temperament. It was Zhuge Qinqing. Seeing Zhuge Qinqing trespassing into the examination room without authorization, several of Lin Yuan's examiners frowned, but did not say anything more. After all, the name of Mr. Zhuge was as good as their ears, and at this time, the college entrance exam trial had already ended, so Zhuge Qinqing barging in wouldn't affect anything, so they turned a blind eye to it. On the contrary, the moment Su Qingxin saw Zhuge Qinqing, her eyes became incomparably complicated, and Zhuge Qinqing's expression was somewhat unnatural. The two seemed to be old acquaintances. Mr. Su, perhaps I've solved the problem you're worried about. Zhuge Qinqing pushed up his glasses and placed his large warm hand on top of Yi Lin's shoulder. In a flash, a force of stars surged into Yi Lin's body, wreaking havoc in his body. Yi Lin suffered silently, without saying a word. Even if Zhuge Qinqing wanted to harm him, he wouldn't do it here in plain sight. Yi Lin is my disciple. I have researched a way to drastically reduce the effects of casting forbidden spells on the forbidden spellcaster himself. If you don't believe me, you can bring Yi Lin to have his body checked, and you'll know. Zhuge Qinqing said. As soon as the words fell, many of the people who were watching the live broadcast changed their faces furiously, and the gazes of some of the Qingqing bigwigs who had daughters looking at Zhuge Qinqing became even more fervent. There was indeed a rumor earlier that Mr. Zhuge had taken on a disciple. Now that Zhuge Qinqing had admitted it himself in front of everyone, he had undoubtedly personally confirmed Yi Lin's identity as a disciple. Yi Lin's heart was also moved for a moment. Zhuge Qinqing was undoubtedly taking all the attention to himself. As time passed, the fact that he, the forbidden spellcaster, was alive and well would surely arouse the suspicion of those who were interested. Zhuge Qinxing said these words under the eyes of everyone, undoubtedly protecting him and pushing himself into the limelight, and anyone else's suspicions would only be on Zhuge Qinxing's body. The gazes of Lin Yuan's few people also became fiery. If Zhuge Qinxing could really reduce the effects of casting forbidden spells on forbidden spellcasters, then Yi Lin could truly become a star of tomorrow. Other than that, as long as he could live to the age of 30, the situation would be completely different. A forbidden spellcaster with an extra 8 years of life expectancy was enough to make countless people afraid. Only Su Qingxin's face remained unchanged, and her gaze was even colder. Mr. Zhuge, it's true that you're good at astrological divination, but when it comes to research and understanding of transmutations, can you be as proficient as the professors of my Supreme Academy? Even the professors of the Supreme Academy failed to research something that you were able to research. Do you think I would believe it? You're asking my Supreme Academy to train a forbidden spellcaster on empty promises. What if he still doesn't live past the age of 25? Will you compensate for the lost resources? Facing Su Qingxin's aggressive questioning, Zhuge Qinxing frowned slightly, then sighed. Chung Xian, can you not take it personally? I'm discussing this matter with you very seriously. Don't you just need to check Yi Lin's body, and won't you know everything? He had just destroyed Yi Lin's body to a just right degree. Zhuge Qinxing was confident that concealing it from Su Qingxin would definitely not be a problem. Mr. Zhuge, I didn't bring a personal clarity, and I'm also very serious about this matter with you. Su Qingxin had a cold face. At this time, countless people's gazes are flashing with the light of gossip. Any more stupid they can also see, Zhuge Qinxing and Su Qingxin too have a story between We, the Supreme Academy, will not recruit a forbidden spellcaster, Mr. Zhuge. Please don't mess around. Su Qingxin spoke coldly. Zhuge Qinxing frowned helplessly. He could see that Su Qingxin was now determined to reject Yi Lin. Forget it, teacher. If the Supreme Academy doesn't go, I don't care. It's just an academy. Yi Lin didn't want to see Zhuge Qinxing in trouble, so he took the initiative and said. At that moment, a derisive and teasing voice suddenly rang out. What a big mouth, just one academy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cameraman was very dedicated to focusing the camera on the source of the sound. He only saw a young man dressed in white robes, walking slowly with a sneering smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over Yi Lin with a hint of disdain. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Then he fiercely stepped out. A powerful aura instantly erupted out and directly rushed towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin only felt a huge force instantly rush to his body. The whole person was like a lightning strike. The blood in his body was tossing and turning. He couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could clearly sense that the strength of the youth in front of him was not even weaker than Kinson. A forbidden spellcaster is nothing but a flash in the pan. And you dare to speak up here? You don't know how thick the sky is just because you won the first prize? Which one who can enter the Supreme Academy is not a scholar? The young man sneered. Remember, the person who defeated you, Yun Guanlo, a freshman at Supreme Academy, Omar Rising is a sophomore. Chapter 68. The relationship between Su Qingxin and Zhuge Qinxing. Silence. Whether it was the Lapis Plaza or the people of Qinsheng who were watching the live broadcast, they were all silent at this moment. The crowd was dumbfounded, their eyes glittering with astonishment. Just now, they had only heard the host, Wei Benlu, say how strong and powerful the Supreme Academy was, and they had no concrete concept yet. But when Yun Guanlo stepped out and struck Yi Lin with a single blow that caused him to spit out blood from a large mouth, they finally understood what a terrifying place the Supreme Academy was. One should know that Yun Guanlo was just preparing to move up to the second year of college, which also meant that he had only been studying at the Supreme Academy for a year. And Yellen? This year's top student in Qinsheng, the strongest person in the entire Qinsheng, and a forbidden spellcaster. Even so, in front of Yun Guanlo, Yellen was still hit with one blow and coughed up blood. It's horrible. No wonder Zhuge Qinxing wanted to send Yi Lin to the Supreme School, even though he had to personally intervene. In many colleges, junior and even senior students did not have such a terrifying strength as Yun Guanlo. A good academy can definitely set the future of a transmigrant. Yun Guanlo, if you dare to strike and hurt someone without authorization again, I'll have to punish you for writing a review when you get back. Su Qingxin said in a feigned manner. I know Mr. Su. I didn't want to hurt him either. I just wanted to say hello to him. Who knew he was so weak? Yun Guanlo hemmed and hawed, not putting Yi Lin in his eyes at all. Yi Lin climbed up from the ground. wiped away the blood stains at the corner of his mouth, and calmly looked at Yun Guanlo. If he were to go all out regardless, it was hard to say who would win between him and Yun Guanlo, but as of now, he really wasn't Yun Guanlo's opponent. Seeing that Yi Lin still dared to look at himself, Yun Guanlo's eyes grew cold, and the corner of his mouth gently picked up. What? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, you're always welcome to challenge me. We'll do what happened today. Yi Lin keeps it in mind. Yi Lin opened his mouth and said, "Ha ha ha. A punk is just a punk. A couple of perfunctory sentences, and you're really taking it seriously? You'll never have a chance to win against me in your life, stupid X." Yun Guanlo laughed disdainfully. Your confidence, is it that Zhuge Qinqing? You're just a toad who sits on a well and watches the sky. Some people in Qinqing respect him and call him Mr. Zhuge. Look at the whole of this Xia. He's nothing. Su Qingxin's refusal to admit Yi Lin meant that it was impossible to enter the Supreme Academy, and no matter which of the other academies Yi Lin went to, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him in the Supreme Academy. As a student of the Supreme Academy, Yun Guanlo was too aware of the direct gap between the Supreme Academy and those ordinary academies. Whether it was the resources they possessed or the strength of their teachers, it was not comparable to ordinary academies. Since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? Yi Lin inquired calmly. He didn't care much if Yun Guanlo insulted him, but Yun Guanlo insulting Zhuge Qinqing had touched Yi Lin's bottom line. Oh, what's the bet? Yun Guanlo came to be interested. A year from now, I will go to the Supreme Academy to challenge you, to see if the students of the Supreme Academy are truly invincible. Yi Lin opened his mouth and said, "You really dare challenge me?" Ha 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 ha. Yun Guanlo laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes and looked at Yi Lin as if he was looking at a clown. Yes, both to divide the highs and the lows, and to decide life and death. Yi Lin spoke seriously. When these words came out, not only did Yun Guanlo freeze, the rest of the people were also in an uproar. This is a life and death situation. How terrifying a forbidden spellcaster could be when he put his life on the line was something everyone knew by heart. Yi Lin, don't be impulsive. Zhuge Qinqing hurriedly pulled Yi Lin back. Although Yun Guanlo is arrogant, but he does have arrogant capital, this guy's level has been close to 45 level. After another year, break through 50 level straight to 60 level is not impossible. Don't worry, teacher. I'm not impulsive. Yi Lin gave Zhuge Qinqing a reassuring look. Zhuge Qinqing frowned. He wasn't worried that Yi Lin would lose. He was worried that Yi Lin would accidentally expose the secret of his immortal body, both to divide the highs and the lows, and to decide life and death. Yun Guanlo grinned, and his expression became serious. Good. Yun Guanlo, accept this bet. The scene was also recorded live. The crowd in Qinqing were all in shock. They all didn't expect that Yi Lin was so bold that he dared to set a life and death agreement with Cloudview Tower. Right now, Yun Guanlo was able to defeat him with a single strike. A year from now, Yun Guanlo would only be even stronger. Where exactly did he get his confidence? Since Teacher Su is adamant about refusing to admit Yi Lin, then I won't bother you anymore, so I'll take my leave. Zhuge Qinqing said no more, called Zhuge and Yi Lin, and prepared to leave. Zhuge Qinqing, don't you have anything else to say to me? Su Qingxin said through clenched teeth. No. Zhuge Qinqing did not look back. His face did not change. Su Qingxin's face, on the other hand, suddenly turned white. Watching this scene, Yi Lin silently followed behind Zhuge Qinqing, but his heart was itching like a cat scratching. Zhuge Qinqing and Su Qingxin's relationship is definitely not simple. What exactly is the relationship between these two? Zhuge and I also rarely looked for Yi Lin's trouble and followed Zhuge Qinqing just as silently, because she also wanted to know. Girls are obviously more curious about gossip than boys. Back in Qinqing, Yi Lin was just about to ask how it went when a cheer went up. He looked up and saw Gao Jinyu rushing towards him with the teachers and students of Qinqing High School, excitement written all over his face. Our scholar is back. I've been watching this kid since I was a kid. A loan transfer. How would an ordinary person dare to do that? My Qinqing High School has finally produced a top student as well. Yellen was clustered in the center, and then the excited teachers and students lifted and threw him into the air. Scholar! 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 In this kind of atmosphere, Yi Lin felt extremely uncomfortable. He was enjoying himself a bit and was a bit embarrassed. It's like a rat in a sewer being pulled out and left in the sun. After all, for 17 years before this, he had lived in the slums and usually didn't even have anyone to talk to, and experiencing this kind of star-studded feeling for the first time made him extremely unfamiliar. It was hard to please the cheering crowd, and Yi Lin returned to Zhuge Qianxing's small courtyard. Zhuge and I frowned when she saw that it was him who had come, then coldly grunted and stopped looking at him. Yi Lin didn't pay attention to her, but walked straight to Zhuge Qianxing and sat down. He knew that since the Supreme Academy couldn't go, Zhuge Qianxing must have something else to instruct him. But before Zhuge Qianxing could speak, Yi Lin took the initiative to ask. Teacher, I know you have something to say, but allow me to ask a question first. What is your relationship with that Su Chengxian? This question had already made Yi Lin curious all the way. If the person in charge of the Supreme Academy's Qingxing region wasn't Su Qingxin, he might still have a chance to enter the Supreme Academy. But there was no way. Maybe this was the creation of the world. I knew you would ask this. Zhuge Qingxing shook his head and laughed bitterly. At this moment, Zhuge and I also couldn't help but prick up our ears and listen quietly. That's just it, there's nothing I can't say. Su Chengxian is my first love. Chapter 69, First Love's Past. First love? As soon as Zhuge Qianxing's words left his mouth, three people simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Even Guo Qin, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but jump out to think that Zhuge Qianxing actually still had such a past with Su Qingxin. Yi Lin's face also became odd. He said how he felt that the two were not quite right, saying that the enemies did not look like enemies. Shouldn't first love be a white moonlight by definition? Teacher, how come I see the relationship between you two as if... Yi Lin wanted to say something. Zhuge Qianxing let out a bitter smile, took off his glasses, and rubbed his brow. This is a long story. At that time, I too was just a brat who had just entered the university, and by chance I met Su Qingxin, and the two of us fell in love with each other, and it wasn't long before we settled on a relationship together. After that, we spent a period of fairly happy and hot love, and I also discovered a problem with Su Qingxin, which is that she likes to hold everything in her heart and then go cold turkey with me. I told her to say if she had something to say, and she said she really understood without saying it. And then there was this one time when we had a fight, and she deleted all my contact information, and she ignored me when I went to her. I thought the two of us had broken up, but it turned out that after almost 6 years or 7, she suddenly sent me a message asking me if I knew it was wrong to have a Cold War for so long. If coax her, she will get back together with me. I realized then that she had never started a new relationship. Zhuge Qianxing's face was written with helplessness. And even Zhuge and I had seen her father reveal this look for the first time. In her memories, Zhuge Qianxing always had a favored look no matter what she encountered. Mr. Zhuge, then what were you doing at that time? Guo Qin couldn't help but gossip. Zhuge Qianxing's face was odd as he looked toward Zhuge and I and said, Nene was just born, and I was holding the baby. Yellen. Guo Qin. Zhuge and I. Three people for a moment do not know what to say good, said Su Qingxin. Make it, she really for Zhuge Qianxing guard body like Jade for 6 or 7 years, said Zhuge Qianxing. Problem it, normal people who can think of someone can be Cold War for 6 or 7 years it. The latter, even if Zhuge Qianxing didn't say anything, they could probably guess it. It was no wonder that it would come to this. Su Qingxin could not see Yi Lin, who was a forbidden spellcaster. And with the addition of Zhuge Qianxing's relationship, she would be even more incapable of admitting herself. Well, let's not talk about it. Zhuge Qianxing put on his glasses and resumed that bland, self-contained look as he first looked at Zhuge and I. And I, with your strength and talent, you should be able to enter the Supreme Academy. There's no need for you to reject it just because of me. The Supreme Academy is indeed the topmost academy in Great Xia. Good. Zhuge and I nodded obediently. As for Yi Lin, your best option is left to the Great Summer Academy. Zhuge Qianxing sighed and said. Zhuge and I squinted at Yi Lin with a hint of pity in her eyes. Although Yellen won her and got the top prize in Qingqing's college entrance examination, Yellen still couldn't compare to her. However, it was just a slight achievement in exchange for overdrafting the future, and after entering the Supreme Academy, her Zhuge's future would only be even more dazzling. Although she lost to Yi Lin, Zhuge and I still didn't change her opinion of Yi Lin. That day, Yi Lin left her alone to face the dragon blood beast and turned around and fled on her own cowardly behavior. Always made her unable to let go of her mind. Thinking of this, Zhuge and I thought of Ling Knight again. That fellow, why didn't he take the entrance exam? Could it be that he went to another city? But it didn't matter. Someone as outstanding as Ling Knight would definitely appear inside the Supreme Academy as well. Zhuge's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of fire. Perhaps when he arrived at the Supreme Academy, he would be able to meet Ling Knight himself. It's okay, teacher. Daxiao Academy isn't bad. Yi Lin was open-minded. The slums themselves had been living there for more than 10 years. Daxiao Academy was better than the slums of Qingqing no matter what, right? Then both of you go get ready. the people from the admissions office should be here soon. Just as Zhuge Qinxing's words fell, the wooden door of the small courtyard was knocked on. Before Zhuge Qinxing could say anything, the door was pushed open, and then Su Qingxin walked in with Yun Guanlo. Just after listening to Zhuge Qinxing finish his story with Su Qingxin, he saw the parties involved, and all three of Yi Lin's expressions were a bit wonderful. Su Qingxin didn't notice anything wrong and walked straight towards Zhuge Ni. Then she took out a guilt acceptance letter from a delicate leather folder and handed it to Zhuge Ni, revealing a gentle smile, and said, "Student Zhuge Ni, on behalf of the Supreme Academy, I would like to formally extend an invitation to you, hoping that you can become a member of our Supreme Academy." "Thank you, Ms. Su." Zhuge Ni received the acceptance notice, looking at the big hot gold letters on it. A bright light flashed in her eyes. The Supreme Academy was so highly respected even by her father. It must have something outstanding. Zhuge Ni was holding the acceptance letter of the Supreme Academy, seemingly waving it in front of Yi Lin, as if he was showing off. As a matter of fact, she did. How is it not a victory that what Yellen had fought so hard for could not be fought for was obtained by her? Good. Then I'll leave first. Remember to come report at the academy. Su Qingxin smiled faintly, seeing that she did not look at Zhuge Qinxing, turned around and left. Before Yun Guanlo left, he gestured towards Yi Lin to cut his throat before following Su Qingxin away. Yi Lin looked as normal and narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Qingxin's front foot just left. After the foot of a large group of people came over, the leader is a dragon walk, majestic man, Qingxing High School's principal Gao Jinyu, and a large number of journalist photography, with the man behind. "Yi Lin, come over here. This is our Qing City's city lord, Hu Weng." Gao Jinyu hurriedly introduced him. "Hello, student Yi Lin. The top student really has an extraordinary temperament." Hu Weng extended his big hand, and the photographers behind him hurriedly gave a close-up when they saw this. Yi Lin didn't move, but instead frowned with some confusion. "Principal, what's this for?" "The city lord has come to present you with a first-place award. The prize money alone is $5 million. Gao Jinyu whispered. When Yi Lin heard this, his brows instantly relaxed, and he smiled joyfully, hastily and excitedly shaking Hu Weng's hand. "Aya, so it's City Lord Hu. I've heard a lot about you. It's really better than seeing you." Chapter 70. The Secret Realm of the Scholar, where everyone has immortality. The corner of Hong's mouth twitched slightly. His intuition told him that if it wasn't for the reward, he was afraid that Yellen wouldn't even be prepared to take care of himself. The moment the two shook hands, the photographer next to them hurriedly clicked the pictures, and Wei Benlu reappeared, smiling sweetly at the camera. Friends of the audience, we can see that City Lord, who is having a friendly exchange with the scholarship scholar, and City Lord, who has high hopes for the current Qingqing scholarship. Yellen very cooperatively flashed a polite smile at the camera and asked in a low voice in passing, "By the way, City Lord, how do I pay that $5 million? Hit my card or cash? I don't have a bank card yet." Huan cried and laughed. "Don't worry, Mr. Yellen. This money won't be less for you. City Lord Hu, you don't know, I've been living in the slums for over 10 years, and I'm scared of being poor." Yi Lin said sincerely. "I don't feel at ease until the money is in my hands." Although 5 million was not a small amount, but could he still owe 5 million and not pay it? As the Lord of Qingqing City? Shalua, the process goes faster. Go straight to the awards piece. Hu Weng said helplessly. "Okay, City Lord Hu." Wei Benlu obediently did as he was told, and the tedious process in front of him was skipped, going straight to the awarding of the prizes. 3 Chongsan-clad MC ladies came in style with 3 trays. The first reward is $5 million in cash. This is Qingqing's official encouragement to you. I hope that student Yi Lin will refrain from arrogance and create another brilliant career. Hu Weng smiled and handed a big sign with $5 million written on it to Yi Lin. The photographer clicked pictures next to him, and only after the pictures were taken did Hu Weng hand a card to Yi Lin. The second reward, a bundle of epic skill scrolls of your choice. When these words came out, many people's pupils shrunk violently. A skill scroll of your choice, or an epic one. This reward could not be described as less generous. This also means that no matter what your profession is, you can self-select an epic skill that suits you. But when Hu Weng handed such a precious scroll to Yi Lin saw it, but the corner of his mouth twitched. As a forbidden spellcaster, the skill scroll was not useful to him at all. It was too hard to wipe his ass. But he still reached out and took it. He wouldn't be stupid enough to embarrass Hong in front of everyone. The third reward is the entrance quota to the scholarship's secret realm. Huang handed a token to Yi Lin and then opened his mouth to explain. The scholar's secret realm. Only the scholar of each city has the opportunity to enter. This secret realm is extremely special. Everyone who enters the secret realm can have the body of immortality. Crap! Guo, who was at the side, exclaimed in shock at the words. Then in that secret realm, wouldn't it be possible to not care about anything and focus on brushing monsters all the time? Yes. Anyone who walks out of the scholarship's secret realm will not be below level 20. Huang nodded. Then why don't you just stay in there and brush until you reach level 99 and then come out? You won't die anyway. Guo wondered. It's because the magical creatures in the scholarship mystic realm are limited and can only be opened once after a year of warming up. Zhuge Qinqing opened his mouth to explain, then looked at Yi Lin. This secret realm is extremely suitable for you. Yi Lin nodded, and a flash of blaze flashed under his eyes. He could go all out. Then he wouldn't be polite. Huang also patted Yi Lin's shoulder hard and said aloud, Yi Lin, work hard and try to help our Qinqing come back with the title of national champion. There's still a national top student? Yellen asked. Of course there is. When you come out of the scholar's secret realm, the person with the highest rank is the national scholar. Huang explained. Then what's the reward for the national top student? Yi Lin pursued. This was what he cared about. I'm not sure about this. After all, our Qinqing has never produced a national scholar before. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely more generous than the reward for the Qinqing scholar. Huang patiently explained that with Yi Lin's presence, this year would undoubtedly be the most promising year for Qinqing. Step with the foot. When Hong said that, Yellen was much more interested. After Huang left, Zhuge Qinqing called Yi Lin into the room alone. Yi Lin, you have to remember one thing. Don't use forbidden spells in the scholarship mystic realm that will drain your lifespan. Is it because although the scholarship mystery realm can give people an immortal body, it can't slow down the aging of the human body? Yi Lin asked rhetorically. Not bad. You're very smart. And also, after coming out of the scholarship mystic realm, make a trip back to Qinqing as soon as possible. Zhuge Qinqing looked out the window as a large green, praying mantis leapt up and used its pincers to hold its prey in a death grip. Those people, they might be finding the gate of the apocalypse soon. Okay, teacher. Yellen touched his stomach, and there, a key lay quietly inside. Early the next morning, Huang reappeared, and he brought Yi Lin to the core of Qinqing, where a teleportation array lay silently. All the cities within the Great Summer are interconnected by transmission arrays. After all, outside the city is full of horrible demons. The previous high-speed railroad plane or something simply does not work. Halfway to the demon will be intercepted. Each activation of the teleportation array consumed a huge amount of resources, so not to mention ordinary people, many transmigrators had never left the city they were born in their entire lives. If it wasn't for Yi Lin, the scholar, Huang wouldn't have been able to afford to activate the teleportation array. Yellen said, good luck. At Huang's encouraging voice, the teleportation array lit up with a brilliant light. The scene in front of Yi Lin's eyes shattered apart like a jigsaw puzzle, and it was as if his entire body was soaring through the air, feeling a strong sense of weightlessness that made him extremely uncomfortable. By the time the scene in front of him was put back together, Yi Lin had already arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. After coming to this world for so long, this was the first time Yi Lin had left Qinqing. Yi Lin blinked and looked up, and in his line of sight, a lofty city wall appeared, towering into the clouds as if it was a huge mountain stretching across the sky. Above the city wall, the flag fluttered, emblazoned with a ferocious dragon, hideous and overbearing. Beyond the city walls was an unending swarm of demonic creatures that hissed and roared, constantly crashing against the walls, but were unable to cross one step beyond the thunderbolt. Yi Lin stood frozen in place. He had never seen such a magnificent sight before. This was a world he had never imagined in Qinqing. The bustle of the big city, the horror of the demons, and the strange aura that came over him all shook him. He took a deep breath, calming the incessant surge of emotions. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind Yi Lin. You're Qinqing's current top scholar? Yi Lin, right? Welcome to Deep City. Come over here and register. Chapter 71, The Violent Little Lowly. When Yi Lin looked back, a very competent-looking woman wearing rimless glasses, a white blouse and black skirt, and high heels walked towards him. Seeing Yi Lin staring at herself, the woman smiled gently. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bai Lin. Huan has already told me all about the situation. The scholarship mystic realm has not yet opened. so you can rest for 2 days first. Okay, thanks. Yilin didn't say anything more and very cooperatively made the registration. After the registration was completed, Bai Lin brought Yilin to a tall building and handed Yilin a card after checking him in at the front desk. All right, this is your room card. The room number is 6099. The restaurant here is on the first floor. It serves food 24 hours a day. You can go out to eat if you want it. When the scholarship mystery realm opens, someone will notify you. After saying that, Bai Lin handed another business card to Yilin. You can also contact me directly if there's anything urgent. Okay. Yelin nodded. After Bai Lin left, Yelin found his room. The room wasn't very big, but it looked very clean and tidy, and the air smelled faintly of incense. You could just about see the whole deep city from the window of your room. Yelin stood in front of the window, looking out over deep city at night. High-rise buildings, lined up one after another. Each building exudes its own light, bright and dazzling. The streets are crowded with cars and pedestrians. Everything is very different from Qingqing. In the distance, the dragon flag on the city wall was hunting in the wind, as if telling of the glory and splendor that belonged to this city. Yilin rose the desire to go out for a walk. It was idle anyway. Why not go for a stroll around this city he had never been to before? But just as Yilin was about to get up, there was a sudden ringing at the door, and a very pleasant-sounding girl's voice came. Strange. How come this room card won't open the door? Drive me. With a bang, the lock on Yelin's door was destroyed. The Yelin people were dumbfounded. How could someone else just break into the house? Crunch. The door to the room was pushed open, and a sweet-looking petite girl appeared in the doorway, blinking her large eyes and looking at Yilin with a confused expression. Her hair was a light pink color, tied with 2 cute bows. She was carrying a small bear school bag, and she was wearing a pink dress, the hem of which looked adorable as it gently swung with her movements. Who are you? Why are you in my room? The girl asked, crossing her arms. Yelin. He was completely silent, whose first reaction to a good man's room card not being able to open the door was to break in. Seeing that Yelin didn't open her mouth, the girl came to a realization. I get it. You're horny. Well, wow. Hitting on me and guarding my room. Watch the punch. The girl's 5 fingers closed together, and her originally white lotus root arms instantly swelled up, filled with sturdy tendon flesh, and her veins bulged out. Immediately after that, she threw out a fist, and a terrifying fist wind roared out. Just at the moment when the girl's fist was about to land on Yi Lin's face, Yi Lin reacted quickly and opened the dance of instantaneousness, dodging the horrifying blow with a single sidestep. He was shocked in his heart that this cute girl who looked as delicate as a doll had such a strong power. He hastily explained, Wait, I'm not a pervert. What pervert would admit to being a pervert? Do you think I'll believe your bullshit? The girl said, once again swinging her fist and attacking fiercely towards Yi Lin. Seeing that it didn't make sense, Yi Lin could only choose to strike. Forbidden spell, Wood Realm Descent. Countless green plants instantly sprang up in the small room, and a green vine sprang up and wrapped itself around the girl's fist as if it were a tentacle. She tried to break free with her brute force, but the toughness of these vines was extremely terrifying, and she simply couldn't break free. It didn't take long for her entire body to be tied up and hung in a humiliating position. What the hell is this? Why won't it break free? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yelin. Yelin shook his head helplessly. Now, can you believe that I'm not a pervert? If I were a pervert, you'd be in for a rude awakening. Wood Realm Descent was a forbidden spell that focused on raw capture, so Yilin had hardly ever used it, and right now, facing this violent maniac, Wood Realm Descent could just come in handy. The girl was silent for a moment, before she said through clenched teeth, I'm sorry. I was the one who misunderstood you. My name is Michelle, and I came here to participate in the scholarship Mystic Realm. She was at least a scholar of a city, but she didn't expect to suffer a big loss just after coming to the Deep City, and there really wasn't a single one that could become a scholar that was a saving grace. Seeing Michelle apologize, Yi Lin then put away the forbidden spell and asked, How did you get to my room? This is clearly my room. Disgruntled, the girl took out her room card. Look, 6th floor 6099. Yelin reached out his hand and took the room card, then rotated it 180 degrees. Do you think there's a possibility that your room number is 6609? Didn't you have a moment's doubt when the room card wouldn't open the door? Michelle was dumbfounded and lowered her head in some shame after realizing that she had made a mess. I'm sorry, it's my first time out of town. I'm really sorry. It's fine, it's just a door. Seeing that the other party apologized with a sincere attitude, Yi Lin didn't care much. By the way, what's your occupation? Seeing Yi Lin ask about her occupation, Michelle proudly raised her head. SSS-Rank, Savage Berserker. Yellen. Pretty good. 1 meter 5, carrying a bare school bag, wearing a dress, tied with a bow, dyed pink hair, cute little lowly. The result of the occupation is the barbaric berserkers. This is too scary. This you can stand it? Is it true that the pinker the hair, the harder it hits? Michelle went to the front of room 6609 and tried. The door of the room really dripped open in response, which made the expression on her face become more and more awkward. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner as an amends for breaking down the door. Michelle said in a hurry. It's okay. Yellen nodded. He had wanted to go out for a stroll. The two of them went out the door in pairs, and when they passed the front desk, Yellen shouted at the other person in passing to find someone to fix the door. During the conversation with Michelle along the way, Yellen also learned that Michelle was the top student of the college entrance examination in Haicheng, and the other party had already been admitted to the Supreme Academy. By the way, which city are you from? It should be a new student preparing to enter the Supreme Academy as well, right? Chapter 72, Wu Shuoqi's Threats. In Michelle's opinion, Yi Lin's strength was so terrifying that he could subdue her with a single skill. So he must be a top student from a big city. Don't look at all the top students. There are also differences between the top students. For example, the strength of the top students coming out of a city like Deep City was definitely much more terrifying than those coming out of smaller cities. I'm from Qingqing, the Supreme Academy. I'd like to go. The people don't want me. Yi Lin shrugged helplessly. What? Michelle exclaimed, startling everyone around her. With strength like yours, how could the Supreme Academy not want you? And what is Qingqing? Qingqing? It should be considered a small, unknown city in Daxia. As for why Supreme Academy doesn't want me, do you know that there's an occupation called Forbidden Spellcaster? Yi Lin said. A forbidden spellcaster? No wonder. In Michelle's big, watery eyes, the color of guilt was even more intense. The forbidden spellcaster was already short-lived, and he deserved to die himself for tearing down his door and chasing him around like he was a lecher. Go. Enough of this heartbreaking stuff. I'll take you to dinner. Michelle pulled Yi Lin and then walked into a restaurant where there were quite a lot of diners, and the two of them only found a spot in the corner. Michelle handed Yellen the menu. You order. Have some of whatever you want. You're welcome. How do you say that like I'm going to die soon? Yi Lin helplessly rubbed his nose, of course. He didn't be polite with Michelle and directly ordered a large table of food. Soon the dishes were served. The restaurant that Michelle had found seemed to be an old one, and every dish was on fire. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, a tall woman in a black leotard on high heels snapped her way towards them. If it isn't our top student, Michelle, how can a violent person like you still find a man to eat with you? Looks like you're getting horny at your age. When Mi Shui saw this, her small face sank. Ning Yi, I don't want to flip out with you today, so just walk away from me. She already felt guilty towards Yi Lin, so naturally she didn't want to cause any more trouble. But she didn't want to. It doesn't mean that Ning Yi didn't want to. Seeing this reaction from Michelle, Ning Yi became even more energized and took the initiative to reach out her hand towards Yi Lin. Handsome guy, get acquainted. My name is Ning Yi. Yi Lin ignored her and instead looked at Michelle and asked, Who is she? Her? A goon who was afraid of losing to me and ran off to another city for her high school entrance exams. Michelle raised her little head, first being ignored by Yi Lin, and then being taunted by Mi Shui. Ning Yi's face instantly became gloomy for a few moments. Then she spread a smile and said to Yi Lin, Handsome, what do you think you want with Michelle? She's got nothing. She's just a scrub. Why don't you come with me? I'll introduce you to a few pretty girlfriends. Ning Yi slightly lowered her body, revealing half of her strong principle. Yellen didn't move and stepped back a bit. Hello, please stay away from me. You have bad breath. Michelle didn't hold back and directly sprayed out the noodles that she had just eaten into her mouth, which happened to hang on Ning Yi's face. She didn't expect Yi Lin to dislike people so viciously. To say in public that a beautiful woman had bad breath was undoubtedly a direct stab in the heart of the other party. Ning Yi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she wiped the noodles off her face and coldly glared at Yi Lin and Mi Shui. Baby, what's wrong? Just as Ning Yi was about to have a fit, a chiseled man suddenly walked in the doorway of the restaurant. He was dressed in an expensive Versace. His pace was robust, as if every step was emanating an aura that could not be ignored. And after walking to Ning Yi, his hand directly encircled Ning Yi's slender waist. When Ning Yi saw the man, her face instantly eased up a lot. She leaned on the man, pointed at Yi Lin and Mi Shui, and complained, These two people bullied me. The man looked in the direction of Ning Yi's finger, his gaze lingering on the Yi-Lin duo for a moment before he smiled slightly. Apologize. The tone of his voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable dominance. Seeing that Yi-Lin and his duo were unmoved, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous light coming out from the bottom of his eyes. I'll give you one last chance to apologize. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man took the initiative to show his profession and rank. Wu Shaoqi, Angelic Paladin, level 22. This rank caused Michelle's face to stare, and even Yi Lin's pupils shrunk slightly. Level 22. This Wu Shaoqi's level was truly frightening. It was thought that this guy should have come from the top-ranked cities in Daxia, cities where the amount of resources for magical creatures were much richer in both the Novice Secret Realm and the Wilderness, and the leveling up of the Transmogrifier would be much faster as well. In the end, Qingcheng is nothing more than a corner. I know you guys just came out of your little county and took the top spot, and it's pretentious time. You may be gold, but here all over is gold. I'm asking you to apologize. It's for your tolerance. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Shaoqi spoke coldly. Yelin came to a tactical backward lean, leaning his entire body against the chair. To be able to reach level 22, this Wu Shaoqi does have the capital of arrogance, but level 22, to be honest, Yi-Lin is still not in the eyes. Indiscriminate, one up to let himself apologize. Wu Shaoqi is not qualified. Yi-Lin pondered for a while, then spoke very kindly. Rode your mom's head. What did you say? Wu Shaoqi's face instantly changed, his body's aura fiercely condensed, and a powerful pressure spread out from him, instantly filling the entire restaurant. Immediately afterward, behind Wu Shaoqi's back, a radiant angelic shadow slowly coalesced and took shape, his body bathed in divine light, an austere and holy aura spreading out. SSS-Rank occupation, Angelic Holy Rider. Someone in the restaurant exclaimed in shock when they saw this scene. Yi-Lin slightly raised his hand, silver-white thunder arcs converged in his hand, and thunder lightning leaped like a spiritual snake. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, and the next second the two were about to fight, a majestic voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. Within Deep City, it is strictly forbidden for transmigrants to act recklessly. Violators are fined $30,000 and detained for 10 days. A man spoke in a cold voice, and it wasn't hard to recognize that the man was from the Bureau of Investigation by the attire he wore. Only then did Wu Shaoqi and Yi-Lin stop. The scholar's secret realm was about to open. Being detained for 10 days at this time was obviously extremely cost-effective. However, the anger under Wu Shaoqi's eyes still hadn't weakened in the slightest, and he wrapped his arms around Ning Yi and threatened in a grim, low voice. I'll remember you. You'd better not let me run into you in the scholarship mystic realm. Although the scholarship mystic realm doesn't kill people, there are a lot of ways that can make someone's life worse than death. Chapter 73. The Secret Realm of the Counselor opens. Yi-Lin's face became a bit odd. If Wu Shaoqi wanted to deal with him on the outside, he would still have to cower in fear that someone with an axe to grind would see something. But if he was in the scholarship's secret realm, Yi-Lin could only say that he had never seen such a strange request in his life. In the scholarship mystery realm, but everyone possessed immortality, which also meant that Yi-Lin could use forbidden spells without fear. To put it modestly, in the scholarship mystic realm, all the scholarship scholars tied together wouldn't necessarily be enough for Yi-Lin to fight alone. Seeing Wu Shaoqi turn around and leave after giving his harsh words, Michelle opened her mouth a little embarrassed and said to Yi-Lin, I'm sorry. I'm the one who gave you a hard time. It's fine, it's not your fault. After Yi-Lin finished, he couldn't help but ask, How do you know her? Why are you biting people as soon as you come up? She's my sister. Michelle sighed. Half-sister, of course, by her stepmother. Since she was a child, she has always looked at me in a bad light, and she has to compare herself with me in every way, comparing her career level, skills, equipment, appearance, and body shape. She was afraid that she would be squeezed out by me if she took the college entrance examination in the same city as me, so she let my dad find a way to transfer her to a small city to take the college entrance examination. There, she met Wu Shaoqi without knowing what was going on, and has been strutting her stuff in front of me ever since. Michelle said helplessly, What? Is this Wu Shaoqi very powerful? Yi-Lin asked. Very impressive. Michelle nodded very seriously. Not only is he a genius in person, even the family power behind him is extremely terrifying. The Wu family is considered one of the top existences in Deep City. By the end of the meal, Michelle was clearly in a bit of a downward spiral. Obviously, she wanted to invite Yi-Lin for a meal to make amends to Yi-Lin, But it turned out that Yi Lin offended Wu Xiaoqi and Ning Yi instead, which made Mi Shue's heart feel even more guilty. Yi Lin didn't take this to heart, and when he returned to the hotel, the door had also been repaired, and he made a trip to the bed and directly huffed and puffed. As a result, there was a knock on his room door early the next morning. Yi Lin thought that it was by Lin's people who came to notify the scholarship mystery realm had opened. But when he opened the door, it was a pile of various kinds of food piled up in Yi Lin's doorway, and the colorful packages and tempting aroma immediately filled the entire corridor. Yi Lin blinked and looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat bewildered. Are these foods becoming sperm? Food knocks on your door these days? Just as Yellen was wondering, a small pink head burrowed out of a pile of food. Michelle? What are you doing? Yellen was puzzled. A hint of embarrassment and apology crossed Michelle's small face. We're going to stay within the scholarship secret realm for a month, and I thought that I didn't have anything else to give you. So I bought you a bunch of food so that you wouldn't go hungry in the secret realm. Mi Shui whispered, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Yi Lin was dumbfounded, but he didn't reject Michelle's good intentions, and instead accepted all the food that Michelle sent him. Seeing that Yi Lin didn't refuse, Michelle smiled, her eyes narrowing into a crescent shape. Time passed in a flash, and on the third morning of Yi Lin's arrival in Deep City, Bai Lin reappeared on her high heels. This time, however, Bai Lin was not the protagonist. She held the registration form and followed a man in a suit very respectfully. Student Yi Lin, right? I am the person in charge of this secret realm. Zunkanki, the scholarship secret realm will be opening soon. Please gather downstairs in 10 minutes. The man in the suit revealed a polite smile. Yellen nodded, then simply packed up and put all the food that Michelle had bought into his backpack before leaving the room. Just as he went downstairs to the plaza, Michelle ran towards him carrying a large bag that was extremely disproportionate to her figure, attracting a lot of sideways glances from her male compatriots. If he hadn't seen Michelle do it, I guess Yi Lin would have been fooled by her stupid look. At this point in time, the square had already gathered quite a few people, and the aura on each one of them was extremely calm, and Yi Lin estimated that he was afraid that there wouldn't be a single person in this square who was below level 12. At this time, Yi Lin suddenly felt a grim gaze staring at him. He turned his head and saw that it was really Wu Xiaoqi. At this moment, Wu Xiaoqi was starstruck and made a provocative gesture towards Yi Lin, arrogantly. Yi Lin ignored him and directly withdrew his gaze. Accompanied by the lazy morning sunlight, Zunkanki reappeared with a very gentle smile on his face. Good morning, scholarly men. I am the person in charge of the scholarship mystery realm, and I have a few things to say to everyone in regards to this upcoming opening of the scholarship mystery realm. The first point, you should all be clear that within the scholarship mystery, under the rules, you are in possession of an immortal body. However, this immortal body is only valid within the mystery. So, if you suffer a fatal wound, remember not to leave the secret realm. I will arrange for 5 level 50 or above priest profession transfigurators at the exit of the secret realm. If you guys suffer fatal injuries, you must receive treatment before you can leave the secret realm, otherwise. Zunkanki didn't continue, but the people present understood what he meant. If one were to just leave the secret realm without receiving treatment, then it would be a real death sentence. The second point is that if you are missing an arm or a leg, remember to bring your broken limbs with you whenever possible. The regeneration of a broken limb can be much more troublesome than the reattachment of a broken limb, and the limbs that are regenerated are not necessarily as good as your original ones. Point 3. Zunkanki's face became serious. Remember not to be swallowed by the demonic creature. If you are swallowed by the demonic creature and your bodies are all digested, even if you have an immortal body, that feeling will definitely not be pleasant. The faces of all the people changed slightly. It was chewed up in the fawn-covered bloody mouth of the demonic creature, and then swallowed into the abdomen, digested in the gastric juices that were comparable to strong sulfuric acid, and then expelled from the body through the peristalsis of the intestines. And in the process, one is dying to stay clear the entire time, which makes one feel shaky just thinking about it. As a final point, I would suggest that you can simply team up, because within the scholarship mystery, demons as high as level 35 may appear, and it would be safer to work as a team. All of you are the top students from various cities. All of you are 1 in a million, the future pillars of Daxia, so I sincerely hope that all of you will be able to return safely. Zunkanki bowed deeply towards the crowd, then let out a light cry. Open the teleportation array. Chapter 74, Sazerain. As soon as Zunkanki spoke, a huge teleportation array opened behind him. The intense spatial fluctuations caused many people's eyes to glaze over, and it was obvious that this teleportation array was the entrance to the scholarship mysterious realm. Now, you have 20 minutes to find a suitable teammate. Of course, you can also choose to go solo if you are confident enough in yourselves. Zunkanki looked at his watch and spoke. The Scholar's Secret Realm is one of the most peculiar secret realms, and when you enter it, you have immortality and can level up quickly by brushing monsters without worry. Therefore, when the Scholarship's Secret Realm was first discovered, all the transmutants were ecstatic and madly flooded into it, launching a frantic hunt for the demons. After a short while, the demonic creatures of the Scholarship Mystic Realm were almost hunted to extinction. Luckily, the official intervention of the Great Summer had taken control of the Scholarship's Secret Realm, no longer allowing transmigrators to freely enter, and allowing the Secret Realm's demons to recuperate, which had preserved the Secret Realm. This Secret Realm, subsequently, became a benefit for every term of scholarship, and the magical creatures within the Secret Realm were like leeks that would be harvested once every year that passed. Yilin, let's team up? Michelle looked at Yilin and asked. Yes, then just follow me. Yilin nodded and didn't refuse. His impression of Michelle was okay, and Michelle was, in his opinion, a very good person to carry bags. After all, the profession of barbarian berserker was one of the greatest in terms of strength. Yi Lin smoothly gave both his Starfall heavenly marks and his backpack filled with food to Michelle. Naturally, Michelle happily accepted the order. After all, these weights in her eyes can be nothing at all. But while Michelle was happy, others were not. Michue's petite and cute appearance had long attracted the attention of many of the boys present. And when they saw that Yi Lin actually gave all the stuff to the petite Michue with a big grin, they immediately frowned. Hey, do you have any gentlemanly manners? How can you give everything to a girl to carry? A tall and thin boy opened his mouth to scold up Yi Lin, then turned his head to Michelle and said gently, This student, why don't you just team up with me? I'm sure I won't let you do these rough jobs. Get out of here. As soon as Michelle clenched her fist, her white lotus root arm instantly bulged with muscles, like steel wrapped in white jade, revealing a sense of power that could not be ignored. The tall and thin boy was startled by this sudden change in Michelle, and he stared at Michelle's instantly toned arms with wide eyes and disbelief. The air around them seemed to freeze as a result, and the eyes of the crowd were all focused on the pair of sudden clashers. Who would not have thought that dyed pink hair tied in a pill head looking cute and adorable Michelle's show of arms is actually so majestic? This strong sense of contrast caused the corners of many people's mouths to instantly twitch. As soon as Michelle grabbed the Starfall Skystrike and backpack on the ground, she easily slung it over her shoulder. That tall and skinny boy could only helplessly shut his mouth when he looked at her relaxed and easygoing manner. After all, Michelle looked like she could kill him with a single punch. 20 minutes passed. Almost everyone chose to team up. After all, within the scholarship mysteries, the demonic creature level would even be as high as 30-something levels. Moreover, the number of demons was limited, and in addition to defending themselves against demons, the scholarships were rivals with each other. If there is only one person, meet others 3 or 5 people group basically can only be self-admitted bad luck. Even being tied up and thrown into a corner and not boosting his experience value by half a point until the end of the secret realm was not unheard of in previous years. As the top scholar of Deep City, Wu Shaoqi's own level was even as high as level 22, and naturally, there was an endless stream of people looking for him to form a team. After all, Deep City was one of the most powerful cities within the Great Xia, and Wu Shaoqi, who was born here, had received the best education and enjoyed the most favorable conditions since he was a child. Its strength naturally far exceeds that of other small city scholars. It didn't take long for Wu Shaoqi's team to be filled with a dozen or so people, including the tall, thin man who had just suffered a defeat at Michelle's expense. After Zunkanki announced that he could start entering the scholarship mystic realm, Wu Shaoqi put his arm around Ning Yi and led a dozen or so people to pass by in front of Yi Lin in great numbers. Those dozen or so people were the topmost existences of their class in a city, but at this moment, they were respectfully following behind Wu Shaoqi. As he passed by Yi Lin, Wu Shaoqi's footsteps gave a slight lurch. I've looked into you, Yi Lin, right? From Qingcheng? Hey, palm-sized small county. Wu Shaoqi's smile was full of malice. To be 18th grade in a small county like that is truly gifted, but a countryman, always a countryman, can't make it to the top. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, count out to me 3 times, say sorry, and what happened that day will be forgotten. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences when you enter the scholar's secret realm. Wu Shaoqi clasped his hands in front of his chest and slightly raised his head, waiting for Yi Lin to kowtow to him. The teammates who had just formed behind him were also eyeing Yi Lin intently, and it was clear that if Yi Lin didn't apologize, then if they bumped into each other in the scholarship mystery realm, Yi Lin would have to face a seed from this group of people. In Wu Shaoqi's opinion, when Yi Lin offended himself like this and he was still willing to give him a chance, he was simply too kind. However, Yi Lin's reaction was also extremely simple as he rolled his eyes and spat out two words in a conciliatory manner from his mouth. Brainwashed. Wu Shaoqi's smile instantly froze on his face, and then his face slowly became gloomy, as if a violent storm was brewing. Wu Shaoqi's eyes became deep and cold. A terrifying aura slowly revealed itself from Wu Shaoqi's body with oppression and terror. The air around him seemed to tremble under his aura, and the heartbeats of all the people couldn't help but speed up. Is this the gold of the top students coming out of the big cities? Many people's faces couldn't help but change. They were all the top scholar athletes in their respective cities, but at this moment, under Wu Shaoqi's aura, they had the feeling that they couldn't catch a single move from Wu Shaoqi. Wu Shaoqi walked towards Yi Lin step by step. Each step seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to ignore. You're fine, Yi Lin. After entering the secret realm, I'll let you know what it means to be worse than death. Wu Shaoqi's entire body leaned against Yi Lin's body, his tone icy cold. At this moment, everyone held their breath and watched this scene nervously. They knew that Wu Shaoqi was really angry, and Yi Lin, I'm afraid, was going to suffer. As expected, the next second, Yi Lin's face changed. He covered his stomach in pain and backed away, and when he looked at Wu Shaoqi, panic was even written on his face. When the crowd looked, they realized that a hideous wound had appeared on Yi Lin's stomach. Blood kept gushing out, and through that wound, they were even able to vaguely see the organs in Yi Lin's stomach. Caesarean. Chapter 75, Aggrieved to Death by Wu Shaoqi. Help! Zheng Kanki's face changed wildly, and he hurriedly rushed over next to Yi Lin with his 3 priests. These 3 priests were supposed to be at the exit of the secret realm to help the scholarly scholars heal their wounds, but they didn't expect it to come in handy now. It wasn't until one of the older priests turned his head and nodded toward him that Zheng Kanki's hanging heart dropped. This means that Yelin can be cured and his life is not in danger. If a scholar died before he even entered the secret realm, he, Zheng Kanki, would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Zheng Kanki coldly looked at Wu Shaoqi, his eyes icy cold. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one could have imagined that Wu Shaoqi would actually really go straight for Yi Lin. Even Wu Shaoqi himself didn't realize that he was in a state of extreme bewilderment at the moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He really didn't make a move on Yi Lin. This point Wu Shaoqi was very sure. He was no more stupid than to be so stupid as to kill Yi Lin in front of everyone. Once the charge of murdering a scholar is realized in full view of the public, even if he is a member of the Wu family, he will have to take off a layer of skin without dying, and Wu Shaoqi is not stupid enough to that extent. But in that case, what's with the wounds on Yelin's body? Did he do it himself? To frame himself? A light flashed in Wu Shaoqi's mind. Although this statement was ridiculous, it was the only possibility. You despicable villain! Wu Shaoqi shouted out sternly as he pointed at Yi Lin's nose. At this moment, Yi Lin was slowly recovering under the treatment of the 3 priests, and when he heard Wu Shaoqi's words of accusation, his eyes suddenly reddened. He tugged at Zheng Kanki's pants leg and said with an aggrieved face, Teacher Zheng, forget it, I'm just from a small county. I can't compare to a kid from a big family like Wu Shaoqi. I'm not dead anyway, so let's just forget about this. Zheng Kanki's heart trembled slightly. Looking at Yi Lin's sincere eyes, he felt as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. Originally, he was hesitant about what to do with Wu Shaoqi, as a matter of fact. If he hadn't even entered the secret realm yet, and he had laid his hands on the other top students, this would definitely disqualify him from entering the secret realm of the top students. But after all, behind Wu Shaoqi stands the Wu family. If it really disqualifies Wu Shaoqi, his trouble will not be small as well. After seeing Yi Lin in this state, Zheng Kanki was instantly determined. Although he couldn't disqualify Wu Shaoqi, he definitely wouldn't let Wu Shaoqi have a good time either. Looking at Yi Lin's green tea look, Wu Shaoqi couldn't hold back even more. Fuck, you sinister little man. You're still pretending? Don't you want to die? This young master will fulfill you. I'll get you killed right here. Wu Shaoqi directly revealed his angelic holy rider profession, and there was a golden light. Enough! Zheng Kanki shouted out harshly, his voice like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the crowd, causing everyone present to feel palpitations, as if it was an awakened tiger with a powerful aura. Wu Xiaoqi's face also turned slightly white. Teacher Zheng, listen to me. Things aren't what you think. It's this vile and insidious. Before Wu Xiaoqi could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Zheng Kanki. Wu Xiaoqi, I've said enough. This is not the Wu family. It's not your turn to be wild here. Zheng Kanki's eyes were cold. How things are? Everyone present saw it clearly. Do you still want to argue? Wu Xiaoqi stuck to Yelin's body, and in the next second a deep wound appeared on Yelin's stomach, and blood gushed out like a spring. Isn't it clear what things are like? It's really not what you guys think. Wu Xiaoqi was just about to explain when he was interrupted again, and this time the person who interrupted him was Yi Lin. Under the full treatment of the three priests, Yi Lin's wounds had already healed, only that his face was still a bit pale from the loss of blood. Mr. Zheng, don't make things difficult for him, or he'll take revenge on me. It was actually me who cut open my own stomach. Don't make things difficult for him. Yi Lin said with a horrified face. Zheng Kanki saw this even more, and became even more distressed about Yi Lin. Then do not dare to be Wu Xiaoqi from the small county out of the Yi Lin, but more Zheng Kanki recognized. Student Yellen, don't worry. The truth is what it should be. Zheng Kanki made his promise, and then looked at Wu Xiaoqi with an electric gaze. Wu Xiaoqi apologized to Yi Lin's classmates. Grass! Wu Xiaoqi at this moment is really suffocating to vomit blood. Obviously really is Yi Lin himself disemboweled to frame him, but there is no one present at all believe him. Do you believe me? I really didn't do anything. Wu Xiaoqi turned his gaze to Ning Yi. Xiaoqi, why don't you apologize to him? Let's make it a big deal and get it over with. Ning Yi couldn't help but advise. Wu Xiaoqi covered his chest as he felt his eyes go a little black. As the pampered young master of the Wu family since he was a child, when had he ever been so wronged? The key was that there really wasn't a single person who believed him. Wu Xiaoqi, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for disqualifying you from entering the scholar's secret realm. Seeing Wu Xiaoqi's insistence, Zheng Kanki was also completely moved at this moment. With so many people watching, he had already given Wu Xiaoqi so many chances. If Wu Xiaoqi had to go one way or the other, then he would disqualify Wu Xiaoqi, and there was no way for the Wu family to say anything more. Wu Xiaoqi clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling, obviously extremely unwilling in his heart. But the thought of being disqualified from entering the secret realm, Wu Xiaoqi still gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. I'm sorry. Wu Xiaoqi's voice was as thin as a mosquito, causing Yi Lin to ask with a bewildered expression. Mr. Wu Xiaoqi, what did you say? Fuck you. Wu Xiaoqi was once again furious and was about to rush up to get Yi Lin killed, but when he saw Zheng Kanki's icy cold eyes, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Apologizing for something like this is like knuckleheads. It can be hard the first time, and after a few times you slowly don't think about it. Wu Xiaoqi took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and shouted. Student Yi Lin, I, Wu Xiaoqi, have apologized to you. I'm sorry. Seeing Wu Xiaoqi open his mouth to apologize, Zheng Kanki's face finally eased a few points. Since you're going to be willing to apologize, then this matter is over. However, you must be the last to enter the secret realm. This is your punishment. Wu Xiaoqi sniffed and blacked out again. With his strength, he could have been the first to enter the secret realm to seize the lead. But now, just because of this son of a bitch Yi Lin, he went from being the first to enter to being the last to enter. He couldn't help but turn his cold and resentful gaze towards Yi Lin. He swore that after entering the secret realm, if he didn't make Yi Lin's life worse than death, he wouldn't be called Wu Xiaoqi. At this time, Yi Lin also noticed that Wu Xiaoqi was looking at him. So he made a face at Wu Xiaoqi at an angle that no one else could see, attaching a middle finger in the process. Wu Xiaoqi had suppressed a belly full of anger. Seeing Yi Lin still dare to provoke him, he could no longer endure. His eyes were red, and he directly rushed over. His mouth also spat out the 4 true words exactly like Lu Haizhu. Ayu. Chapter 76. Yelin's second vocational talent. Looking at Yi Lin's ghostly face, Wu Xiaoqi was furious and charged towards Yi Lin once again. But this time, Zheng Kanki was prepared. Wu Xiaoqi rushed halfway to the ground, was pressed to the ground, unable to move. Wu Xiaoqi, you still dare to make a move? Do you really want to be disqualified? Zheng Kanki shouted out sternly. He made a face at me. That guy is faking. He's faking everything. Wu Shaoqi roared out in hysterical rage, his eyes red. Zheng Kanki suspiciously turned his head to look at Yi Lin, but he only saw that Yi Lin's face was written with innocence and confusion, letting people know at a glance that this was an honest person. Enough! Wu Shaoqi, how long will you continue to be unreasonable? Zheng Kanki frowned and immediately said to the two transmigrants who were holding down Wu Shaoqi, "Watch him. Don't let him make any more trouble." Yes. The two transmigrators nodded solemnly and dragged Wu Shaoqi to the side. And all of this had nothing to do with Yi Lin anymore. Thanks to Wu Shaoqi's blessing, he took Michelle and was the first to step onto the teleportation array. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you down." Mi Shui felt even more guilty in the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for her, Yi Lin wouldn't have offended Wu Shaoqi and wouldn't have been so severely injured before the start of the secret realm. Yi Lin leaned into Michelle's ear and whispered, "I did the injury myself. He was framed by me." Michelle sniffed and stared with big, watery eyes, shock written all over the bottom of her eyes. So, Wu Shaoqi was framed? No wonder that guy was so agitated. She then realized that the Yi Lin in front of her, who looked honest, was actually even more diabolical than she had imagined. With a flash of light from the teleportation array, the two of them, Yi Lin and Michelle, had arrived in a completely new world. The scholarship's secret realm was located in the middle of a forest, surrounded by a light mist, as if every step was stepping on top of a cloud. In the secret realm, there were ancient trees, birds, and flowers, just like a fairyland on Earth. But underneath this beauty, there is clearly a terrible crisis. Only to see the fog in front of them tumbling and surging for a while. A huge demonic creature then rushed out from the fog, its hideous face and sharp claws and teeth sending shivers down one's spine. The devil's eyes flashed with hunger as it lunged towards Yi Lin and Michelle. "Watch out! It's a level 20 stone ghost." Yellen was just about to release a forbidden spell when Michelle pushed him away. The little girl was so strong and didn't hit lightly. Yi Lin felt that his ribs were almost pushed off by her. Michelle had already blocked in front of Yi Lin's body, her muscles bulging high, creating a strong sense of contrast with that cute girl's face. The stone goblin let out a deafening roar, but Michelle was undaunted and instantly met it, battling the stone goblin furiously. The level 20 stone ghost could not benefit in the slightest when facing Michelle, and along with Michelle's fist blasts, stone chips flew from the stone ghost's body. As time passed, it was only a matter of time before this stone goblin was killed by Michelle. Just as the battle between Michelle and the stone goblins entered a white-hot stage, the sky was suddenly overcast with clouds, and a blue thunder dragon rolled through the clouds, as if the wrath of the sky god was about to descend. Boom! A thick heavenly thunder struck down, as if it was the angry sword of a heavenly god, and directly struck the body of the stone statue ghost. The level up to level 20 stone ghost was directly blasted into a field of stone debris by this heavenly thunderbolt. Michelle covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with shock. Instant kill? Instantly killing a level 20 demon? I'm afraid this could only be done by a transmogrifier with a level of 25 or higher. At the same time, a beep sounded in Michelle's head. Team up to kill a level 20 stone goblin, rewarded with 70 experience points. She turned her head dumbfounded and looked behind her at Yellen. "That gargoyle, you killed it? Why do you know thunder magic?" Michelle was puzzled. "Because I'm a forbidden spellcaster." Yi Lin didn't hide anything and directly told the truth to Michelle. "A forbidden spellcaster? I thought you were a wood mage." Michelle muttered. That day, when Yellen summoned so many tentacle vines to bind her tightly, she thought that was the ability that Yellen was good at. "Well, let's not waste time. Come on, let's go deeper." Yi Lin dragged Mi Shui and started walking deeper into the scholarship mystic realm. "Wait, the deeper we go, the stronger the demons become. We'll be killed if we wander off." Michelle was alarmed. When people normally enter a replica secret realm, don't they first solve the weaker demons from the periphery and improve their strength before going deeper? Why did Yi Lin rush to the deepest part as soon as he came up? As expected, they had just gone not far deeper when a dark shadow slowly rose up. It was a huge demonic creature, covered in impenetrable back armor, with a ferocious red light flashing in its eyes and purple saliva dripping from its two huge mouth pincers. Surrounding the ground in the purple saliva corrosion, smoking white smoke nuisance sound, obviously has a poisonous. The appearance of this demonic creature seemed as if even the sky changed color, and the gloomy clouds hung even lower, as if they were going to press down on the back of this demonic creature. Level 25 demonic creature, venomous giant centipede. Michelle gulped and couldn't help but take a few steps back. She knew that this demonic creature was by no means comparable to the stone goblins they had encountered before. This guy was extremely dangerous. Run, or it'll be too late. Michelle pulled Yi Lin and tried to run, while Yi Lin still looked calm and collected, only to see him raise his hand with a calm expression. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. The familiar thunder raging dragon reappeared as a blue-purple thunderbolt blasted down, only to see that the venomous giant centipede that was incomparably terrifying in Michelle's eyes couldn't even manage to put up any resistance before it was cleaved into a charred corpse, with silver-white lightning arcs emerging from time to time. There was even a strong smell of burnt protein in the air. That's dead. Michelle felt like she didn't have enough brain cells. What kind of operation was this? She remembered that she had previously stumbled upon a level 22 demonic creature, and that she and her 3 teammates had cooperated and worked together silently, using all sorts of tactics before they managed to decimate it. And now, a level 25 demonic creature in front of Yellen could only be killed instantly? Stop gawking and go. Yellen pulled on Michelle, and the next scene was one that completely made Michelle's little brain lose its ability to think. A 20 level 2 highly venomous scorpion attacked. A lightning strike came down and died. The level 25 skeleton sword and shield hand came on strong, and a lightning strike came down and killed him. The level 28 abyssal ratman tried to sneak attack from the ground, and Yellen lifted his hand to hold a radiant golden spear downwards and died. Instant kill. No matter what kind of demonic creature he encountered, Yi Lin would only make one move, and he would be able to directly kill it instantly. This scene stunned Michelle. She had never thought that brushing copies of monsters could be this easy. There was no need to pull the demon, no need to study the weaknesses in the demon, no need to avoid the demon's dying counterattack. Without saying a word, a forbidden spell was thrown over and walked away in style. She didn't even react to the fact that she had risen from level 17 to level 18. Wait a minute, I got it. After Yellen killed a level 23 goblin in seconds again, Michelle came to a sudden realization and had a look of surprise on her face, as if she had solved a historic puzzle. You're a forbidden spell master. It's immortal in the scholar's secret realm, so you can maximize the power of the forbidden spells and release them with the determination of certain death every time, and the power will naturally be incredibly strong. Yellen. He thought Michelle had thought of that when he'd said he was a forbidden spellcaster. This chick is muscular, but her head doesn't seem to be working particularly well. Of course, in fact, this is not to blame Michelle. It is really Yi Lin's operation is too shocking. Encountered what level of demonic creatures are one-hit kill. It's like when you play basketball and you see a guy on the court yelling out the Randy rowing cloud body steps, and then every time he jumps up and dunks directly from half court, you're sure to have your brain go down for a while too. All right, let's go. Don't dwell on this. Yi Lin dragged on Michelle and left. He could remember that the demonic creatures within this scholarship mystery were limited. And since he had been given the first opportunity to enter, he had to rush ahead of the others and kill as many demonic creatures as possible before he could do so. Gradually, Michelle became numb as well. Those demons were like they had come to give Yi Lin experience, hissing and rushing over before being directly smashed to death by one of Yi Lin's forbidden spells, without exception. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Yi Lin reproduced the splendor of his time in the novice mystic realm, and the entire scholarship mystic realm was constantly resounding with thunder. And those demonic creatures with lower levels in the periphery would now be so scared that they would become incontinent when they heard thunder. And after killing a level 24 giant hooked poison scorpion, Yi Lin's level had come to level 20, and the forbidden spells he had mastered at the moment had reached 20. Level 20 was a huge watershed for all transmutators, because after reaching level 20, the transmuter would awaken a second career talent, and Yi Lin couldn't wait to check it out at the moment. Name, Yellen. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 20.01%. Strength, 200 plus 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 600 plus 710. Occupational talent 1. Endless spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Occupational talent 2. Extreme sublimation. All skills used by a spellcaster will automatically be sublimated into forbidden spells. Skills: world-destroying thunder, instantaneous dance, burning reincarnation, karmic fire, immortality, eternal frozen eyes, necromancy, yang shou blade technique, eternal gung jin, wall of size, Wooden Realm Descent. Glancing at his second career talent, Yi Lin's pupils snapped together. According to the original, he couldn't use the skill scrolls, common, rare, epic, or legendary level skill scrolls. He couldn't use them, because the skills released by a forbidden spellcaster could only be forbidden spells. This also meant that he could only master a maximum of 100 skills, which was a big shortcoming in the later stages. For example, Zhuganese kind of fire mages. After leveling up, the fire magic they mastered would even be as high as a few thousand to deal with different battle situations and enemies. And with the second career talent, Yellen wouldn't have to worry about that anymore, because any skill he uses will be enhanced into a forbidden spell. Quickly, give me that fireball art you just had. Yilin couldn't wait to look at Michelle and said. Along the way, the skill scrolls that popped out from fighting monsters, Yilin threw them all to Michelle in his head, because he didn't think he could use them at all. Huh? That fireball spell is just a normal skill. Are you sure you want that? Michelle was a bit confused. Right. Without hesitation, Yilin took the fireball skill scroll, then directly learned it, and immediately afterward launched the fireball technique. Occupational Talent Extreme Sublimation activated. Fireball has been enhanced to Inferno God Sai. Forbidden Spell. Sai of the God of Inferno. The spellcaster burns the fire of his own life and summons the God of Inferno to send down a divine fire that burns everything. With a dazzling burst of light, a powerful energy fluctuation instantly spread out. The air around them seemed to be ignited by this energy, and the temperature rose dramatically, forming a huge fireball. The fireball continued to expand, emitting a blazing light and high temperature, as if it was going to consume everything around it. Yi Lin injected his own life fire into the fireball, which instantly became even more dazzling, emitting a reddish-golden light, as if a real sun was burning on the ground. A flash of surprise flashed across Yi Lin's eyes, and it was true. With the professional talent of extreme sublimation, he no longer needed to worry about forbidden spells at all. Whatever type of forbidden spell he wanted, he could just directly look for the corresponding type of low-level skill scroll. There was even no difference between epic-level skill scrolls and normal-level skill scrolls for him. They would be strengthened into forbidden spells anyway. He just had to buy the most common skill scrolls as they were, and the common skill scrolls were only a few $1,000s apiece. Make a lot of money. Yi Lin was pleasantly surprised. If other forbidden spellcasters had gotten this career talent, they would have been pounding their feet. After all, there weren't enough lives to begin with, and it was better to give more forbidden spells than one more life. But it's different for Yellen. He has no other advantage, just a lot of life. Having more forbidden spells would undoubtedly allow Yellen to have more resilience and tactics when facing opponents stronger than himself. Let's go brush up. Yi Lin, who was in a good mood, pulled on Michelle and was going to continue to level up. Michelle's task for these 5 days was to carry bags, carry things, carry loot, cook for Yellen, fetch water for Yellen, and the main hit was a slave girl attached. But Michelle was happy about it, and even hated to personally feed the rice into Yellen's mouth. After all, with Yi Lin as her thigh, Michelle's leveling up over the past 5 days had been extremely fast, and had already reached level 19, only one level lower than Yi Lin. At this moment, Yi Lin called out to her to continue leveling up, and she was more than eager to follow. But without running 2 steps, she bumped into a broad back, and Yellen hurriedly covered her rosy little mouth. Shuh, look, what's that? A flash of excitement flashed under Yi Lin's eyes. Not far away, there was a clear spring, and the flowing water was like a small waterfall that kept rushing into the spring. A golden toad was crouching on a huge black rock next to the spring. Its skin shimmered brightly in the sunlight, as if it had been gilded with a thin layer of gold dust. The toad was unusually large, 4 or 5 meters tall, with a pair of vertical pupils gleaming, revealing a mysterious aura. Michelle came over to take a look, and her beautiful eyes instantly shrank. This is Multi-Treasure Golden Toad, Chapter 77, The Power of a Fireball Spell. Doppelganger Toad. This was an extremely special type of demonic creature, and its great name was almost like a thunderclap to every transmogrifier. The doppelganger toad will swallow all the treasure and hide it in its huge belly. The higher the grade of the multi-treasure golden toad, the higher the value of the treasure hidden in its stomach. It was no wonder that Yi Lin and Michelle were excited. This duo, Bao Gene Toad in front of them, was as high as level 26. If they could capture it alive, the amount of stuff that could be popped out of a duo Bao Gene Toad would even exceed the sum of 100 other demons combined. Lean over quietly, I'll control it. You grab it. Got it? Yi Lin whispered to Michelle. Michelle's little pink head nodded as quickly as a chicken pecking at rice. Greedy, timid, and extremely fast. These are the labels on the doppelganger toad. And the multi-treasure golden toad can only be captured alive, cannot be hunted. If the multi-treasure golden toad senses the crisis of certain death, will immediately secrete extremely corrosive gastric fluid, the body of the treasure all digested, so that the person who hunts it cannot get anything. Michelle prostrated herself on the ground, and little by little, she moved over towards the duo bow golden toad. The multiple treasure golden toad was extremely vigilant, and as long as it was allowed to detect any slightest breeze, it would immediately flee. Luckily, Michelle was also extremely patient, and it took her a full hour to slowly move to the eye level of the multiple treasure golden toad. Michelle quietly put her hand behind her back and gestured an OK sign towards Yellen, signaling that Yellen could do it. Seeing this, Yilin quietly pinched up a forbidden spell, preparing to use Wood Realm Descent to first bind this multi-precious golden toad, and then have Michelle take it down with a vicious dog pounce. The power attribute of the barbarian berserker profession was extremely astonishing. Once this multi-treasure golden toad was bound by the Wood Realm Descent and then bailed out by Mi Shui, it would definitely be hard for it to fly. The moment Yi Lin and Michelle were both ready to make a move, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind them. Yilin, you're really here. You really gave me a hard time looking for you. Yi Lin's face changed and he bellowed. Do it. Forbidden spell. Wood Realm Descent. Unleashing this forbidden spell in the jungle was undoubtedly even more terrifying in its power, as countless tough green vines wrapped around towards the multi-treasure golden toad like spiritual snakes. Michelle also stopped lurking and directly lunged towards that multi-precious golden toad. However, it was already too late. That sudden sound caused the multi-treasure golden toad to sense something, and with a croak, its huge body instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a golden residual shadow. Blanche! Yi Lin's face sank, pounced on the empty Mi Shui, is also silver teeth clenched. To the mouth of the duck actually flew so, anyone's mood cannot be good. A rustling sound came out, and then Wu Xiaoqi and his group came out from behind the leafy bushes, and there were quite a few people following behind Wu Xiaoqi and his group, obviously wanted to watch the fun. Whenever and wherever, the matter of watching the fun is a gene engraved in the bones of the people of Daxia. You're hiding really deep. You've really made me look for you. I'm going to settle the score with you. I'll let you know what it means to be worse than death. As enemies met, Wu Xiaoqi stared at Yi Lin sinisterly. Tiske, this kid is miserable, being blocked by Wu Xiaoqi with his men. There's no place to run. Wu Xiaoqi has risen another level within the scholar's secret territory, and at this moment, he's already at level 23, and there aren't many people who would be his opponent in a solo fight, not to mention the fact that he has a group of teammates. I can only say that he does have bad luck. The scholarship mystic realm is so big that he still happens to bump into Wu Xiaoqi. The crowd that came over to watch the fun were talking, looking at Yi Lin with a little sympathy in their eyes. They knew that facing the furious Wu Xiaoqi, Yi Lin would definitely have to suffer from old age. However, at this moment, Yi Lin's face was also extremely cold, like a volcano about to erupt. Life is worse than death? Don't worry, I'll make sure all of you experience it. With the multiple treasure golden toad running away like this, it would be much harder for him to catch the other party. Ah, have you lost your mind? What do you mean you alone want to take on a dozen of us? The tall and thin man who had previously invited Michelle to form a team and was rejected sneered out. He had long been looking at Yi Lin in a bad light, and at this moment, he was even the first to stand out. Facing his provocation, Yi Lin calmly took the skill scroll from Michelle, then raised his hand, and a burst of energy surged. Fireball! The tall, thin man laughed even more disdainfully at this. Fireball magic was the lowest and most common skill. A transmogrifier could learn it. This guy actually wanted to use a fireball magic to deal with himself. It was simply whimsical. But soon, his smile froze on his face, only to see Yi Lin's finger gently lifted. The seemingly ordinary fireball suddenly skyrocketed several times, transforming into a round of reddish-golden sun with a diameter of several meters, carrying a horrible high temperature, and fiercely smashing into the tall and thin man with the momentum of a thunderous thunderclap. This scene was as shocking as a divine fire descending from the sky, and a ghostly sigh seemed to be faintly audible. No, this can't be. Help me! The tall and thin man screamed in terror as he frantically tried to dodge, but the speed of the fireball was too fast, and he had nowhere to run. The round of sun ruthlessly smashed into his body and exploded. The high temperature and shockwave instantly engulfed him, and he didn't even manage to let out a scream before he was turned into a charred corpse. With this sudden change, all the people watching were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, not knowing what they should say. Is that a fucking fireball? How they don't feel quite right. That tall, thin man was at least a city's top student and leveled at level 18. Such a person was killed by a fireball spell? It's like you've just gone in ahead, and the other guy yells out arrival, arrival, arrival. The charred corpse squirmed a bit, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His expression was completely distorted, obviously in extreme pain. Although the laws of the scholarship mystic realm were able to shelter him from death, the pain of being burned was real. He would also be the first person to have 100% burns and still survive. Yi Lin, we are all the future pillars of the Xia, and you actually laid such a cruel hand on them. Are you still a human being? Ning Yi next to Wu Shaoqi immediately accused as Yi Lin. Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted person who can't see the act of favoritism. And the main one is that everyone is equal. So what he's experienced, you'll be able to experience in no time. Yi Lin calmly opened his mouth, and at the same time, picked up a skill scroll in his hand once again. Ice Spinning Spell. Chapter 78. A dozen puddles of rotten flesh. The few people who were being stared at by Yi Lin suddenly had a chilling feeling behind their backs at the moment, as if they were being stared at by a flood beast. Like Fireball, Ice Spin Spell is a very common skill. Specifically, it coalesces into a sharp spiral ice cone that spins and stabs towards the enemy. But when it was cast in Yi Lin's hands, the ice spinning spell instantly underwent a radical change. One could only see countless sharp ice prongs 100 feet thick and thin forming in midair, like a crystal-clear crystal pillar, emitting a piercing coldness. They spun rapidly in the air like a huge ice-colored gyroscope, carrying a destructive force as they whistled towards those still in shock, Wu Shaoqi and his group. How is this possible? How could the ice-spinning spell have this kind of power? It doesn't make sense. And why does he know a fire spell and an ice spell at the same time? Wu Shaoqi's jaw was also stunned off at this moment, and he immediately used his profession Angelic Holy Rider. A holy shield emitting golden light was raised high, trying to defend against the ice prism's attack. But after only blocking the first ice prism, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on that golden shield. When the second ice prism struck, the golden shield shattered on the spot. Golden Ten-Fist Sword. Wu Shaoqi's face changed wildly, and he immediately used his big move from the bottom of the box, only to see Wu Shaoqi's hand condensing a golden long sword, chopping in a cross shape towards the roiling ice prisms. Do it together. I don't believe he can deal with so many of us at once. When Wu Shaoqi let out a stern shout, it was only then that Ning Yi and the dozen of them reacted from their shock, and together they struck out against the ice-spinning curse that Yi Lin had cast. The people who had gathered around to see what was going on had been completely dumbfounded. One man against a dozen scholars. This kind of thing, no one would believe it if they said it out loud. But now this scene was so real in front of them. This guy, is he an elemental mage? Why is he able to use all the fire and ice skills? Nah, elemental mage's skills aren't that powerful. I did think of an extremely terrifying profession. If it's that profession, it's entirely possible. What? Forbidden Spellcaster. The moment these three words came out, countless people sucked in cold air. Forbidden Spellcasters are notoriously short-lived, and a few more skills, and you're going to be missing arms and legs. However, if it was within the scholarship mysteries, then a Forbidden Spellcaster would have much more room to play. After all, within the scholarship mystery, everyone was immortal, which also meant that Forbidden Spellcasters had many forbidden spells that didn't need to tie their hands anymore. As expected, Yi Lin's third strike directly confirmed their suspicions. Rock Fall. Only Yi Lin raised his palm and once again released a mediocre normal skill. The Falling Stone technique was to summon a large stone to fall from the sky towards the enemy. And after Yi Lin cast the Falling Stone technique, what fell from the sky was no longer an ordinary stone, but a brilliant star from the sky. The star drew a dazzling light track in the void, just like a shooting star, carrying the power of destroying the sky and earth, and smashing straight towards Wu Shaoqi and the others. Wherever the star passed, space seemed to be torn apart by it, emitting a hissing sound. Wu Shaoqi and the others turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying skill before. The oppressive feeling brought about by that star made them not even have the courage to resist. This is a F*King Rockfall spell. This is clearly the forbidden spell, Heavenly Star Falling. My god, he really is a forbidden spell master. Some onlooker scholars recognized the forbidden spell Yi Lin had cast, and their faces instantly turned pale. Wu Shaoqi's face became extremely ugly, Ning Yi and the others also looked horrified. Although they were not weak, they looked so powerless in the face of a forbidden spellcaster who was in the scholarship mystic realm. Before the ice prongs could be resolved, an even more terrifying star had smashed over. If they had known that Yi Lin was a forbidden spellcaster, they wouldn't have chosen to mess with Yi Lin at all. They tried to resist, but the star was as if it weighed 10,000 pounds, directly crushing them below. Yi Lin, I'm a direct descendant of the Wu family. Are you sure you want to go against me? Wu Shaoqi snapped out. Seeing that he couldn't beat Yi Lin, Wu Shaoqi could only bring out his family background. Don't worry, it's not like you're going to die here. It's just going to hurt a little bit. If the Wu family is even going to stand up for you here, then I'll admit it. Yi Lin waved his hand, and the star pressed down a few more points. Wu Shaoqi's face turned red. Yi Lin, even if you don't fear the Marshall family, what about the Supreme Academy? We're all students of the Supreme Academy. We won't see each other's heads in the future. Do you really want to make things worse? Coincidentally, the Supreme Academy refuses to accept me, so go in peace. The moment these words fell from Yi Lin, the brilliant star completely smashed down. Boom! With a loud sound, as if the sky was crumbling, the star smashed on top of the heads of Wu Shaoqi and the others. For a time, light shone everywhere, and the entire space seemed to be filled with the light of this star, dazzling to the extreme. No! Wu Shaoqi let out a scream. When the light dispersed, the crowd only saw that Wu Shaoqi and the others had been smashed deep into the ground by the star, and the earth around them had spiderweb-like cracks, as if the star had really fallen from the sky, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Wu Shaoqi's group of a dozen people were all smashed into a puddle of minced meat by the stars. However, under the effect of the rules of the scholarship mystic realm, they still didn't die, but instead squirmed madly. A dozen or so puddles of minced meat, mixed with broken organs and bones, writhing there, were creepy just looking at them. It was the equivalent of a puddle of rotten meat, having a human mind and cognition, seeing their torn muscles, popped eyeballs, and broken bones, all of which was enough to torture the spirit of anyone with a weak will to the point of breaking. At this moment, the entire room was silent, and those who had followed over to watch the fun had even begun to regret why they had come over. They held their breath, not daring to let out a single fart, fearing that Yi Lin would stare at them and give them a falling stone technique as well. That come a few kind people, send student Wu Shaoqi and the others to treatment. Yi Lin said very kindly. In fact, he couldn't tell which piece of meat was Wu Shaoqi. The crowd of onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. No one dared to move a bit until Yi Lin kindly raised his hand again, thunder jumping in his palm. Then they rushed over in fear. Without the proper tools, they took shovels, and without the proper containers, they took off their clothes and wrapped them. A group of people rushed toward the exit of the scholarly mystery realm with a dozen puddles of rotten meat and a charred corpse in their wake. Phew! After solving these flies, it's finally clear. Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. Although Wu Shaoqi and the others could still be saved and restored to their original state, this time would definitely not be too short. After all, the sheer amount of work involved in putting a puddle of rotting flesh back together into a large living person cannot be overstated. By the time Wu Shaoqi was a new man, it was estimated that the scholarship mystery realm had already ended. Let's go see if we can still catch up with that multi-treasure golden toad. Yi Lin greeted towards Michelle. At this time, Michelle had already scared her little face white, and she resisted everything on her body without saying a word. She recalled it now, and realized that she had already been at the gates of hell before. She didn't dare to imagine that if Yi Lin had given himself such a blow when she was treating him as a pervert, she probably wouldn't have ended up any better than Wu Shaoqi and the others. A beautiful girl turned into a slime. Is that a good idea? Chapter 79. High-grade demonic creature, Hell's three-headed dog. The exit of the scholar's secret realm. Sang Chanqi was standing by with 3 priests and a dozen professional medical staff. Although today was only the 6th day of the opening of the scholarship mystic realm, and there were still more than 20 days left until the end, but in previous years, people had already been seriously injured at this time, and they had to be cautious. This year's group of top students are quite powerful. This is the 6th day, and not a single one of them has found their way here yet. Zunkanki said with a smile. Pastor 1. Yes, in previous years it has been busy at this time of the year, and I can see that this year's batch of top students is extraordinary. Pastor 2. Let's hope they all go well, then we can relax too. Pastor 3. Indeed. Just as a few people were chatting, a large group of people rushed over in a flurry of wind. Zheng Kanki's heart instantly tightened. If this was the case, someone must have been injured. What's going on? Who got hurt? Sang Chanchi asked. This. We can't say who was injured. The crowd placed a tall and thin man who had been cleaved into a charred corpse in front of Zheng Kanki. Holy shit! Zheng Kanki was also startled. Injured this badly? Did this run into an extremely high-ranked fire attribute demon? Priest! Priests, come quickly! Seeing the three priests working together to begin healing, the burns on the tall, thin man's body began to gradually recover, and his newly grown skin was as white and tender as a baby's. Phew! Luckily, it's just one, which is still better than previous years. Zheng Kanki breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a dozen or so balls of wriggling meat were carried to Zheng Kanki's face. What's this? A low-level demonic slime? Zheng Kanki frowned. No, Mr. Zheng. This is Wu Xiaoqi and the others. A top student said with a look of fear. What? Zheng Kanki's eyes widened, and he almost stared his eyes out of their sockets. Are you saying that these dozen or so meatballs are all human? Under Zheng Kanki's stunned gaze, the few people in front of him slowly nodded. Zheng Kanki's eyes went black, and he almost fainted straight away. He had just said that this year's top student was quite impressive, but in the blink of an eye, the so-called top student has become a ball of meat? The three priests were also dumbfounded. Pastor 1. What's going on? How did you grind it into this mess? Priest 2. Did they get trampled by some giant demonic creature? That's too pathetic. Pastor 3. Indeed. The amount of work involved in restoring a dozen or so meatballs into a dozen or so large living beings is simply frighteningly large. Zheng Kanki hastily borrowed several more high-level priest nurses from Deep City. After they had looked at the dozen or so balls of meat, they all lit up. This would undoubtedly be a highlight of their professional resume, if they did a good job. Soon, the exit of the scholarship secret realm was busy. On the other hand, the two of them, Yi Lin and Michelle, were similarly busy. The two chased along the direction that the multi-treasure golden toad fled all the way, but one does not matter, not to mention the multi-treasure golden toad. Even a golden toad hair did not see. It's still too cheap for those dogs. Yi Lin frowned. If it wasn't for Wu Xiaoqi and the others messing up, there was no way that the multi-treasure golden toad could have escaped from his hands. Just now, the multiple treasure golden toad had already been frightened once, and now it might be hiding somewhere within the secret territory, so it would be difficult to find it again. Forget it. Don't look for it. Upgrade first. Unable to do anything about it, Yi Lin could only give up the idea of continuing to pursue the multiple treasure golden toad. This scholar's secret realm was so big. Relying on the two of them to find that multi-precious golden toad was like finding a needle in a haystack. Yi Lin brought Michelle with him and began to push across towards the depths of the scholarship mystic realm. After awakening his second profession talent, Yi Lin preferred to use small skills like fireball magic. After all, forbidden spells needed to be chanted and had a certain amount of skill foreshake, so both humans and magical creatures would be on guard. But the direct use of fireball magic can be instantaneous. Instantaneous fireball magic will be sent out in the role of the extreme sublimation to achieve the power of the forbidden spell. Used to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger sneak attack is indeed extremely good use. After quickly resolving the demons that blocked their path, Yi Lin and his duo continued to explore deeper into the scholarship mystic realm. Soon, they ran into several more groups of terrifying demons. The closer one got to the center of the secret realm, the greater the number of demonic creatures became, and the more powerful they became. Slowly, level 30 demons began to appear as well, and Yi Lin's face was extremely grave in the face of the level 30 demons. Because a level 30 demonic creature was no longer in existence that could be easily killed in seconds with a single forbidden spell, it had to be 2 forbidden spells. Well, that's it for today. Seeing the bright moon hanging high above, Yellen stopped in his tracks. Although the mana value was not yet depleted, his spirit was beginning to tire. Although he had an immortal body, Yi Lin also needed normal rest. He lit the campfire, and then he asked Michelle to keep watch for him. This chick had hoarded herself out for so much experience value for nothing. It was only right to keep watch for herself. In order to fall asleep quickly, Yellen picked up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and used the back of the blade to give it a hard knock on his head, and all of a sudden, he had the pure quality of sleep like a baby. Listening to the even breathing coming from Yi Lin, Michelle couldn't help but mutter as well. What a weirdo. Growing up, the males that came near her, except for her dad, almost always had bad intentions, and 9 out of 10 were Lilicons. But Yellen wasn't like those men. Yellen didn't see her as a woman. or even as a human being. Michelle felt like she was just an okay, humanoid tool in Yelen's eyes. Thinking about it, Michelle's thoughts let fly out of the sky as she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yelen's sleeping face. However, right in the darkness of the night, there were also 3 pairs of crimson eyes that were staring at them from afar. Michelle suddenly winced, as if sensing something, and jerked her head back, but saw nothing. Strange, is it just me? Michelle frowned. She just clearly felt like something was peering at her. In the next second, Michelle suddenly detected an extremely dangerous feeling. Yelen, be careful. She couldn't react otherwise in time, and subconsciously picked up the sleeping Yelen, followed by a lunge to the side. Barely. Michelle felt some kind of liquid land on her back, followed by an extremely strong burning sensation on her back, as if she had been poured with sulfuric acid. Michelle sucked in a cold breath in pain. Yi Lin was also awakened at this moment. He looked at Michelle's back and realized that the clothes on Michelle's back had already been corroded by a thick green, foul-smelling liquid, and even her originally white and delicate skin was deeply corroded. Yelen frowned and looked at the monster in the darkness. His eyes snapped open, and his face became much more intense. It's a high-level demonic creature, the 3-headed dog of hell. Cerberus, Chapter 80, Terrifying Higher-Level Demons. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent, when suddenly a low growl broke the quiet, like the roar of an evil spirit from hell, only to see a huge canine shadow leaping out of the darkness, its stout figure covered in black flames, its crimson eyes flashing menacingly in the night. The mouth kept dripping with foul-smelling and corrosive saliva. The fangs were exposed as if they could tear everything apart, and what was even more chilling was that this monster, of course, had 3 heads. 6 crimson eyes were sizing up both Yi Lin and Michelle. This is none other than the legendary 3-headed dog of hell, Cerberus, a truly high-level demonic creature. There is a world of difference between low-level demons and high-level demons. Low-level demons not only have very low strength and intelligence, but their highest level can only reach level 50. Level 50 is the limit for low-level magical creatures, such as slimes, which are common low-level magical creatures. However, high-level magical creatures were different. High-level magical creatures were not only stronger and had a higher level cap, but they also possessed an extremely high level of intelligence and would even use schemes and traps. A high-level demonic creature could easily tear apart a dozen or so low-level demons of the same level. And the level of this hell's 3-headed dog in front of him was clearly as high as level 36. It was no wonder that Mi Shui was heavily injured right off the bat. In fact, if it wasn't for the sake of saving the sleeping Yi Lin, she should have been able to dodge that strike just now. You stay away, this guy. He's tough. Yi Lin said to Michelle that this hellish 3-headed dog was probably one of the most powerful demonic creatures in the scholarship mystic realm. The 3-headed dog of hell growled lowly and circled around the bonfire a few times. It was clear that this guy had already taken Yi Lin and Michelle as his prey. Fireball. Yi Lin took the lead and directly used a skill scroll, and the fireball technique was directly upgraded to Inferno Godsai under the effect of extreme sublimation. The huge red-golden flaming sun smashed towards the 3-headed dog of hell. But at that moment, Yi Lin read an emotion from the 6 huge eyes of the 3-headed dog of hell, an emotion that was called contempt, only to see the second of the hell's 3-headed dogs reveal its mouth wide open, and with a single bite, it bit down towards the Nako red gold sun released by Yi Lin. With a gurgling sound, the forbidden spell released by Yi Lin was actually directly swallowed by that hellish 3-headed dog. What kind of monster is this? Yi Lin had some scalp numbness. It was also the first time he had faced a high-level demonic creature. He didn't expect this monster to be so terrifying. Facing the forbidden spell he had unleashed, he was able to directly swallow it in one bite. After swallowing Yelen's forbidden spell, a flash of humanized mockery appeared in the eyes of the hellish 3-headed dog. Then his 3rd head opened its mouth wide, and a thick green, foul-smelling liquid was spewed out towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin frowned and directly sacrificed 2 cashews in exchange for 10 times his agility, dodging violently to the side. This thick green liquid possessed an extremely terrifying corrosiveness. Just now Michelle had already personally verified it. He didn't want to be stained with this thing. That huge dog head followed Yi Lin all the way to spit out thick green liquid. Along the way, wherever he went, all the flowers, plants, and trees were all corroded. Even the ground couldn't be spared, emitting gusts of white smoke under the corrosion of that liquid. Yi Lin had just avoided the extremely corrosive green liquid when he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind. He quickly turned around, only to see a sharp black claw shadow slashing fiercely towards him. He didn't dare to take it hard, and quickly made a horizontal jump to avoid the fatal blow. At this point, Yi Lin had realized that he couldn't have any more reservations or hesitations when facing such a high-level demonic creature. Forbidden spell. Burning reincarnation. Brilliant blood-colored flames rose from Yi Lin's body, and that was Yi Lin's life flame burning brightly. Without burning reincarnation's double three-dimensional attribute bonus, it was impossible for Yi Lin to be a match for this hellish three-headed dog. Bastard, don't you like to swallow? I'll let you swallow enough. Yi Lin raised his hand. The metal elements in his body kept surging out of his body, and dots of golden aura converged in his hand, eventually coalescing into a brilliant and dazzling golden lance. Forbidden spell, Eternal Gungjin. The golden lance in Yi Lin's hand was like a meteor cutting through the night sky, carrying an unstoppable might as it ruthlessly stabbed at the three-headed dog of hell. Above that lance, the characteristic luster of Eternal Gungjin flowed, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. A flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the three-headed dog of hell, but it was then replaced by a scowl. It let out a low roar, and its second head opened its bloody mouth, spitting out rolling black flames in an attempt to fend off Yi Lin's attack. However, this forbidden spell, Eternal Gungjin, was most adept at breaking the surface with a point. The destructive power might not be as good as the destructive Berserker Thunder, but the attacking power was definitely top-notch. The long spear was as unstoppable as a dragon out of the sea, directly penetrating the black flames and piercing into the bloody mouth of that second head of the three-headed dog of hell, deeply penetrating into the throat. A mournful scream rang out, and the hell's three-headed dog's body trembled violently, as if it had suffered unimaginable pain. That second head struggled for a moment, then hung limply without a sound. Having one of its heads killed by Yi Lin, the hell's three-headed dog was obviously completely enraged. The first head that hadn't moved its hand, oh no, it hadn't moved its mouth, was shocked and furious. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out an extremely bizarre black breath. The aura carried a strong aura of death and withering, as if it was the focus of everything in the world. As soon as this aura came out, everything along the way was eroded, flowers withered and green leaves withered. The little white rabbit that had been frightened panicked and just happened to be enveloped by that black breath. And in an instant, that little white rabbit collapsed to the ground and quickly became a dried rabbit. It wasn't hard to imagine that if someone was struck by this aura, they would surely quickly turn into a human stem as well. Yellen was furious at the sight. Rabbit is so cute. How could you kill Rabbit? Fireball. Although it was still the same skill, the current Yellen had double the bonus of burning reincarnation. The red golden sun that appeared this time was unknown how many times more terrifying than just now. And as soon as that black breath came close, it was directly vaporized by the terrifying heat. The red golden sun then went unabated and directly smashed towards the three-headed dog of hell. The three-headed dog of hell hissed, and its huge sharp claws then slapped down towards the red golden sun in front of it. Bang! The red gold sun was directly slapped and crumbled away, but the claws of the three-headed dog of hell were also burned to the point that a rich, charred scent wafted out. And at this time, Yi Lin had already appeared on the flank of the three-headed dog of hell. The forbidden spell Eternal Gungjin was cast once again, and the golden lance appeared in his hand. Facing an enemy of this size, there was no forbidden spell that worked better than Eternal Gungjin, and no subsequent throws were likely to fall short. This time, Yi Lin was aiming for the third head that would spit out corrosive liquid. Just as the golden lance was about to hit the third head, a scene that shocked Yi Lin appeared. That second head that should have died a long time ago came to life and took a bite out of the golden lance that was speeding by. Vocal. Swindle. Chapter 81. Unexpected Joy. The Many Treasures Golden Toad. Dang! Accompanied by a sound of gold and iron. In Yi Lin's shocked gaze, the suddenly resurrected second head accurately bit into the golden lance condensed from Eternal Gungjin. Yi Lin clearly remembered that this head had just been penetrated through the head by the Eternal Gungjin and was too dead to die. But it was just such a moment's effort that the injuries on top of this second head had all recovered, and it was just like a fine dog. Can it be that this thing also has an immortal body? Yi Lin looked at the hellish three-headed dog in front of him in disbelief. At this time, the injuries on the hell's three-headed dog had completely recovered, and the three heads let out a terrifying roar in unison. The second head stared at Yi Lin in death, its eyes filled with ferocity and hatred. The huge hell's three-headed dog then leapt up and lunged towards Yi Lin. Yilin dodged while shouting at Michelle, who was hiding. I remember you had a lot of chocolate in the bag you were carrying. Throw me the chocolate. Huh? Are you hungry? Michelle froze. Wasn't she in the middle of dealing with the high-level demonic creature, Hell's three-headed dog? Yilin wanted to eat chocolate at this time. Leave it alone and throw it over. Yilin urged. Oh. Michelle opened her backpack with her hands in a frenzy and threw the dozens of chocolates inside to Yelin in a brainstorm. Chocolate, this thing's small size, calories thief high, the most suitable for wild camping cross-country when eating, can quickly replenish physical strength, so Michelle prepared a lot. After receiving the chocolate, Yelin raised his hand and greeted the three-headed dog of hell with a fireball spell. The three-headed dog of hell was enraged and instantly became even more frantic as it tore towards Yilin. Those three bloody mouths were extremely conspicuous, and even through the moonlight one could see the throat of the three-headed dog of hell. This saved Yelin a lot of trouble, as he squeezed the chocolate in his hand and then kept throwing it into the stomach of the three-headed dog of hell like a dart. In order to rain on the parade, each head Yelin did not spare. Hell, I don't know if the three heads share a common digestive system or if they have three digestive systems. The three-headed dog of hell was also very cooperative, coming and going, swallowing all of them into its belly, as if everything in this world it could devour. Soon all the chocolates were thrown into the stomach of Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, by Yelin. Michelle was dumbfounded by Yelin's maneuver. She couldn't even understand what Yelin was actually doing. Was he feeding the three-headed dog from hell? But soon, a shocking change occurred in the three-headed dog of hell, only to see that the huge-sized hell, three-headed dog suddenly collapsed to the ground. All the muscles of his body began to undergo intense spasms. All three heads began to foam at the mouth at the same time, and the lower half of his body was even incontinent, with a foul odor. Ah! Ah! Michelle opened her rosy little mouth wide, confusion written all over her small white face. She couldn't figure out, obviously it had been Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, that had been chasing after Yelin. How could it be that after chasing, the three-headed dog of hell itself had fallen first? Yilin glanced at the dumbfounded Michelle and opened his mouth to explain. Don't you know? Dogs can be poisoned by eating chocolate. The theobromine and other substances in chocolate can make dogs have muscle spasms, and dogs will vomit, diarrhea, drooling, and other toxic phenomena after eating it. And in severe cases, it can also cause death. This I know. But this is the high-level demonic creature Hell's three-headed dog Cerberus. Michelle muttered and opened her mouth. It was fine if Yilin didn't explain, but this explanation made Michelle even more dumbfounded instead. Hellhounds are dogs too, so chocolate is just as likely to poison a hellhound? Who would have thought that the dreaded high-level demonic creature, the Hell's three-headed dog, would have a nemesis in chocolate? Yilin walked over to the still-twitching Hell's three-headed dog, then opened the burning chakra and directly slammed down with an exterminating frenzied thunder. Possibly sensing that death was approaching, the Hell's three-headed dog actually staggered to its feet when that furious, raging thunderstorm was about to slam down. Six eyes stared at Yilin at the same time and let out a low growl. Subsequently, the black flames from the three-headed dog of hell surged towards both Yilin and Michelle at the same time at an extremely terrifying speed. The flame was filled with high temperature, as if it could burn everything, carrying the grudge and madness of the three-headed dog of hell before its death. And once touched, the consequences were unimaginable. Yelin pulled Michelle behind himself. Then with a lift of his hand, a thick wall blocked in front of the two of them. Forbidden spell wall of size. Yilin's level had now reached level 20, and unless a level 40 or higher demon or transmogrify made a move, he would be able to break the defense of the wall of size head-on. Otherwise, the only option was to bypass the wall of size and launch an attack on Yelin. Although the Hell's three-headed dog's deathbed counterattack was extremely terrifying, when faced with the wall of size, it could only shake its head and sigh. The black flame hit the wall of size and was directly annihilated. Not even a single crack was left on the wall of size. And at that moment, the thunder summoned by Yilin had also fallen. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, that Hell's three-headed dog was directly struck by lightning into a charred black corpse. Kill the 36th level advanced demonic creature, Hell's three-headed dog, rewarded with 720 experience points. High-level demons were just that, high-level demons, all providing twice the experience value of lower-level demons. And Yilin had risen to level 21 with this experience value. But before he could be happy, Yelin realized another problem. The black flames released by the three-headed dog of hell before its death did not cause direct damage to Yi Lin and Michelle under the blockage of the Wall of Size, but they spread rapidly around, creating a devastating fire. The scene around them instantly became chaotic and dangerous, as the trees, grass, and surrounding bushes were reduced to ashes in a raging fire. Bugger off! Yi Lin quickly reacted, pulling up Michelle's hand and rushing out in the direction away from the black flames. But just as soon as he moved, Michelle sucked in cold air from the pain. It was then that Yellen remembered that Michelle had just had her back corroded by the spit of a hellish three-headed dog in order to carry off the sleeping him. Not caring about that much, Yi Lin ignored Michelle's refusal and directly picked Michelle up in his arms, then rushed out towards the secret perimeter. Michelle's cheeks were already flushed at the moment. The hot ground was underneath her, and the air was filled with the smell of burning and smoke. But at this moment, she kind of wished that time would pause in this moment. Quack! Just as Michelle was soaking in the atmosphere, a clear frog's cry came. When Yi Lin twisted his head to look, he saw that a huge golden toad was panicking, with black flames burning on its butt. This is that multi-precious golden toad from last time. Yi Lin was overjoyed. He didn't expect that after decapitating the three-headed dog of hell, there would be an unexpected blessing. The black flames released by the hell's three-headed dog's dying counterattack actually burned out that multi-treasure golden toad. Chapter 82. Delicious Mushroom Soup. Forbidden Spell. Burning Reincarnation. Forbidden Spell. Wood Realm Descent. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Lin raised his hand and fired 2 forbidden spells. In the state of burning chakra, the vines that appear from the descent of the wood realm become even tougher to break free from. And since this was a forest, where casting wood realm descent would get the greatest boosting effect, it was clear that Yi Lin had no intention of letting this multiple treasure golden toad go at all this time. The green vines were like a spiritual snake, twining towards the duo bow golden toad. The vertical pupil of the multi-treasure golden toad showed a color of panic. It obviously did not expect that it would actually be so unlucky today. First, it was inexplicably burned by fire, and then it also ran into Yi Lin. Multi-treasure golden toad limbs stomping, trying to break free from the vines that bind it. However, those vines, as if they have life, tightly entangled it. No matter how it struggles, cannot break free, but the more struggling, the tighter the bundle. The multiple treasure golden toad opened its large mouth and took a deep breath. Then its body swelled up, and transparent mucus was secreted from its torso. Quack! With the lubrication of the mucus, the duo bow golden toad instantly broke free of the wood realm advent vines and tried to escape. I didn't want to hurt you, but you're obsessed, so don't blame me. Yi Lin's eyes stared, and the vines released by the wood realm descent once again twined towards the duo bow golden toad. And this time, the surface of the vines not only shone with a faint golden light, but countless short, sharp thorns also grew out of the vines. The vines swept towards the duo bow golden toad, like a python chasing its prey, and soon wrapped the duo bow golden toad tightly around it. The vines gradually tightened, making the duo bow golden toad's movements become increasingly slow. The multi-treasure golden toad let out an anxious chirp as its body was wrapped tighter and tighter around the vines, as if it was going to be squeezed into a ball. However, this time, no matter how much it struggled and secreted mucus, it was unable to break free from the vines that bound it. On the contrary, due to it struggling too violently, the short thorns on the vines had dug deep into its skin, causing the doppelganger golden toad to chirp incessantly in pain. With a flash, Yi Lin arrived in front of the duo bow golden toad, and for this lost and found prey, Yi Lin was obviously extremely happy. He set the starfall heavenly mark on the head of the duo bow golden toad. I know you can understand me. Spit everything out and I won't kill you. Yi Lin opened his mouth. The multi-treasure golden toad was likewise a high-level magical creature, and its intelligence wasn't low at all. That multiple treasure golden toad hesitated for a while, then spat out a piece of odd stone about the size of a fist from its mouth. The surface of this stone flowed with a faint golden luster, as if it contained infinite magical power, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for it, emitting a palpitating sense of oppression. Yi Lin picked up the stone, only to feel a cold and heavy sensation coming from his palm. This small stone pressed Yi Lin's palm a little numb, and there were also strange patterns on the stone that looked like dragon scales. This is dragon mining gold. A flash of joy flashed under Yi Lin's eyes. Luckily, he didn't wander off during geography class in high school. Dragon mining gold was an extremely precious forging material, and if it was handed over to a forging grandmaster, it could definitely create an epic level equipment. This multiple treasure golden toad is really better than 100 years. Actually, even dragon mining gold can be spat out. Just this, no more? Yilin looked at the multi-treasure golden toad with a smile. The multi-treasure golden toad nodded repeatedly. I don't believe it. Yilin was convinced that there must be something even more precious than the dragon mining gold in the belly of this multiple treasure golden toad. Otherwise, this multiple treasure golden toad wouldn't have spat out the dragon mining gold so easily. Although the intelligence of high-level magical creatures was not lower than that of humans, it was still 1 point less insidious and cunning compared to real humans, and a little guessing would be able to guess what they were thinking. Yilin didn't let go of the duo Bao Golden Toad, but carried the duo Bao Golden Toad and Michelle and fled to a place away from the black flames first. Yilin then tossed the multi-precious golden toad aside and removed his yin-yang twin life bracelet and put it on Michelle's hand to recover the injuries on her back. Under the effect of the yin-yang twin life bracelet, Michelle's back that was corroded by the three-headed dog of hell began to slowly recover, only that the scars still looked a bit hideous. This would have to wait until she was out of the scholarship mystic realm, and then look for a beautician or some other profession to help her repair it. After curing Michelle, Yellen then hung the doppelganger golden toad to on a giant tree in the sky and gave Michelle a task. Every 3 minutes, punch the doppelganger golden toad on its white stomach, and when it vomits, let it rest for 5 minutes, and if it doesn't vomit, keep punching. Hearing Yi Lin's words, the doppelganger golden toad croaked, obviously protesting. But how could Yi Lin pay attention to a toad's protests? He hummed and went straight to preparing the food. Little girl picking mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket, bare feet in the morning, walking the forests and the hills. Along the way, no matter what color fungus you see, Yi Lin has no qualms about picking up all of them. Soon he picked up a large pile of rare fungus and ran back. And by this time, Michelle had also tortured the doppelganger golden toad for a long time. Although the doppelganger toad spat out quite a few things, those things were about as good as rags compared to the dragon mining gold. And Yi Lin expected that this doppelganger toad was definitely still hiding his clumsiness. So instead of letting go of the doppelganger toad, he ran off and started building a fire to make a meal for a late-night snack. Forbidden spell, Wood Realm Descent. Forbidden spell, Karma Fire Burning Sky. Forbidden spell, Eternal Gungjin. 3 forbidden spells were released in a row, and there was firewood, a source of fire, and an iron pot, or a pot made of eternal Gungjin. This operation made both Michelle and the multi-precious golden toad look dumbfounded. They had never thought to death that forbidden spells could still be fucking used like this. It's okay to use a forbidden spell to light a fire, but someone is actually using a forbidden spell to build a pot? Does that make sense? Watching the water in the pot begin to boil, Yi Lin nodded with satisfaction and sliced and threw in all the slices of the pile of flowery mushrooms, some of which were originally white, and everything turned greenish in color. The gurgling, boiling water turned the mushrooms over and over, making Yellen's mouth water. Brother, you can't eat this, can you? They look just poisonous. Michelle couldn't help but say. What do you know? A friend of mine from the south of colorful clouds told me that the brighter the fungus, the more toxic it is, but the more toxic the fungus, the more delicious it is. Yi Lin said furiously. Take advantage of the fact that we have immortality in the scholar's secret realm now. If we don't eat it later, we won't have a chance to eat it. Really? Michelle blinked her big eyes, obviously a little skeptical. But soon, the fresh aroma of the pot that belonged uniquely to the mushrooms spread out, making even Michelle gulp. You just eat it. Eat one without squeaking. After 5 minutes of cooking, Yellen couldn't wait to scoop up the mushrooms. He and Michelle each had a bowl, with soup and mushrooms, and swallowed it directly into their bellies. The sweet mushrooms slide along the tongue and into the stomach, and only those who have experienced it can articulate the beauty of it. Michelle's little face was all red from the hot soup, and it was adorable. How's that? Tasty, right? Yi Lin wiped his mouth and scooped another bowl for himself and Michelle. Yummy, but why are there 2 little people fighting above your head? Michelle said suspiciously. It's fine, minor problem, it's just a poison attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yellen fell to the ground with a thud and plunged headfirst into the still boiling pot of mushroom soup, his head being boiled with a gurgling sound. Oh, so it's poison. I thought it was because the fungus wasn't ripe. Michelle heatedly giggled, her beautiful eyes rolled white, and she fainted as well. Doppelganger. Chapter 83. The bitter days are over. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Yellen woke up with the mushroom soup pot boiling nonstop, cooking his head. The meat of the whole head was as well cooked as a sheep's head laid out on the table by the old horse, and all that was missing was a pour to start it off. Since the nerves had all been cooked, Yellen couldn't feel any pain at all. He reached out and touched on Michelle to make sure that she was still in a poisoned state and hadn't woken up, and with a thought, the horrifying repairing ability of the immortal body began to unfold. Only to see those already cooked meat fall off until a fresh skeleton came off, then new muscle fibers, blood vessels, and skin grew on the skeleton. Even the eyes that had fallen off grew back. The mushrooms are indeed delicious. It's just that next time we have to find a place far away from the pot. Yi Lin laughed bitterly. He wasn't a masochist, so naturally, he didn't have a penchant for boiling his head in a pot. And this frightening scene all fell clearly in the eyes of the duo Bao Jin Toad that had been hanging upside down all night. The multi-treasure golden toad's vertical pupils, which were already round, almost stared directly out of their sockets at this moment. Do humans have such a horrible recovery ability? Even if it's a demonic creature, if its head is boiled, it must be dead through and through. Seeing that Michelle hadn't woken up yet, Yellen walked towards the doppelganger golden toad and flicked it on its white belly. I say, you've been hanging here all night, and you still won't spit out your baby? Do you have to hang here to be satisfied? The multi-treasure golden toad was silent, clearly unwilling to hand it over. Seeing this, Yi Lin didn't bother to force this stubborn toad anymore. And after waking up Michelle, Yi Lin handed over both the multi-precious golden toad and his luggage to her, and then set off on the journey of brushing monsters once again. There were still 24 days before the closure of the scholarship Mystic Realm, and he didn't believe that the duo Bao Golden Toad could really withstand 24 severe torture. For the rest of the journey, the two of them, Yellen and Michelle, divided their work and cooperated very well. Yellen was in charge of throwing forbidden spells to kill the demons, and Michelle was in charge of abusing the doppelganger toad and making it spit things. The two of them were just wreaking havoc in the scholar's secret realm, and their experience value was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, the greater part of a month passed by in a flash. There were only the last 5 days left before the closure of the scholar's secret realm. At this moment, at the exit of the scholar's secret realm, 3 priests walked out of the operating room with large black circles under their eyes and a tired face. Pastor 1 breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Sang Chanchi. Fortunately, the surgery was a success, and Wu Shuoqi and the others are back to looking pretty much like they used to. Zheng Kanki's face lit up at his words. Tough on the 3 of you, don't worry. Zing, will definitely report your merits truthfully during this period of time. Just then, Wu Xiaoqi and his group were also pushed out of the operating room by the medical staff. Mr. Sing, I feel like the shape of my face isn't quite right. My face seems a bit square. A top student spoke up. Square point is good. National face is steady. Zheng Kanki said with a wave of his hand. But wouldn't this be a bit too square? That scholar sat up, only to see his face, a standard square with angles. Zheng Kanki was startled and hurriedly grabbed a priest and asked, "What's going on?" The priest sighed somewhat helplessly. "Boss, they've been crushed into meat cakes. It's good to be able to return to human form in such a short period of time, and the problem with the shape of the face can only be followed up by him going to a plastic surgeon." "That's true." Sang Chanchi nodded. "Mr. Sang, what about this one of mine? I have long and short hands." Another top student spoke up. "Everyone's hands can't be the same length. Just get used to it." Zheng Kanki comforted. "Then it can't be so ridiculously long or short." That scholar angrily raised his hands, only to see that one of his hands was normal and the other was only a dozen centimeters long. Zheng Kanki's pupils slowly dilated, and then he grabbed a priest by the collar. "Are you kidding me? How dare you say the operation was a success, even after all this?" "Boss, half a month splicing a dozen people, an average of 1 person a day to spell a person out, dazzle a little problem is normal. I help him get his hand back. You first calm down," the priest said in a hurry. This was followed by a variety of more or less bizarre symptoms in others. There were extra taste buds in the colon, an extra steel door in the palm, an extra tongue in the armpit, and for a while there were complaints at the door of the operating room. Wu Xiaoqi was in a cold sweat when he saw this. He hurriedly checked his body, and only after realizing that he didn't have those messed up symptoms like everyone else did, he let out a sigh of relief. Then a flash of resentment flashed under his eyes, and as soon as he lifted the covers, he was about to get out of bed to find Yi Lin's trouble. He hadn't forgotten who had put him through this recasting of his body, but just as soon as he got out of bed and stood on the floor, he realized something wasn't quite right. Because Wu Xiaoqi realized that he had 2 left feet. Yi Lin, I'm not done with you. Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth, and his eyes were on fire. Yi Lin was able to use unlimited forbidden spells within the scholarship mystic realm. So what about outside the scholarship mystic realm? Without the immortality laws of the scholarship realm, wouldn't he still become the lamb to be slaughtered? At that time, he would definitely make Yi Lin pay the price, and let him know what would happen if he offended him, Wu Shaoqi. At this time in the scholarship's secret realm, Yi Lin didn't know that he had been targeted by Wu Shaoqi, who was struggling to find the demon. But after searching for 2 hours, he didn't find a single demonic creature except for 2 living people. In the end, Yi Lin could only recognize the reality, which was that the demons in the scholar's secret realm seemed to have been killed by him. At this point in time, Yi Lin's level had come to level 25, and Michelle had also reached level 23. It's worth noting that that doppelganger toad still won't spit. Its white flowery belly had already been hammered into a blue and purple patch by Mi Shui, but this duo Bao Golden Toad was still hard-mouthed as hell. Yi Lin once again hung the multi-precious golden toad upside down, then touched its belly with a calm expression. "Oh, little golden toad, we're leaving today." The multi-treasure golden toad sniffed, and its round eyes instantly lit up. Its own bitter days had finally come to an end. "Since you're not willing to spit your belly baby out to me, I won't force you. It's probably fate." Yellen sighed quietly. "We've known each other for a while, and we've tortured you for so long. So today I'll give you a pain in the ass and let you completely free yourself." Yi Lin raised his hand. The sky instantly converged with dark clouds. Silver-white thunder shuttled through the dark clouds, and then a furious thunderbolt swooped down at breakneck speed like an exterminating dragon, connecting with Yi Lin's palm. Forbidden Spell Extinction Wild Thunder. Chapter 84. Not a single demon left. Quack! The vertical pupils of the multi-treasure golden toad reflected the raging thunder snake, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with panic. The good news! Its days of misery are over. Bad news! Its days are numbered. It thought that Yellen was going to let it go, but it didn't realize that Yellen was going to send it away. Quack! Quack, 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 quack. The multi-treasure golden toad waved its hand repeatedly, as if begging for mercy. "What's wrong? Do you still have something to say?" Yi Lin asked with a smile. The multi-treasure golden toad was silent for a while, and then seemed to have made some sort of determination. During this period of time, it had already seen through. This human in front of it was 2 psychopaths. Couldn't afford to mess with it, but still couldn't afford to hide from it. The more intelligent a creature is, the more it fears death. One could only see the huge mouth of the multi-treasure golden toad begin to slowly wriggle, as if it was chewing on something. Then, accompanied by a low chirping sound from its mouth, it unexpectedly spat out a weapon that flashed with cold light. The weapon drew an elegant arc in the air and ended up plunging diagonally into the ground in front of Yi Lin. It was a staff with a faint golden luster flowing from it, as if it contained infinite power. The staff was carved with delicate patterns, as if there were flames burning, and every detail revealed mystery and nobility. Yi Lin froze. He didn't expect that the treasure that the multi-precious golden toad had hidden for so long was actually a staff. He hastily checked up on the attributes of the staff. Red-hot staff. Grade. Epic. Attribute. Spiritual strength increased by 50% washable. Skill. Red heat burning sky. Red inferno burning sky. When wielding the red inferno staff to cast fire spells, reduce mana consumption by 30% and increase power by 50%. Yi Lin instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This staff, it was actually still an epic level equipment. No wonder this multi-treasure golden toad is hidden so tightly. However, the bonus of this epic level equipment was truly mind-blowing. The bonus of just 1 epic level equipment was worth the sum of 3 pieces of high-level equipment. Do you think you wouldn't have had to suffer so much if you had cooperated earlier? Yi Lin picked up the red flame staff, then swung it violently and cast a normal skill. Blade of Flame. Occupational talent Extreme Sublimation is activated, and the flame blade has been strengthened into the Inferno God's raging flame chop. Yi Lin waved his red flame staff, and a violent force converged at the tip of the staff, forming a huge vortex of flames. Accompanied by the staff pointing forward, the flame vortex instantly erupted, transforming into a blazing giant blade of flame that chopped forward with a thunderous force. The air seemed to be split by this blade of flame, emitting a sharp, wind-breaking sound. Wherever the flame blade passed, the ground was instantly melted by the heat, forming a long, scorched black trail. The Inferno God's Raging Flame Slash was originally a forbidden spell, and was strengthened by 50 by the Red Inferno staff. And with Yi Lin's level, this slash was enough to easily kill any level 35 or lower demons and transmutants. When the multiple treasure golden toad saw this, a hint of panic flashed in its eyes. It didn't expect Yi Lin to actually not keep his promise. He had already spit out all his treasures, and the other party still wanted to kill him. This blade was not something that it could resist at all. The multi-treasure golden toad was not good at fighting in the first place. It could only close its eyes and wait for death. But just in the nick of time, the flame blade happened to stop in front of it, and the duo Bao Golden Toad could even clearly feel the high temperature coming from the top of the flame blade. Looks like you really don't have anything in your stomach. Yi Lin nodded in satisfaction, then untied the restraints and released the multi-precious golden toad. He remembered that if the multiple treasure golden toad was in mortal danger, it would blow itself up along with the treasure in its stomach, leaving those who hunted it with nothing. This multi-treasure golden toad hadn't exploded itself, even though it was almost dead. Obviously, it had been drained by him and had absolutely nothing left in its stomach. The multiple treasure golden toad that had escaped death froze in place. And with its brain, it naturally couldn't figure out why Yi Lin looked like he was going to get it killed one second, but let it go the next. But it knew that it was relieved. The multi-treasure golden toad cried out in joy and scurried out with a whoosh. But due to the fact that it had suffered too much during this period of time at the hands of both Yi Lin and Mi Shui, its speed was obviously not as fast as it used to be. Come on, let's go straight out and not waste time here. Yi Lin brought Michelle to the exit of the Scholar's secret realm. Damn, I don't know what's going on. There's still 5 days left to close the secret realm. But it seems like there's not a single demon in the secret realm, right? I want to talk about this too. That squad of ours hunted the outer perimeter for 10 days and leveled up before entering the deep inner perimeter. But there was only a trail of fire there, not a single hair, right? I've also noticed that there are actually more demons in the outer perimeter than in the inner depths. Does that make sense? Wait for Wu Shaoqi and the others. After they recover from their injuries, they also went in to brush up their levels. They might know what's going on. The crowd gathered to talk about the shocking changes within the scholarship mystery, but when they saw Yi Lin and Mi Shui and the two of them, the people around them were so frightened that they backed away, as if they had seen an evil spirit. They had already inquired that the one who had crushed all of Wu Shaoqi's dozen or so people into meat patties was this clean-looking teenager in front of them. They didn't want to experience the feeling of having their entire body crushed and then being pieced back together in human form. Yi Lin ignored them and walked straight to the exit. Student Yi Lin, if you walk out from here, it means that you've finished the scholarship mystery trial. There are still 5 days left. Are you sure you want to go out now? Zheng Kanki kindly reminded. Okay. Yi Lin nodded. The demons within the scholarship mystery had almost all been killed by him. So what was the point of staying inside? Good. Then register the rank over here. Zheng Kanki opened his mouth and said. Yi Lin directly lit up his rank. Leafwood, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 25. Zheng Kanki instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. 25 levels. He remembered that Yi Lin was only level 18 when he entered the scholarship secret realm, right? This family talk had risen a full 7 levels in the scholarship mystic realm. In previous years, the highest person who came out of the scholar's secret realm was only level 24, and Yi Lin had already broken the highest record of the scholar's secret realm. The commotion here also quickly caught the attention of the others, and the looks they gave Yi Lin had shock written all over them. Looking at Yi Lin's rank, it was as if they knew why there were no demons in the depths of the inner circle. The demons in the inner depths, they wouldn't all be killed by this guy, would they? Meanwhile, after recovering from his injuries, Wu Shaoqi, who wanted to hurry up and level up a bit while the scholarship mystic realm was still closed, let out an angry growl. Fuck, what the hell is going on here? Why is there not a single demon left? Chapter 85, The Empty Secret World of the Scholarship. Mr. Zheng, can I go now? Yi Lin asked. Huh? Oh, can. Yelin's voice brought Zheng Kanki back from his shock. It was too terrifying. To be able to rise 7 levels in a row in just a month's time was simply appalling. He couldn't even imagine how fast Yi Lin would be able to kill demons in the secret realm. No wonder forbidden spellcasters as a profession don't live past the age of 25. God opens a window for you and then closes the door before pinching your head with it. If the forbidden spellcaster can have the same lifespan as other professions, then all the other professions don't need to mix. Just find a 36E and run headlong to death. Hey, no, wait, you can't leave. Watching Yi Lin walk past in front of him, Zheng Kanki suddenly reacted. At this rank, you're by far the highest, and you're likely to be the national top student of this year's class, so you'll have to stay until the secret realm closes. National top scholar. Is there any reward? Yi Lin asked directly. Of course. Zheng Kanki nodded. In addition to the honor added to the honor, the National Scholar Daxiao official will also directly give a generous commendation. How bountiful! Yi Lin's eyes instantly lit up, about 3 or 4 stories thick. After hearing Zheng Kanki's explanation, Yi Lin stayed on the spot. Originally, he had planned to return to Qingcheng at the first opportunity. After all, he had completely offended Wu Shaoqi, who was the head of the ground in Deep City, so it was better to do more than less. But since there's a reward, that's a different story. Yi Lin waited at ease, and soon, 5 days flashed by. The scholar and the scholar secret realm walked out one after another. Only at this moment, their faces were all extremely ugly, just like they had eaten several pounds of that. In these 5 days, the entire squad of 5 people, they had only killed 4 demons combined, averaging not even 1 per person. Some of them didn't even encounter a single demonic creature, purely wandering around inside the scholarship mystic realm for 5 days. It was as if the demons in the entire scholar secret realm had strangely disappeared due to some sort of force majeure. For example, Wu Shaoqi and Ning Yi, a group of a dozen or so people, had only encountered 2 demons in the span of 5 days. One was killed by them, and the other, a doppelganger toad. It took them a lot of effort to go all the way around and chase them down before they finally managed to capture this multi-treasure golden toad alive. However, an even weirder scene happened. The belly of that multi-treasure golden toad was actually empty, nothing. This is completely inconsistent with the habits of the multiple treasure golden toad, which is as greedy as life, and will definitely swallow the treasure when it sees it. The only explanation was that someone had gotten ahead of them and taken all the treasures in the belly of the multi-treasure golden toad. Wu Shaoqi's face was drawn out, and his entire person was as chilling as a volcano that was about to erupt. He was level 22 when he entered the Scholar's Secret Realm, and when he came out, he was also level 22, which was equivalent to the fact that he didn't get anything out of the Scholar's Secret Realm, and he took a severe beating for nothing, and healed his wounds for more than half a month. And the culprit of all this was obviously Yi Lin. As soon as Wu Shaoqi came out and saw the bashful Yi Lin, he almost charged straight up. If it wasn't for Yi Lin, he could have risen at least 3 or 4 levels in this month's time, and he would even have had a chance to compete for the position of the national top student. However, Wu Shaoqi still suppressed the agitation within him, and he coldly glanced at Yi Lin before withdrawing his gaze. If he made a move in the scholarship mystic realm, he would definitely not be Yi Lin's opponent, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to fall down twice in the same place. But this matter obviously couldn't be left at that. Along with everyone leaving the scholarship mystic realm, everyone's ranks were tallied up. The person with the highest rank was obviously Yi Lin without a doubt. After all the demons in the secret realm had been slaughtered by him. Congratulations, Yi Lin. You're the highest ranked person in this scholar's secret realm. Zheng Kanki complimented. Seeing this result, even though it was expected, the bottom of Zheng Kanki's eyes still could not hide the shock. After all along, the title of national top student has been bagged by those top big city students. Scholar born in a big city, before even entering the scholar's secret realm, their level could reach more than 20 levels, not at all comparable to those teeny-tiny scholars coming out of small counties. But Yi Lin had undoubtedly broken this rule, as Qingcheng was a deservedly small town. Once this news was spread, it would surely stun countless people's jaws. What? 25 levels? Wu Shaoqi could no longer remain calm and stared at Yi Lin with a resentful face. He clearly remembered that before Yi Lin entered the secret realm, he was only level 18, and he had risen 7 levels in a row in one breath, so it was no wonder that there were very few demons left in the scholarship secret realm. In other words, Yi Lin had not only blasted him into a meat pie and made him spend most of a month just recuperating from his injuries, he had also slaughtered all the demonic creatures while he was recuperating. Yi Lin, you damned bastard. I will never let this matter go like this. Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth. The expressions of the other city scholars looking at Yi Lin also became unkind, vaguely hostile. They also knew now that the culprit that caused them to not see almost a single demonic creature for the 5 days behind them was clearly Yi Lin. Grass, a forbidden spellcaster who won't live long enough to rob monsters. How disgusting. That's right, it's disgusting. The previous national champion, that one wasn't level 26 or even 27. It's all because of him, pulling down the gold content of the national champion. Damn it. Why are spellcasters still allowed to take the entrance exam? None of these professions live past the age of 25, so what's the point of training spellcasters? It affects us, the future pillars of the Xia, for nothing. The crowd was murmuring, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Yi Lin. Yi Lin was indifferent, but Michelle soon could not listen anymore and took the initiative to cross her arms and quarrel with those people. But she was alone. How could she quarrel with so many people? Just as they were arguing, the sky of the scholarship mystic realm suddenly clouded over, as if all the light had been swallowed up. The hearts of the crowd tightened as inexplicable fear filled the air, and just then, a deafening boom came from the center of the secret realm, as if something was awakening underground. Immediately afterward, the entire secret realm began to vibrate violently, shaking so much that it made one's head spin. Don't panic, everyone. Crouch down on the ground. Zheng Kanki's face changed wildly as he realized that the exit of the scholarship mystic realm had closed at some point, and no matter how much he tried, he couldn't open it. The scholar's secret realm had never had a problem for so long. What was going on now? The sky of the secret realm became more and more gloomy, and the thick darkness seemed to oppress everyone's mind like substance. Suddenly, a scarlet light shot up from the depths of the secret realm, cutting through the darkness and reflecting on everyone's faces. In that light, a huge monster could be vaguely seen, and they were of different shapes. Some had horns, some had feathered wings, and some were covered in scale armor, emitting a strong, evil aura. Zheng Kanki's pupils shrunk violently, no longer able to maintain his composure. Even his voice took on a slight tremor. It's Demon Race. Chapter 86, Terrifying Rivals. Devils divided into low-level and high-level devils. Higher-level demons can even command lower-level demons. And above the demons, there was an even more terrifying existence, the demon race. No one knew where the demons came from. The only thing they knew was that each and every one of them was terrifying to the extreme. Not only do they possess intelligence, not weaker than that of humans, they can even spit out human words. Every time a demonic race appeared, it was an unparalleled crisis. And now, Zheng Kanki had seen with his own eyes that a demonic race had appeared in the scholarship mystic realm. How could this make Zheng Kanki not be terrified? Demon race. How dare you invade the boundaries of my human race? How dare you? Zheng Kanki shouted out harshly. However, those demons didn't pay any attention to Zheng Kanki as they bowed and fell to their knees, as if they were greeting some big shot. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a man with a tall figure and skin that was too white to be true walked out slowly. The only thing that was different from normal humans was that this man's pupils were heck of a weird dark purple color, deep and cold. Zheng Kanki had been too shocked to speak. A demon race. And it was a demon race that looked exactly like humans. He wished, more than anything at the moment, that this fellow was a traitor to the humans. But looking at the way the other demons were treating him with respect, it was clear that there was no such possibility. The man lifted his deep purple eyes and glanced around towards his surroundings. Your human race is nothing more than an ingredient for my demon race. And now you dare to turn around and captive my race's lowly slaves for you to hunt and kill. You guys really don't know how to die. The man slowly opened his mouth, his voice cold, an invisible fear that penetrated deeply into the bone marrow of everyone present. A deep fear had risen in Zheng Kanki's heart, and he was not afraid to die. But he was afraid that everyone would die here. These people were all the top students selected from all over the country through the college entrance exams. They were all the top transmigrators of the younger generation. If all of them died here, it would definitely be traumatizing even for the whole of the Xia. All hide behind me. Don't worry, the abnormality here will definitely be noticed by the people from Deep City soon. Maybe they're already on their way here. Zheng Kanki opened his mouth to comfort the candidates, then slowly stepped forward, facing these demons in front of him directly. A terrifying aura rose from Zheng Kanki's body, who was clearly a level 70 transmigrator. However, the human-looking demonic man didn't have the slightest bit of panic on his face, and he glanced at Zheng Kanki with slight disdain. Ruda, he's all yours. I'm going to have some fun with these humans. Yes, my lord. A figure like a tower of iron opened his mouth and answered. The entire ground trembled as he took a step, standing at a height of 3 meters, with 2 horns on top of his head, and his entire body was covered in red armor with a metallic luster. The man then tried to cross over Zheng Kanki to attack directly towards Yi Lin and the others. Zheng Kanki took a step forward, a large sword slashing out directly towards the front, wanting to stop the man. But at that moment, Ruda slammed headlong directly towards Zheng Kanki. You mustn't disturb His Excellency's pleasure. Although Ruda's size was huge, his speed was extremely fast, and he knocked Kanki out of the way with a headbutt. "Don't you move them!" Saying Chanchi desperately tried to rush through to block the man. But Ruda was like an insurmountable moat. No matter how hard Sang Chanchi tried, he would be blocked by Ruda. The knife in his hand slashed at Ruda's body, only bringing up a series of sparks, but unable to hurt Ruda in the slightest. "Don't worry, I'm just playing with them." The man walked slowly to all the scholars and laughed in a low voice. "Are you the most powerful humans that the human race has selected from all over the world this year? Come, fight me, and as long as one of you can beat me, I will let all of you go." The demon man spread his hands in anticipation. "Don't worry, according to your realm division system, I'm only level 20 at most." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and as some gazed, they realized that the aura emanating from this demonic man was indeed not far from a level 20 demon. This emboldened the crowd. They had thought that the other party was some kind of terrifying enemy that was so powerful that it could not be defeated. But with only level 20, what were they afraid of? They are the top students from all over the world, and they are supposed to be 1 in a million. A tall, well-built boy was the first to step out of the crowd, with short hair, his skin healthy and tanned from years of training outside, and wearing a tight-fitting combat suit with well-defined muscles that made him look powerful. He stepped in front of the crowd, his eyes looking straight at the demonic man. "I'll fight you." He opened his mouth lightly, a sense of firmness and confidence in his voice. "It's Chao Cheng's top scholar, Lin Zian. With him out there, it'll definitely work. He's a divine knight profession, and he's already level 21 as well. Not bad, level 21 beat level 20. The advantage is definitely on us." Before the last person finished speaking, Lin Zian's figure crashed into the crowd like a cannonball, knocking down 7 or 8 people just like bowling before he managed to stop. Everyone froze. Lin Zian, actually in one shot, was directly killed in seconds by the demonic man in front of him. Cough! Cough, cough, cough. Lin Zian coughed violently, and in the blood he coughed out of his mouth, there were even broken pieces of internal organs. If it wasn't for the power of the laws of the scholarship mystic realm hanging onto his life, I'm afraid he would have died already. And there was a clear footprint on Lin Zian's chest. "Scholar? Ridiculous. Weak as an ant." The demonic man sneered disdainfully. "Who's next?" This time, however, no one dared to speak up in response to him. This guy looked like he was only level 20, but the strength he displayed was appalling, and many people didn't even see how the demonic man struck before Lin Zian was already seriously injured and dying. "What? Are you so scared that no one dares to come up? The human race is really all gutless cowards." The demonic man sneered. The crowd were all bloodthirsty young men, and these words immediately enraged many of them, and there was a constant stream of people striking out at the demonic man, who was subsequently struck to near death by one of his moves. The so-called scholar, in front of this demonic man, actually seemed unbearable. Wu Shaoqi gulped and slowly stepped back with trembling legs. He was one of the few who could see the trajectory of the demonic man's strike. But also because he could see clearly, he understood the terror of this demonic man in front of him even more. Don't look at him as only level 20. I'm afraid that level 30 or even level 35 transmigrators came, they wouldn't be the opponent of this demonic man in front of him. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Wu Shaoqi's footsteps suddenly lurched, followed by his righteousness, twisting his head to look in Yi Lin's direction, and loudly shouted, "Yi Lin, what are you waiting for? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Here you have the highest rank and the strongest combat power. Why don't you hurry up and make your move?" Chapter 87. The Illumination Technique That's Not Right. Wu Shaoqi's loud shout caused everyone's attention to shift to Yi Lin. They were instantly overjoyed, yes. They still had a forbidden spellcaster on their side. Within the secret territory of the scholarship with the shelter of the law, one would not die, and a forbidden spellcaster who would not die, even if he was only level 25, could positively toughen up a level 35 or even a level 40 transmogrifier, right? "Yi Lin, why don't you make a move? What are you waiting for? Almost all of the demons within the scholarship mysteries have been killed by you alone, and you still have the nerve to hide in the back and not squeak now. You're the only one who can deal with that demon race now. Why are you being a shrinking violet?" With Wu Shaoqi taking the lead, the others in Wu Shaoqi's team also opened their mouths to morally kidnap Yi Lin. Michelle almost smoked with anger as she angrily pointed at the group and cursed. "You guys just said that Yi Lin is disgusting, that he's affecting you, the pillars of the Xia, and now you're coming to ask Yi Lin to save you. Do you have the nerve? I think you guys are the ones who are really disgusting." Those people were a little weak at Michelle's words, and then frowned again and drank. What do you know? If it wasn't for Yi Lin injuring us and slaughtering the demons so that we didn't have any upgrades, how could we not have been able to defeat that demon race? In the end, isn't this still Yi Lin's fault? Fuck you. You can even say such words. Shameless. Michelle was so infuriated that she couldn't help but explode, directly blowing up. She really couldn't figure out how these people could be shameless to such an extent. Forget it. Why are you mad at these people? They can't poop, they have to blame the Earth's lack of gravity. Yi Lin opened his mouth to comfort Michelle, then said to Wu Xiaoqi, "It's fine for me to make a move, but I can't work for free, right? How about this? Everyone in your squad, one of you shell out a piece of high-level or above equipment to me as payment. How about that? One piece of high-level equipment for one person? Yi Lin, you really know how to ask for a lion's share." Wu Xiaoqi cursed out angrily. "What? I'm risking my life to deal with the demon race, and you guys are actually unwilling to even take out a piece of high-level equipment? The value of a piece of high-level equipment in your eyes is more important than the lives of everyone present, isn't it?" Yi Lin opened his mouth salty and sarcastic. "Isn't it just moral abduction? Make it seem like who wouldn't?" As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the other scholars looking at Wu Xiaoqi and the others instantly changed and were vaguely hostile. Wu Xiaoqi's face instantly turned green. The anger of the crowd was so great that he gritted his teeth and glared viciously at Yellen as he removed a ring from his hand and shoved it into Yellen's hand. "Kid, be careful of having a life to take and no life to use. I won't let you worry about this." Yi Lin accepted it with a smile. Seeing that Wu Xiaoqi had handed over a piece of equipment, the gang following Wu Xiaoqi, although reluctant in their hearts, could only obediently remove a piece of equipment from their bodies and hand it over to Yi Lin with a black face. Looking at the dozen or so pieces of high-level equipment in front of him, the corners of Yi Lin's mouth cracked to his ears. A dozen pieces of high-level equipment changed hands, plus the 5 million rewarded by Qingcheng. He was now a proper 10 millionaire. He had to sell 300 to 400 cashews to have that much money. Looking at Yi Lin, who was smiling extremely cheerfully, Wu Xiaoqi's face twisted a little. "Yi Lin, you've taken the stuff too. Why don't you make a move?" Yi Lin ignored him and instead handed all dozen pieces of equipment to Michelle. "Keep it for me. You be careful." Michelle's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Yi Lin nodded and walked towards the demonic man. That demon race man was also sizing up Yi Lin with interest at the moment. "You humans are really funny. Even at a time like this, you don't forget to implode." Yi Lin ignored the demonic man and instead raised his red flame staff, his spiritual energy condensing at the top of the staff. Fireball! The moment Yi Lin released the spell, everyone tensed up. What's he up to? Playing a forbidden spell. What's he doing with a low-level fireball spell? That demon race is so powerful. Doesn't he have any idea in his heart? Even the corners of that demon race man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Taking a fireball spell against this lord, you're really being whimsical. He raised his hand and wanted to crush the tiny fireball, but at that moment, the original small fireball instantly expanded violently, forming a round of reddish-golden sun in almost an instant. Boom! The red-golden sun smashed down, directly drowning the demonic man, and the temperature around him climbed extremely fast, with raging heat waves pounding on his face. The crowd froze. Yi Lin's fireball spell. Why is it not quite the same as their fireball spell? But whether it was the incantation that was chanted or the fluctuation of the spell casting, they could all be sure that Yi Lin had really released a fireball spell. Are fireball spells this powerful these days? Only Wu Xiaoqi and his group had gloomy faces. After all, they had truly witnessed Yi Lin's terror. A fireball spell was still reasonable. A rockfall spell that could drop an asteroid would be outrageous. After a moment's daze, the crowd was in a state of surprise. Save! We won, we won! Although forbidden spellcasters are short-lived, their battle power really can't be said. Just as the crowd was immersed in the joy of victory, the blazing firelight disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had been instantly swallowed by a black hole. And that demonic male lord also appeared in place, his face calm, and traces of being severely burned appeared on his right arm. "I can feel that you're not quite the same as the others. I admire you. Be a dog under my lord's feet, and my lord will grant you endless honor. How about it?" The demonic man raised his recruiting heart towards Yi Lin. "I also appreciate you. How about this? You recognize me as your father, and when I become the emperor, you'll be the crown prince. How about that?" Yi Lin asked rhetorically. "It seems there's no more to talk about, so I'll just have to kill you too." The demonic man shook his head with slight regret. And then, on his arm that was almost burnt to a charcoal, The blood and flesh actually began to regenerate crazily at this moment, but in a few breaths of effort, his right hand was restored as before. Yi Lin's eyes also couldn't help but slightly condense. The recovery power of the demon race was truly terrifying. Such a fast recovery speed, it was only slightly inferior to his undead body. Only, I don't know if the recovery ability of this demon race can also recover indefinitely. Yi Lin raised his red flame staff once again, and the air around him seemed to ignite, forming a fiery vortex of flames. Illumination. Yi Lin let out a low gulp, and the light at the top of the staff instantly became dazzling. Illumination is a useful minor skill of the fire type that releases a bright flame for illumination. However, the illumination spell that was released from Yi Lin's hand was clearly something not quite right. In the crowd's shocked and horrified gazes, an even more violent flame energy than just a moment ago erupted from the staff, transforming into a huge fire dragon that roared toward the demonic man. The fire dragon tumbled through the air, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be burned up, forming a long flame trajectory. Everyone froze. Who's a good guy with this light?